Chapter 1. Transformed into a rare female. In a primeval forest, three suns illuminated the sky, casting beams of light through the lush greenery, creating countless spots of sunlight that danced upon the delicate face of Nian Tuesday. Having endured years of inadequate nourishment, Nian Tu exhibited signs of malnutrition, her slender frame curled up in a ball while asleep, a manifestation of her profound insecurity. Nearby, a vibrant tiger lay protectively, embodying the role of guardian. Not far off, a large pack of wolves also stood sentinel, with the alpha wolf closest to her, its wild, vertical pupils fixed on her with an unexpected tenderness. Amidst the surrounding trees, several robust leopards remained alert, vigilantly watching for any unwelcome intruders that might disrupt Nian Tu's slumber. Suddenly, a thunderous roar accompanied by the sound of engines filled the air as a colossal flying vessel descended, scattering the creatures of the forest in every direction. Yet the beasts that lingered near Nian Tu did not flee. Instead, they revealed their fangs, poised to ward off these uninvited guests. As the vessel landed and its doors opened, a regiment of fully armed soldiers marched in orderly fashion. Their mission was to extract the resources managed by the imperial military on this planet. This was a long-term undertaking, and each soldier was well acquainted with their task, having executed it numerous times before. However, today, an unforeseen circumstance arose. What is that? A pack of ferocious beasts? Tigers, wolves, and leopards. Are they mad? How can these creatures coexist? Friendships between different species were rare, and among predators, territories were fiercely guarded encounters typically led to violent conflict rather than harmonious coexistence. Look, they're surrounding something. Could it be a treasure? The soldiers, unable to see what was so fiercely protected by the beasts, speculated that it might be an undiscovered mineral or a precious herb that had drawn these ferocious animals to guard it. As they moved closer, the beasts became increasingly agitated, emitting fearsome growls that served as warnings to keep their distance. Finally, the soldiers discerned the object of the animal's protection. Nian Tuesday. Oh my, that's a female. A female. Good heavens. Am I dreaming? Is this madness? How could a female be found on a primitive planet? Quickly drive these beasts away. We must not harm her. After several exchanges, the soldiers, guided by a desire to protect the planet's ecosystem, refrained from using firearms. The beasts, recognizing that the soldiers bore no ill will, and seeing that they too were upright walking humans like Nian Tu, seemed to reach a silent accord, casting lingering glances at her before dispersing. The soldiers soon realized that these animals were not intent on harming the female, but were, in fact, protecting her. What miracle! I can hardly believe it. Are these truly low-intelligence wild creatures? Not beastmen? Perhaps we should report this to the higher-ups for a reassessment. The immediate priority was to escort this female to safety, postponing their mineral extraction mission. Upon returning to base, the highest-ranking officer, Major General Xiang, personally came to inquire after the rescued female upon hearing of her presence. Her condition is quite concerning, remarked Dr. Lu Zhan, the head physician of the base, as he examined Nian Tu's medical report, his brow furrowed in worry. Her bone age indicates she is only 20, suffering from severe malnutrition and bearing numerous old injuries. I suspect this is a case of extreme abuse of a female. Dr. Lu's voice was cold. The soldiers discovered her on an uninhabited resource planet, surrounded by wild beasts. This is no longer merely abuse, this is abandonment. This is an attempt on the life of a precious female. Major General Xiang was equally incensed. He gazed at the serene visage of the girl in the medical chamber. Her face, no larger than a palm, with a delicate chin and a hint of pink, appeared fragile, as if she could shatter at the slightest tucha blossom trembling on a branch. How exquisitely fragile and beautiful she was, evoking a profound sense of compassion. Surely there would be countless males willing to lay down their lives to protect her. In the Empire, the male-to-female ratio had reached an alarming 1 hour 79 minutes. With the continuing decline in such dire circumstances, it was unconscionable that someone would abandon a female. Inside the medical chamber, Nian Tu's eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. This sensation was all too familiar. Years of malnutrition had led to severe hypoglycemia, causing her to often faint. She recalled that before losing consciousness, her grandmother had summoned her home from work, only to discover that her family had arranged a marriage for her to a corpulent, greasy man who had already paid a dowry of $400,000. Naturally, she was unwilling, but it was too late. Locked in her home, without food for a week, they intended to deliver her directly to the man if she continued to refuse to sign the marriage certificate, forcing her into a marriage without her consent. On the way, she finally found an opportunity to escape, but after enduring hunger for so long, she fainted before she could run far. So where was she now? Had she been captured? Was this the home of that greasy man? The room before her was cold and sterile, resembling a hospital ward, filled with unfamiliar instruments, and she found herself confined within one of them. Nearby, two men conversed, and upon noticing her awakening, the man in the white coat opened the medical chamber, his gaze filled with concern. "You're finally awake. Do you feel any discomfort?" In the presence of this unfamiliar man, despite his striking handsomeness surpassing even that of television stars, Nian Tu instinctively recoiled. Sensing her fear, the man immediately lowered his head, softening his tone to convey his benign intentions. "You need not be afraid. This is the 286th Regiment of the White Tiger Army. I am Dr. Lu Zhan, and you have been rescued. You will no longer face any harm." Nian Tu. Was it truly so serious that the military intervened in matters of marriage? But then she realized something was amiss. She had never heard of the White Tiger Army. Moreover, this self-proclaimed chief physician, with his overly gracious demeanor, was treating her with excessive respect. She was merely an ordinary citizen, and given her peculiar family background, she had endured a life more challenging than most. Why would someone so exceptional treat her with such deference? Her gaze shifted from the white coat to the other man in the room. He was extraordinarily tall. He stood at least 6 feet 3 inches, with a commanding presence, clad in military attire and a cap. His clean-cut golden hair, amber eyes, and strikingly handsome, sharp features exuding the aura of a powerful lion. This lion-like man bowed before her. "I am the highest-ranking officer here, Major General Xiang Lian. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" At this moment, Nian Tu finally comprehended the gravity of her situation. It seemed she had crossed into another realm. Chapter 2. The Supremacy of Females and the Subservience of Males. The female, rescued from the primitive planet, awakened. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire base, igniting excitement among the over 30,000 inhabitants. Comprised solely of male beastmen and logistical personnel, no females to be found. The Empire's laws forbade bringing females to such perilous locations. Nian Tu was the first female to appear in this military base in many years. Even though most of the personnel had not laid eyes on her, they all remembered her name. Nian Tu, such an endearing name, reminiscent of a clingy little rabbit. Nian Tu was assigned to the safest spacecraft, destined for the Central Stars Female Protection Association, personally escorted by Major General Xiang, with Lu Zhan accompanying. On board, Nian Tu's quarters were situated near Major General Xiang's. Upon entering, she was momentarily dazzled by the room's decor. Hesitating to step further inside, it was warm and exquisite, with soft light filtering through the curtains, casting a gentle glow on the lightweight bed linens. A small lamp and dried flowers adorned the bedside, and the warm fragrance of incense wafted through the air, so incongruous with the stark atmosphere of the military camp. This my room," she thought, feeling incredulous. Xiang, assuming her hesitation stemmed from dissatisfaction, expressed his apologies, saying, "It was my aide who arranged this at the last minute. It is indeed too simple, and I apologize for the inconvenience. Please let me know if you have any requests." "It's not simple." Nian Tu shook her head, stepping into the room and running her fingers over the soft cushions on the sofa, her heart a tumult of emotions. What she had longed for since childhood was a warm, safe space that belonged solely to her. Yet for her, this seemed a distant luxury. Growing up being called a burden, she had left school early to earn a living, often going hungry and cold, her hard-earned money used to buy clothes, shoes, and tablets for her younger brother. Now, as her dreams transformed into reality, it felt surreal, as if she were lost in a dream. "Could you provide me with some books? There is much I wish to understand." Nian Tu asked Xiang, suppressing her emotions. Xiang was momentarily taken aback by the request, but quickly regained his composure. "Yes, This poor female had lost her memory, remembering only her name. Nian Tuesday beyond that, she knew nothing. Unable to recall the identity of her abuser or the location of her home. According to Lu Zhan's clandestine analysis, this was likely a protective amnesia resulting from psychological trauma. He found this explanation plausible, especially since Nian Tu had visibly feared them upon awakening, likely a consequence of her past encounters with male hostility. That a wave of guilt and compassion washed over Xiang as he solemnly assured Nian Tu. Of course, I will do everything in my power to meet your needs. He promptly summoned an array of books, including numerous illustrated children's audiobooks that she could comprehend despite her amnesia. Having had sufficient rest, Nian Tu closed the door and plunged into a sea of literature, eager to understand her new world. This was an interstellar era of imperial civilization, currently governing 8 star systems and countless planets. The technological advancements far surpassed those of Earth. The inhabitants here were not like those on Earth. They were beastmen. Historical accounts revealed that since ancient times, males possessed both human and beast forms, exhibiting formidable combat prowess to defend their homes, while females wielded psychic abilities capable of soothing males, preventing them from devolving into uncontrollable beasts, unable to revert to human form. In the current interstellar age, beastmen enjoyed a more expansive existence and advanced medical capabilities, boasting an average lifespan of 500 years, making them elite among higher civilizations in the boundless universe. However, they faced an increasingly severe crisis: the dwindling number of females. The male-to-female ratio had become increasingly disproportionate, prompting the Empire to disregard ethical controversies in attempts to cultivate artificial females. Yet these artificial females failed to awaken psychic abilities, and the offspring they bore were often pure beasts, incapable of transformation. Following numerous tragedies, the Empire ceased this research and instead focused on safeguarding natural females, advocating a system of polyandrous marriages. Initially, there were criminals who coerced and exploited females, but as the Empire intensified its punitive measures, the protection of females became more robust, elevating their status significantly within society. A prevailing ethos of female supremacy and male subservience emerged. Nian Tu finally understood why Major General Xiang and Dr. Lu Zhan, despite their high-ranking positions, treated her with such deference, simply because she was regarded as a female. Nian Tu's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, it was understandable. After all, no matter how powerful a male might be, he must rely on the calming influence of females' psychic abilities to avoid becoming a beast. The significance of psychic power weighed on her mind as she self-consciously touched her nose. She was human, not a true female beastman, and presumably lacked psychic abilities. During dinner, Nian Tu inquired about her psychic status with Lu Zhan. His action of drinking nutritional supplements halted, and he cast a reproachful glance at Xiang. Xiang, feeling wronged, shook his head, indicating it was not his disclosure. Lu Zhan sighed. Yes, you indeed do not possess psychic abilities. Given that such powers generally awaken at the age of 18, and you are already 20, it is highly likely that the awakening has failed. You need not feel burdened. Currently, about 20% of females in the Empire cannot successfully awaken their psychic powers. Please trust that, like them, you remain a treasure of the Empire. While females with stronger psychic abilities garnered more admiration, those without psychic powers still held significant esteem. Lu Zhan had indeed spoken the truth. The following day, upon arriving at the Central Stars Female Protection Association, Nian Tu received a warm welcome, rivaling the treatment of top celebrities back on Earth. The staff conducted another thorough examination, and upon learning of her lack of psychic abilities, their attitude remained unchanged. They continued to accompany her with a reverence befitting a queen as they helped her register as an imperial citizen. Nian Tu handed her examination report to a young staff member, politely expressing her gratitude, accompanied by a sweet smile. The male staff member's face flushed crimson, and he held his breath until she departed for the next step. She is simply too adorable, he mused. Lost in a daze, it was known that the Empire's females were revered and indulged, often developing either volatile tempers or extreme timidity, rarely bestowing kindness upon males. What a pity she lacked psychic abilities. Another staff member sighed. Otherwise, I would pursue her fervently. Never mind. Even without psychic powers, her beauty and gentleness will surely attract admirers. She might not even look your way, a colleague teased him. Moreover, malnutrition can impact psychic awakening. Perhaps once she regains her health, she may awaken again. How could it be so easy to awaken a second time? It takes a century to produce one such exception. True enough. Unbeknownst to Nian Tu, she was the subject of their discussion. While waiting to enter her information, she suddenly felt dizzy, the world spinning around her. She vaguely recalled reading in a book the previous day that intermittent dizziness was a typical symptom preceding psychic awakening. Chapter 3. Honored as your wife, however. This thought flickered briefly before Nian Tu dismissed it from her mind. Lady Nian Tu, your personal information has been successfully entered into the system as of today. You are an imperial citizen. In future instances requiring identity verification, you may simply scan your iris. Nian Tu accepted the wristband, purportedly a light brain, from the staff member, tapping it to view her personal information. Name, gender, age, height, weight, health rating T. Over surprise, there was even a partner section, indicating none, while next to it, the partner applications were rapidly increasing. Nian Tu, is this malfunctioning? Why are there so many people wishing to be my partner? She inquired, perplexed by the fluctuating number. Because you currently have no partner, the partner application defaults to an open status and is promoted to unmarried males, the staff member explained, seemingly unfazed by her surprise at receiving numerous courtship applications. You may select one primary partner and an unlimited number of secondary partners. They will honor you as their wife, remaining loyal and safeguarding you with their lives, providing for all your needs. Nian Tu's expression soured. Is this a mandatory requirement? Seeing her displeasure, the staff member hastily bowed and clarified, it is not mandatory. The Empire does not force females into marriage. Please rest assured. However, for the protection of females, unmarried females must have a guardian, and at least 3 guardians are required. In practice, most females who selected guardians ultimately found their guardians becoming their partners. Nian Tu begrudgingly accepted this guardian arrangement, as long as it did not compel her into marriage. She held psychological reservations about marriage and wished to avoid contemplating it for the time being. Looking up at Major General Xiang and Dr. Lu Zhan, who had accompanied her throughout, she felt conflicted about how to express herself. In this new world, they were her only acquaintances. Out of a fledgling instinct, she found herself somewhat dependent on them. Understanding her unspoken thoughts, Lu Zhan empathetically spoke first. I would like to be your guardian, should you grant me this opportunity. Xiang quickly followed suit, expressing his desire to become Nian Tu's guardian as well. Nian Tu nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Lu Zhan smiled gently, his handsome and refined appearance contrasting with his usual icy demeanor, resembling a glacier melting in the warmth of spring. He took Nian Tu's hand and lightly kissed her fingertips, while Xiang reverently kissed her other hand. From now on, shall we consider ourselves family? Nian Tu blushed slightly, but summoned the courage to say, you needn't to use formal titles with me anymore. Feel free to relax. Speaking to me with such formality every day is exhausting. The onlookers cast envious glances at Xiang and Lu Zhan, wondering where such a sweet little female had come from, thinking how fortunate these 2 males were. The staff completed their registration and informed Nian Tu, please find a 3rd guardian and register within a month. Otherwise, the system will automatically assign you a new guardian after a month. With a month of grace, Nian Tu felt no rush. The 3 of them headed to the renowned high-end restaurant, Jade Pavilion. For lunch in this interstellar era, culinary delights were scarce, with most people accustomed to nutrient solutions. Nian Tu had endured a dreadful dinner aboard the spaceship, forcing herself to eat, and had opted for a nutrient agent for breakfast today. Most nutrient solutions were fruit-flavored. She chose a peach one, which was sweet and refreshing, though it had a peculiar aftertaste. It was certainly more palatable than the previous dinner. Initially, she thought the poor quality of the military cafeteria was the issue. But upon arriving at Jade Pavilion, she realized the harsh truth. It was a culinary wasteland. With tears in her eyes, she swallowed a dry, tough meat chop, feeling that the food here differed from the military cafeteria only in its exorbitant price. While ordering, she was taken aback by the prices, and upon tasting the food, she found it both expensive and unappetizing. The 2 attentive males quickly sensed her dissatisfaction. Xiang quietly asked, if you don't like it, feel free to give it to me. Would you prefer something else? Or perhaps we can change restaurants? Lu Zhan poured her a glass of grape juice and handed it to her, patiently awaiting her instructions. Nian Tu accepted the drink from Lu Zhan, smiling sweetly at him. After a moment's thought, she leaned in and whispered to Xiang, I don't want to eat meat anymore. I do like some vegetables. Unbeknownst to her, her soft-spoken manner was adorable in the eyes of the males around her. Many gazes were secretly observing her. Since her entrance, countless males had tensed like peacocks displaying their feathers. Captivated by her delicate beauty, Xiang, with his keen senses, felt her warm breath on his ear, causing his earlobes to redden. Quickly spreading to his entire face, he stiffly rose and ordered several vegetable dishes for her. Returning to his seat to receive a soft and light thank you from Nian Tu discreetly pushed the unappetizing meat chop towards the two males, promising in exchange, "Next time, I'll cook for you." The surrounding males instantly turned green with envy that a food blogger in the restaurant was live streaming and just happened to capture this moment, causing the audience numbers to surge, though no one was interested in what the host was eating. Everyone was focused on the charming little female. Will the host even film this? Get closer. Oh my, where did this little sweetheart come from? And she actually thanked the males. She even said she'd de-cook for them. How can these males be so lucky? I can't believe it. The little female is so adorable. The kitchen is a dangerous place for her. Let the sturdy males handle the cooking. We all learned culinary skills. It's a mandatory course for us. She is so kind to her partners, and she even smiles at them. Sigh, my wife hardly pays attention to me and hasn't comforted me in ages. At least your wife ignores you. Mine whips me whenever she is unhappy. At least you have a wife. I don't even have a female to call my own, that I've been single since birth. And no female besides my mother has ever spoken to me. Sigh. The audience soon found themselves in a lamenting competition. Don't just focus on the female. You should also see who her partners are. This is Xiang Lian. He is a young major. And look at the other one, Lu Zhan, a medical genius from the Imperial Military Academy, a figure of great renown. Though Major Xiang is usually low-key, I heard the marshal is actually his uncle. They both have lion-beast forms. The war god Marshal Fei Lian, he is my idol. Major Xiang is the marshal's nephew. Such a powerful background, Liu Zhan is no less impressive. While at the Imperial Military Academy, he held several patents, and the most popular medical pod model today was designed with his involvement. Perhaps their origins were slightly inferior, but talented individuals always attracted countless admirers. Lu Zhan is quite famous. Before studying medicine at the military academy, he was a self-taught master apothecary. Wasn't there a female who pursued him? Could it be this one? No, it was Lin Sinwei. Many females who enjoyed being pursued often updated their star network statuses to attract male attention, becoming internet celebrities. Lin Sinwei was among them, gaining some fame. Thus, when her name was mentioned, some viewers nodded in recognition. Oh my, Lin Sinwei. Isn't she dining at Jade Pavilion 2? As if summoned, Nian Tu was leisurely sipping her grape juice when suddenly a woman dressed extravagantly approached their table in a huff. Lu Zhan, you have some nerve, hiding away as a military doctor in such an obscure place, and now you've become someone else's partner. Are you humiliating me? She raised her hand, ready to slap Lu Zhan. Without a moment's hesitation, Nian Tu stepped in front of Lu Zhan, intercepting the woman's hand and swiftly twisting it behind her back. The live stream exploded. Chapter 4. He wishes to follow her forever. I take back what I said. This is the most formidable little female I have ever seen, as so cute yet so fierce. In the restaurant, the males dared not move, only hearing Lin Sinwei's yelps of pain. Nian Tu released her grip. But Lin Sinwei, undeterred, glared fiercely at her and attempted to kick her. Nian Tu easily dodged. Lin Sinwei missed her target and lost her balance. Falling forward, I could see that moment. The live stream's viewership surpassed that of top influencers. The host had never encountered such a chaotic scene before. Fearing trouble, but unwilling to end the stream, they cautiously continued filming. New viewers, drawn by the excitement, were astonished to witness two females clashing. Am I dreaming from lack of sleep? Are two females actually fighting? This isn't a fight, it's clearly self-defense, but Lin Sinwei intended to strike Lu Zhan first, that Liu Zhan was a male. When a female strikes a male, the male can only endure the blows. If he retaliates, he could be accused of harming a female and face imprisonment for at least 10 years, after enduring two humiliating experiences. Lin Sinwei, furious, finally recalled her companions. Are you all dead? Just watching me get bullied. Lin Sinwei's companions were two newly acquired side husbands, brothers that at this moment, both males appeared quite awkward, caught between a rock and a hard place. As Lin Sinwei's partners, they should defend her and fight for her. However, the opponent was also a female, and she looked even more delicate and petite than Lin Sinwei, evoking sympathy, even if they were willing to risk imprisonment. They could not bring themselves to harm such a fragile little female. Lin Sinwei waited for a response, But when none came, she inhaled deeply and began to cry. Nian Tu was taken aback. Truthfully, she had never been in such an easy fight nor encountered someone so weak. Though the temper was fierce, the damage was minimal. Hesitantly, she pulled a handkerchief from her pocket and offered it to Lin Sinwei. This was a handkerchief she had sewn herself, adorned with a little sunflower. Lin Sinwei took it without hesitation, wiping her face while sobbing, glancing at Nian Tu with a sense of hidden scrutiny. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She could not comprehend why Nian Tu would defend a male against her. They were both high-ranking females, and no matter how high a male's status, he was a humble existence in their eyes. She naturally thought she could hit him without consequence, never expecting this unfamiliar female to protect him and even retaliate. Nian Tu raised a finger. First, I did not strike you. I merely prevented you from hitting him. Second, whether female or male, everyone has rights and dignity. You feel humiliated by my actions. Does that mean Lu Zhan deserves to be slapped publicly? Wouldn't he feel ashamed? Third, to me, you're merely a stranger, while Lu Zhan is my family, but if you attempt to harm him in front of me, I will certainly protect him. Lin Sinwei stood there, stunned, gazing at the petite yet imposing Nian Tu. Lost in thought, the audience in the live stream had entered a state of fervor. Who is this little female? I want to know her name. She is so imposing. I adore her. I want to clip that line. I will certainly protect him and replay 100 times every day. We males have dignity too, that I'm so moved that I yearn to become part of her family. To be cherished by her, be why the divine beast god. I swear I am willing to follow her for a lifetime. No other female can ever stir my heart as she does. The audience fervently inundated the screen with comments, wishing they could leap through the display to face this female as she professed her affection. Upon receiving a message from a friend, Xiang realized that someone was live streaming, garnering such immense attention. He adeptly pinpointed the individual broadcasting amidst the crowd, casting a warning glance before exchanging knowing nods with Lu Zhan, and together they promptly escorted Nian Tu away. Lin Sinwei had returned to her companions, gazing at the departing Nian Tu from a distance, clutching her handkerchief tightly, surprisingly refraining from causing a scene. The trio boarded the aircraft, with Lu Zhan sitting beside Nian Tu, his gaze fixated on her profile, unyielding in its intensity. The posture she had taken to shield him, her words echoed in his mind, replaying incessantly. His heart raced within his chest, tumultuous and loud. Under such fervent and focused scrutiny, Nian Tu certainly felt the weight of his gaze. Yet she feigned ignorance. In truth, she possessed an introverted nature. In the restaurant, caught up in her emotions, she had acted without much thought. But now, seated and calm, a sense of embarrassment washed over her. After a moment of fidgeting, she could no longer contain herself and turned to Lu Zhan, asking, "Why do you keep looking at me?" Lu Zhan paused, his response evasive, suddenly stating, "I am an orphan, born on planet H973, a desolate world." Since escaping from there, he had never shared his past with anyone. This was the first time that a garbage planet, it was one stripped of resources, where people fled, neglected by the Empire. Consequently, it became rife with crime, violence, and death, devoid of hope. Nian Tu envisioned it akin to certain chaotic small nations on Earth, where one could easily find oneself in peril while traveling. "Then you are indeed remarkable," she sincerely praised. "To emerge from such a place and become as extraordinary as you are now." As someone who had also started from humble beginnings, she understood all too well the intelligence and effort required for individuals like them to rise above. Lu Zhan smiled, his gold-rimmed glasses perpetually concealing his emotions, always exuding an icy demeanor. His smile now revealed a tenderness akin to spring water, transcending the barriers of his glasses, having endured numerous hardships and encountered countless unsavory characters. He had heard too many mock his origins, both overtly and covertly, that he bore this burden alone, advancing in solitude. Even when outwardly respectful, he harbored an unwillingness to submit to females like Lin Sinwei, preferring to retreat to the military as a medic. Initially, his feelings for Nian Tu were merely fondness, his role as her guardian without intentions of becoming her partner. Yet now, his heart wavered. He wished to follow Nian Tu eternally. Nian Tu grew increasingly anxious under his unwavering gaze. Surely, he wouldn't confess his feelings, would he? Chapter 5. Heartthrob. Sensation. The atmosphere between them was charged, unmistakably suggesting a confession was imminent. Nian Tu found herself holding her breath. She admitted that Lu Zhan was extraordinarily handsome, with a prestigious career and a gentle disposition, making it difficult to pinpoint any flaws during their time together. However, no matter how handsome or admirable Lu Zhan was, she would not accept his confession, or perhaps she was overthinking it. Most likely, she was overthinking. Nian Tu chided herself. She had never been so narcissistic before. I could see that moment. Xiang's light brain emitted a notification. The flirtatious atmosphere dissipated instantly. All eyes turned toward Xiang's device as he furrowed his brow at the incoming communication, pursed his lips in silence, and then rejected the call. Nian Tu quietly exhaled in relief. Yet, she caught a glimpse of Xiang's expression, which seemed tense and conflicted, evidently due to the unanswered call. Concerned for him, she hesitated to inquire. Sensing it was not her place, Lu Zhan seized the opportunity to gently stroke her hair, offering her comfort. Upon reaching their destination, as Nian Tu explored the small villa owned by Xiang, Lu Zhan casually asked, "Is the marshal trying to contact you?" About Nian Tu, Xiang nodded, unwilling to delve further into the matter. He hurried ahead to catch up with Nian Tu, leading her to view his room. This villa was purchased by Xiang during his youth while attending the Imperial Military Academy. Since his graduation and formal enlistment, it had remained unoccupied. Just the day before departing from the base to the Central Star, he had arranged for cleaning and, by sheer happenstance, acquired numerous furnishings and amenities favored by females at that time. Nian Tu and he had only exchanged a few words. He was not yet her guardian. It could only be described as a one-sided infatuation, keeping him awake at night, endlessly imagining their future together. The youngest Major General, Xiang Lian, appeared formidable to the outside world but was, in truth, a hopeless romantic, harboring the belief that he would one day encounter true love, a sentiment known only to his closest family. If anyone had heard of it, they would surely dismiss it as absurd gossip, too ludicrous to be credible. Blushing, Xiang led Nian Tu to the sunniest bedroom. The atmosphere was inviting, the space more than 3 times larger than the temporary quarters aboard the ship, complete with a walk-in closet, a washroom, and a small study. Although sparsely decorated, it met all essential needs, allowing Nian Tu to personalize it gradually upon moving in his heart. Xiang harbored a secret. This was the room he had coveted as a youth. Resolved to reserve it for his future wife. Ideally, he would reside next door, hoping to occasionally gain permission from her to spend the night in her room, a dream life he longed for. Nervously, he asked Nian Tu, "Do you like this room?" Her eyes sparkled with joy as she nodded enthusiastically, filling Xiang with elation. "If you like it, I will transfer ownership of this house to you." It is an honor for a male to gift property to the female he admires. Nian Tu was taken aback, shaking her head repeatedly. How could one simply gift a house without discussion? Is this some interstellar custom, or are you just being overly generous? She firmly believed that one should not expect rewards without merit. Seeing Xiang's seemingly disheartened expression, she reiterated that it was not her disdain for the gift, but rather its excessive value that made it unacceptable. Although Xiang felt a pang of disappointment, he respected her decision, vowing that one day he would make her willing to accept his gifts. The bedroom felt somewhat empty. Nian Tu activated her light brain, intending to browse the interstellar mall and purchase items to decorate her room. She recalled that staff had informed her the Empire allocated a monthly subsidy for each female, amounting to 30,000 star coins, which had already been deposited into her account upon her registration as an imperial citizen. Nian Tu marveled at her effortless achievement of a monthly income of 30,000. She glanced at her account balance. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, hundreds of millions. She counted until dizziness overtook her, her expression one of bewilderment. Why did her blank account, with no post to its credit, possess such a multitude of followers? A number that continued to climb? Unbeknownst to her, the events at the Emerald Pavilion had been live-streamed, attracting hundreds of millions of viewers. Following the stream, word of mouth further swelled the audience for the replay. Among these viewers, a significant proportion of males had become infatuated with Nian Tu, transforming into fervent admirers and suitors. Nian Tu discovered her name trending on the interstellar network, trembling as she clicked to view. She was instantly bombarded by a deluge of praise that rendered her unable to open her eyes. Even the top stars on Earth likely did not enjoy such treatment or follower counts. However, she also noticed a few discordant voices that, in the interstellar era, personal information was remarkably transparent. Otherwise, individuals could not have effortlessly located her account based on a single live stream. Some questioned her lack of mental strength and asserted that neither Xiang nor Lu Zhan was her partner, merely serving as her guardians for the time being. It was well known that those who chose females without mental abilities as partners were typically weaker herbivorous beasts, as their risk of losing control was considerably lower. And their dependence on female mental comfort was not as pronounced as for Major General Xiang and Dr. Lu Zhan. If she recalled correctly, they were both formidable carnivorous beasts, right? I find this Nian Tu rather scheming, striving relentlessly to attach herself to powerful allies. Having cunning without mental strength avails one little. Nian Tu clicked on these posts, discovering they've been relentlessly bombarded with hundreds of thousands of angry retorts. Get lost. Those with hearts see everything is tainted. You excel only at slinging mud, hiding behind screens to bully a young female. What kind of skill is that? Come face me one-on-one. What's wrong with lacking mental strength? It doesn't diminish her uniqueness. She deserves love from anyone to I, a carnivorous beast in crocodile form. Earn 1 million annually. I am willing to bear the risk of losing control. I desire no other female but her. Crocodiles are of no concern. Step aside, for I am a leopard in beast form, possessing abundant resources and a graduate of the Imperial Business University. I am currently managing a company, enjoying economic freedom, and have submitted an application to be the partner of Yin Tu. In the adjacent room, Xiang was engaged in a video call that on the other side of the screen sat a slightly more mature male beastman, strikingly similar in appearance to Xiang. However, his hair was black rather than golden, and his eyes were sharp and spirited. He was Xiang's uncle, Marshal Fei Lang. The missed call from earlier had been from him. Xiang, you know what I am about to say. Xiang remained silent. You are no longer a rebellious teenager. Do not act impulsively. Fei's calm gaze fixed on his nephew. During your last physical examination, your loss of control index reached 74. Fei flicked the report in his hand, displaying it to Xiang. Once the index reaches 80, you will uncontrollably and intermittently transform into your beast form, behaving like a true wild animal without reason. Should the index reach 90, not only will you experience intermittent transformations, but you will also become a madman, indiscriminately attacking everyone to 18 index of 100. You will be a raving beast, forever unable to revert to human form. And no one will be able to save you. Fei tossed aside the report and leaned closer to Xiang through the video screen, asserting firmly, you require psychological comfort, so you absolutely cannot become Yin Tu's partner. She lacks mental strength. Chapter 6. You are about to awaken again. Xiang opened his mouth to refute, but just as he uttered a no, he heard a commotion from next door, followed by Lu Zhan's anxious voice. He immediately rose and hurried inside. What happened? Upon entering, he saw Yin Tu curled up on the bed with her eyes closed, while Lu Zhan was carefully examining her using home medical equipment. She suddenly felt dizzy, Lu Zhan explained. Xiang had no time to question how Lu Zhan had become close enough to call her Nian Yin. Why are you suddenly dizzy again? Before Lu Zhan could respond, Fei's voice echoed in the room. Intermittent dizziness is a typical symptom before a female awakens her mental power. She about to experience a second awakening. Though such cases were rare, history did record instances of females who failed to awaken their mental power at 18, but later experienced a second awakening. Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow at Xiang. Xiang then realized he had forgotten to end the video call, and without a second thought, hung up. Lu Zhan asked, did the marshal upset you again? Having known Xiang for many years, he was aware of the complex relationship between the marshal and his nephew. They were close yet frequently at odds. Xiang replied coldly, he wants to separate me from Yin Tu. Lu Zhan nodded knowingly. Nian lacks mental power, and your loss of control index is indeed too high. Otherwise, you would not have been reassigned from the front lines. The marshal has always been concerned about you. Males with excessive negative emotions see their loss of control index significantly increase. Soldiers, often under stress and regularly exposed to violence, are the most prone to losing control. They are not suited to seek partners who lack mental power. Xiang fell silent. Lu Zhan, wishing to avoid provoking him, refrained from continuing the topic and focused on analyzing the various indicators from the medical device. After Yin Tu fell asleep, the two left a room. Lu Zhan informed Xiang, Marshal Fei is correct. Nian truly has the potential for a second awakening. She has already shown some fluctuations in mental power, and the intermittent dizziness is related to this. When Yin Tu awoke, it was already evening. Facing the two males waiting outside her door, she felt a bit embarrassed. Did I scare you? I have low blood sugar and often feel dizzy. It's nothing serious. Lu Zhan chuckled. It's indeed not a serious issue. Nor is it low blood sugar. You may be on the verge of a second awakening. This should be considered a joyous occasion. All females hope to possess mental power. And the higher the level, the better, as it signifies greater status and respect, allowing them to attract more powerful male partners and live a more luxurious life. Liu Zhan and Xiang had already planned how to celebrate with Yin Tu, only to find that the young female did not share their exuberance and instead wore a peculiar expression. Yin Tu was unsure how Liu Zhan had concluded she would awaken, but she was certain he had misdiagnosed her. After all, she was human. How could she possess mental power? However, seeing the joy on the faces of the two males, she refrained from contradicting them, only hoping they would not be too disappointed later. Liu Zhan adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and reminded her, "You need to eat regularly and supplement your nutrition. Ordinary nutritional supplements are insufficient for you. I have ordered a batch of specially formulated supplements." Xiang recalled that Yin Tu seemed to have a strong craving for food, a common trait among females who typically dislike bland nutritional supplements and prefer natural foods. Coincidentally, the infatuated Xiang had been an exemplary student in culinary classes during his studies. Xiang asked, "If you don't want to drink nutritional supplements, what dishes do you like? I will cook for you." Liu Zhan was taken aback, suddenly feeling a sense of crisis that he had forgotten to consider the female's taste preferences, focusing only on nutritional balance. Moreover, he had previously been a staunch bachelor, not intending to cater to a female's needs. His culinary skills were merely cursory, far inferior to Xiang's. He could not have anticipated such a day would come. Liu Zhan felt quite vexed and resolved to quickly improve his cooking skills. Yin Tu, on the other hand, wanted to express her gratitude for their care over the past 2 days and suggested, "How about I cook dinner instead?" Xiang and Liu Zhan exchanged incredulous glances. Is she joking? Allowing a female to cook for them? If the Female Protection Association found out, they would likely be taken to court. However, Yin Tu had already dashed to the kitchen, exploring the ingredients. Potatoes, asparagus, tomatoes, that along with an array of unfamiliar items that she had never seen on Earth. The meat was somewhat similar, divided by cuts, though she had no idea which animals they came from. She selected spare ribs and some meat that resembled beef brisket. The seasonings were surprisingly adequate. However, the greatest challenge soon emerged. She didn't know how to use the interstellar cooking equipment. Finally, Xiang seized the opportunity to suggest, "Why don't I handle the operation? You could direct me on what to do." Though he suspected the young female was merely jesting. How could a female possibly cook, especially one suffering from amnesia? Yet, he was more than willing to indulge her whims, as long as she was happy. Even if they ended up with a pot of inedible concoction, he believed he would eat it without flinching. Confident in his robust constitution, Yin Tu directed Xiang to first cut the spare ribs into pieces and wash them, then add them to a pot of cold water with ginger and scallions. If there is no cooking wine, just substitute it with a bit of another type of alcohol, she instructed. After blanching, they removed the ribs from the pot. Although Xiang had never learned this technique and was somewhat perplexed, he complied. Liu Zhan assisted nearby, cutting the various ingredients into the shapes she desired. Yin Tu then guided Xiang to caramelize the sugar, stir-fry, and add seasonings to simmer. The rich aroma of the pork ribs stewing with potatoes gradually filled the kitchen. Meanwhile, she was also instructing him on another dish, tomato beef brisket. Both dishes were stews. While it would take considerable time on Earth, they managed to complete the cooking in mere minutes in the interstellar kitchen, yielding results akin to slow-cooked meals, which was quite astonishing to Liu Zhan's insistence. He took charge of the last dish, sauteed asparagus. However, he was overly meticulous, getting caught up in the precise measurements of a little appropriate amount, and just a touch regarding the seasonings, driving Yin Tu nearly to the brink of madness, prompting him to apologize hastily. Fortunately, the dish was ultimately a success. The three of them shared 3 dishes, which was just right, accompanied by staple foods resembling steamed buns. Having endured 2 days of subpar interstellar cuisine, Yin Tu finally caught the familiar scent wafting through the air, momentarily feeling as if she had returned to Earth. Yet there was little on Earth that she longed for. She smiled lightly, feeling a sense of relief within in their culture. The female was to eat first, while the males generally took care of her, serving her food. If the female was pleased, she might share the leftovers with them. When Yin Tu first heard this rule, she thought it was some sort of role-playing game of master and servant. Naturally, she would not feed the males leftovers. After sampling each dish, she called to Xiang and Liu Zhan, "Come eat with me." Fearing that Earth cuisine might not suit the beastmen's palates, she discreetly observed their reactions. Chapter 7. Touching her face, Xiang and Lu Zhan were deeply touched, but insisted on adhering to the custom. However, Yin Tu insisted that they eat together, and they could not refuse, albeit with some reservation. The interstellar ingredients were sourced from specialized resource planets, untouched by industrial pollution, meaning that the naturally grown food was not only healthier than what Yin Tu had consumed on Earth, but also of superior taste. The potatoes were soft and savory, the tomatoes sweet and juicy, while the asparagus was crisp and fragrant. The spare ribs were tender to the bone, enveloped in rich potato mash, offering a flavor even more intense than the meat alone. The beef brisket melted in the mouth, having fully absorbed the essence of the tomatoes, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The two males were utterly astonished by the home-cooked meals prepared by Yin Tu. Just from the aroma, they suspected it would be delicious, but they never imagined it would be this extraordinary. As a native of the empire, they were raised on nutritional supplements, occasionally indulging in natural foods, believing that the delicacies crafted in high-end restaurants were truly delectable. However, after tasting today's dishes, they realized that their previous meals had merely been a waste of ingredients in the presence of Yin Tu. Two males awkwardly maintained a semblance of decorum while eating, yet their focus was unwavering. With company at the table, Yin Tu's appetite was notably better than usual, though still modest. She finished her meal first and left the table. The atmosphere shifted abruptly to one of tension. Xian swiftly snatched 3 out of the 4 remaining ribs on his plate and added a potato. Lu Zhan scooped up the tomato beef brisket until only a small amount of broth and a couple of pitiful pieces of beef remained, along with a few fragments of tomato. It wasn't that the stir-fried asparagus was unappetizing. Rather, both were carnivorous beasts. Even in humanoid form, their dietary preferences were influenced by their beastly nature. Although they were not fond of vegetables, they did not neglect the dish, sharing it equally. After dividing their portions, Xian arranged to share artfully and captured several photographs with his light brain, proudly sending them to his uncle, Fei Li. Xian. Image, Xian. Made by Yin Tu. Delicious. Fei Li was taken aback to receive a message from Xian. This rebellious nephew had seldom contacted him voluntarily since childhood, having rudely declined his communication earlier that day. Yet now, he was reaching out. Upon opening the message, Fei Li was unsurprised to find it related to the young female named Yin Tuesday. The next message read, "A female cooking. Has Xian lost his mind? Setting aside the absurdity of allowing a female to undertake such a perilous task. Could the dishes she prepared even be safe to consume?" Scrolling up revealed images of the food. The light brain could capture scents during photography, simulating and storing them as data to be sent to the recipient. In essence, the interstellar realm had reached a point where photographs could convey aromas. Thus, upon seeing the images, Fei Li was simultaneously struck by the enticing visual allure and the overwhelming fragrance, causing his stomach to audibly grumble in embarrassment. Fei Li, the embarrassed marshal, extended another invitation for a video call with his nephew. This time, Xian accepted readily, appearing satisfied and reclining in his room like a well-fed lion, no longer the imposing figure he usually presented, but rather languid. Observing Xian's relaxed demeanor, Fei Li couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you attempting to land yourself in prison, Xian? Allowing a female to cook for you?" "Xian," Yin commanded, "and I took action that I won't end up in prison." He resembled a child proudly showcasing a favorite reward from school, exclaiming, "We plan to handle our meals this way from now on. She says she will teach me to prepare other dishes." From now on, Fei Li's smile faded as he fixed his gaze on Xian, contemplating for a long moment before stating, "You have no future together. Yin Tu is an exceptional female, the ideal partner in the eyes of nearly every male. I understand your infatuation with her. Young men like you tend to place immense value on love, yearning to drown in its depths. However, Xian, your loss of control rating is currently at 74, not 14 or 24. Even at 64, I might have consented to your union, provided you committed to logistics and never returned to the battlefield, striving to maintain emotional stability. But at 74, that is simply too high. You cannot sustain it for long. Do you intend to continue living in such a reckless manner? She might harbor feelings for you, as you're the youngest major general in the Empire, and I would gladly support you. Your potential is boundless. Yet, she will not be drawn to a lion that can never revert to human form, especially one that has gone mad, that a beast that does not recognize her and might attack her, as if she were a stranger." Xian's expression gradually darkened, and he endeavored to refute Fei Li. "Yin Tu will undergo a second awakening. She is destined to possess psychic abilities," Fei Li sighed. But you are an S-class male. Psychic abilities below A-class have minimal soothing effect on you. The awakening rate for females to attain A-class psychic abilities is less than 2. Are you truly convinced she can achieve this? Xian fell silent. Fei continued. Even A-class females have no shortage of partners. The number of males they can soothe is limited, and the demand for partners has always exceeded supply. You must act swiftly. Xian, Fei's typically commanding tone was suddenly laced with fatigue in this world. We are the last of our kin. You are all I have left. The Ryan family has never been numerous, as if cursed with a fleeting fate. Many have perished on the battlefield, succumbed to illness, or met untimely ends, that the majority due to losing control and transforming. Now, Xian, you face a similar crisis of losing control. Fei decisively stated, you may be willful about many things, but not this. That I have compiled a list of A-class females currently available for partnership. You must review it swiftly and pursue the one that catches your eye, immediately. This communication ended on an unsatisfactory note for both uncle and nephew. Xian closed his eyes, his mind a chaotic jumble. Memories of comrades who had suddenly lost control on the battlefield flooded back. Those frenzied figures, indistinguishable between friend and foe, he found it challenging not to fear becoming one of those mindless beasts. Ultimately meeting a death devoid of dignity, he required psychic solace. However, the awakening rate for A-class psychic abilities was dismally low. He could not place his hopes on Nian Tuesday. His uncle was right. Yet he felt powerless to comply. Restless thoughts spiraled in his mind, causing Xian's breathing to quicken, his eyes reddening. A.S.'s loss of control rating soared to 80. The light brain emitted an urgent alert, promptly notifying his emergency contact. Fei, in an instant, the man on the bed transformed into a lion, shaking off the remnants of his torn clothing before leaping through the window, descending from the second floor. Lu Zhan, with his keen senses, rushed over upon hearing the alarm, but arrived too late. He retrieved the light brain that Xian had left behind, connecting to Marshal Fei's communication to report swiftly. Marshal. This is Lu Zhan. Major General Xian has transformed into his beast form and exited through the window. Based on the evidence, he headed southeast. The scene shows minimal damage and no blood. The distinction between a beastman losing control and one voluntarily shifting forms is stark. The latter retains human thought, while the former embodies a true beast, devoid of rationality. Once a lion loses control, its destructive potential is staggering that a considerable number of officers were dispatched to search, with warnings circulated across departments. Lu Zhan joined the search party for Xian. Before leaving, he glanced at Nian Tu, discovering she had fallen asleep, undisturbed by the chaos, and quietly exited to let her continue resting in the dead of night. Nian Tu drifted in and out of slumber, feeling something fuzzy brushing against her face. Fu Gui, stop it, she mumbled, rolling over and pushing the fluffy creature away. Fu Gui, the prideful orange cat raised by her boss, was notably plump and had an air of superiority regarding everyone in the company, be they leaders or employees. As beneath IT only enjoyed sticking close to Nian Tu, often lounging at her workstation, rolling around and nudging her in an attempt to coax her into petting its soft belly, severely disrupting her work efficiency. Thankfully, as the boss's pet, Nian Tu neither faced salary deductions nor penalties. Instead, her popularity with the prince led to a raise. Her boss had even consulted her privately on how to win Fu Gui's affection. Nian Tu had no choice but to admit that this affinity for animals seemed innate. Not only did Fu Gui adore her, but during her childhood in the countryside, when she was ostracized by her cousins, she found solace amongst various creatures from domesticated chickens, ducks, and dogs to wild squirrels and foxes. They all took a liking to her. The most terrifying encounter was with a pack of wolves in the mountains. To her surprise, the fearsome beasts behaved like playful puppies, and she even managed to pet a chubby wolf cub. Wolf fur, however, is not soft. It is somewhat coarse and prickly, much like the current Fu Gui. But Fu Gui was different. Its fur was undeniably soft. Why did it seem so stiff all of a sudden? And it felt heavier. Even if orange cats are typically plump, this one seemed excessively so. What had it been sneaking to eat lately? Suddenly, Nian Tu found herself pinned under a hefty mass of fluff, nearly choking in disbelief. Even with her sleep-addled mind, she was jolted awake, her eyes meeting a pair of glowing, beastly eyes in the darkness, causing her heart to nearly stop. That IT was not Fu Gui? Right, she had traversed to another world. How could she encounter Fu Gui here? Nian Tu gazed in shock at the creature before her, its massive frame and sturdy muscles, adorned with a mane of thick, long fur, made it unmistakably clear that this was a young, powerful lion. It rested its head on her chest, gazing at her quietly. Having never visited a zoo on Earth, her impressions of lions were solely derived from television programs. Yet she was certain that this lion intruding into her bedroom was far larger than those on Earth, its sheer size daunting that it could likely incapacitate her with a single swipe of its paw, without even needing to unsheathe its sharp fangs. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Nian Tu's complexion paled, her body turning cold. They remained frozen in place, locked in each other's gaze for what felt like an eternity. Gradually, she began to realize that the lion did not seem inclined to attack her. Tentatively, she extended her hand to nudge the lion's head away from her chest. Successfully, she was not bitten, summoning her courage. She sat up and swung her legs over the side of the bed. The lion immediately followed suit, trailing closely behind her, its glowing eyes fixed intently on her, though it does not bite. The lion trailing behind her is enough to instill fear. Nian Tu searched for Xiang and Lu Zhan, only to find that both were absent. In the vast villa, she was left alone with the lion. Was this a sign that fate conspired against her? Are you a beastman, Xiang? Lu Zhan. A sudden thought struck her, realizing that such a possibility existed. The lion remained unresponsive, simply yawning. Nian Tu waved her hand in front of the lion. Hey, can you understand what I'm saying? This time, the lion reacted vigorously, but not in the way she had hoped. It fixated on her hand, emitting a low, excited growl. Startled, Nian Tu quickly withdrew her hand. It seemed the creature was indeed just an animal, not a beastman. Nian Tu ventured into the kitchen, retrieving a piece of seemingly fresh meat. She resolved to satisfy the hunger of the lion that had intruded into her home at midnight. This would considerably reduce the threat to her life. However, when she placed the meat on the floor, the lion merely ignored it. With no other option, she cautiously picked it up and offered it to the lion, which finally approached to sniff but still refused to eat it. It had something else that piqued its interest. The lion licked her hand, sending a shiver through Nian Tu's day. She almost thought her hand was gone. But the lion was merely curious, tilting its head as if puzzled by her startled reaction. After several such encounters, Nian Tu's initial fear transformed into boldness. She boldly reached out to stroke the lion's belly. It was not sunken, but indeed a well-fed lion, which explained its indifference to the meat. The belly, a vulnerable spot for animals, is seldom touched. In normal circumstances, who would dare to caress a lion's belly? Yet this lion had an unusually gentle temperament, allowing Nian Tu to pet it while it rubbed its mane against her shoulder, emitting a purring sound. The more she petted, the more confidence she regained, reminiscent of her childhood days teasing dogs and playing with snakes in the village. What was just a lion to her? No big deal. Realizing that discarding the meat would be wasteful, she washed it, trimmed the surface, and returned it to the fridge. She attempted to contact Xiang and Lu Zhan, inquiring about their whereabouts, but the lion's large head suddenly nudged her, obstructing her efforts to send a message. Stop it! Stop it! Nian Tu ducked and dodged, eventually retreating to her bedroom, where the lion tackled her, resulting in a tangle of limbs. Unable to send her message, she was forced to engage in a playful chase with the lion until fatigue overcame her. And she closed her eyes, breathing heavily. As she rested, she inadvertently fell asleep, her arm draped across the lion, which lay quietly beside her, keeping watch as dawn broke. Nian Tu opened her eyes, her consciousness returning. She reached out but found nothing beside her. Rubbing her eyes, she looked around, puzzled by the absence of a lion. Could it have all been a dream? After some contemplation, she concluded that it must have been a figment of her imagination. After all, who would have a lion wander into their home in the middle of the night? Ridiculous. After washing up, she emerged to find Lu Zhan preparing porridge for breakfast, but Xiang was nowhere in sight. Good morning. Where's Xiang? Good morning, Nian. Lu Zhan replied gently. Major Xiang has left for a mission and has already departed for the base this morning. It's not a dangerous task, so don't worry. I will stay with you to spare the young female from distress. It was best to keep Xiang's uncontrolled incident a secret. Last night, Lu Zhan had searched for the lion without success, as it had eluded the search party. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Nian Tu alone to help find the lion. He had just returned, discovering the broken window yet again, and dutifully repaired it. Luckily, Nian Tu had been asleep at the time. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to explain. Nian Tu, unaware of his thoughts, approached Lu Zhan, suggesting he add some ingredients to the plain porridge, which resulted in a steaming pot of vegetable and lean meat porridge, along with 2 fragrant fried eggs. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Lu Zhan's light brain notified him of a possible sighting of a lion nearby, instructing him to investigate immediately. He had no choice but to make an excuse to Nian Tuesday. "I'm sorry, I have an urgent task. I asked it for a rescue. An emergency? It's all right, you go ahead," Nian Tu automatically assumed, thinking it was normal for a doctor to have urgent work. Lu Zhan had never encountered such a considerate and agreeable female, and he was profoundly grateful. He earnestly thanked her multiple times, praising her, and leaned down to kiss her fingertips. Nian Tu felt embarrassed and wished for a hole to hide in. These male beastmen were truly over the top, treating her as if she were delicate porcelain, praising her for merely contributing a recipe when they had done all the cooking themselves, elevating her to the status of a culinary deity. After finally sending Lu Zhan off, Nian Tu sighed in relief. She continued her breakfast while browsing her light brain, when suddenly a loud crash emanated from Xiang's room. Startled, she wondered if there were intruders in the interstellar realm, specifically targeting her when she was home alone. Without giving her a chance to call for help, footsteps rapidly approached the dining area. Nian Tu instinctively tightened her grip on her fork, holding her breath. Here it comes, a familiar lion's head poked into the dining room. Chapter 9. Possessive instincts. The fierce beast's vertical pupils gazed at Nian Tu, its expression devoid of hostility, filled instead with friendliness. Nian Tu, her palms sweating from anxiety, braced herself for a fight, only to be met with this. Amused yet exasperated, she tossed aside her fork and plopped back in her chair. Without a doubt, this was the same lion from last night. Therefore, her previous experience had not been a dream. The lion, as unreserved as before, pressed against her side, seemingly coveting the remnants of her porridge. "Hey, you can't eat this," Nian Tu said, pushing the bowl away with one hand while using the other to gently nudge the lion's face aside. Yet, once again, her palm was licked. This time, Nian Tu maintained her composure, treating the lion like a towel as she wiped her hands on its fur. As she did so, she examined the majestic creature more closely. In the dim light of the previous night, she could only discern its general outline, but now she beheld its dazzling golden coat, its impressive mane exuding raw, untamed beauty, resembling a youthful and handsome lion king. However, Nian Tu blinked, shaking her head. She was uncertain whether it was an illusion or simply her imagination, but it seemed as though dark wisps were swirling around the lion, appearing ominous. She reached out to touch them, but they eluded her grasp. After several attempts, the lion grew impatient with her poking and let out a low growl, snapping at her hand with a ferocious expression. However, it was merely a feigned bite, its teeth never making contact with Nian Tu's skin. Pretending to be in pain, she exclaimed, "Ah!" The lion immediately released her. Nian Tu couldn't help but find its reaction amusing, seeing a hint of human-like shock and guilt on its face. Unable to contain her laughter, she leaned over the table, only to be playfully nudged by the lion, nearly toppling her chair. Feeling comfortable enough with the lion, Nian Tu daringly gave it a playful slap on the head in retaliation before bolting away. The lion leisurely pursued her, following her back to the bedroom, where it suddenly lunged and tackled her onto the soft beak. A creature of immense strength, the lion demonstrated remarkable control during their playful antics, never harming Nian Tu's delicate frame. Touched by its gentleness, she instinctively employed her unique techniques honed from childhood play, and the lion responded with a contented purr. After enough playtime, Nian Tu's attention returned to the mysterious dark wisps. They were visible yet intangible, as she sensed their presence was detrimental to the lion. Deep in thought on how to dispel these dark wisps, she focused intently, noticing a portion of the darkness dissipating before her eyes. With a spark of inspiration, she concentrated harder, striving to eliminate the remaining wisps. Like a swarm of insects engulfed in flames, the dark mist gradually revealed a widening gap, and a wave of dizziness washed over her, forcing Nian Tu to pause as she rubbed her throbbing temples. Feeling a buzzing in her ears, an overwhelming sense of fatigue enveloped her, but it was not physical, it felt mental. Nian Tu instinctively thought of the beastwoman's spiritual power. Could she truly possess such power? And what then were these dark wisps? With too many unanswered questions, she considered consulting Lu Zhan, who was more knowledgeable in this area. Stealing a glance at the lion, she found it half-lidded, emitting soft purring sounds, appearing drowsy. Seizing the opportunity, she discreetly contacted Lu Zhan via her light brain. "How's work going? A lion has entered our home." Thinking that Lu Zhan had only just left, she presumed he wouldn't see the message right away, but to her surprise, he responded almost instantaneously. "At home." A lion. Shortly after, a video call invitation appeared. Upon connecting, Nian Tu saw Lu Zhan's anxious expression. "You saw a lion? Where is it? Don't panic, hide. There's a safety door beside your wardrobe. Quick!" Nian Tu sensed that he was the one truly panicking and quickly reassured him. "It's definitely a lion. But there's no need to worry. It has a particularly good temperament and is very obedient." Just then, the lion, stirred by the commotion, appeared behind her. When it came into view, Lu Zhan felt his blood run cold. On the screen, the robust lion seemed capable of flattening the petite female with a mere swipe. Certainly, it is indeed possible, and effortlessly so, for Lu Zhan recognized that this was the beast form of Xian. Its aggression was far beyond that of a typical lion. Most importantly, it now lacked the reason of a human, behaving like a truly wild beast, utterly uncontrollable. T might appear docile at the moment, yet could erupt into violence in the next heartbeat. Lu Zhan pondered this. He witnessed the lion's gaze suddenly turn menacing. It took a few steps back, crouching low at a classic stance of preparing to attack. Nian Tu saw the distorted expression of urgency on Lu Zhan's face as he shouted, "Get away! Run! To the safety door!" Confused, she then heard a furious roar as the lion darted past her, charging towards the video screen, seemingly targeting Lu Zhan. However, the screen was merely a virtual projection, and it inevitably missed its mark. Lu Zhan was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. He never expected that Major Xian would disregard the vulnerable little female right before him, choosing instead to target him. Nian Tu, exasperated, jumped down from the bed to pull the lion, which had missed its leap, and upon inspection, she found its hide to be tough and resilient. Even after a heavy fall, it remained unscathed, allowing her to strike its head lightly. "Why do you still want to bite someone?" She discerned that this troublesome lion had indeed acted with genuine intent, a stark contrast to its previous playful demeanor. Lu Zhan's brow twitched as he observed her assault on the lion. The once ferocious creature now appeared rather subdued, only letting out a couple of discontented growls, but nothing too loud. It looked surprisingly obedient. Yet, Lu Zhan could not shake off his apprehension. What a ridiculous notion. This was an uncontrollable beastman. No one would ever use words like obedient, docile, or compliant to describe a rampaging male beastman. Most were secured before losing control. And an incident like Xian's, where the instability surged by 6 points in a short time, was exceedingly rare. Such occurrences were grave, often resulting in injury. Many escaped beastmen had records of violence, with some ferocious creatures even causing fatalities. Witnessing how Xian had attacked him earlier revealed the true nature of an uncontrolled beastman. Lu Zhan urged Nian Tu, "Stay away from him. I will return shortly. You must wait for me inside the safety door." Upon hearing this, the lion became alert, fixating its gaze on him with ill intent. Before Nian Tu could respond, she was knocked down by the lion, crashing back onto the soft bed. The lion, in a domineering manner, enveloped her beneath its body, growling threateningly at Lu Zhan, clearly asserting its claim over Nian Tu, brimming with possessiveness. Chapter 10. Cradled and embraced. The sight was too stimulating. Lu Zhan's heart nearly stopped. He vowed that after this, he would confront Xian fiercely, determined to leave that detestable lion with a bruised visage. He anxiously fixed his gaze on the video, watching as the lion lowered its head, sniffing around the delicate face of the helpless female, as if contemplating where to begin its assault. In the next moment, to Lu Zhan's dismay, the lion opened its massive jaws with a resounding thud. Nian Tu swiftly smacked the lion on the head. "Don't scare people." To his astonishment, the lion actually closed its mouth and licked her fingertips. Whether it was an illusion or not, Lu Zhan thought he detected a semblance of appeasement in the lion's expression. Surely, this must be a figment of his imagination. An uncontrollable beastman could not possibly exhibit such human-like emotions. Nian Tu, having smacked it lightly, then comfortingly stroked the lion's sturdy back, planting a kiss on its fluffy face. The lion appeared to be immensely pleased. In return, it nuzzled her chin gently and tentatively licked her, prompting Nian Tu to giggle and shrink her neck in delight. "Go away. Stop it." The lion's rough tongue, lined with barbs, could easily tear through the flesh of its prey if it desired. It could effortlessly harm the soft skin of the little female. Yet, it was exceedingly cautious, causing no harm whatsoever, despite Lu Zhan's lingering disbelief. The repeated evidence before him compelled him to acknowledge that the lion indeed bore no aggression towards Nian Tuesday. He finally recalled an overlooked detail from the reports of the soldiers who rescued her from the primal resource planet when they found Nian Tu sleeping. A pack of wild beasts was guarding her. This was utterly astonishing. Have you always been so adored by animals? Lu Zhan inquired. Nian Tu paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, she then smiled, and I like them very much too. What a remarkable female, able to endear even the most untamed beasts. Lu Zhan felt himself further captivated by her, while simultaneously grappling with jealousy. He wondered if he were to transform into a beast form. Would he earn her affection? Unable to endure any longer, he severed the video connection, leaving behind a promise to return. Nian Tu, having mounted the lion's back, marveled at the advanced medical technology of the interstellar world. She had thought Lu Zhan would be occupied until evening, yet the task concluded more swiftly than expected. The majestic lion dutifully carried its cherished little female, striding through the villa as if surveying its territory. Upon reaching Xian's bedroom, Nian Tu gazed at the shattered window, remaining silent for a few seconds before tugging at the lion's mane. Did you do this? No wonder there had been such a loud crash. She had entirely forgotten to investigate. It turned out that this creature had entered through the window. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan, rushing back, was unaware that the window he had just repaired that morning had suffered further damage. The lion looked utterly innocent, tilting its head at Nian Tu as if oblivious to its wrongdoing. It believed Nian Tu was merely playing, for the strength of her small hands was negligible. Striking it hardly caused any discomfort. Nian Tu gazed helplessly at the lion, who still wished to frolic with her. Should it be said that it was a young lion, brimming with energy, as she half-heartedly entertained the excited lion? She continued to contend with the dark mist enveloping it. The bad news was that the dark mist was exceedingly abundant, and after clearing a portion, she began to feel weary. The good news was that the dark mist she had eradicated showed no signs of returning. This meant that with repeated efforts, she would eventually clear all of it away. As the dark mist diminished, the lion's condition visibly improved. Nian Tu felt that it had not only become more composed, but also exhibited a newfound wisdom in its gaze. Encouraged, she vowed to eradicate every last remnant of the dark mist. However, just as she found a place to sit comfortably and resumed her work, she noticed the lion's ears twitching, suddenly turning its head towards the window. What's wrong? The lion's eyes were alert as it stood to observe the outside world, then glanced back at Nian Tu, its eyes reflecting hesitation. Ultimately, it made up its mind and leaped through the window, disappearing in an instant amidst Nian Tu's worried exclamations. Nian Tu leaned over the broken window, scanning for the lion, but it was nowhere to be found. As Lu Zhan returned, he caught sight of Nian Tu peering out from the damaged window. Prompting him to sprint towards the house, that he swiftly enveloped her in his arms, pulling her away from the window in a seamless motion. Startled, Nian Tu found herself lifted off the ground, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Her body enveloped in a flurry of emotions, she averted her gaze, unable to meet Lu Zhan's eyes. What was happening? Why was he suddenly holding her like this? Lu Zhan could swear that his intentions in embracing Nian Tu were purely protective, wishing only to distance her from the perilous window. Yet, once the danger had passed, they remained in that position, and he became acutely aware of the extraordinarily soft sensation of her form against him. So close, he could inhale her uniquely sweet and warm fragrance, reminiscent of the first rays of sunlight gracing a garden adorned with morning dew. After several deep breaths, he reluctantly set Nian Tu down. Regaining his composed and restrained demeanor, he inclined his head in apology. I apologize for the intrusion. However, please promise me, do not stand in such perilous places again. It was then that Nian Tu realized her folly. Though she didn't perceive any danger from the height of the two-story villa, she nodded in agreement. I was just looking for the lion. It jumped out of the window and disappeared. Seeing Lu Zhan's serious expression, she sensed that the situation was more complicated than it seemed and inquired, do you know it? Lu Zhan hesitated briefly before nodding that he truly recognized it. Nian Tu was taken aback. Then, is it beastman? It is, Lu Zhan replied, trying to conceal Xian's loss of control from her, not wanting her to worry. Yet, faced with Nian Tu's question, he was unwilling to deceive her further. Moreover, the lion had already entered their domain. Taking advantage of Nian Tu's ignorance regarding its true nature, Liu Zhan could no longer tolerate it. If Nian Tu were to piece together the truth about Xian, he would no longer shield that detestable lion. Nian Tu's expression grew blank. But it doesn't look like a beast man, does it? Although the mighty lion was astute, it evidently remained within the realm of animals. She distinctly remembered reading in a popular science book that male beastmen could shift freely between human and beast forms. And while influenced by some animal instincts in beast form, their cognition remained unchanged from their human state. The most apparent distinction was that beastmen could still speak even in their beast forms. Yet she had not heard the lion utter a single word. Could it be that it was merely pretending? Because it is an uncontrollable male, Liu Zhan explained, in literature aimed at females, there are seldom detailed descriptions of uncontrollable males, as this could lead to an aversion towards them, even causing females to shy away from their partners. After all, females harbor a profound aversion to the crude, beastly forms of males, which account for the latter's habitual maintenance of their human forms, rarely transforming into their beastly counterparts. Liu Zhan gazed intently at Nian Tu, elucidating. Males begin to lose control gradually once their instability value reaches 80, when they transform into their beastly forms after losing control. They act devoid of reason. Upon reaching a value of 100, they completely become beasts, unable to revert to their human forms. The aggressive nature of these males is intense. They are frenzied and irrational. Their lifespans drastically shortened, akin to a fire burning rapidly. Soon to be reduced to ashes, Liu Zhan meticulously observed Nian Tu's expression, feeling anxious as he noted her disgust. Yet, even if that were the case, he would not hold it against her. He would simply exercise greater caution, refraining from transforming before her. Nian Tu remained silent for a considerable time. There was no trace of revulsion on her face. Only pure compassion and sympathy. If earlier she had felt a flicker of irritation upon discovering the lion was a beast man, that anger had now been extinguished, leaving only concern that if I possess mental strength, could I perhaps save him? Chapter 11. I will take it seriously. Although her interaction with the lion was brief, Nian Tu found herself unable to remain a bystander to its suffering. Whether it was a true lion or a beast man, she wished for its survival. If I can awaken my mental strength, I could soothe him, right? She inquired of Liu Zhan. Liu Zhan had never felt such jealousy towards Xiang before. He did not envy Xiang's lineage, his rank, or the fact that he had a powerful uncle. However, he was consumed by jealousy that Xiang could enter Nian Tu's heart before him, albeit in the guise of a lion. What could that lion possibly possess that was so appealing? He struggled to compose himself, forcing down his jealousy as he consoled Nian Tu. Do not bear the burden of responsibility. He is not your partner. Noticing his evasion of her question, Nian Tu furrowed her brow in thought, finally recalling a crucial point. To provide mental comfort to a male, the female's mental strength level must not be significantly lower than the male's genetic level. What level is he? She asked. Females are categorized by their mental strength, ranging from E to A, with exceedingly rare S level. Males also have levels based on their genetics, the higher the level, the greater the overall quality, also ranging from E to S. Liu Zhan initially intended to avoid the question, but seeing Nian Tu's resolute demeanor, he reluctantly admitted, S level, he was an S level male. Nian Tu was taken aback, an S level male. No wonder. Only females of a level or higher can soothe S level males, and even B-level females have minimal effect. In truth, S level females would be most effective in providing comfort. However, it had been centuries since a female had awakened S level mental strength in the Empire. Since the passing of the last S level female, the highest mental strength among females had only reached a level, a rarity, comprising merely 2 of all females. Given such slim odds, Nian Tu lacked confidence in her ability to become one of that 2. Liu Zhan accompanied Nian Tu to the living room, where he poured her a warm beverage. The forlorn expression on her face tugged at his heartstrings. He would not disclose to her that he too was an S-level beastman. For him, mental comfort was significant, yet not paramount. That he simply wished to be Nian Tu's male, even if she could not provide him solace. He was willing to face his fate with acceptance. He felt this way, but he could not ascertain whether the lion shared his sentiments. After all, most males would prefer to cling to life, choosing to partner with females capable of providing them comfort. Furthermore, that fellow had a powerful uncle. A formidable patriarch would not permit Xiang to tread down a path of no return. Or not worry too much. His instability value has just breached 80. There's still hope that it is only upon reaching 100 that one is truly beyond salvation. Nian Tu regained her composure. Indeed, A-level females were merely rare, not extinct like S-level females. With some effort, the lion could still seek the mental comfort of a female. Moreover, Nian Tu recalled the dark, mist-like substances she had observed on the lion. Intangible, yet susceptible to her focused eradication. If the lion was a beastman, then this dark mist was likely related to the instability value of male beastmen. Could it be that her process of dispelling the mist constituted mental comfort? Nian Tu described the dark mist to Lu Zhan and inquired what it could be. To her surprise, Lu Zhan appeared astonished. Please wait. I will check the data. With his extensive knowledge and years of medical experience, he had never encountered such a dark mist. It was entirely normal that males could not see it. However, females of the same gender as Nian Tu had never mentioned anything akin to this dark mist. Lu Zhan suspected that perhaps his understanding was insufficient. Nevertheless, after scouring most relevant literature, he was certain that even the deceased S-level females had never claimed to see such a mist during their lifetimes. Lu Zhan was astonished, while Nian Tu was even more so. Other females could not see the dark mist, staring at one another. Nian Tu could not help but ask, then how do other females provide mental comfort to males? Can you teach me? Before her words had fully left her lips, she watched as Lu Zhan's fair complexion rapidly flushed crimson, his stern expression faltering, his gaze flickering, unable to meet hers. It was as if she had uttered something scandalous. His voice faltered, unable to produce sound, his handsome face aglow, head lowered, breath quickening. After a moment, once he had regained his composure, Lu Zhan still dared not look directly at Nian Tu, though he endeavored to restore calmness to his tone. Typically, females only provide mental comfort to their own partners. This was something Nian Tu already knew. She had always believed that due to limited mental strength, females naturally prioritize their partners. Yet, Lu Zhan's reaction and his emphasis on this point made her instinctively uneasy. Sure enough, his next words were, because the method of providing mental comfort is through mating. In the intimate union, the fluctuations of the female's mental strength resonate with the male, offering him solace. This elucidated why females usually only provided comfort to their partners. Nian Tu understood, her face reddening as if the heat were contagious, particularly as Lu Zhan added fuel to the fire. You have amnesia, so I will not take your invitation seriously this time. But should you invite me again, that I will certainly take it to heart. Nian Tu felt as though her face might ignite. She longed to traverse back to 3 minutes prior and silence her ignorant, audacious self. She covered her face and collapsed onto the sofa. Yet Lu Zhan's hand rested gently on her shoulder from behind, the warmth of his palm seeping through her clothing to her skin, sending a jolt through her entire being. Chapter 12. Signals of courtship. Nian Tu turned her head to escape, but Lu Zhan gently covered her mouth. Shoo! His expression turned alert as he focused on Xiang's room. His entire demeanor had shifted, no longer resembling the refined gentleman of everyday life, but rather a wolf poised for battle. Nian Tu perked up her ears, straining to listen, and indeed, sounds emanated from Xiang's room. Was the lion returning to seek her out again? Fearing a confrontation between Lu Zhan and the lion, she anxiously prepared to intervene. When the door opened, 2 long legs appeared, following the tailored military trousers upward. Nian Tu beheld Xiang's handsome visage. What are you two doing? Xiang frowned at their posture. Only then did Nian Tu realize that Lu Zhan's hand still rested on her shoulder, the other hand hovering before her mouth. Their proximity and the ambiguous nature of their stance made it appear to Xiang as if they were on the verge of something more. Lu Zhan narrowed his eyes and straightened. Releasing Nian Tuesday, he did not respond to Xiang, but instead retorted, "Why enter through the window when there is a perfectly good front door?" Xiang's expression was subtle, a hint of awkwardness flitting across his features. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in his own bedroom, likely having crashed through the window in beast form that he hastily dressed, only to step out and witness Lu Zhan seemingly on the cusp of doing something inappropriate with Nian Tuesday. Nian Tu was surprised that it was not the lion who had come. Curiously, she asked Xiang, "Lu Zhan mentioned you had a mission and had returned to base. What brings you back so suddenly? Surely you couldn't have completed your task that quickly. Did you forget something?" Xiang had no idea what he might have forgotten. His memories halted prior to losing control, and he was unaware that he was currently embodying the persona of a task-oriented individual. Fortunately, Lu Zhan did not press him, stepping in to clarify. Indeed, You left your light brain behind. I've already secured it for you and will retrieve it now. Liu Zhan led the way, with Xiang following behind, using the pretext of finding the light brain to evade Nian Tu and converse privately. Upon seeing the shattered window in Xiang's room, Liu Zhan could not help but snort. I've already repaired the window for you once. This time, you will fix it yourself. Xiang, feeling guilty, nodded in agreement. Although he had acted without reason during his loss of control upon regaining his senses, he had no memory of what had transpired. Nonetheless, he was still accountable for the mischief caused by the lion. Uncertain of what havoc he had wreaked beyond the broken window, Xiang felt a sense of unease. Being confined after losing control was inevitable. The Empire had a dedicated regulatory bureau for such males. Males like him, whose instability value had reached 80, could only be released if a female of sufficient rank was willing to bail him out and provide mental comfort. Otherwise, he would likely remain under strict surveillance at the bureau if he had harmed anyone or committed murder during his outburst. Even if a female wished to bail him out, he would still face continued imprisonment depending on the severity of his offenses. Alongside demotion and financial restitution. How many days have I lost control? He pondered as he asked Liu Zhan, hoping the situation was not too dire. He was prepared to be confined in the regulatory bureau for a lifetime, as he would never accept any female other than Nian Tuesday. However, if he had truly harmed someone during his loss of control, he would be tormented by his conscience for the rest of his days. Rest assured, you neither killed nor harmed anyone. Liu Zhan understood his thoughts. As for the matter of being out of control for a few days, Liu Zhan appeared contemplative. Don't you recall anything that occurred during your loss of control? For beastmen, the period of losing control felt like a dream. Upon waking, all memories faded, leaving only the faintest remnants. Xian felt similarly. Yet he found it somewhat peculiar. When he regained consciousness, he felt a sense of fulfillment and happiness, as if the time spent in loss of control had not been painful, but rather enjoyable. Moreover, he seemed to have encountered Nian Tu, who was so gentle, and he felt utterly relaxed in her presence. As he spoke, Xian began to blush. He attributed this to his fondness for Nian Tu, believing that his subconscious was filled with thoughts of her, resulting in this illusion. Liu Zhan interrupted him. From last night until now, you have only been out of control for 17 hours. Once males lose control, they typically remain beastified for at least 3 days, generally around a week before returning to human form. Recovering after just 17 hours is an unprecedented. Her attire and jewelry were extravagant, and her makeup was meticulously crafted to the last strand of hair, a clear indication of a life steeped in opulence. Yet at this moment, her demeanor resembled that of a shrew, akin to the raucous woman Nian Tu had encountered in the past. The plump boy emulated her, fiercely kicking at his brother. Your father has been cast aside by our mother. My father is now her rightful husband. You should leave at once. Unable to bear it any longer, Nian Tu attempted to intervene, only to suddenly notice the young male, who had been struck, lifting his head with a cold smile. At last, she discerned his face, marked by an eerie beauty, marred now by bruises and blood. With his eyes filled with crimson veins, his emotions surged, his gaze reddening until, to Nian Tu's astonishment, they transformed into slitted pupils. In that moment, he morphed into a massive black serpent. A gasp rippled through the store. Swiftly followed by chaos, that Liu Zhan moved with lightning speed, shielding Nian Tu behind him. The Mamba, this serpent was venomous. A single bite could be life-threatening, but if treated promptly, it might not be fatal. Yet the agony would be unbearable. And if help were delayed, even divine intervention would be futile. The crowd scattered in panic, but the middle-aged female and her plump son, closest to the serpent, were ensnared, screaming as they faced the serpent's venomous fangs. Weeping copiously, the boy continued to cry and curse, while the mother trembled, pleading for mercy. It was futile. Someone revealed the truth. He had lost control and could no longer comprehend human speech. Nian Tu focused intently and noticed dark mist coiling around the serpent's body. This frenzied black serpent was aggressive and venomous, and she dared not approach it lightly. Yet, she could not stand idly by, not for the self-destructive mother and son, but for the young male who still had a future. After much hesitation, she removed her outer coat and tentatively tossed it toward the serpent. An uproar ensued. Had she lost her senses? What audacity did this young female possess to provoke a venomous serpent? Would she be slaughtered? Chapter 14. You are very obedient. The delicate young female, with her snow-white complexion and exquisite beauty, was captivating enough to render one unable to look away. No one wished to witness her being attacked by the serpent. Her beauty extinguished, some in attendance were fans of Nian Tu, having recognized her strong sense of responsibility and uniqueness since the incident at the Emerald Pavilion. They could tell that Nian Tu was not seeking trouble but was unwilling to watch the serpent commit murder. Unfortunately, the young female was too naive, perhaps unaware that such actions could provoke disaster. Run, they urged, do not let her be bitten. Even if she survives, she may be maimed. Lu Zhan grasped Nian Tu's hand. Though he disapproved of her actions, he did not chastise her for her reckless bravery, swiftly lifting her away from danger that a beast in a state of uncontrolled transformation could not endure even the slightest provocation. It would attack anyone who dared to offend it. The black mamba, indeed, was infuriated by the coat thrown at it, releasing the nearly unconscious mother and son, and instead it violently coiled around the outer garment. The soft, pale yellow fabric, imbued with the young female's delicate scent, appeared all the more fragile against the serpent's metallic sheen scales, as if it would disintegrate into tatters at any moment. However, contrary to expectations, the sound of tearing fabric did not follow. The crowd stared in astonishment as the crazed black mamba hesitated upon contact with the coat, slowing its movements, nudging it as if to sniff it. What was it doing? It seemed to be calming down. No, wait. It had realized that this soft, fragrant object was inanimate, and the serpent once again descended into madness. It did not discard Nian Tu's coat. Instead, it coiled around it, its intentions clear, heading straight for Nian Tu. Lu Zhan moved swiftly through the crowd, maintaining a safe distance from the black serpent. Yet the serpent had locked onto Nian Tu, capable of pinpointing her location no matter where she tried to hide. After several position changes, the crowd gasped in alarm. Lu Zhan abandoned the notion of evasion, choosing instead to lead Nian Tu away from the throng to avoid collateral damage. The black serpent closed in rapidly, and Lu Zhan shielded Nian Tu from harm, rolling up his sleeves, prepared for a swift resolution. In one-on-one confrontation, he was confident he would not be at a disadvantage. His reluctance to engage stemmed from his desire to protect Nian Tu's day. But given the serpent's fixation on her, he had no choice but to resolve the matter with force. It was evident that males inherently possessed a competitive energy. The black serpent regarded Lu Zhan with disdain. Perceiving him as an obstacle that had long occupied the space beside its target, It had long desired to eliminate this rival and possess its soft, fragrant target entirely. Unlike the composed Lu Zhan, the frenzied black mamba was impulsive, launching an attack on Nian Tu to her shock. Before tossing the coat, she had been acutely aware that she was courting danger, yet she believed it unlikely she would be harmed. Even wild lions had submitted to her presence. Moreover, in her youth, she had often played with snakes, oblivious to their toxicity, and had never been bitten. However, she had overlooked the fact that Lu Zhan was by her side. For beastmen, protecting females was an inherent duty. Numerous unfamiliar males now stepped forward to defend her, not to mention that Lu Zhan was her guardian. Her recklessness would ultimately fall upon Lu Zhan's shoulders. "Stop!" Nian Tu extended her hand, signaling for restraint. The crowd fell silent. This charming young female appeared somewhat naive. Did she truly believe she could halt the rampaging male? How improbable! To their astonishment, the black mamba indeed paused its assault at the sound of her voice. It seemed eager to approach the delicately sculpted young female, but Lu Zhan's presence obstructed its path, causing it to grow increasingly agitated. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. Was it merely an illusion? Did the serpent not wish to harm this young female? Yet, a male in a state of frenzy was no different from a beast. They would not refrain from attacking simply because their target was a female. Numerous incidents of uncontrolled males assaulting females had occurred in the past. It had previously sought to kill his mother, another female. In my opinion, it was merely because this young female possessed a kindred disposition that it was drawn to her. You fool! A beast does not care for kindness. The frenzied male is no different. I believe it still intends to strike at this young female. Nian Tu sought to dispel the dark mist enveloping the serpent, but the distance proved too great for her efforts to yield significant results. She attempted to convey her thoughts to Lu Zhan through her gaze. Lu Zhan responded, "No, you cannot risk yourself further. This male, even 100 of his kind combined, could not compare to the worth of a single strand of Nian Tu's hair. He was unworthy to approach her. let alone allow the precious female to risk her life in an attempt to save him. Yet, Nian Tu's pleading eyes ultimately softened Lu Zhan's resolve. He relented and accompanied her closely toward the black mamba. Unbeknownst to her, his hand had discreetly grasped a compact energy gun. Should anything go awry, he would instantly protect Nian Tu and deliver a severe lesson to the serpent. The black serpent's scales were hard and sharp. Yet Nian Tu boldly reached out, touching it directly. Gasps filled the air. The onlookers were too anxious to watch, fearing the serpent might suddenly turn and strike this audacious young female. After a tense moment, the black serpent remained passive. "Good. You are very obedient," Nian Tu murmured softly. She recalled that this was a male beastman, not a true animal, and refrained from overstepping, merely comforting it by stroking its head. Concentrating her energy, she found the dark mist before her suddenly vulnerable, swiftly breaking through its barrier and continuing to dissipate. Gradually, the black serpent transformed from agitated to calm beneath the young female's soothing touch. It coiled around her wrist, its movements careful, not intending to attack, but rather to retain her presence. Its venomous fangs retracted, and it now appeared significantly less aggressive, docilely entwining itself around the young female. A profound silence enveloped the scene as all watched in awe at this extraordinary tableau. By the gods! Is this real? They could not comprehend what Nian Tu had done, only witnessing her seemingly inexplicable power, as the frenzied male succumbed to her charm, behaving submissively. Even the authorities tasked with controlling uncontrolled males, who typically resorted to violence, were rendered speechless by this peaceful, bloodless spectacle, which felt like a dream. The exquisitely featured young female, her eyes filled with compassion and gentleness, had rescued the fallen male beastman. The spectators were moved and astonished. Lu Zhan gazed at Nian Tu with rapt attention. Suddenly, he noticed the apothecary from earlier rushing toward them, preparing to frown and express that he had no time for conversation. However, the apothecary's focus was not on him this time. The middle-aged male knelt, tears brimming, raising his arms in exultation, a messenger of the beast god. This female must be sent by the beast god. Chapter 15. Bewildered, in the age of the stars, true believers were few. Yet the myths and beliefs of antiquity persisted. People occasionally uttered phrases like "by the beast god" to express astonishment or offer blessings. That a small faction sincerely worshipped the beast god, believing in the legends that describe how the deity occasionally dispatched messengers to aid beastmen in their trials. The apothecary was among those who believed. Though he had lived for over 300 years and was now middle-aged, he had never witnessed any miracles. Yet today, a miracle had unfolded before his very eyes. Lu Zhan remained silent, unable to fathom what the apothecary was thinking. Nonetheless, he did agree that Nian Tu was indeed a unique miracle in the universe. The shopkeeper's actions were highly provocative, easily swaying the already startled crowd that had been captivated by Nian Tu's day. Many were now following her with fervent gazes. As Nian Tu regained her composure, she felt a prickling sensation on her back. She was not one to seek the spotlight, yet she had repeatedly found herself the center of attention since her arrival in this new world. Fortunately, the regulatory agency arrived just in time to disperse the throng, allowing Nian Tu to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the presence of the armed personnel from the agency aroused the vigilance of the black mamba snake. It bared its fangs once more, assuming a threatening posture, prepared to inject lethal venom at any moment. The personnel from the regulatory agency were well-versed in handling these uncontrollable males and recognized the danger posed by the black mamba. Despite being fully equipped, they dared not act rashly. After all, they had lost team members in similar operations before, and injuries were commonplace. As they strategized, they noticed that the small female beside the black snake raised her hand and forcibly closed its mouth. "No showing your teeth," Nian Tu admonished sternly, then gently patted the black snake, saying, "I don't like it when you bite. Biting is wrong. Do you understand?" Whether the black snake comprehended her words or not, it did remain docile until Nian Tu led it before the agency personnel. Nian Tu praised it. "Good boy." The black snake flicked its tongue, indicating it felt pleased and relaxed, its attention solely on Nian Tu, ignoring the armed personnel surrounding them. Concerned that the agency might take the black snake away without her, and fearing it would resist, Nian Tu pondered for a moment before pulling the soft yellow fur coat that the black snake had lovingly coiled around itself. Tying its sleeves together, she draped the coat over the black snake. It absolutely adored it. Though an inanimate object could not compare to a living being, The coat carried Nian Tu's scent and was warm and soft, serving as a comforting substitute. Nian Tu nodded to the agency personnel, signaling they could take the black snake. However, she felt compelled to defend it, explaining it lost control because it was bullied. There are reasons for its behavior. Please do not blame IT. IT is the victim here. Some murmured in response, questioning what constituted a victim. Males were expected to provide for females and obey them. Although the black snake was not her mate, it was still like a son, and it should heed her words. The younger males today were simply too naive and emotionally fragile. Nian Tu furrowed her delicate brow, asserting, respecting females does not mean unconditional obedience. A mother cannot treat her children equally by exploiting them, beating, or scolding them. This is not right. Wrong is wrong, regardless of whether one is male or female. Everyone must take responsibility for their actions. The crowd fell silent before erupting with even louder voices. You are absolutely right. I can testify that today, this incident was entirely due to the provocations from this mother-son duo, who instigated and assaulted the victim, continuously provoking his emotions until he lost control. I can attest to that. I was a witness throughout. I can too. I even recorded a video. The small, timid figure in the corner and the harsh female suddenly realized they had stirred the ire of the crowd and dared not speak. No one paid them any mind. The regulatory personnel solemnly assured that they would consider all information and render a fair judgment. The leading officer quietly inquired of Nian Tu, do you possess a unique ability to soothe uncontrollable beastmen? Such a capability, as it appeared, was unparalleled throughout the empire, distinct from the spiritual calming exhibited by other females. She seemed to do almost nothing, yet the effects were astonishing. Nian Tu felt a twinge of caution, replying, I simply tend to be favored by animals. Unruly beastmen are akin to wild creatures, exhibiting strong aggression towards outsiders, yet they are gentle with her. You are far too modest, the officer remarked, while others might not discern it. The captain, who frequently dealt with uncontrollable beastmen, could clearly see that the Black Mamba's demeanor had calmed significantly, the chaos level now undoubtedly below 80. This was not mere animal affinity, but rather a new form of spiritual soothing unknown to the Empire. May I invite you to visit the regulatory agency, so our researchers may conduct an examination? Nian Tu's eyes widened, retreating behind Lu Zhan. What do you intend to do? Ever since she learned that only she could perceive the peculiar black mist, she knew she was special. After all, she was a time traveler, and having some uniqueness was to be expected. Yet, this peculiarity could also bring her harm to visit the regulatory agency and undergo an examination. Would they draw her blood and dissect her for research? Lu Zhan wrapped his arm around Nian Tu's shoulders, softly reassuring her, do not fear. Nothing will happen. The Empire's sole misstep had been the attempt to artificially cultivate females. That endeavor had caused significant turmoil, prompting the Empire to reflect and henceforth resolutely refrain from any unethical research. Not even males, nor criminals, would be subjected to human experimentation, let alone precious females at that moment. The captain of the regulatory agency appeared dazed and alarmed, seemingly more frightened than Nian Tu's. The inquiry from the female had struck him hard. His voice trembled as he swore, I vow, the regulatory agency will not cause you any harm. We only wish to confirm whether this ability truly exists. If it does, then you will become a unique treasure of the Empire, the most esteemed individual. Even the royal family would need to pay their respects before you, honoring you as a distinguished guest. As for human experimentation, such vile and unethical acts are only committed by infamous interstellar pirates. With the assurance of not being subjected to dissection, Nian Tu's curiosity about her uniqueness was piqued, and she tentatively agreed to the agency's invitation. Upon arrival, the director personally attended to her, and the staff exhibited utmost respect. Accompanied by Lu Zhan, Nian Tu underwent an examination, emerging unscathed, with not even a blood draw. This left her feeling a twinge of embarrassment for misunderstanding the agency's intentions. The results of the examination came swiftly, leaving everyone astonished. This was A level, even surpassing A level. Had she not formally awakened, yet her spiritual fluctuations were already so potent? Were they fortunate enough to witness the emergence of an S-level female? Boldly, perhaps even higher than S-level. Chapter 16. Fated partners all fell silent. Higher than S-level. Could it be SS level? No wonder she could command the obedience of uncontrollable males so effortlessly. Throughout the history of the Empire, there had never been a record of an SS level female. Males, however, had always had a few exceptional individuals surpassing S level, such as the current imperial crown prince and the renowned war god Marshal, both of whom were SS level males. Yet, restrained by the absence of females capable of soothing their spirits, they faced a dire predicament where once they lost control, there was no remedy. If Nian Tu could awaken her SS level psychic ability, she would become their sole savior, their destined partner. Liu Zhan gazed at Nian Tu, surrounded by admirers, feeling a pang of bitterness. Awakening a high-level psychic ability was indeed a boon, and he genuinely felt elated for Nian Tu's day. However, with this, not only would the Lion Xiang be a rival, but also those powerful figures within the empire would also become his competitors. Once, he had scorned those males who resorted to all manner of tricks to vie for favor. Now, he found himself willingly among them. Liu Zhan's expression darkened. Having risen from a garbage planet to this day, he had accomplished what he set out to do, overcoming both the possible and the impossible. He was never afraid of contending with the strong. Regaining his composure, Liu Zhan spoke softly. The last examination was just yesterday, and your psychic fluctuations were still quite weak. The rapid escalation to such heights signifies that you are on the verge of a formal awakening. He explained to Nian Tu that when a female formally awakens, her psychic energy would erupt, and all nearby males would feel its effects. The higher the psychic level of the female, the wider the influence would be. E-level females affected only those within a meter during awakening. L-level females could envelop an entire building. S-level females would resonate with males citywide. Should an SS-level female awaken, no one could fathom the extent of the impact. But it would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. Females experiencing a psychic eruption would be immediately transported to the Holy Land to receive the blessings of the divine tree until the tumult subsided, at which point their psychic abilities would fully awaken. The Holy Land was recorded as the cradle of beastman civilization, and the divine tree was an ancient tree that had grown for millions of years. In an age marked by atheism, most had ceased to believe in the blessings of the divine tree. Nevertheless, this process was preserved as a traditional ritual. Having listened to Liu Zhan's explanation, Nian Tu felt a surge of awe. As she regained her senses, she realized she was surrounded by fervent gazes. It seems you do not have a partner yet. If you are dissatisfied with the males around you, we can recommend some exceptional males to serve you. A variety of types are at your disposal. This was the future S-level female, and everyone wished to associate with her. To serve her would be a tremendous honor. Moreover, she was so sweet, gentle, and approachable, completely lacking the temper and arrogance seen in other females. No male could remain unaffected by her presence. Nian Tu quickly shook her head, firmly refusing that. I am very satisfied with the male beside me. She emphasized, it is my issue. I do not wish to marry. What fault could there possibly be in Liu Zhan? Her remarkable appearance and thoughtful disposition, coupled with her ability to navigate both the grand hall and the kitchen, suggest that, placed upon this earth, she may never encounter a man of such exceptional quality again. It is, regrettably, her own predicament. The trauma from her upbringing has rendered her devoid of expectations concerning marriage. Moreover, the longevity of the beastmen, living for up to 500 years, starkly contrasts with her own fleeting human existence, which spans but a few decades, until she can ascertain the duration of her own life. She cannot hastily forge a bond with another. Despite Nian Tu taking the burden upon herself, Liu Zhan found himself the target of a barrage of disapproving glances, chastising him for his lack of ambition. Nian Tu felt a pang of guilt. As she journeyed home, her thoughts became increasingly tangled, and she suddenly realized that she had essentially tethered Liu Zhan and Xiang to her as guardians. Her intention was not to pursue a partnership with them, yet she was inadvertently hindering their chances of finding suitable mates. A selfish act indeed. Were you thinking? Liu Zhan's gray-blue eyes reflected Nian Tu's figure as he spoke. May I share your burdens? His earnest demeanor only intensified Nian Tu's feelings of shame. Looking down, she murmured, being my guardian seems to offer you no advantages. Perhaps we should sever our ties. Liu Zhan was taken aback, but quickly composed himself, forcing a smile. No, I seek no benefits. You have stated that we are family, and that is what I desire. You have given me more than enough. After all, he was an orphan, bereft of family since childhood. His tone was pitiful, sending shivers down Nian Tu's spine. Liu Zhan's words made her feel as if she had picked up a stray dog, only to decide after a couple of days that it deserved more freedom and contemplated abandoning it. Such behavior was utterly inhumane. What she could hardly bear, however, was when Lu Zhan suddenly crouched at her feet, transforming into a magnificent white wolf. Lu Zhan's beast form was indeed that of a wolf, snow-white and impressively large. Thankfully, the spacious interior of the aircraft could accommodate such a sizable creature. Otherwise, it would have been quite impossible. The snow wolf, though grand in stature, bore a pitiful expression as it gazed up at Nian Tu, its eyes seemingly pleading. The effect of its fluffy, woeful demeanor was magnified tenfold compared to its human form. Nian Tu's heart melted, and she swiftly retracted her previous words. "I shall be your family. We will not sever our connection." As soon as the words left her lips, the fluffy tail of the snow wolf began to wag joyfully, even brushing against her face a few times. Unable to resist such an enticing sight, her hands itched to stroke the wolf's fur. Lu Zhan's beast form was the most handsome wolf she had ever encountered. Its coat was pure as snow, without a hint of imperfection, and its long, powerful body exuded a perfect blend of wildness and grace, while its gray-blue eyes focused intently on her. After much restraint, Nian Tu could no longer hold back. She reached out to stroke the wolf's fur, and then again. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Zhan's wolfish eyes narrowed with satisfaction. The aircraft came to a halt near the villa, and Nian Tu, finally coming to her senses, realized she had been indulging in playful antics with the wolf all along. If it had been a true wolf, it might have been excusable, but this was Lu Zhan transformed. She withdrew her guilty hand and awkwardly coughed. "I apologized. I could seem she had inadvertently crossed into inappropriate territory." Lu Zhan shook his fur and lowered himself. "It's all right. Would you like to ride on my back?" It was Nian Tu's first encounter with a beastman capable of speech in beast form. And he was indeed different from the lion and the black snake she had previously met. He bore no resemblance to a wild beast. Typically, male beastmen allowed their partners to ride upon their backs, a customary practice among them. Yet, this was a realm of knowledge unknown to Nian Tu. She was unaware that a female's gentle touch upon a male's beast form signified consent to courtship. Unable to resist temptation, she mused that riding her family member was harmless, and climbed onto the sturdy back of the snow wolf, who then gracefully leaped down from the aircraft. Suddenly, she recalled that she had previously ridden a lion, unaware that it was a beastman at the time. "You know the lion? Who is he?" she inquired of Lu Zhan. The snow wolf stiffened. Chapter 17. This is not a school bus, carrying Nian Tu home. Lu Zhan pondered how to respond to her question. Upon entering, he was surprised to find Xiong standing at the door, his tall figure resembling that of a punished student. How had he not been detained by the regulatory bureau? Lu Zhan scrutinized Xiong coldly, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he addressed Nian Tu. "Looking for the lion? He stands before you." Nian Tu's immediate reaction was that Lu Zhan's tone seemed peculiar, almost possessive, followed swiftly by shock. "Xiong." The uncontrollable lion was Xiong. Anger surged within her, emboldened by indignation, as she tugged at the wolf's ear. "So you were in cahoots to deceive me. You told me Xiong had returned to the base on a mission." The wolf's ears were exceedingly sensitive, and Lu Zhan shuddered involuntarily. "I apologize." Unsure how she had acted so impulsively, Nian Tu quickly released her grip upon seeing his intense reaction. Stammering nervously, she said, "You, please do not deceive me again." The snow wolf emitted a short, plaintive whine, as if in agreement. The sight of the petite female riding intimately upon the massive wolf struck a nerve in Xiong under normal circumstances. Males who lost control would be contained and monitored by the regulatory bureau. However, since his loss of control had diminished to 70, the bureau did not restrict his freedom, allowing him to leave. Fearing that he may have forced Nian Tu during his uncontrollable state, he rushed home in a panic, only to find the house empty. Anxiety clouded his thoughts, stripping him of basic reasoning, and he stood there for hours, waiting for Nian Tu to, in truth, had he glanced at the light brain during this time, he would have seen the trending headlines depicting the Black Snake Beastman in a state of frenzy, witnessing Nian Tu soothing the rampaging Black Mamba in public, thereby realizing it was all a misunderstanding. He had not done anything inappropriate towards Nian Tu's day. Alas, he had not looked. Xiong lowered his head, his voice hoarse as he addressed Nian Tu. "May I speak with you privately?" Nian Tu was taken aback. From their first encounter, Xiong had always presented himself as a confident and imposing figure. She had never seen him in such a state of despair. Was it guilt for deceiving her? Yet, this was hardly a grave offense. She could empathize. The image of the lion melded with Xiong in her mind, prompting her to feel a surge of compassion towards him. Just as she nodded in agreement to his request, the snow wolf tugged at her clothing. Liu Zhan's gray-blue, beastly gaze was fixed intently upon Nian Tu's day. Aware that he could not monopolize her affection, he endeavored to secure as much as he could. Nian Tu subtly perceived his unspoken cue. After a brief hesitation, she opened her arms and embraced the fluffy creature. If Liu Zhan were in his human form, she might have hesitated, but in his beast form, she felt no such reservations. Receiving the petite female's affection, Liu Zhan greedily absorbed the warmth emanating from Nian Tu, closing his eyes to savor this fleeting moment of bliss before reluctantly releasing her. Nian Tu and Xiang ascended to the top-floor loft. The loft boasted a window that faced a peach tree, and as Nian Tu opened it slightly, a gentle breeze swept through, scattering pink petals that danced toward her. She hastily shut the window, frowning as she plucked a few petals, only to turn and discover Xiang had vanished, replaced by a familiar lion. With a glorious golden mane and amber eyes, it was undoubtedly the affectionate lion she had frolicked with before. In an instant, memories of their playful antics flooded her mind, and her lips were poised to curve into a smile, only to abruptly realize this was Xiang. The images in her memory transformed as the face of the lion morphed into Xiang's. Those moments of playful rolling and intimate caresses, the kisses she had initiated, all replaced with Xiang's visage, causing her to shudder and become rigid. It was indeed best not to dwell on such thoughts. The more she contemplated, the more she wished to find a crevice to hide within. Noticing her gaze wandering and her expression evasive, Xiang felt his heart plummet. It was clear he had wronged Nian Tu, leaving her terrified of him. Her previously favorable impression had surely sunk to a negative. With a downcast gaze, the lion transformed back into his human form. The technology of the stars allowed for a swift change of attire, eliminating the inconvenience of clothing after a beast transformation. This technology had existed for thousands of years and was hardly novel. However, Nian Tu, arriving from Earth, found herself captivated by the sight of the lion instantly becoming a dapper gentleman, astonished by the transformation. But her astonishment was quickly eclipsed by the sight of Xiang kneeling before her. The man knelt with poise, the sound of his knees meeting the ground resonating firmly. Nian Tu gasped, rushing forward, fearing he had lost his balance. Yet when she placed her hands upon his muscular forearms, she found herself unable to lift him. Bewildered, she withdrew her hands, only to hear Xiang's hoarse voice pleading. "I apologize. Please feel free to punish me. I would accept any consequence without complaint." Nian Tu stammered, "No, it doesn't need to be so severe. It was just a little lie." Hearing Xiang's tone of confession, she imagined he had committed some unforgivable sin. "I forgive you," she declared, waving her hand as if to grant him absolution. "Forgive me." Xiang gazed at Nian Tu in disbelief, unable to comprehend that he could receive her forgiveness so easily. Grateful for her leniency, guilt surged within him as he softly inquired, "Are you severely injured?" While the medical chamber could swiftly heal most injuries, the pain felt during the injury remained undiminished. He feared he had left a scar on Nian Tu's heart. "I am unhurt. You did not bite me," Nian Tu replied, her thoughts not aligning with his. She chuckled lightly. "You were the one who wanted to attack Liu Zhan. Thankfully, you couldn't reach him through the video. Even if you truly bit me, I would not hold it against you. At that moment, you were devoid of rationality. It was not intentional." She comfortingly stroked Xiang's hair, its texture akin to that of a lion. "How blissful this world is, filled with her beloved small creatures." Her boundless tolerance for small animals extended to their humanoid forms as well. Xiang felt a surge of emotion, yet worry crept in. "But my beast form is too large and rather uncouth. That its structure is quite unique. Did I truly not hurt you?" Nian Tu finally realized something was amiss. No. Stop. She was still en route to kindergarten, while Xiang had already accelerated onto the highway. Glancing at Xiang's slightly flushed, handsome face, she opened her mouth, struggling for words. "It's not." Her cheeks were burning, utterly perplexed. "Why would you think that I, with you, your beast form, would engage in such activities?" "I am not deviant. I have no such peculiar interests." Chapter 18. The cold-blooded marshal Nian Tu acknowledged that, compared to their humanoid forms, she indeed favored their beast forms, but this preference was pure and devoid of ulterior motives. She was certainly no deviant. However, my uncontrollable value plummeted to 70, indicating that during my loss of control, I received some form of mental solace. Xiang's eyes glazed over. It was not Nian Tu who calmed him. Could it have been another female? Fortunately, Nian Tu swiftly rescued him from this terrifying speculation. The uncontrollable value has decreased. Nian Tu was elated. It seems my efforts were not in vain to eliminate more of the black mist from the lion. She even experienced dizziness and ringing in her ears, likely due to mental exhaustion, taking half a day to recover. She described to Xiang the black mist she had witnessed on the lion and how she eradicated it. As proof, she presented her latest health report, indicating her mental fluctuations were currently around grade. The notion of black mist sounded fantastical, yet Xiang believed wholeheartedly in this unique form of mental solace. His anxious heart finally calmed. He inhaled deeply. He should be grateful for Nian Tu's effective mental soothing. Otherwise, experiencing such tension and emotional upheaval would likely lead him to lose control once more. After a comical misunderstanding, the two exchanged bashful glances, their eyes meeting, and instinctively shying away as if electrified. Xiang was the first to regain his composure, suppressing his embarrassment as he knelt and took Nian Tu's hand, thanking her for saving him. Nian Tu awkwardly curled her fingers. "You are my guardian, my family. There's no need for such formality." However, Xiang looked up, his gaze filled with affection. This intensity was undeniable, causing Nian Tu's heart to race. She quickly withdrew her hand, eager to preempt his confession. "If you no longer wish to be my guardian, we can simply be friends. Friends need not be so formal." Xiang understood her meaning. Disheartened, "Are you rejecting me?" His dejected expression tugged at Nian Tu's heartstrings that if Xiang transformed into a lion at that moment, his tail would surely droop. "Can you tell me what kind of male you like?" he implored. Despite his despondency, Xiang was determined not to give up. If he had not won Nian Tu's affection, it must be because he was lacking that he could learn from, emulate, and transform into the kind of male she admired. Nian Tu. She genuinely could not recall what type of man she favored. During her time on Earth, she had been preoccupied with work, while her classmates indulged in early romances. She had been frantically juggling multiple jobs, leaving her no time for love, resulting in a romantic experience of zero. If she were to specify her ideal type, "I like males who treat me well and are loyal, utterly faithful in both body and spirit." These vague thoughts were all she could muster. Xiang's eyes sparkled. These were merely the fundamental requirements for a male, which he could certainly meet. Observing Xiang's renewed determination, Nian Tu pinched her brow in exasperation. "But I am not considering marriage for the time being." She had never held high expectations for marriage on Earth, and in this world, the issue of lifespan disparity loomed. What if she did not live to be 500 years old? Would that not only bring sorrow to her partner? She did not wish to cause anyone pain, hence marriage was out of the question. Although Xiang desired the title of a partner, he could forego, as long as you do not cast me aside. "I wish to remain by your side, regardless of the role I play," his tone earnest to the point of pleading. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Nian Tu fell silent. "Fine, if he insists, then let it be for now." Nian Tu stiffly changed the subject. "What caused you to suddenly lose control? Did someone provoke you?" The male's uncontrollable value is influenced by a myriad of factors including genetic rank, beast form species, personal temperament, and living environment, escalating at varying rates. When a male's emotions are provoked into severe fluctuations, the uncontrollable value surges rapidly. Xiang felt somewhat ashamed but was candid. "My uncontrollable value was already quite high, reaching 74, and it rises easily due to my rather volatile nature," but he hastily added, "But I would never be volatile with you. I promise." Nian Tu could not help but laugh. "I don't find you volatile at all." He treated her with utmost courtesy, and even in his lion form, he was a well-behaved creature. If that was considered volatile, then the men she had encountered on Earth were likely all suffering from rage disorders. Nian Tu laughed until she heard Xiang continue to disclose the cause of his sudden loss of control. "My uncle wants me to leave you and pair with another grade A female." I refused, which led to a quarrel. Upon hearing this, Nian Tu's smile faded. Xiang's uncle disapproved of her. In an instant, memories of Earth flooded back, reminding her of the family that had never accepted her. Her grandmother's scoldings, her uncle and aunt's disdain, her brother's contempt. She had had enough. If she were to marry in the future, she did not want her partner to have to choose between her and his family. "So, your uncle does not like me. You should not like me either," she stated. Xiang was taken aback. He panicked, grasping Nian Tu's hand tightly. "I like you. And that has nothing to do with him. My uncle is inherently emotionally detached. His emotional fluctuations are far lower than those of ordinary people. He does not truly like anyone that do not condemn me to death. Because of him, That is unfair. Marshal Fei Li, the Empire's commander, was akin to a machine born for warfare, calm and formidable. In the early years, when the Empire faced invasions from other advanced civilizations, he fought on the front lines. Decisive in his actions, commanding with authority, earning the unwavering respect and fear of his subordinates, earning the title of the war god marshal. Countless males idolized him, and even the typically reserved and proud females expressed admiration for him. Yet he seemed disinterested in females, having never dated one, nor married. Those females, employing every means possible, could not capture even a glance from him, breeding resentment and bestowing upon him the moniker cold-blooded marshal, having long been immersed in the battlefield and refusing the mental solace from females. Other males would likely have lost control long ago. Yet, Fei Li remained unscathed precisely because of his extreme emotional detachment. Even towards family, his feelings resembled a form of role-playing. He cared for them out of duty. As it was what he had been taught to do, he fulfilled his responsibilities as an uncle to Xiang, but he never empathized with him, always issuing commands with authority. Fei Li was a man devoid of emotional understanding. He merely sought the optimal solution to every problem. In his eyes, Xiang needed the mental solace of a great female. Thus he should seek to mate with as for Xiang's claims of love at first sight and his determination to choose Nian Tu over all else. He could not comprehend. Nian Tu was astonished, not expecting Xiang's uncle to be such a person. Xiang had long harbored grievances against his uncle, and now more than ever, he is him, and I am me. He has no right to interfere with my feelings. Even if I truly lacked mental strength, I would not heed him. Moreover, you can awaken great mental strength. If he knew, he would never oppose my pursuit of you. As Xiang spoke, he opened his holographic device and sent a video invitation to Fei Li. Nian Tu, unable to stop him in time, found herself reluctant to face this elder who disapproved of her. Retreating slightly to evade the camera's view, Fei Li answered the video call, seeing only his nephew Xiang, unaware that Nian Tu was beside him. Chapter 19. Females are fond of novelty, Xiang. It seems your luck is quite favorable. Fei Li remarked in a flat tone, offering a perfunctory congratulations. Xiang frowned. What? You haven't seen it yet? Fei Li forwarded a trending video from the Star Network. Your beloved female seems to possess considerable mental strength. The video recorded from the moment three individuals were arguing, capturing the entire interaction between Nian Tu and the Black Mamba until the regulatory agency arrived. The footage had gone viral, surpassing the commotion caused by the Emerald Pavilion incident. With hundreds of billions having viewed it, across the Star Network, people marveled at Nian Tu, likening her to a fairy tale sprite. Beautiful, kind, and courageous. Some speculated she possessed a unique aura that calmed the uncontrolled males. However, most believed it was merely coincidence. Her evasion of the snake's attack was attributed to sheer luck. Hardly anyone considered the notion of mental solace, as it was widely known that such calming effects could only be achieved through a specific means. However, as an esteemed marshal of the Empire, Fei Li possesses extensive knowledge and keen insight. Upon receiving information from the Regulatory Bureau, he learned that Xiong's instability value had unexpectedly dropped to 70. This led him to speculate about Nian Tu, contemplating that her mental prowess might soon awaken, and it would not merely be at the A level, perhaps S level, or even, daringly, SS level. Fei Li's conclusion coincided with that of the researchers at the Regulatory Bureau. She could potentially become the most powerful female in mental ability the Empire has seen in centuries, if not in history. With such formidable talent, she would not require conventional methods to provide mental comfort to males. Fortune had smiled upon you, Xiong, Fei Li thought with a faint smile. How fortunate you are to be her guardian. Seizing the opportunity, should she awaken S-level mental capabilities, you would have no chance of becoming her mate. This was not meant to belittle Xiong. Rather, the Empire has not seen an S-level female for far too long. Once Nian Tu awakens, she would be a singular treasure. Xiong, still young and merely a major general, lacks competitiveness compared to the true powerhouses. S-level females. Xiong took a deep breath. A long list of competitors flooded his mind, including several renowned SS-level males and influential S-level males, all of whom he must remain vigilant against. Suddenly, he turned sharply to Fei Li. Then, will you not also share the same mate with me? Fei Li Ryan is indeed one of the few SS-level males in the Empire. While S-level males might settle for an A-level female to maintain a normal life, SS-level males cannot. The mental comfort provided by A-level females is negligible, nearly inconsequential. Over the past few centuries, several SS-level males have lost control due to the lack of such comfort, devolving into mindless beasts. Unable to regain their humanity, the remaining SS-level males are in precarious states, with Faley being the one with the lowest instability and the best condition, but he experiences few emotional fluctuations, resulting in a slow increase in his instability value. Yet, over the years, it has still accumulated to a significant number. Xiong understood that Faley, too, required mental comfort. If Nian Tu were to awaken S-level powers, she would be Faley's only option. Xiong exhibited hostility, though your genetic level and military rank surpass mine. You are older than I. Nian Tu is only 20. She should prefer a robust male like me. I will not concede to you. In truth, while Faley is of an uncle's generation, he is still not very old. Being under 50 among the beastmen, who typically live for 500 years, he and Xiong are both in their prime. Xiong's claim of them being old is merely slander. Faley raised an eyebrow. Calm yourself. Xiong, I have no intention of taking your little female, if he remains unmarried, not due to a lack of S-level females compatible with him, but because he wishes to avoid dealing with females altogether. As someone emotionally detached, he is more suited to being a war machine than attending to delicate females, he asserted confidently. I do not need a female. Seeing him speak thus, Xiong furrowed his brow. What is your instability value now? Rest assured, it is much lower than yours. Faley chuckled lightly. As long as I'm not on the battlefield, I will not lose control for the time being. He steered the conversation back to Xiong. Although I do not compete with you, many males will. For instance, the Crown Prince, who is also an SS-level male and is currently on the verge of losing control. The royal family will not allow him to slip into madness. They will do everything possible to ensure Nian Tu becomes the Crown Princess. Ensure the bloodline. The royal family often selects one female for all the princes. Whichever prince ascends to the throne, she will become the queen. The royal family is restless, and other SS-level males will not stand idly by, unwilling to let the royal family monopolize Nian Tu's day. Faley could foresee that Nian Tu's future will be fraught with competition, marked by open and covert struggles. He remarked. Females are fickle. Their affections are fleeting. They will inevitably change their hearts. Their attitudes toward males can be warm one day and cold the next. Once they tire of you, they will readily seek another. Nian Tu's interest in you now may simply stem from a sense of dependency formed after a memory loss. However, an array of males will soon surround her, each vying for her affection, eager to pluck stars and the moon for her, begging at her feet. With such temptation surrounding her, her interest in you will surely wane. The allure of an S-level female is fierce. And Faley doubted Xiong's ability to hold on, that if he were to choose an ordinary A-level female, Xiong might still have a chance to contend with rival for the position of primary mate. He advised Xiong to reconsider his target while he still could. Under normal circumstances, Xiong would have angrily retorted to Faley. However, at that moment he was disinclined to engage in a debate, for Nian Tu was beside him. Listening to Faley's words, he dared not glance at her to gauge her expression, already contemplating how to continue his apology. Several attempts to signal Faley to cease his remarks proved futile, even as he coughed violently in desperation. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Liu Zhan called out. Dinner is ready. Having only consumed nutrient supplements at midday, Liu Zhan intended to prepare a sumptuous dinner, but his culinary skills were limited. Concerned that the dishes he created from recipes found online might not appeal to Nian Tu, he reverted to memory, preparing the 3 dishes she had taught him. Braised pork ribs with potatoes, tomato beef stew, and stir-fried asparagus, hoping she would not find them lacking. Xiong, you have been monopolizing Nian for quite some time. Be considerate and do not delay her dinner. Liu Zhan's voice was cold, revealing his dissatisfaction with Xiong. Inside, Faley's words abruptly ceased. Amidst the ensuing silence, Nian Tu took a few steps closer, appearing on video. Hello, Uncle, she greeted Faley awkwardly. Chapter 20. Clumsy rivalry for affection. Nian Tu finally beheld Faley's visage. The man on the other side of the video bore a striking resemblance to Xiong. Both were of Western European descent, their features chiseled like finely crafted sculptures, with deep-set eyes, broad shoulders, and military stature. In contrast to Xiong's golden locks, Faley's dark hair exuded a sense of calm, his demeanor mature and composed. Yet contrary to her expectations, he appeared remarkably youthful, more akin to Xiong's elder brother than an uncle. Despite the awkwardness of their first meeting, Faley remained composed. After a brief silence, he bowed. Greetings, I am Faley Ryan. Please forgive my previous remarks. I shall write a 3,000-word reflection and send it to you as an apology. Nian Tu was taken aback, quickly bowing in return. You need not go to such lengths as they bowed to each other. It resembled a wedding ceremony. Nian Tu felt something amiss and stood upright first. Upon witnessing Fei Li rise as well, she released a sigh of relief. When he bowed, she felt a surge of anxiety. This was the marshal of the empire, the highest commander of the military, and Xiong's elder. How could he bow to her and offer to write an apology? Moreover, she was not even angry. She felt compelled to defend herself. I'm not someone who easily discards affection. I'm quite nostalgic. I will be responsible for my future partner and will not abandon them. Fei Li gazed at her porcelain-like visage, lost in thought for a long moment before asking, "You are not angry?" He had never encountered such a forgiving and good-natured female. She struck him as a soft little rabbit, delicate and warm. After just one meeting, he understood why Xiong had fallen for her at first sight. Nian Tu shook her head. I truly am not angry that I can understand your concerns for Xiong. You're a good uncle. After a pause, she added, I will also help persuade him he deserves a better female than I. In the brightly lit military building, an officer knocked on the marshal's office door to deliver materials, only to be startled upon entering and finding Fei Li deep in thought after delivering the materials and leaving. The officer remained unsettled. They had never witnessed the marshal lost in contemplation before. What had transpired today? The video communication had long since concluded, yet Fei Li remained in a daze that he pressed his hand against his chest, feeling the unusual rhythm of his heart as Nian Tu's soft voice echoed in his mind, replaying her every word. She claimed she would not be fickle, would not abandon her partner, and asserted that Xiong deserved a better female than herself. A better female than her? Does such a one truly exist? It was only during Fei Li's video call that Nian Tu learned her act of calming the black snake beastman had been captured and posted online. Her follower count surged dramatically, and when she checked her holographic device, she found her followers had surpassed the total population of Earth. Nian Tu. But how could she possibly deserve this as she lay awake at night? She pondered this matter, tossing and turning, experiencing insomnia for the first time since her crossing. Once insomnia struck, it persisted for several days. She did not wish to become an internet celebrity, yet felt it would be impolite not to acknowledge her fans. After much deliberation, Nian Tu finally arose one morning and expressed to Lu Zhan and Xiong, I would like to do a live broadcast. While she did not want to pursue fame, she felt it necessary to express her gratitude to her fans. A single broadcast could not consist of merely saying thank you. It was essential to engage in an activity. Noticing that Xiong had yet to prepare breakfast, Nian Tu gathered some ingredients to live stream, making a classic Chinese breakfast from Earth. Meat buns. Lu Zhan assisted her in calibrating the light brain. There was no need for additional lenses or specific angles. As long as Nian Tu activated the light brain, she could interact with the audience through a luminous screen. Without prior notification to her fans, the live stream commenced unexpectedly early in the morning. Nian Tu assumed that few would be watching to her astonishment. The moment the stream began, before she could even discern her reflection on the screen, it became inundated with an overwhelming torrent of comments. Just saying, waking up early brings good things. The stream is live. I can't believe I made it. Good morning, my dear. Is this really a live stream? I thought I was hallucinating for waking up too early. Wait, is this in the kitchen? How can they let a female enter the kitchen? Didn't the little female mention wanting to cook for the males at the Emerald Pavilion? Surely, she was joking. Making the female work? Her male has some nerve. I've reported this. Report 1. Initially, Nian Tu thought they were joking, but the next moment, she noticed a verified account from the Female Protection Association entering the chat. Shocked, she raised her hands. It's not me cooking. It's Xiong. The task had already been distributed. Xiong was responsible for steaming buns for breakfast based on her descriptions, while Lu Zhan was to manage her live stream. Nian Tu's wide-eyed expression, with her hands raised, resembled a startled little rabbit, prompting the audience to flood the screen with affectionate comments. Lu Zhan couldn't help but tousle her hair. Nian Tu squinted her eyes from the affection, not shying away, and smiled sweetly at Lu Zhan. Ever since Lu Zhan had declared them family, their bond had grown closer. Being a few years older, Lu Zhan was like an older brother to her, and she cherished the affectionate gesture. Xiong, watching from the side, felt a twinge of jealousy and reached out, wishing to touch Nian Tu, but she moved closer to Lu Zhan. She noticed Xiong's apparent disappointment, but resolutely pretended not to see it. Unlike Lu Zhan, Xiong harbored romantic feelings for her and had confessed. Unable to give him a definitive answer, she preferred to maintain a distance to avoid giving him false hope. Nian Tu guided Xiang in preparing the bun filling. They remained at a respectful distance. She only leaned in slightly to confirm the seasoning amounts, skillfully evading Xiang's attempts at physical contact. The comments continued to flow. Nian Tu clearly prefers Lu Zhan. Females tend to favor the gentle type. Indeed, herbivorous males generally attract females more than carnivorous types. Although Lu Zhan isn't strictly herbivorous, he appears more docile than Major Xiang, and females love gentleness. Are our carnivorous males destined to be unloved by females? Major Xiang is really disappointing. Nian Tu, engrossed in teaching Xiang how to prepare the bun filling, was oblivious to the comments. The only one aware was Lu Zhan, who, as the stream's moderator, read the comments with clarity, a hint of amusement flickering in his concealed gaze. Leaning closer to Nian Tu, he gently wrapped his arm around her slender shoulders. Teach me as well. As a male who barely passed cooking class, he knew he could not compare to Xiang, who excelled at it. Thus, it was only reasonable for the little female to guide him through the process. Nian Tu remained completely unaware of Lu Zhan's subtle intentions and failed to notice the growing tension in the kitchen. While she diligently corrected Lu Zhan's kneading technique, a sudden gasp from Xiang caught her attention. Looking up, her eyes widened in alarm. Did you cut your hand? In a moment of panic, she abandoned Lu Zhan and rushed to Xiang's side, forgetting to maintain decorum as she tiptoed to grasp his bleeding hand. Let me see. The comments erupted with confusion. Cut his hand. Who's that clumsy? Xiang. If I remember correctly, Xiang is the champion of the Empire's cold weapon combat competition, reigning since he was 17, that he is more skilled with a knife than an energy gun. Him cut himself while chopping vegetables. What a pathetic ploy for attention. Who would fall for this? What's happening? The little female seems to genuinely believe it. He clearly did it on purpose. How could she be deceived? Chapter 21. A balanced approach caught in Nian Tu's soft grasp. Xiang's heart raced, the sting of his injury forgotten. His cut was not entirely intentional. It was a momentary lapse of concentration that led to a shallow wound. Yet, with his reflexes, he could have easily avoided it, but seeing Nian Tu and Lu Zhan draw closer, he took a decisive risk. Although it was merely a small cut, he feared that a deeper wound might alarm her. Xiang was perplexed by Nian Tu's recent distance from him and her newfound closeness to Lu Zhan. Had something his uncle said during a video upset her? Did she dislike him? He hoped that by making a mistake, he could regain her attention. Even if it meant being scolded for his clumsiness, to his surprise, Nian Tu didn't reprimand him for his incompetence. Instead, she rushed to care for him, cleaning the wound and fetching medical equipment. Her soft voice trembling with concern. Does it hurt a lot? The cut was deep but not long, located on his left index finger. Nian Tu, seeing the blood, felt her heart race with worry. Her large, round eyes glistened with unshed tears as she resembled a distressed little rabbit. The comments were filled with sympathy for Nian Tu. Is she crying? Don't cry. Oh no. I despise you. Xiang, you made the little female cry. Is she afraid of blood? Poor Nian Tuesday, too bad I can't jump through the screen to comfort her. Lu Zhan, hurry and soothe her. In reality, Nian Tu was not crying. Her eyes were merely red without shedding any tears. She gently blew on Xiang's bandaged wound. Hush, I'll blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore. Xiang was taken aback that a warm, tingling sensation coursed through him, rendering him rigid, as if he were a heated stone. The comments exploded. Stop soothing him. He really isn't in pain. He just putting on a show. Such a tiny cut. It heal in no time. Xiang, are you still pretending? Try it again. You've faced bloodshed on the battlefield without flinching. How can you pretend to be hurt from a finger cut? I've never seen a female so indulgent toward a male. She even knows how to comfort him that I'm anxious. When will Nian Tu see my partner application? Why does Xiang get comforted? Why him? Not only were the viewers restless, but Lu Zhan found it unbearable. Such a pathetic attempt at gaining her affection was inexplicably effective. Nian Tu's attention was now solely on Xiang, leaving him feeling sidelined. Clenching his fists, he maintained a calm facade as he addressed Nian Tu. The wound has been treated with a portable device and bandaged. It will heal completely within half an hour. Yet, Nian Tu remained visibly concerned. Lu Zhan turned to Xiang, a cold smile gracing his lips. You should rest. I will stay with Nian Tu for the live stream. Xiang refused to concede easily. Weren't you nearly failing cooking class? Let me handle this. A minor injury won't hinder my work, Lu Zhan retorted. At least my hands are steady enough not to accidentally cut myself. Nian Tu assumed they were merely showing concern for one another until she glanced at the screen and realized the audience was mocking Xiang and Lu Zhan for their blatant competition for affection. Still too young. They're two naive boys. Both are exceptional in their own right, yet they're bickering so foolishly over affection. It's painful to watch such blatant rivalry. Any female can see through it. Affection? Nian Tu's eyes widened in shock. Had they truly misinterpreted the situation, she explained to the audience, "They're not my partners. They are my guardians," seeing the comments equating guardians with prospective partners. She puffed up her cheeks. "You're all overthinking this, that AS for Xiang," she added. "Lu Zhan has stated that he seeks no ulterior motives in being my guardian. He simply wishes to be family." "Don't believe it, I swear to the beast god. He's deceiving you. After all, he climbed up from a garbage planet. He surely knows how to manipulate others. Perhaps he knows that confessing would lead to rejection. So he claims to seek nothing. His feelings are evident." Lu Zhan was cold as ice when pursued by other females. He's nothing like that now. There's no way he doesn't want something more. The comments flew back and forth, leaving Nian Tu dazed as an unsettling realization dawned on her. She felt as though she were a frog slowly boiling in water. If that were the case. Lu Zhan's scheme was a resounding success, as she had evidently distanced herself from Xiang while growing closer to Lu Zhan. Nian Tu was engulfed in doubt. Lu Zhan noticed her stillness, sensing something amiss as she scrutinized him. "What's wrong, Nian Tu?" He approached her. Nian Tu stepped back. Lu Zhan halted, contemplating, and glanced at the lively comments on the screen. His heart sank as he observed the audience dissecting him mercilessly. "The beast form resembles a sheep. And I am truly terrified that this the bloodline suppression of a carnivorous beastman. How frightening. I feel threatened by his gaze. Who was it that said he appeared more docile than Xiang? Perhaps it only applies when he is before Nian Tuesday." The comments refrained from furthering this topic, fearing that Lu Zhan, the moderator of this live stream, would take offense and ban them. Yet, even though they fell silent, it was too late. Nian Tu began to treat both Xiang and Lu Zhan equally, maintaining a distance from them. She explained the ratio of fillings and how to wrap dumplings, thereafter focusing on interacting with the audience. Nian Tu's hands were skilled. She often cooked before her transmigration. Though her family pressured her into it from a young age, she did not dislike cooking. A piece of dough, an appropriate amount of meat filling, quickly took shape in her hands, transforming into a round, adorable bun with beautifully even pleats. Some audience members had already prepared their ingredients to follow along, finding it looked simple, but exclaiming how difficult it was in practice. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was cheerful. But Xiang and Lu Zhan were growing increasingly resentful. The two worked in silence, stealing glances at Nian Tu's profile. Lu Zhan, a medical student whose meticulous nature and steady hands paid attention to detail, crafted several buns that closely resembled Nian Tu's examples. That he placed the perfect bun on a tray, stood up, and in the blink of an eye transformed into a giant wolf, balancing the tray on his head as he approached Nian Tu to show off. The audience was left dumbfounded. Is he mad? Suddenly transforming into beast form. Female beasts generally despise beast forms. They wouldn't kick him out, would they? His fate doesn't matter, but please don't scare the little female to tears. Nian Tu turned around and saw him. Feeling a tug at the hem of her clothes, Nian Tu, focused on shaping dumplings, turned her head to be met with a large, fluffy white creature. Without a moment's thought, she instinctively embraced it. Chapter 22. Jealousy. The audience in a live stream was taken aback, nearly having their eyes pop out. Why is she hugging him? How could she hug him? Lu Zhan's beast form is a wolf. Wolves have always ranked high on the list of most despised male beast forms among imperial females. When choosing a mate, females consider a male's power, genetic status, and wealth, often finding that feral males excel in these areas, thus garnering their favor. However, females tend to prefer gentle herbivorous males. They possess less aggression and project less oppressive energy, remaining gentle and submissive at all times. Once bonded, males are bound by imperial law and can never betray their wives, allowing females the freedom to dote on any partner they please, which often relegates carnivorous males to the lower echelons of the household. Lions, wolves, leopards, these exemplify high status before marriage, but low status at home. They may be respected in public, yet diminish in stature within the household. No female would willingly approach a wolf. Yet this perception was shattered by Nian Tuesday. Most of the audience were Nian Tu's fans, and after a brief moment of astonishment, they quickly regained their composure. If it is Nian Tu, it is not so strange. After all, she is a female who even dares to touch a rampaging venomous snake. The snow wolf appeared cold and imposing, yet the sensation of hugging it was plush and warm. Nian Tu found herself enveloped in the thick fur of the snow wolf, overwhelmed by happiness. When she finally regained her senses, she felt too embarrassed to look up, closing her eyes in a state of denial, her long lashes trembling incessantly. The snow wolf's gray-blue eyes sparkled with mirth as he lowered his head to present the tray in front of her. Showcasing the buns he made. Did I do well, Nian Nian? Though she knew he was deliberately teasing her, Nian Tu could not help but relent. She could treat Lu Zhan coldly, but she simply could not refuse a talking. Affectionate white wolf, she surrendered completely, wrapping her arms around the snow wolf's head. Honestly, Lu Zhan's buns were truly exquisite. They bore no trace of being his first attempt, exuding the same meticulousness inherent to him. Nian Tu marveled at his work, affectionately ruffling the wolf's head. The audience's eyes turned red with jealousy, each wishing they could leap through the screen and take their place. Among those present, Xiang felt the strongest pangs of jealousy. Glaring at the snow wolf, which was cozily nestled beside Nian Tu, wagging its tail for her affection. Having known Lu Zhan for years, it was the first time Xiang witnessed such shamelessness from him. Yet if this was the way to get close to Nian Tu's, Xiang felt his ears grow warm with shame for what he was about to do. Yet he hesitated not, transforming into beast form like Lu Zhan and joining in. The golden-maned lion, regal and imposing, pushed his head toward the little female's palm. With a wolf in front and a lion behind, Nian Tu was utterly captivated. She found it difficult to resist, even forgetting that she was live streaming, lost in a plush world. The comments were stunned, exuding envy. I can't even dream of it. If my female could love my beast form this much, I would be so happy. My beast form is also a wolf. Can I be petted too? It's obvious Nian Tu genuinely likes them. Her eyes sparkle with joy. I'm so jealous. When will such a good day come for me? If only other females were like Nian Tu's. What a pity that Nian Tu is one of a kind. Many audience members had long submitted partnership applications to Nian Tu's yet, with no response. They had resigned themselves to the fact, but upon witnessing this scene, jealousy and discontent surged once more, stronger than ever. They longed, desperately wished to become her partner, to transform into beast forms and be embraced by her, as Xiang and Lu Zhan were. Unbeknownst to Nian Tu, the livestream had gradually turned into a courtship gathering, with countless males sending their personal information through comments and private messages. When her attention returned to the livestream, Nian Tu was startled. She overlooked the flood of courtship messages and shyly cleared her throat. Let us continue making dumplings. The competition for affection between the two males severely disrupted the workflow, and breakfast time was approaching. Yet only a few dumplings had been made. Fortunately, when Xiang and Lu Zhan were focused on their tasks, they were incredibly reliable, working with impressive efficiency, faster than any machine, without needing Nian Tu's assistance. As they continued wrapping, Xiang steamed a portion of the dumplings, ensuring Nian Tu wouldn't miss her breakfast. The dumplings swelled in the steamer, becoming even rounder and more appealing, their pristine whiteness delightful to behold. The audience found them adorable, especially since this was Nian Tu's initiative, and they praised it fervently. However, in truth, they did not hold high expectations for the combination of dough and meat filling. The food known as baozi should not be bad, but it likely wouldn't be exceptional either. This mindset persisted until the first batch of dumplings emerged, steaming with fragrant warmth, a robust aroma of wheat intermingling with the scent of meat wafted through the air. Nian Tu, being from the northern regions, made fluffy, oil-rich baozi with thin skins and generous fillings, the juices seeping through the soft exterior. With a bite, the piping hot, savory meat juices burst in the mouth. The filling made with genuine ingredients blended with her exclusive secret seasoning, the fragrance dominating every taste bud. The visual interface could capture the scent and simulate it for the audience, yet the flavor remained forever out of their reach, leaving them drooling as they watched Nian Tu feed Xiang and Lu Zhan each a bun. Those two fortunate individuals savored their treats, even forgetting to maintain their composure before their female. Alas, the buns were too small for them. Consumed in just a few bites, their faces reddened as Nian Tu offered them each another. Eat up, have more. Nian Tu smiled at them, her eyes crinkling with delight. Given her appetite, with 30 buns emerging from the pot, she could eat at most 3, leaving the rest for the 2 large eaters. Watching them enjoy their meal brought her immense joy. Nian Tu glanced at the livestream screen. The audience was salivating profusely, flooding the comments with requests for her to enable playback after the livestream ended, eager to replicate the process and discover the taste for themselves. Nian Tu shyly smiled and said, "Today's livestream is actually to express my gratitude to everyone. I plan to randomly select 100 viewers to each receive a portion of dumplings." Nian Tu felt a bit embarrassed offering dumplings as prizes, thinking it somewhat meager. She was unaware that the audience had transitioned from astonishment to sheer joy. This is a female. A female is actually giving gifts to them. Across the entire empire, this was unprecedented. Pick me. Pick me, pick me. I really need this bun. If I don't get it, I might just die from depression. May the beast god bless. With billions of viewers competing for 100 spots, the odds were exceedingly slimmed in the military building. As work commenced, a few mournful cries echoed. Didn't T get picked? Neither did I. Boo-hoo. My luck is just terrible. What are you doing? A cold voice rang out like a devil-esque summons. Several military staff shivered, watching a live stream while slacking off at work. Caught red-handed by their superior. Was there any hope for them? Fairly looked down at them from above. Are you watching Nian Tu's live stream? Chapter 23. A unique intention having already faced the misfortune of not winning the lottery. They could not have expected to face an even greater misfortune. It would have been better to be caught by other supervisors. But how could it be the marshal? Everyone froze like a chicken with its neck suddenly seized. Whispers of conversation abruptly silenced. They dared not meet Feily's gaze, stumbling through their confessions about slacking off at work and watching live streams of young females in such a serious environment as the military. To their surprise, Feily seemed unfazed, merely stating, "This shall not happen again," as if dismissing the matter with a mere flick of his hand. It was only after that overwhelming presence had completely vanished from sight that they collectively exhaled. Shoulders hunched and exchanging incredulous glances, unable to believe they had narrowly escaped reprimand. Did they really not even have to write a reflection? Was that truly the marshal? Surely, it couldn't have been someone impersonating him. Back in the office, Feily glanced down at the holographic screen displaying the disappointing message. Unfortunately, you did not win in the stillness of the office. A faint sigh escaped him after a long pause. He mused that perhaps he had lost his mind. Not only had he, like those unruly and immature youngsters, watched a live stream while working, but he also felt that disappointment at not winning a prize. Such a blatant emotional response was rare for Feily, and upon deeper reflection, he found it utterly absurd. Why would he allow such a trivial matter to disturb his composure? Shaking his head, he picked up the documents at hand. This was the end of it. He would not dwell any longer on the young female, known as Nian Tuesday. After reading a couple of lines, a notification suddenly appeared on his holographic device. Nian Tu has requested to add you as a friend. Instinctively, Feily straightened in his seat. A moment later, the friend request was accepted. He stared at the chat interface, waiting for her to respond. But when no message came, he took the initiative. "Good morning, Miss Nian Tuesday." This was merely a matter of courtesy, he reassured himself. Males should be the ones to greet females first. On Nian Tu's end, she was contemplating how to compose a message to an elder, rewriting it several times. When she saw Feily's message, she was taken aback. Nian Tu replied, "You could just call me by my name, or Nian Nian is fine." Addressing her as Miss felt too intimidating. She did not deserve it. Feily quickly responded, "All right, Nian Nian." Though he felt that using a nickname for someone he had just met might be somewhat inappropriate, he followed her lead since she had permitted it. Nian Tu then said, "I hope I'm not bothering you, but I would like to send you some breakfast. Are you home right now?" In the interstellar realm, sending items did not require an address. As long as the recipient was identified, logistics would naturally pinpoint their location and deliver the items directly. Feily replied, "I am currently at the military headquarters. You can send it here." "Thank you, Nian Nian." Nian Tu was taken aback, wondering if it was truly permissible to send steamed buns to the military headquarters. When she was in school, breakfast was not even allowed in the classroom. Perhaps the interstellar society was more relaxed. She thought and responded, "All right, the buns were made by Xiang and me. I hope you enjoy them," attaching a cute animated gif of a bunny bowing at 9 o'clock. The atmosphere in the military headquarters was solemn as everyone entered work mode. After a morning meeting, some who had rushed in without breakfast resorted to a nutrient supplement, lamenting this brand's nutrient drink is getting harder to swallow. "Why not order takeout?" suggested a colleague quietly in the imperial military. The rules weren't overly stringent, and there was no explicit prohibition against eating during work hours. However, considering that their highest superior, the marshal, never ate during work hours. They felt compelled to restrain themselves. Moreover, takeout was hardly appealing. They longed for buns but lamented their failure to win any in the lottery. You watched Nian Tu's live stream too? Of course, I've followed her since the days of the Emerald Pavilion. I really like her. Their discussion about Nian Tu caught the attention of others, but don't even mention it. We were caught watching her stream by the marshal this morning. Thankfully, he didn't pursue it. Just as they were about to vent their frustrations, a colleague's warning cough silenced them all. The marshal's figure suddenly appeared, passing by them on his way to the building's entrance. Everyone fell silent, like quails, secretly stealing glances at the marshal, who seemed to be receiving something from someone, holding it close to his chest as he returned to his office. Curiosity ignited their courage, and someone caught a glimpse of what the marshal had received. Buns? Those present were all viewers of Nian Tu's live stream, and there was no mistaking it. The transparent thermal container held plump, white buns, identical to those given away in Nian Tu's morning lottery. A quick glance revealed there were about 10 of them. A moment of silence followed, filled with doubt and disbelief. Did the marshal also watch the live stream? Had he actually won a prize? As he made his way back to his office, Faley meticulously cleaned his hands before picking up a bun. Observing it for a while before finally taking a bite, he deliberately slowed his chewing, savoring the moment with utmost concentration. If Nian Tu could see him now, she would surely find it both humorous and heartwarming. Such ordinary homemade buns had somehow made their way to the marshal's table, being consumed with the reverence usually reserved for delicacies. Just as Faley reached for a second bun, there was a gentle knock at the office door. The IT was one of the subordinates he had caught watching Nian Tu's live stream. The young male placed the documents he had brought on the table and, unable to resist, asked, "Is that the bun you won from Nian Tu's live stream?" The familiar and enticing aroma in the air made him nearly weep with longing. Why was it not him who won? Even if it had been one of those colleagues, he could at least have tasted a piece, but who dared to snatch food from the marshal? Maintaining his calm demeanor, Faley corrected him. It wasn't a lottery win. She sent these to me specifically. There was no need to compete with billions for 100 spots. This was a unique gesture of goodwill. The subordinate politely excused himself and returned to his desk. Unable to contain his thoughts any longer, he shared with his colleagues. The marshal is definitely playing favorites. He claims the buns were specially sent to him by Nian Tuesday. The others were taken aback. It must be because the marshal is General Xiang's uncle. I suspect so too. It was unlikely that a personal connection existed between the marshal and Nian Tuesday. After all, the marshal was notoriously disinterested in females. The imperial marshal Faley Ryan was known throughout the empire for his cold demeanor, and everyone believed he would never form a bond with any female. Xiang believed this too. Though he had heard Faley himself deny any possibility of competing for affection, a lingering sense of crisis still gnawed at him. When Nian Tu proposed sending buns to Faley, Xiang immediately felt a heightened sense of urgency. This anxiety compelled him to message Faley, asserting his claim. Xiang wrote, "Did you receive the buns? Nian only sent them to you because you are my uncle. Don't read too much into it." After a long wait, Faley finally replied. Chapter 24. You need not call me uncle. Faley responded, "Then please extend my gratitude to Nian." That a seemingly casual reply made Xiang's breath quicken. Why do you call her Nian? He was certain that Faley had never used such a familiar term for anyone before, indicating that Faley's feelings toward Nian Tu were indeed exceptional. Xiang attempted to re-establish the hierarchy. She only sees you as an elder. The fact that she sent a bun solely to Faley was merely a reflection of her affection for him. Xiang emphasized for me. While Faley only focused on concern, he caressed the transparent thermal container. Faley's gaze softened, and the image of Nian Tu's petite, lively figure floated through his mind. He could almost envision her soft tone and slightly reproachful expression as she told Xiang to express concern for his uncle. In the chat window, Xiang continued to send messages. You said something bad about her before. She heard it, but didn't get angry with you. Now do you understand? She is the most gentle and lovely female in the universe. Feelings tainted by self-interest are unworthy of her. Regardless of whether she possesses psychic abilities, whether she is E-grade or S-grade, I only like her, but you do not. Xiang nearly stated outright, you are unworthy of her. Faley chuckled softly, shaking his head, choosing not to respond further. The jealousy of this young man was so blatant and naive. Yet he admitted that Xiang was not entirely wrong. Only the purest, most sincere and passionate love was worthy of someone as wonderful as Nian Tu. Soft-hearted, beautiful, and astonishingly kind, She had the audacity to rescue a stranger in distress on the street, and she even worried about an uncle she hardly knew, someone with whom she had only exchanged a few words, and who had previously offended her with his words, expressing concern without holding grudges, having spent decades being perceived as a cold-hearted figure. The marshal had believed he needed no warmth. Yet, suddenly, a little rabbit had bounded into his life, offering her warmth. Faley poked at the pristine white buns in the thermal container, soft and warm. He was so taken aback that his fingers curled inwards, but he could not resist touching them again. Nian Tu received Faley's thanks. Faley wrote, "The buns are delicious. Thank you, Nian Nian." Nian Tu replied, "You are Xiang's uncle, which makes you my uncle too. There is no need for formality." After a considerable time, she assumed Faley would not respond again. But she received another message from him. Faley wrote, "I am 47 years old. I shouldn't be considered old. Do you think I am?" Thinking of the average lifespan of 500 years in the interstellar realm and picturing Faley's youthful and handsome face, the notion of old seemed utterly incongruous. Nian Tu quickly denied it. "Faley, that's good. In fact, you don't need to call me uncle." Not calling him uncle, does that mean addressing him directly by name? Nian Tu hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Faley quickly shifted the conversation. "Faley, I've also bought you a gift. Custom gifts take some time, but should arrive by noon tomorrow." Nian Tu, "Thank you." She felt that omitting uncle rendered her response somewhat impolite. After a moment's thought, she sent a cute bunny emoji with a heart. After replying to Faley's message, Nian Tu suddenly noticed a familiar avatar flashing in her friend request section. Usually, she ignored the numerous requests, but this particular profile picture, a black snake, reminded her of the young male who had lost control in the street, instantly capturing her attention. Nian Tu accepted his friend request. Siajili, hello. He seemed surprised that his request was accepted, appearing nervous and at a loss for words. After a long wait, his second message finally arrived. Siajili, I am Siajili. My beast form is a black mamba. Nian Tu. Such a brief self-introduction. Just as she was about to inquire if he was the same male from yesterday, his third message came through. Siajili, your clothes are still with me. Nian Tu was taken aback, realizing that it was indeed him. His name was Siajili. Nian Tu. The clothes don't matter. They're not important. How are you feeling now? Siajili was taken aback by her concern. Responding almost instantly, Siajili. I'm feeling quite well now. My control level has dropped to 7.3 to protect Nian Tu. The Regulatory Bureau had falsely claimed to have administered a drug to him during his episode, temporarily lowering his control level. Therefore, he had not suspected Nian Tu's involvement. Although he was unaware that the decrease in his control level was due to her efforts, he felt a deep gratitude towards her. Had she not bravely intervened, he might have wreaked havoc, harming many innocent people. Siajili, could you tell me what you like? I want to prepare a gift for you. Knowing that he was recovering well eased Nian Tu's worries. As for the gift, she decided it was unnecessary. Remembering that this male seemed quite young and appeared to be a student struggling under the burden of a biased mother, she thought it would be unkind to let him spend his hard-earned money on her. Nian Tu, I don't really want anything at the moment. Let's save the gift for later. After some thought, Nian Tu packed a box of buns and quietly sent them to him. Half an hour later, the buns arrived at tea that moment. Siajili was in a black market venue near the Central Star. The black market was an illegal establishment created through collusion between space pirates and the elite. Hidden in the secluded corners of the empire, serving as a playground for the affluent and a den of vice, where the impoverished toiled for money. Such illegal venues were difficult for authorities to locate, let alone ordinary logistics companies. Anyone who stepped into the black market would have their signals disrupted, rendering their location a false address. In the arena, two figures fought fiercely, transforming from unarmed combatants into ferocious beasts. Blood splattering everywhere. Unlike the legitimate fighting matches organized by the Empire, the black market's arenas often resulted in a fight to the death. Desperate individuals gambled their lives for substantial rewards. Siajili had fought in this arena over a dozen times. His survival indicated that he had emerged victorious each time. However, his insistence on not killing meant that he earned half the prize money compared to others that he merely sought to earn a living without sacrificing his principles. The only financial resources his mother could exploit were the scholarships and meager earnings from legal part-time jobs. She remained unaware of the illicit income he garnered in the black market, which he used to purchase exorbitantly priced drugs to delay male beastmen's loss of control. Siajili's father, whose control level had reached 90, was detained by the Regulatory Bureau, abandoned by his mate. The male had no one to bail him out and could only await his demise. Knowing that the so-called drugs to delay loss of control had limited efficacy, Siajili still wished to fight for his father's life, hoping to prolong it a little longer. Had it not been for his father's plight, he would never have set foot in the black market and could have continued to thrive as an exemplary student at the Imperial Military Academy. Ready to graduate and join the military this year, Siajili sat in the audience, his exquisitely handsome face devoid of emotion. Waiting for the match to conclude, as he would be next, he silently scrolled through his chat history with Nian Tu, reading it over and over, his eyes growing increasingly dim. Suddenly, a burly man in a black market staff uniform strode towards him, tossing a transparent thermos into his arms. "Black Mamba, someone sent you something." It arrived at the false address due to signal interference and was almost destroyed, but I managed to intercept it. Chapter 25. Emotion. The black market assigned staff to rotate shifts at the fake addresses to counter official inspections. Occasionally, unsuspecting individuals like Nian Tu would send items to those in the black market, which would often be destroyed upon arrival at the false address. Fortunately, one of the staff members on duty today was a friend of Siajili's, ensuring that Nian Tu's gesture did not go to waste. Siajili, bewildered, accepted the thermos from his friend's hands. Upon seeing its contents, he sat up straight in surprise, the dullness in his eyes suddenly replaced by vibrant light. Witnessing the once morose young man come to life, nearby fighters waiting for their turn leaned in curiously, exclaiming in exaggerated astonishment, "Who ordered you takeout? It looks exquisite." "It doesn't seem like takeout. The packaging is so thoughtful." "Let me check. Wow, this brand is so expensive. You know such generous friends? Why are you still fighting in the black market? Go and cozy up to them." The fighters who live on the edge were a pitiful lot with no one to care for them, filled with a mix of envy and confusion towards Siajili. Given that someone cared for him, why would he choose to risk his life in such a place? Siajili lowered his head in silence, opening the thermos and gently taking out a steaming bun that a chorus of swallowing sounds erupted around him. "What is this? It smells incredible. Brother, can I have one?" Someone recognized it. "Isn't this a bun?" "The prize from Nian Tu's live stream giveaway." "Since when did they call a bun? Who is Nian Tu?" The fan who recognized the bun quickly pulled out a photo of Nian Tu, showing it to the crowd. "Nian Tu is such a lovely little female. My dream mate." The photo, taken from a live stream, depicted the little female with her dark hair and snow-white skin, her almond-shaped eyes earnestly gazing at the audience. Utterly adorable that a group of people crowded in to take a look, gasping in admiration that aren't you lucky to have received something so delicate from such a charming little female. "You look like a stoic, but I didn't expect you to enjoy watching little females live streams." "Of course he does." Siajili's friend, nicknamed Bear, who bore a resemblance to a bear himself, laughed heartily and patted Siajili's shoulder. "You guys have no idea. That little female even touched his beast form." "What?" The crowd turned to Siajili in unison. The fan of Nian Tu was particularly distraught, trembling as he pulled up videos of the black snake's loss of control online for comparison, realizing it was indeed him. Previously, he had been too focused on watching the little female to notice what the black snake looked like, but now he finally matched Siajili's face with the figure in the video. Comparing the black snake snuggling up to Nian Tu in the video with the young man holding the bun before them, it seemed all the good fortune had befallen him alone. Envy rippled through the crowd. Bear fanned the flames, winking at Siajili. "Look at you, all soft around the little female, your tail curling, constantly wrapping around her." The atmosphere thickened with excitement as the young males in attendance began to whistle. Siajili's expression darkened abruptly. The teasing and jeering intensified. Siajili's fist gradually clenched, the veins on his forehead bulging. Bear, still oblivious to the rising tension, asked, "Can you even remember how it felt? Were her hands soft? Did it feel good when she touched you?" Before he could finish, a powerful punch landed squarely on his face. Hardly anyone caught the speed of Siajili's strike. Only the sound of rushing wind was heard. The burly bear crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, silence falling for a brief moment, followed by an uproar of cheers. "Well done. What are you waiting for? Go for another punch. Get up. You waste." The earlier moment of camaraderie when they spoke of Nian Tu was merely a fleeting illusion. The atmosphere now revealed the brutal reality of the black market. It was a hellish realm filled with violence, where everyone was a fugitive, no one intervened, and peace was a distant memory. Only the anticipation of more chaos lingered. Siajili fixed his gaze on Bear, who was struggling to rise while wiping blood from his nose. a chilling glint in his eyes. Surprisingly, Bear was unperturbed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Still as fierce as ever. No wonder it's you. Bear had once been a fighter in the arena, defeated by Siad, barely escaping with his life, and subsequently left the arena to become a black market employee. Their friendship had been forged through conflict. A mere punch held no significance to Bear. He raised an eyebrow and suddenly chuckled. Pointing at Siad, "You see that? This little guy has fallen for her." Knowing Siad well, Bear understood that he was remarkably tolerant. Even in moments of anger, one often suppresses their emotions, enduring the oppression from their mother for years, until it culminates in an uncontrollable outburst that a person capable of such restraint unexpectedly confronts someone over a trivial jest regarding a female, uttering not a single vulgar word. Brother Xiong patted Siad shoulder, exuding an understanding demeanor, and remarked, "You are still young." Who hasn't he been young at some point? Brother Xiong was reminiscent, recalling a time when he too pursued a beloved female for 7 or 8 years. Before he fell into his current predicament, having not yet descended into the murky depths of the underworld where he now fights for debts, he nearly attained a life of happiness. However, circumstances took a turn, leading him to the underground arena to earn money and repay debts, and he never dared to see her again. With a playful smile, Brother Xiong mused, "Folks like us, wallowing in the mire, hardly merit such companionship." Siad remained silent, coldly brushing Brother Xiong's hand from his shoulder, turning back to his seat without uttering a word. The young male embraced his thermal box once more, biting into a bun before mechanically reaching for another, chewing with vigor and swallowing forcefully. His slightly long hair and drooping lashes concealed all his emotions, yet could not mask the profound sense of inferiority that enveloped him. Life was already a struggle. He felt unworthy of any further desires. Before his turn in the ring, Siad devoured every bun, meticulously stowing the thermal box before rising to approach the stage. His silhouette was tall and lean, embodying a fragile essence caught between youth and maturity. Yet, the moment he stepped onto the arena, that fragility vanished, akin to a sword unsheathed, radiating brilliance and sharpness. The match was swiftly won by Siad, his ferocity reminiscent of a cathartic release. Yet, as his opponent fell, he immediately halted, repressing the flames of fury that had ignited within his chest. As was his custom, he spared his adversary's life, earning but half of what others did. Siad departed the underground, holding the now empty thermal box like a specter. Outside, the sun was radiant at its peak, with people bustling about, discussing the brave female who had intervened in the chaotic incident involving the Black Snake. None noticed the return of one of the key figures involved. A newly opened jewelry shop beckoned, with the owner inviting the young males to browse for gifts for their preferred females. Siad approached, wiping the blood from his hands, cautiously lifting a blue iris necklace. Chapter 26. The Blind Date Banquet. The complexion of Nian Tu was fair, her neck slender and graceful. Siad had once entwined himself around it in his beastly state. A memory now faded into a blurry dream. Even with his eyes closed, he could vividly imagine the necklace adorning Nian Tu's neck. Priced at 12,000 star coins, it represented 4 months of Siad living expenses. And he paid without hesitation, nervously messaging Nian Tuesday, "Siad, I have purchased a gift for you. It will be delivered by tomorrow at the latest." The gift lacked a box, so he intended to craft one himself as a token of sincerity. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found his roommates absent. In this interstellar era, most students from other schools were day scholars, while those at military academies retained the tradition of living on campus. 4 to a room, Siad had resided in the Imperial Military Academy's dormitory, rarely returning home. Previously, his mother would occasionally visit to cause trouble, demanding money or subjecting him to unwarranted violence. However, that would no longer be the case. Not long ago, upon regaining his human form, he had learned that his mother had reported him to the Female Protection Association. Thanks to numerous eyewitnesses advocating for him, the Regulatory Bureau maintained that he bore no fault, leading the association to decide against prosecuting him. Despite his uncontrollable rage nearly costing his mother and her beloved youngest son their lives, he avoided imprisonment and even prosecution. His mother was incensed by this outcome, but no longer dared to lay a hand on him. With this lesson learned, the mother-son duo would not dare provoke him again. The fear inflicted by the venomous snake's fangs would haunt them for life, a shadow they could never overcome. Siad meticulously cleaned the transparent thermal box that once contained buns, placing it atop his cabinet alongside a delicate yellow fur coat. He could not resist caressing the coat, yearning to take it down and embrace it. Yet he quickly withdrew his hand, suppressing the intense desire. Merely gazing up at it resting high above a being as muddied as he, felt unworthy of tarnishing such beauty, and even the mere thought of it felt sinful. The young male lay awake throughout the night, while the female he held in his thoughts slept soundly. After the live broadcast concluded, Nian Tu's insomnia vanished, allowing her to slumber peacefully until midday. Upon waking, she received a gift. Slightly dazed .2 gift had arrived simultaneously, and she momentarily could not discern which was from Uncle Feli and which from Siajili. The small boxes were exquisitely crafted, seemingly handmade. Carefully unwrapping them, she discovered a necklace in the first box. Its chain soft yet strong, crafted from an unknown material, delicate yet resilient. When she placed it around her neck, a small blue iris gracefully nestled between her collarbones, shimmering radiantly. The second box contained a pair of plush hairpins, soft as clouds, which upon inspection resembled tiny rabbit ears. Nian Tu. Although the rabbit ears looked better on her head than she had anticipated, adorable yet not childish, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. The hairpins were clearly incongruous with the mature image of Uncle Feli, leading her to assume they were a gift from Siajili. After all, he was a young male, and such preferences were understandable. The iris necklace must have been from Feli. Unbeknownst to her, she had perfectly deduced the wrong conclusions. She sent messages of gratitude to both, carefully repacking the gifts for safekeeping. In addition to these two gifts, she received an invitation card exuding a faint fragrance, its weighty feel exuding a vintage charm. The card bore a prominent white tiger emblem, the royal family's totem, which Nian Tu recognized was an invitation to a royal ball. A quick search on the interstellar web confirmed its authenticity. The ball was set to take place a month later at the royal estate on Central Star, ostensibly to select a royal consort. Though it was essentially a grand matchmaking banquet, all males invited were undoubtedly the pinnacle of young talent, primarily from noble backgrounds, while all invited females possessed A-grade psychic abilities, and all were unmarried. Nian Tu showed the invitation to Lu Zhan for confirmation, and he verified its legitimacy. Both Lu Zhan and Xiang, being exceptional unmarried males, had also received invitations. Nian Tu was astonished, but I haven't awakened my psychic abilities yet. Since all invited females are A-grade, why would I receive an invitation? The royal family possessed an astute sense of awareness. Lu Zhan's voice grew somber. The video of Nian Tu soothing the black mamba had circulated online, and the general populace's ignorance did not imply that the royal family lacked insight. The crown prince was an SS-grade male, reportedly in poor condition and on the brink of losing control. Since Nian Tu, a potential S-grade psychic female, had attracted royal attention, attending the ball became imperative for her. Nian Tu felt uneasy. What kind of person is the crown prince? Is he a good person? Lu Zhan nodded slightly. He is a competent heir, so he should be considered a good person. During his time at the Imperial Military Academy, he had encountered the crown prince several times, who had been a senior 2 years above him. He recalled him as an almost perfect figure, talented in both literature and martial arts, exuding grace and treating others with warmth and courtesy without losing his dignity. Compared to the crown prince, the other princes seemed to possess various flaws. Whether it be dark temperaments, excessive rigidity, or scandalous reputations, this was the reason the royal family had taken an interest in Nian Tu's day. If there was even a glimmer of hope, they could not stand idly by and watch the most exceptional heir devolve into a wild beast. While Lu Zhan remained grave and vigilant, Nian Tu felt somewhat reassured, thinking to herself that if the crown prince were a good person, she wouldn't mind providing him with emotional support. After all, her method of emotional reassurance differed from that of other females. She could easily assume the role of a doctor, saving others without entangling herself in emotional affairs. It seemed the crown prince had encountered all manner of beautiful females and likely would not take notice of her. She was inherently unfit to be a femme fatale, lacking both the time management skills and the ability to be a master of emotional manipulation. Even managing Xiang and Lu Zhan was already challenging enough, and the thought of adding another complicated relationship to the mix was overwhelming. Nian Tu felt a headache brewing. Meanwhile, within the palace, the atmosphere was tense. The emperor was livid, while the empress wept sorrowfully. Just as the invitation for the royal consort selection ball were dispatched, a complication arose. The crown prince had suddenly gone missing. The negligent guards were swiftly dealt with, and the remaining personnel were dispatched to locate the crown prince. The vast palace was searched thoroughly, yet no trace of him could be found. This matter could not be publicly broadcasted, as the crown prince's previous state had nearly reached a critical point, and it was highly likely that he had lost control and transformed into his beast form. Should the public become aware, it would undoubtedly cause a seismic upheaval throughout the empire. However, the crown prince's beast form was that of a white tiger. Devoid of rationality upon losing control, exhibiting extreme aggression if he were to escape the palace. Chapter 27. The Active Pursuit. The chaos within the palace was unbeknownst to the outside world, in regard to the forthcoming royal ball. Nian Tu did not share Lu Zhan's concerns about the royal family's machinations. Her worry was straightforward. She did not know how to dance. Having never engaged in social dancing on Earth, the dances here appeared even more challenging and intricate. As a male emerging from a refuse star, Lu Zhan's understanding of ballroom dancing is quite limited, confined to the lessons he attended during his school days. Much like his disinterest in culinary classes, he barely managed to pass, and even if he wished to teach Nian Tu, his intentions would amount to little more than good intentions without the requisite skills. On the other hand, Xiang possesses a commendable proficiency, sufficient to serve as Nian Tu's instructor. However, he must soon depart from Central Star to return to the 28th Army Corps base. He vows to Nian Tu that this time he is certainly not deceiving her. As the highest commander of the 28th Army Corps, he cannot be away from the base for extended periods. Since accompanying Nian Tu to Central Star, he has already taken half a month of leave. Reaching the maximum duration allowed, that Lu Zhan's leave is slightly longer than Xiang's, and he is in the process of transferring back to Central Star, allowing him to remain with Nian Tuesday. Nian Tu, feeling quite capable of living independently, expresses that she does not need anyone to accompany her, as she is not a minor. However, both Xiang and Lu Zhan insist on leaving at least one person by her side to provide care, as it is their responsibility as guardians. Dressed in his military attire, Xiang, with an apologetic glance, assures Nian Tu that he will return frequently. The base is located in a remote area, and traveling from Central Star to the base involves 3 spatial jumps. Even with the fastest military spacecraft, a round trip consumes 2 days of travel time. The notion of frequent returns implies that Xiang will be continually traversing this path. Nian Tu feels exhausted just thinking about it, and suggests, "I could accompany you to the base." Having acquired imperial citizenship through the identity registration system, her mission to Central Star is accomplished, and there is no reason for her to remain there. She does not wish for Xiang to travel back and forth on her behalf, nor does she want Lu Zhan to transfer positions for her sake. Wherever they work, she can follow. Xiang's expression softens with helplessness. The sensation of being attached to the little female makes his heart melt. He believes no other male in the empire could ever experience such treatment. In the past, he often heard married subordinates lamenting about how indifferent their partners were, never missing them or reaching out. He knows Nian Tu is certainly not like those apathetic females, yet he is surprised by her reluctance to part and her desire to accompany him to the base. Touched, he gently shakes his head, explaining, "Females must reside on advanced planets. My station is too remote and not safe enough for you." Central Star is the Empire's core, the location of the royal palace, and undoubtedly an advanced planet. In contrast, the 28th Army Corps base is situated on a mid-level planet, guarding surrounding celestial bodies that are underdeveloped low-level planets, making it one of the most desolate and isolated areas in the Empire. Imperial law prohibits females from residing in such places. Even an occasional visit requires numerous reports and approvals. Upon hearing this, Nian Tu's delicate face falls into disappointment. She reluctantly changes into outdoor attire, tugging at Xiang's sleeve. If she cannot accompany him to the base, she at least wants to see him off. When they arrived at Central Star, they traveled on a military spacecraft belonging to the 286th Tiger Army, which has remained docked at the nearest military base to them. The subordinate responsible for piloting the spacecraft received news of their return this morning and has been waiting for Xiang for quite some time. Seeing Xiang arrive late, he eagerly rushes over with playful teasing. "Boss, are you reluctant to leave your little female behind?" Why the delay? Before he can finish his sentence, he nearly bites his tongue, his eyes widening in shock as a slender, fair hand extends from the small spacecraft, grasped by Xiang's larger hand. Xiang and Lu Zhan carefully assist Nian Tu down from the small craft, releasing her only once she is steady on her feet. Her delicate figure, slim waist, and porcelain-like skin appear almost translucent in the sunlight. Nian Tu, squinting against the sun, looks up to see Xiang's subordinate frozen in astonishment, which make her chuckle as she gives him a nod in greeting. Unfortunately, Xiang's subordinate is a pure-hearted male in his 20s who has never interacted with any female aside from his mother. His face instantly flushes, and he gasps for breath as if about to faint. He certainly recognizes Nian Tu. Within the 286 Tiger Army, there is not a single person who is not a fan of hers. How could the boss bring Nian Tu here? This place is typically filled with rugged males. Females never appear here. The subordinate feels as if he might scream in embarrassment. He realizes he has just said something foolish in front of her. Nian Tu pays no mind to his earlier words. Entirely unaware of his current breakdown. After offering a polite greeting, she focuses her attention on the departing Xiang as people pass by. Many cannot help but steal glances in their direction upon recognizing the scene. They are momentarily stunned, nearly stumbling in disbelief. Some rub their eyes, unable to comprehend seeing a beautiful little female tiptoeing forward to embrace a male. The mere presence of a female here is miraculous. But to witness one so boldly affectionate toward a male is utterly unfathomable. Xiang, taken aback when Nian Tu embraces him, feels a shiver run through him. Though he's been embraced by Nian Tu before, it was only in his lion form. This is the first time they share such intimate contact in human form. After a brief embrace, Nian Tu releases him, yet Xiang remains dazed, as if the softness lingers in his arms. His face flushes as he listens to Nian Tu's gentle reminders to take care on the journey and to remember to video call her whenever he has free time, as she will miss him greatly. The males around them, with their keen hearing, catch her soft murmurs, and if glances could kill, Xiang would have been pierced by 1,000 jealous stares, with such a lovely little female at home. How could he bear to leave? Why doesn't he hastily apply for a transfer back to Central Star? Standing behind Nian Tu, Lu Zhan's expression remains stoic, his fists nearly clenched in frustration as he endures the sight of Xiang and his beloved little female exchanging affectionate words. Once Nian Tu reluctantly bids farewell to Xiang, Lu Zhan quickly ushers her into the small spacecraft before any of the males wishing to engage with her can approach. Once the hatch closes and they settle in, Nian Tu looks up to find herself meeting Lu Zhan's calm gray-blue eyes, which seem to harbor an unspoken grievance. Chapter 28. A fierce pursuit. Nian Tu's entire being stiffens, after a moment of silent exchange. Lu Zhan gently inquires, "Where would you like to go for a stroll?" This tactic of retreating to advance proves remarkably effective. Nian Tu, initially intending to rest after seeing Xiang off, finds herself nodding in agreement to accompany Lu Zhan for a walk. Before she realizes it, her hand is already held firmly in Lu Zhan's palm. The largest garden square in Central Star, once a royal garden and now open to the public, has been expanded significantly. It blooms year-round with an array of flowers beloved by females, making it a cherished rendezvous spot for the beastmen. Females are notoriously difficult to please, seldom agreeing to male courtship invitations. Thus, those who stroll here, even without being in the throes of romance, are in a stage of delightful intimacy that Lu Zhan, with personal motives, brings Nian Tu to this place. As Nian Tu traverses the garden, it is her first encounter with so many young couples. Although initially shy to witness others in love, her senses are irresistibly drawn to the various sounds around her. Nearby, one female chastises her partner for the glaring sun, while another slaps her companion simply because the drink does not meet her expectations. Nian Tu is taken aback. Though she was aware of the societal norms favoring females, she finally grasps the reality of the situation. These individuals do not resemble playful couples, but rather a princess with her obedient servants. The females command with an air of arrogance, while the males bow low, displaying utmost respect. Unbeknownst to her, others are observing her as well. The beautiful little female, hand in hand with her male companion, draws countless glances from passers-by. When encountering unfamiliar plant species from Earth, Nian Tu stops to listen as Lu Zhan explains their characteristics. As they walk, her admiration for Lu Zhan's extensive knowledge grows. Though not a botany expert, he possesses such understanding that she gazes at him with unabashed adoration. Those around them can hardly believe such a look could be directed at a male from a female. Typically, females regard males with disdain, contempt, or, at times, fleeting affection. Yet this little female remains consistently cheerful, treating her male with such gentleness that Lu Zhan, undoubtedly the happiest male in the garden square, becomes the envy of his peers. He remains focused ahead, yet his joy is palpable. Breathing in the fresh air, Nian Tu feels uplifted, resolving to take more walks in the future. She gazes down at a cluster of fluffy pink-blue flowers, and as a gentle breeze stirs, the petals sway enticingly, prompting her to crouch down and capture the moment from different angles with her holographic device, out of the corner of her eye. However, she catches sight of something white in a nearby thicket. Nian Tu abruptly turns her head in that direction. The thicket, a type not found on Earth, is lush and towering. There is nothing white there. Rubbing her eyes, she dismisses the thought. The garden square is vast, and having only explored a fraction, she soon begins to feel fatigued. Seated upon the bench, Nian Tu languidly sprawled like a small salted fish, contemplating the bliss of a brief slumber when, unexpectedly, a searing hand clasped her calf. Startled, she instinctively recoiled, sitting upright with astonishment as her gaze met Lu Zhan's, who was half kneeling before her, with an expression of calmness. Lu Zhan slightly spread his hands, indicating that he merely wished to assist her in easing the stiffness of her calf muscles. Noticing her withdrawal, his eyes dimmed momentarily but quickly regained their composure as he spoke in a tranquil tone. "If you ever wish to try, you may seek me out at any time." His technique was undeniably proficient, not solely due to his medical training, but also because he had recently undertaken studies in massage specifically for Nian Tu's day. As a male, he felt compelled to master numerous ways to please females, realizing he had neglected this aspect in the past and was now diligently catching up. Unbeknownst to them, in the thicket of the southwestern corner, a pair of predatory eyes observed their interaction intently. After a brief respite, Lu Zhan retrieved a small flying device from his spatial button, signaling the conclusion of their date as they prepared to return home. A gust of wind swept through, causing a flurry of leaves to whirl into the air. Nian Tu instinctively turned her gaze, catching a glimpse of something white flitting by. This time, her vision was clearer. It appeared to be a creature with white fur, though she could not ascertain its identity, as its movements were far too swift for her naked eye to follow. Blinking vigorously, she scanned her surroundings but could no longer detect its presence. "Nian Tu." She tugged at Lu Zhan's sleeve. "Did you see any small animals? Something white that—" Lu Zhan immediately lifted his gaze to search. As a male beastman with heightened senses, he surpassed Nian Tu in observational acuity many times over. However, after a prolonged moment, he shook his head. No, perhaps there had been one, but it had since departed, no longer in their vicinity. There was also a minuscule chance that the creature was more powerful than he, capable of evading his senses. Whether such beings existed in the universe remained undetermined. Yet it was certain they did not inhabit the central star, as no creature in the entire empire surpassed the strength of an S-class male. Unless it was a beast form of an SS-class male, but there were only a handful of SS-class beastmen in the empire, all of whom held esteemed positions. It was improbable for one to appear here in beast form. Thus, Lu Zhan reasoned, while Nian Tu rubbed her temples, feeling she had likely experienced an illusion. She was not so confident as to believe her observational skills exceeded Lu Zhan's. Yet, she overlooked the possibility that only she could see it, as it was intentionally shown to her. After the two departed in their flying device, other visitors in the garden square gradually began to leave. Approaching lunchtime, no male wished to be an inadequate partner. Allowing their mate to go hungry, the crowd dispersed. The bushes rustled, seemingly from the wind, yet it felt as if something lurked within that a white tiger stealthily emerged among the trees, even in daylight. Its form was elusive, capable of outmaneuvering any pursuer effortlessly. Its crystalline blue eyes, as cold as ice, fixated intently on the direction from which Nian Tu's flying device had departed. The white tiger stepped forward, its massive figure resembling a towering mountain, its stripes distinct from those of an ordinary tiger, exuding an aura of mystery and strength, accentuated by the clear royal mark upon its forehead. Lowering its head, it repeatedly sniffed where Nian Tu had lingered on the bench, squinting its eyes, raising a paw only to hesitate before resting its head against the surface, leaving its scent while also absorbing traces of Nian Tu's lingering aroma. Soon, it locked onto a direction, resolutely transforming into a wisp of white, pursuing the departed flying device with fervor. Chapter 29. The little kitten, unbeknownst to Nian Tu, a fearsome tiger had set its sights upon her. After bidding farewell to Xiang, her lessons in social dance were officially set in motion. According to Lu Zhan, Nian Tu need not worry about this endeavor. A noble female would pursue learning purely out of personal desire. Not to conform to others' expectations, she could remain utterly ignorant of dance, and no one would dare to criticize her. Yet, Nian Tu found it difficult to fathom the embarrassment of making a fool of herself in public. To avoid such a situation in a formal setting, she scoured the star net for numerous dance training institutions. However, after an extensive search, she found none that accepted females. The empire boasted few institutions eligible to enroll females. Primarily specialized comprehensive schools for females and a handful of officially established universities. This was not a matter of discrimination, but rather a means of protecting females. The safety of these comprehensive schools was unparalleled throughout the empire, surpassing even that of the royal palace. Females received their education from a young age at these institutions, continuing until they reached adulthood at 18, completing their foundational education while cultivating various interests. Upon searching the star net, Nian Tu was astonished to discover that the vast majority of females departed from school upon reaching adulthood, seldom pursuing further education. Although esteemed institutions like the Imperial Military Academy had special qualifications for admitting female students, it was often the case that not a single female would enroll for centuries. That a sense of discomfort settled within Nian Tu's day once. She yearned to attend university, but was denied by her family. Yet here were females willingly relinquishing their opportunities for higher education. Truly, they were unaware of the fortune they possessed. Standing in her room, lost in thought, she began to contemplate that attending university in the stars might not be such a bad idea. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted her musings. Turning around, she saw Lu Zhan. He held out a prepared nutrient solution to her, while displaying a holographic device showcasing resumes. I have selected several suitable social dance tutors. Which one do you prefer? All the resumes were for males, and, as Nian Tu perused them, she found no female tutors, ultimately selecting the male who appeared most agreeable. Coleman Shrayan, hailing from an established noble family, now fallen on hard times, had once been a notorious playboy within the empire, captivating the hearts of numerous females with his handsome visage and refined demeanor. He was well-versed in various noble etiquettes, particularly proficient in social dance, and possessed ample teaching experience with females. Liu Zhan expressed no objections to Nian Tu's choice. Although Coleman had been somewhat frivolous in his youth, he was now over 300 years old, a suitably discreet tutor who would not develop any inappropriate relations with his students. After finalizing the choice of tutor, Lu Zhan contacted Coleman, who confirmed he would arrive promptly at 3 o'clock that afternoon. Nian Tu raised the nutrient solution to her lips and downed it in one go, grimacing at its taste. Initially, upon her arrival in this realm, she found the nutrient solution tolerable. However, after consuming it daily for half a month, she had grown weary of it and now held deep admiration for those beastmen who steadfastly relied on nutrient solutions as their primary sustenance. Liu Zhan kindly presented her with a plate of sweet pastries, freshly baked grape milk puffs, rich in creamy aroma. Nian Tu had always harbored an interest in baking, but lacked the time and resources to pursue this passion. She had stored away numerous recipes in her mind, and this was her first attempt at bringing them to life, resulting in unforeseen success. Nian Tu pinched a piece and offered it to Lu Zhan, encouraging him to sample it as well. Lu Zhan smiled gently. I have already tasted it. Though the aroma of the freshly baked goods was enticing, he would not allow Nian Tu to consume them without first ensuring their quality himself. Nian Tu insisted, holding the pastry up for him to take another bite. Liu Zhan's gray-blue eyes were filled with tender emotions, his gaze softening as he lowered his head to take the morsel from her fingers, his lips brushing against her soft fingertips, sending a shiver of electricity through her. Nian Tu quickly withdrew her hand, and only upon seeing Lu Zhan's composed demeanor did she slowly steady her breath. Reasoning that perhaps it was merely an accident, Lu Zhan likely had not intended it, completely forgetting that she had merely wanted him to take the treat from her hand, while he chose to take it directly from her fingers. Despite having been led astray numerous times, she still failed to remember the lesson, often forgetting that she faced a thoughtful and cunning wolf. The wolf, adept at knowing when to withdraw, allowed Nian Tu to finish her small plate of milk puffs before gracefully retreating to tidy the kitchen. Nian Tu glanced at the time. It was just past 1 in the afternoon. With nearly 2 hours remaining before the tutoress' arrival, she decided to change into more comfortable attire and stepped outside into the courtyard to enjoy the fresh air. This villa, belonging to Xiang, had not fallen into complete disrepair during his absence from the Central Star. Rather, it was regularly maintained, and recently several vigorous fruit trees had been planted in the courtyard. The lawn lush and green, interspersed with a few unidentifiable yellow flowers, While not as vibrant and diverse as the royal gardens, it was nonetheless orderly and full of life. In one corner of the courtyard stood a swing, which Nian Tu had designed and Xiang had constructed. Nian Tu enjoyed spending her free time on the swing, gently swaying back and forth in the sunlight, relishing in a sense of tranquility akin to a leisurely retirement. However, today her cherished swing was unexpectedly occupied by an uninvited guest. Nian Tu approached swiftly, spotting a fluffy white mass nestled on the swing. As she drew nearer, she was greeted by the sight of an adorably fuzzy back, its pristine white fur unmarred, rivaling even Lu Zhan's beast form, the snow wolf. Yet unlike the snow wolf, the creature curled up on the swing was a smaller animal, its long white fur appearing soft and fluffy. Resembling a small cloud of cotton candy, if sensing Nian Tu's footsteps, the white-furred creature perked up, revealing a face as sweet as cotton candy. Nian Tu gasped and clutched her chest, utterly charmed. What an adorable little kitty! She vowed this was the most perfectly delightful and well-formed creature she had ever encountered. Its round face featured eyes as deep and pure as the ocean. Its entire form a pristine white. Only a slight ink mark on its forehead fortuitously formed the character, adding an air of authority to its adorable little face, which bore a serious expression. Resembling a small, undergrown tiger, Nian Tu restrained her overwhelming desire to pet it and meticulously observe the creature from head to tail. Her conclusion: this was merely an ordinary little cat, not a beastman. In her eyes, the beast forms of male beastmen were always shrouded in varying degrees of dark mist. For instance, Lu Zhan, though not out of control and with a relatively low level of instability, still emitted faint traces of dark mist when transformed into a snow wolf. However, this little one exhibited no such mist, appearing utterly clean. Since it was not a beastman, she could indulge her whims without hesitation. Eagerly, Nian Tu extended her mischievous little hand. Chapter 30. Royal Secrets: the first step in her endeavor. Cautiously reach out to lure the creature closer, allowing it to sniff and acclimate to her scent, thus easing its wariness. Nian Tu adeptly crouched near the swing, extending her hand towards the little one. Over the years, she had petted countless creatures. None had been able to resist her charm, and she was confident that this little fluff ball would be no different. As expected, the little cat tilted its head to regard her, gracefully leaped down from the swing, and trotted over, circling her hand to investigate that it was a familiar scent, one that had captivated its heart, compelling it to chase after her from the royal garden. In an instant, the little one shed its reserve, sweetly mewing and purring as it dove into Nian Tu's soft, fragrant embrace, so blissful that it even exposed its belly. No one would have guessed that this clingy little darling had moments ago been a strong and imposing white tiger. The royal male beast form was that of a tiger, and as a rare SS grade male. The crown prince's beast form was that of a white tiger, not merely an ordinary albino tiger, but a legendary beast. Beastmen who awakened their divine beast bloodline could revert to their juvenile form, akin to an energy-saving mode, enabling them to evade danger and conserve strength. The juvenile form of a white tiger was distinct from that of an ordinary tiger. It appeared more like a small white creature, with only the on its forehead signifying its noble identity. This was undoubtedly a royal secret, known only to the direct descendants of the royal family. Unbeknownst to Nian Tu, the playful creature rolling and cooing in her arms was the legendary crown prince of the empire. She gazed in astonishment as the little one intruded into her embrace, initially believing it to be a distant and aloof creature, only to discover its affectionate nature. After years of experience, she had never encountered a more sociable little one. The little white cat clearly adored Nian Tu, its round, watery eyes fixated on her face, inviting her to stroke its soft belly while its little paws rhythmically pedaled in the air, a clear sign of relaxation and joy. Its delicate mews were incessant, capturing Nian Tu's attention. Nian Tu, enchanted, couldn't help but smile as she cradled the little round face in her hands, gently scratching it, causing the little one to squint its eyes and tilt its head back in bliss, purring contentedly. After a while, she shifted tactics, scratching its chin with one hand. When she momentarily withdrew her hand, the little one eagerly grasped her wrist with its tiny paws, pleading for her to continue. The little cat's adorable antics melted Nian Tu's heart, prompting her to lean down and shower its fluffy head with affectionate kisses. Had it been another cat, it would likely have shyly dodged her advances. Though others would allow Nian Tu to kiss them, none would relish her affections, as this little marshmallow did. To her surprise, This clingy little darling was a male. Nian Tu's gaze inadvertently drifted, and she clicked her tongue. Lacking any peculiar fixation on bells, she chose to overlook this little darling's endearing demeanor. Oblivious to the potential threat to its innocence, this little cat brought an unexpected joy to Nian Tu as she awaited her tutor for the next 2 hours. She felt the little one resembled cotton candy in both appearance and temperament, sweet and clingy. So she decided to name it Marshmallow, affectionately calling it Tang Tang. Should anyone learn that the esteemed crown prince of the empire had acquired the nickname Marshmallow, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Yet at this moment, both Nian Tu and her new companion reveled in the joy of their newfound bond. When she softly called out Little Marshmallow, the little one responded with a delightful chirp. And upon calling Tang Tang again, it graciously acknowledged her. Nian Tu broke a soft twig, adorning the end with vibrant little flowers, using it as a makeshift toy. Despite its simplicity, Marshmallow found great delight in the plaything. Its tail held high as it bounced joyously around, responding to Nian Tu's teasing. The little one radiated energy, seemingly boundless, while Nian Tu soon grew weary. Setting the twig aside, she ruffled Marshmallow's fluffy head, saying, "I'll fetch you something to eat." Though her home lacked provisions, as a carnivorous creature, it could consume meat. Nian Tu rummaged in the kitchen, retrieving a small piece of chicken breast and an egg. After a moment of contemplation, she opted to prepare the meat cooked rather than raw for Marshmallow. As she began to take action, Lu Zhan interrupted. "Allow me. What do you propose?" "Mince the meat, add an egg yolk, and steam it." Nian Tu, meeting Lu Zhan's astonished gaze, hurried to clarify. "It's not for me. It's for the little one." Thus, no seasonings were required, and the method was straightforward. Lu Zhan paused. "What little one?" With a smile. Nian Tu replied, "I just found a little one in the garden, just like you, white with a pattern on its forehead resembling a small tiger. Adorably cute." While Nian Tu beamed with joy, Lu Zhan's expression soured. He took a deep breath, resolving to enhance the security system of the villa. The previous incident with the out-of-control lion had happened because it was indeed Xiong himself, capable of bypassing the villa's biometric security without triggering alarms or defensive measures. However, this time, an inexplicably intruding creature was present. If it were a male beastman with ill intentions, it would be exceedingly dangerous for it to approach Nian Tu so easily. Under Lu Zhan's insistence, Nian Tu reluctantly led him to the swing area in search of Marshmallow. However, the little one had vanished without a trace. Nian Tu, undeterred, searched high and low throughout the courtyard but found no sign of the little one. Nor did she locate the makeshift TOY. Lu Zhan concluded that the creature was deliberately evading him, his expression turning stern. There are no wild animals on Central Star, and stray pets are rescued by designated organizations. This one, with an unclear origin, is likely a beastman that has entered stealthily. Nian Tu shook her head in denial. "It's just an ordinary little cat." As for her reasoning, she explained that her judgment was based on the absence of dark mist surrounding it. Male beastmen typically bore dark mist, while the little one did not. Lu Zhan felt she had little experience with male beast forms, and her sample size was insufficient to draw such conclusions. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that her assessment based on the dark mist held some merit, as the unique mist she perceived was closely linked to the instability of male beastmen, as long as it was a male beastman. There is always a risk of instability, even in juveniles, whose instability levels were rarely 0. Most were below 30, falling within a relatively safe range. Thus, it was plausible that this was an ordinary creature. Lu Zhan's vigilance eased somewhat, and he decided to forego further inquiries. The little one had fled, leaving their cooking plans in limbo, leaving Nian Tu feeling somewhat forlorn. Fortunately, with the arrival of 3 o'clock, her tutor, Coleman, arrived early, and the excitement of learning alleviated her earlier disappointment. She quickly changed into a suitable dress and joined Lu Zhan to welcome their guest. Unlike the static photograph on his resume, the real Coleman was a gentleman of refined elegance. The fine lines at the corners of his eyes only enhanced his allure, adding to his mature charm, exuding an irresistible magnetism in his every gesture. Countless young males would pale in comparison to him. Lu Zhan felt a surge of tension. Chapter 31. An overwhelming sense of intrusion. Coleman did not greet Nian Tu with a kiss on the hand, but instead made a fist and placed it over his heart. This was an ancient, noble gesture within the Beastman Empire, reserved for showing respect to beautiful females. Nian Tu did not comprehend this custom, yet it did not detract from her admiration for Coleman's every movement. This was her first encounter with such a captivating male, allowing her to finally grasp the allure of mature men. With a smile, she greeted, "Hello, Mr. Coleman. I am Nian Tu." Coleman appeared surprised that she would address him. Having never encountered a female with such a friendly disposition, his gaze softened further, and he inclined his head slightly. "Good day, Lady Nian Tu. It is my honor to meet you." Liu Zhan's sense of apprehension intensified. His expression grew serious as he subtly shifted a few steps to separate the two. Coleman, seemingly unfazed by the young male's veiled hostility, maintained his graceful demeanor. Upon learning that Nian Tu was studying social dance for an upcoming court ball, he complimented her warmly. "The royal invitation signifies your exceptional talents." Nian Tu quickly waved her hands in denial. The butterfly embellishments on her sleeves fluttered with her movements, drawing Coleman's attention. He praised her further. "The new design from the Soft family looks stunning on you. However, I believe only a specially tailored gown would truly befit you. If you would trust me, I would like to create a dress tailored just for you." Compared to the occasional tutoring gig he took on out of boredom, high-end fashion design was where Coleman truly excelled. His innate artistic talent and years of fine education endowed him with exceptional aesthetic sensibility. In his youth, he had pursued fashion design as a hobby, but after his family fell from grace, he relied on it for his livelihood. Coleman's design style was bold and widely sought after, and he had long since become one of the empire's top fashion designers. Now, he was in semi-retirement, rarely accepting commissions. Regardless of the status or price offered by clients, he remained steadfast in his refusal to compromise. Unless he encounters someone who inspires him, he is reluctant to personally undertake the task of customization. The fact that such a capricious designer like Coleman has expressed a desire to create garments for Nian Tu undoubtedly indicates that she has caught his eye. To don a gown crafted by Coleman at a royal ball would be a coveted honor, admired by all. Liu Zhan, always prioritizing Nian Tu, naturally would not refuse such a splendid opportunity on her behalf. Unlike Liu Zhan, Nian Tu remains oblivious to Coleman's esteemed status in the fashion industry. She mistakenly believes Coleman to be an ordinary designer seeking her patronage for his business. Thus, without hesitation, she nods in agreement and offers him an encouraging smile, saying, "I trust your aesthetic." Coleman is momentarily taken aback, realizing that Nian Tu may not comprehend the magnitude of his renown, making her trust all the more precious. His gaze towards her becomes increasingly astonished and soft. After the pleasantries, the clock strikes 3, and the lesson officially begins. Once the teaching commences, Coleman's demeanor shifts to a markedly serious tone. Yet his overall aura remains gentle, as he occasionally nods to encourage Nian Tu, generously offering praise. The social dance among the beastmen is not significantly different from that of humans. It still involves pairs dancing together, without evolving into any form of group embraces. Liu Zhan serves as Nian Tu's dance partner, and having practiced their respective basic steps, they attempt to connect through hand-holding and shoulder placement. Despite their prior experiences of hand-holding, the moment Nian Tu clasps Liu Zhan's hand, she instinctively flinches, her body trembling slightly. Liu Zhan's stature is imposing, his frame nearly enveloping her, with a masculine presence that feels both close and overwhelming. Nian Tu's gaze instinctively avoids his chiseled visage. Her mind, once clear, becomes muddled as the dance steps she had memorized slip away, resulting in a disarray of movements. Coleman, an experienced and responsible instructor, can pinpoint his students' issues with precision. However, faced with the faltering Nian Tu, he refrains from interrupting, holding his breath and choosing not to intrude. The atmosphere thickens with an ambiguous tension, a palpable intimacy flowing between the two dancers. Their eyes unexpectedly meet, and Nian Tu is momentarily scorched by the intensity of Liu Zhan's gaze, causing her heart to flutter. In the next instant, Liu Zhan sweeps her off her feet, lifting her off the ground in a graceful spin. Though this maneuver is intricate, Liu Zhan's calm and powerful stance instills a sense of trust in Nian Tu, who surprisingly remains unperturbed. She only feels the warmth of his hand around her waist, its heat almost searing her skin, as Nian Tu lands back in Liu Zhan's embrace. Her eyes shimmer, and she finds herself enveloped in a tender embrace, reminiscent of the moon descending to earth, cradled by a devoted young male. Coleman observes this scene quietly. The refined middle-aged man maintains an air of composure and impeccable emotional control, yet his feelings are profoundly complex. On Earth, one might describe this sensation as being bombarded with an abundance of affectionate gestures. Even though Coleman is married and has a wealth of romantic experience, he has never encountered such a palpable and intense atmosphere. Indeed, Coleman is married. Despite Lu Zhan's previous wariness towards him, he harbors no flirtatious intentions towards Nian Tuesday, now nearing 400 years of age. He regards this charming young female as a junior. Earlier, he had assumed Lu Zhan to be an unsuccessful male lacking the favor of his mate, which had led to his defensive demeanor towards him. However, witnessing Nian Tu dance intimately with Lu Zhan, placing her full trust in him, Coleman realizes his judgment has been gravely flawed. He is increasingly struck by Nian Tu's uniqueness. Most females in the Empire are accustomed to being adored by males, readily accepting their flattery without genuine affection. Others harbor an intrinsic fear and aversion towards all males, avoiding them at all costs. Females like Nian Tu, who genuinely embrace such trust, likely exist only in the fantasies of male beastmen. Coleman finds himself unable to suppress a twinge of jealousy towards Lu Zhan. The private tutoring session spans 2 hours, and Coleman is compelled to witness the two of them remaining closely in Nian Tu rolled over in bed. Took a deep breath and used all her limbs to rise. Stretching languidly, she gazed out the window. The sunlight was just right outside, and the courtyard brimmed with vitality. Little birds chirped merrily atop the treetops. As she scanned the scene, her attention was suddenly captured by a delicate blush of pink at the windowsill. To her astonishment, a rose lay there. Nian Tu rubbed her eyes in disbelief, hurried a few steps to the window, and opened it. Dew still glistened on the rose petals, suggesting it had been recently picked. With a fluttering heart, she carefully picked up the rose, feeling a rush of incredulity at the dreamlike quality of the moment. After a brief pause, she dashed outside Lu Zhan. Witnessing Nian Tu burst from the bedroom, without so much as a good morning, quickly set aside his work to follow her. He chased her to the swing in the courtyard, where he finally spotted the little white creature Nian Tu had mentioned the day before. Even with his discerning eye, he could not deny that this small creature was indeed worthy of affection. It was not only charmingly adorable, but also emitted a sweet, endearing sound, embodying the gentleness that females adored. Observing Nian Tu bury her face in the creature's fluffy belly and shower it with kisses stirred a bittersweet feeling within him. He was relieved, however, that it was just an ordinary little creature and not a male beastman. After a time, Nian Tu finally lifted her head, only to discover that Lu Zhan had caught her in the act of her affectionate antics. She gasped, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. Suppressing her embarrassment, she softly asked Lu Zhan, "Could you prepare the meal I mentioned yesterday? Chicken breast with egg yolk. The little one would surely love it." Lu Zhan nodded, his gaze lowered in acquiescence. As he departed, Nian Tu could not resist burying her face once more in the soft fur of the creature. It was a well-groomed little one, and she felt no disdain for it. Holding the fragrant rose between her fingers, she playfully waved it before the creature, asking, "Is this your gift to me? Last night's dream was so enchanting. I dreamt of cotton candy, and upon waking, I found it here again that I dreamt of roses, and upon waking, there was one right by the window." Nian Tu examined the little creature closely, almost entertaining the whimsical notion that it might transform into a majestic white tiger. The little one raised its paw, tilting its head innocently as it mewed, its round eyes fixated on the rose in her hand, seemingly delighted, and meowed several more times like a tea that moment. Nian Tu disregarded thoughts of the white tiger. She placed the rose in her hair, teasing the little one that the vibrant petals accentuated her translucent skin, while her soft hair flowed like silk. The little creature appeared even more delighted, emitting adorable purring sounds as it wiggled in her embrace. A bundle of joy. Were an emperor and empress to witness such a scene, they might well question whether their son had been possessed by some whimsical spirit. Even as a child, the young prince had never displayed such endearment. He had always been a composed and mature child. Nian Tu, charmed by the little one, playfully pinched its cheeks. "Was this flower truly your gift? Would you like to come home with me?" she coaxed. Even if the cotton candy would not transform into a white tiger, Nian Tu was determined to keep it. She endeavored to entice the little creature through its appetite. Yes, she scratched its chin. She accepted the meal Lu Zhan had prepared and beckoned the little one to come and eat. The cotton candy approached the small dish filled with minced meat, sniffed it, then defiantly turned its face away, refusing to eat. Why? Nian Tu wondered, perplexed. Previously, when she had prepared meals for her boss's orange cat, it devoured them eagerly, and her attempt to feed other creatures had never been met with rejection. She gently patted its fluffy belly. It did not seem overly full, so it should have been hungry. Do you not like it? She inquired, her brow furrowing as she picked up a small spoon, making one last attempt. If it refused to eat now, she would have to devise another plan. She scooped a spoonful of the minced meat and brought it to the cotton candy's mouth. Watching expectantly, the little creature blinked, extending its tiny tongue to quickly lick her hand twice. Nian Tu burst into laughter, not flinching away. Some little creatures simply adored licking people. She had encountered one that wished to groom her hair in a similar manner, and it had been just as endearing. Reflecting on the little creature she had met before her journey began, a hint of nostalgia filled her gaze. The little white creature tilted its head and sniffed at the spoonful of minced meat again. While it did not detest the flavor, it resented the one who prepared it, harboring an air of hostility. In ancient times, large carnivorous male beastmen would fiercely guard their territories, much like true wild beasts. However, the current beastmen had successfully suppressed their primal instincts and no longer required territories. Nonetheless, the aura of dominance among the powerful male beastmen still clashed. Had this dish been prepared by Nian Tu, the young prince would have devoured it hungrily, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Yet since it was prepared by Lu Zhan, the young prince looked upon it with disdain. But now, with Nian Tu personally feeding it with a small spoon, the little one found it difficult to refuse. Its fondness for Nian Tu outweighed its aversion to Lu Zhan. Nian Tu watched with satisfaction as the little creature began to eat, its tiny mouth eagerly munching away. She patiently fed it spoonful after spoonful, gently wiping the broth from its furry face. Lu Zhan, standing behind her, could not help but interject, "Allow me to feed it. You should go have your breakfast." A mere creature could not compare to Nian Tu's well-being. He did not wish for her meal to be delayed. As he stepped closer, the little one abruptly halted its licking, hissing fiercely at him, sharp claws extending from its tiny paws. Nian Tu gasped, quickly soothing the creature that had bristled at Lu Zhan's approach, shaking her head to decline his offer. Lu Zhan stood silently for a moment, his gaze darkening, before silently transforming into his beast form. As Nian Tu fed the last spoonful of minced meat and began to clean the little one's mouth, she suddenly felt a gentle tug at her sleeve from behind. Turning, she saw the snow wolf, her eyes brightening, only to worry that the cotton candy might be frightened. Yet, the little creature that had clung to her moments ago now stood defiantly before the imposing snow wolf. Unafraid, its gaze icy and fierce as it stepped forward, attempting to shield Nian Tu behind it. The snow wolf remained calm, not taking the little creature's bravado seriously. However, before Nian Tu, it let out a soft whine, feigning a hint of grievance. Instantly, Nian Tu's heart ached for the snow wolf. She reached out to stroke the wolf's large head, whispering softly, "Do not be angry with the cotton candy. It is merely a little one who does not understand." Watching Nian Tu's hand caress the snow wolf's head, the little creature's round eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Ikati emitted a series of offended mews, its ears flattening into angry airplane ears. It leaped up to nip at Nian Tu's hand, admonishing her not to touch the snow wolf. The creature was fiercely jealous. Many pets would scold their owners for petting others outside, even resorting to aggression. The young prince, of course, could not bear to scold the little female he cherished. The little creature trembled with rage, resembling a fluffy white ball of fury, seeing Nian Tu's hand lingering on that detestable beast. Lu Zhan's azure eyes quivered, and suddenly 2 tears rolled down his cheeks. An uncontrollable male beastman, devoid of reason, often acted purely on instinct. The imperial prince, known for his composure, could not help but reveal his true nature for the first time in front of Nian Tu's day. Nian Tu was rendered speechless by the shock of it all. While she had often enjoyed using tearful cat emoticons, this was the first time she had witnessed a little creature crying in reality. It was said that, unlike humans, they did not weep to express sorrow, but rather shed tears physiologically. Yet, the sight of the little creature sniffling was undeniably heart-wrenching. "What's wrong? Don't cry, don't cry. Are you afraid of the wolf?" Nian Tu nudged Lu Zhan, urging, quickly, change back. Although she adored the snow wolf, comforting the little one was paramount. After all, it could not voice its feelings and would only express its sadness through tearful eyes. As Lu Zhan transformed back into human form, the little one swiftly delivered a scratch to him, then darted away like a white shadow, disappearing in an instant. The sudden turn of events left Nian Tu momentarily stunned. unable to grasp what had transpired. She gazed at Lu Zhan, her eyes falling upon the bloodied scratches on his hand, gasping in dismay. The vertical claw marks looked painful. "That I'm so sorry." Lu Zhan's expression remained unruffled. "It's all right. Do not concern yourself. Such trivial injuries were inconsequential to a robust male, especially since it was his fault, not Nian Tu's." That he lowered his eyelashes slightly, adding, "But I frightened away the little one you like. You may punish me." While he secretly relished the incident of the little creature fleeing, he hoped Nian Tu would forgive him after venting her frustration. Nian Tu shook her head, indicating she bore him no ill will, and urged him to tend to his wounds. As she treated his injuries, she sighed softly, advising, "Next time, try not to transform in front of the little one." That the little creature had always been so well behaved. It must have been terribly frightened to lash out. Given the snow wolf's imposing size, it was only natural for the little creature to feel fear. The current situation was a lose-lose scenario. Though she could not help but worry about the cotton candy that had run off, Nian Tu felt a flicker of hope within her heart. The cotton candy would surely return to her. Her intuition was soon validated. By evening, a fluffy figure appeared at the window of Nian Tu's bedroom. After finishing her dinner, Nian Tu leisurely performed a set of exercises, took a stroll, and then spent a considerable amount of time playing with her holographic computer. Eventually, she got up and went to the washroom, entirely oblivious to the fluffy creature outside her window. Growing slightly anxious, the little one pawed at the window, creating a commotion in an attempt to attract her attention. However, the window was impeccably soundproof, dutifully isolating all noises from the outside world. Upon emerging from the washroom, Nian Tu found her bedroom transformed into sleep mode, the lights dimming gradually and the window becoming opaque. The little one could only see Nian Tu lying on the bed, seemingly ready to sleep, but the next moment, its view was obstructed by the tinted window. The little prince was desperate, meowing in distress. It wanted to go inside. It wished to sleep alongside her. Chapter 34. "Stay and accompany me." Nian Tu closed her eyes, yet she faintly heard that mewing sound. The voice was so subtle that she rubbed her ears, suspecting it might be a figment of her imagination, and continued to drift into slumber. Yet, the illusion did not fade. After enduring the sound for a while, she could no longer resist and sat up. Walking to the window to peer outside, that on the windowsill sat a small, adorable creature, gazing at her with longing meow. Nian Tu was taken aback. Luckily, she hadn't fallen asleep. Her concern prompted her to take a look. Otherwise, would she have left this little fool outside all night? Although it was not winter and the weather was sufficiently warm, it would still be pitiable for the little one to spend the night outside in such a forlorn state. Nian Tu hurriedly reached out to bring the little one into her room. The creature nestled against her obediently, not struggling at all, displaying a docility that hardly resembled that of a stray. Nian Tu surmised it had likely been a pet once, hence its affectionate demeanor. Given its intelligence, it probably hadn't wandered off but had been abandoned instead. She affectionately stroked the little one's forehead, where a distinct mark resembling a royal symbol resided, and asked once more, "Would you like to stay and keep me company? No more wandering. Become my little one." For years, she had longed to have a pet of her own. But having been controlled by her family throughout her life, she lacked the ability to live independently, let alone provide a home for a pet. The past was too painful to recall. Now, she finally had the opportunity to raise a pet, and she would treat it splendidly. The little one seemed to sense Nian Tu's complex and slightly melancholic emotions, gently nuzzling her cheek and meowing to comfort her. Nian Tu soon regained her spirits, smiling as she tapped its nose. "Since you cannot speak, I shall take that as your agreement. From now on, you're my little one. Let us take a bath first, and then have something to eat." In a cheerful mood, she carried the little one to the bathroom, pondering whether she should check what vaccines and permits were required for interstellar pet ownership. As is well known, bathing a pet is often a fierce battle, given their general aversion to water. Nian Tu mentally prepared herself and carefully placed the little one into a container filled with warm water. To her surprise, the little one was exceedingly well behaved, even tilting its face up in cooperation while she scrubbed it clean. When she rinsed it, the little one showed no signs of struggle, facing the water with fearless resolve. Most felines dread water, but tigers are an exception. As the apex of their species, tigers often relish water and are adept swimmers, enjoying a dip to cool off in the sweltering heat, being a reincarnated divine beast. The white tiger, the little prince, was naturally unafraid of water. Moreover, even without the rationality of a human, he remained far calmer than other beasts. During his time alone outside, he retained the composure befitting the king of beasts, revealing his vulnerable side only in the presence of someone he favored. Nian Tu found it perplexing. How could anyone bear to abandon such a cute and obedient creature? After the bath, the little one emerged completely clean. Its fluffy white fur now soft and voluminous, resembling a cotton candy cloud, yet the royal mark on its forehead remained as distinct as ever. Nian Tu was utterly charmed by its earnest demeanor, finding it reminiscent of a little tiger trying to appear fierce. She couldn't help but sigh, reminiscing about the magnificent white tiger from her dreams. How she wished it could transform. She had never seen a tiger in reality. It must be so wonderful to touch such a grand creature. Meow. The little cotton candy blinked its innocent eyes, prompting Nian Tu to smile once more. Oh well, this is quite delightful, even without transforming into a tiger. You are still adorable, cradling the fragrant, soft cotton candy in her arms. Nian Tu intended to take it to the kitchen for a snack. Suddenly, her holographic computer emitted a series of alert tones. Xiang had sent her a video invitation. She answered the video call, raising both paws to showcase the little one to Xiang. Look, I have adopted a little one. Having been busy since arriving at the base, this was Xiang's first video call with Nian Tu. Making him quite anxious, he sat upright, preparing to greet her with a few polite words, when unexpectedly, a fluffy creature appeared on the screen, rendering him speechless. All his carefully crafted thoughts dissolved in an instant. The adorable little female peeked out, softly inquiring, "Can I stay in your house?" Xiang could hardly refuse, readily agreeing. With his assurance, Nian Tu felt at ease, leading the little one towards the kitchen while inquiring about Xiang's recent experiences. Xiang had never felt so tongue-tied before. Confronted with his beloved little female, he wished to engage in delightful conversation, yet found himself at a loss. The military camp was filled with stern males, mechanical weapons, and monotonous paperwork. "Where did you get this little one?" he asked, redirecting the topic to the creature. Its appearance was exquisite, and seeing Nian Tu cradle it with such affection, it was evident she cherished it dearly. Naturally, any topic related to the little one would excite her. Indeed, Nian Tu's eyes sparkled with joy as she shook her head. "I didn't buy it." She recounted the entire tale from their chance encounter on the swing to the moment she rescued it from outside the window. The commotion in the kitchen quickly caught the attention of Lu Zhan. He casually nodded in greeting to Xiang, but his icy gaze fell upon the little one in Nian Tu's arms. Both parties locked in a silent standoff filled with tension. The atmosphere in the kitchen was charged, sparks flying. Nian Tu pinched the little one's face, forcibly diverting its gaze to intervene. "All right. We all family now. No fighting from now on." The little one mewed in discontent, but obediently curled up in her embrace, refraining from further mischief. It was determined to be a good little one in front of Nian Tu's day. Whether it would secretly enact its vengeance on the disliked male when Nian Tu's attention waned was another matter entirely. Lu Zhan, meanwhile, was contemplating whether to concoct an excuse to expel the little creature. He coldly chuckled, addressing Xiang on the video call. "Should the security system of your house be reinforced?" Xiang rejected his insinuation, frowning. "This house, along with the courtyard, is equipped with an S-level security system, the highest available for private residences outside of the royal family and high-ranking institutions. The fact that it could enter indicates it is merely an ordinary animal. The beast forms of beastmen differ significantly from ordinary animals in various physiological aspects, and the security system can easily distinguish between the two upon scanning. Ordinary animals are not within the system's protective range unless they are deemed too large or ferocious, posing a threat. However, should a beastman enter the villa without permission, they would be expelled. Only an SS-level male would possess the strength to evade the system's scrutiny. There were only a handful of such individuals across the entire empire, all of whom were powerful figures of high status, who would have the time to intrude upon a private residence. Even if Nian Tu were to awaken her S-level psychic abilities in the future, those esteemed figures, no matter how tempted they might be, would never stoop to the disgraceful act of forcibly taking her away. Thus, this little creature, of unknown origins, was indeed an ordinary animal, not a beastman. Lu Zhan felt entirely relieved. With that established, although he felt an aversion towards the creature, he couldn't deny Nian Tu's fondness for it. If she wished to keep it, then so be it. He couldn't bear to disappoint her. Lu Zhan begrudgingly forgave the little one for scratching him, and even went so far as to prepare a meal for it. The little creature, however, maintained its disdainful demeanor, only willing to eat from Nian Tu's hand. Nian Tu scratched its chin, sighing in resignation. I suppose I'll have to think of some other recipes. Xiang resolved to make time to learn how to cook for the little one. Clearly, Lu Zhan's culinary skills were lacking, given the little one's refusal to eat his food. For Nian Tu's sake, Xiang vowed to evolve into a pet expert at the quickest pace possible. After all, pleasing Nian Tu's pet would equate to pleasing her directly. He tentatively suggested, I can help take care of it from now on. Nian Tu paused briefly before nodding with a smile. Continuing to feed the little one while chatting with Xiang, it was until their video call concluded and she settled back in her room that she noticed a message popping up on her holographic computer. It was a message sent half an hour earlier from Marshal Feili. Why would Marshal Uncle have business with her? Nian Tu felt a surge of anxiety, placing the little one aside as she opened the chat window to read the message. Feili, Chapter 35. Voluntarily becoming a backup impertinent? How impertinent? Nian Tu's heart raced, her mind whirling with various speculations, even considering the possibility that her identity as a traveler had been exposed. Her fingers trembled slightly as she replied, Nian Tu. What do you mean? Half an hour had passed since Feili's last message, yet he seemed to have been waiting for her reply, sending a response mere seconds later. Feili, have you found a third guardian aside from Xiang and Lu Zhan? According to imperial law, unmarried females must have at least 3 guardians. The staff responsible for her registration had previously reminded Nian Tu of this. If she failed to find a third guardian within a month, the system would automatically assign one for her. This matter had long slipped from her mind, forgotten entirely. Until now, Feili's mention suddenly reminded her that less than half of the month's deadline remained. Nian Tu replied candidly, No, I accidentally forgot about it. The female guardian was more akin to a fiancé. Once designated as her guardian, it meant being marked by her, and outsiders would naturally regard them as her males. Initially, she was oblivious to this underlying rule, only later realizing its implications. She even felt a twinge of regret for having chosen Lu Zhan and Xiang as her guardians, binding them to her without being able to offer the promise of partnership. In this predicament, she was compelled to seek another guardian, leaving Nian Tu feeling overwhelmed. Frustrated, she ran her fingers through her hair, uncertain of what to do, when Feili inexplicably sent her a copy of his health report. Following that was a resume, boasting an impressive array of experiences, awards, and honors that dazzled the eyes. Then came a statement of assets, including ownership of several planets, making him a veritable interstellar landlord. Stunned, Nian Tu was taken aback when Feili self-recommended, expressing his desire to become her guardian. Nian Tu thought. She recalled Feili was a staunch anti-marriage advocate, displaying little interest in females. Why had he suddenly proposed to become her guardian? Could it be a ploy to use her as a conduit to draw closer to Xiang? Reflecting on how Xiang viewed Feili as a rival, she didn't think this was a wise choice. Xiang might not be too pleased. She subtly declined Feili's offer. Feili, being a national idol, held a high position as a marshal, and being an elder only added to her pressure. After all, she was merely an ordinary person. Feili understood Nian Tu's refusal, but did not relent. Xiang will have no objections, he assured her. He is the highest commander of the 286th Regiment of the White Tiger Army, bound to work long-term at the base. Even with my assistance, it would be challenging for him to be reassigned back to the Central Star and fulfill his responsibilities as your guardian. As his uncle, I can take care of you in his stead. It is quite fitting. As you are in need of a guardian, he had long coveted the position of Nian Tu's third guardian, but had remained reticent until Xiang had left the Central Star and settled at the base, allowing him to broach the matter appropriately. Rather than pressuring her, he stepped back, giving Nian Tu space to contemplate. Everything is subject to your will, but if you cannot find a suitable candidate, I hope you will consider me. I await your decision at any time that in earthly terms, this could be described as volunteering to be a backup. Nian Tu fell silent. Given the gravity of the situation, she could not outright refuse and merely indicated that she would ponder the offer seriously. Theoretically, Feili would not harbor any special feelings for her. His guardianship would merely fulfill responsibilities on behalf of Xiang, making him the ideal candidate she desired. Yet, she found it hard to fathom how uncomfortable she would feel if Feili truly became her guardian. It was likely that both Xiang and Lu Zhan would feel equally uneasy. With a conflicted sigh, Nian Tu was interrupted by the concerned gaze of her pet, who looked up at her. Mimi, the soft sound of her pet brought her back to her senses. She buried her face in the fluffy back of her companion, deciding to temporarily set the matter aside. The immediate priority was to sleep. She needed to take the cotton candy to the Pet Management Center for registration the next morning. Earlier, she had asked Xiang about the pet regulations here, learning that vaccinations were not as extensive as on Earth. Most diseases had been conquered in this era, and infectious ailments were no longer rampant. Even if a pet were to fall ill, recovery was usually straightforward. Likewise, pets did not require microchips. Their information could simply be scanned and filed under a name, officially making them hers. Lying back in bed, her long hair spread out like silk, wafting a faint fragrance, the little creature nestled beside her, soft and warm, soon fell into a deep sleep, in the stillness of the night. She suddenly felt the bedding beside her sink, as if a heavy weight pressed down, making it hard to breathe. Cotton candy, why was it so heavy? It felt as if a tiger had settled on her. Overwhelmed, she murmured in her sleep. The weight vanished immediately, and she could finally breathe freely. Upon awakening in the morning, Nian Tu had completely forgotten the hazy experience and did not notice the guilty glance from her pet. During breakfast, she learned that Lu Zhan's file had been accepted by the Imperial Military Academy, and the transfer process was complete. Today was his official reporting day. Biting her lip and lowering her head, she felt a pang of guilt. If it were not for her, Lu Zhan would not have transferred. She had affected his career. Lu Zhan shook his head and said gently, I had initially intended to stay at the school after graduation. It was just that some complications arose, leading me to the military at that time. He was merely an ordinary student without connections. Although he was a genius, he was still at a disadvantage. Lin Sinwei, an esteemed female, had unilaterally declared her interest in him and pursued him relentlessly. Not wanting to be entangled, he distanced himself for peace. Working as a military doctor allowed him to shine, but it was not his true forte. Now, having officially returned to his alma mater to engage in medical research, he was finally in his element. It was not that he was accommodating Nian Tu. Rather, she had saved him. His earnest explanation prompted Nian Tu to sympathetically pat his head. Reporting to a new workplace was undoubtedly a serious matter. Having endured much hardship, Lu Zhan was finally reaping the rewards, and Nian Tu did not wish to hinder his new endeavors. Once Lu Zhan left, she quietly took cotton candy and set out to register her pet alone. This was her first time venturing out alone since her transition, and the first time using public transportation, akin to a country bumpkin entering a grand garden. Cautiously glancing around in wonder. However, her presence here was the most remarkable thing of all. On the spacious public shuttle, the astonishment among the passengers was palpable. How could a noble female find herself reduced to taking public transport? Encountering a female on such a budget vehicle was more astonishing than meeting a noble. Instantly, someone stood up to offer her a comfortable front row seat, creating a vacuum around her as the males hesitated to come near. Cotton candy peeked out from her collar, its round little head drawing gasps from the crowd. Heavens, this poor female was out alone with a young one. What had she been through? Where was her male? Had she lost her partner? Apart from the tragic loss of a mate, they could think of no other reason for a female to be out alone that a few daring males approached her. Offering to care for her and her young one, Nian Tu looked bewildered and declined each of them, appearing to others as if she were merely putting on a brave face, eliciting even more sympathy. A grieving female raising her young alone, struggling and relegated to public transport. The sensational headlines had become a phenomenon even in the stars. The news fabricated numerous inaccuracies, accompanied by a blurry photo that captured significant attention. In the image, the petite female's features were indistinct, yet her aura radiated gentleness as she bent down to soothe her young one. In the palace, the queen hurriedly approached the emperor, who was engrossed in administrative duties. She tossed a holographic screen towards him, urging him to look at the news. The emperor, preoccupied with the crown prince's issues, glanced at it absent-mindedly, only to worsen his already foul mood. The empire allocated countless funds annually for the protection of females. Yet one was living in such dire circumstances? What was the Female Protection Association doing? That wasn't the point. The queen nudged him irritably, hinting, don't you think that young one bears a striking resemblance to Kong Lin? Kong Lin was the name of the crown prince. The emperor looked again at the photo. It did seem quite similar. However, he quickly shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, that child has always been a female repellent. I heard we were hosting a selection ball for him, and he adamantly refused. How could he possibly be living with a strange female now? Besides, he wouldn't transform into his younger self so easily. As the imperial crown prince, Kong Lin had always been strong-willed. The juvenile form was deemed too fragile and had always been rejected by him. He would only revert to that state if gravely injured, needing to recover. The child in the photo appeared healthy and did not seem injured. The queen felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She gazed down at the blurry image of the little white creature, nestled closely in the female's embrace, the bond between them unmistakable. Deep down, she understood that this could not possibly be Kong Lin. His temperament was never so gentle. Yet her anxiety led her to be overly sensitive. The royal guards and professional search teams have been unable to uncover any leads. Where had her Kong Lin gone? Driven by a faint hope, however slim, she dispatched someone to contact the editor of the news outlet, hoping to obtain more information about the female and the little white creature. Nian Tu had never anticipated that merely taking her pet out for registration would land her in the headlines. When Marshal Faley messaged her, indicating he had dealt with the individuals who had taken clandestine photos and spread false news, she was blissfully unaware, still waiting in line at the pet management agency. In the bustling interstellar era, it is uncertain whether the people are simply too occupied or if the inhabitants themselves are orcs, as the number of pet owners here is pitifully low compared to Earth. And almost exclusively male, the pets they keep are often species never seen by the narrator, creatures that do not exist on Earth, yet all are undeniably wild. Giant lizards, hyenas, brown bears, and various monstrosities that resemble alien beings. In this world, where strength is revered, some of the weaker males opt to raise ferocious pets as a form of psychological support. Each male walks their fierce companions, instinctively maintaining a distance from the narrator. However, the pets seem reluctant to stray too far from her, stubbornly refusing to leave, their necks defiantly arched. The narrator feels a surge of indignation at the audacity of such unsightly creatures to covet her beloved pet, baring their teeth in a snarl, emitting low growls of threat. Yet, when cuteness is abundant, even anger transforms into an endearing display. Amused, the narrator affectionately strokes the pet's back, saying, "Do not be fierce. No one could possibly be afraid of such a darling little one." Upon glancing up, she notices the ferocious beasts retreating in fear, rolling away in a panic, their heads drooping as if they truly feared her little one. Confused, she scrutinizes her pet, Cotton Candy, pondering where this regal aura comes from, as it is not a tiger. The small creature puffs its chest proudly, seemingly awaiting compliments. Finding its foolish demeanor amusing, she shakes her head, dismissing any unreliable conjectures. It is time for her to complete the necessary procedures. The staff, upon encountering a female, exhibits an unusually pleasant demeanor, cheerfully commenting, "Your pet is very lively, albeit a tad fierce." Fierce? How could Cotton Candy be considered fierce? Suddenly, she recalls Lu Zhan's injured hand and the way Cotton Candy bared its teeth at others' pets, realizing that perhaps it possesses a dual nature. Embarrassed, she smiles awkwardly. The staff continues, "Why do you hold it so closely? Aren't you tired?" "Not really," she replies, scratching Cotton Candy's chin, eliciting a sleepy squint from its eyes. "It is not overweight. It is merely fluffy and not particularly heavy. It is easily startled, and with so many unfamiliar faces and animals around, I hold it to prevent stress." The staff is astonished, exclaiming, "You are so gentle with it, just one pet, and yet you pamper it to this extent." Having worked here for many years, this is the first time he has seen a female treat a pet with such kindness. The staff appears eager to share more, but upon noticing Cotton Candy yawn comfortably, revealing its sharp little teeth, he is taken aback. "You haven't corrected its teeth?" Looking at Cotton Candy's paws, he is even more astonished. Its claws remain untrimmed. This is far too dangerous. The narrator glances at Cotton Candy's pearly white teeth, perfectly healthy and in no need of correction. It is not until the staff present her with information that she understands what correction entails, removing naturally sharp animal teeth and replacing them with blunt, non-threatening artificial ones. The same applies to claws. Correction means complete removal. From the staff's explanation, it seems that females who raise pets typically opt for such correction surgeries. The pet hospital adeptly removes pets' sharp teeth and claws to ensure they pose no threat to the delicate females. Given the interstellar medical standards, the procedure is painless. Yet, even if it is painless, it is undeniably a form of harm. Frowning, she clutches Cotton Candy closer. The staff continues to enthusiastically recommend a pet hospital known for its exceptional correction surgeries. The narrator adamantly declines. "Well, okay," the staff concedes, silently praying that this overly kind female does not become a victim of her beloved pet. How could a female dote on a pet to such an extent? He finds it hard to believe. Having completed the other formalities, the narrator enters the examination room with cotton candy. The health examination for pets is quite similar to that for humans. Sometimes, males even undergo examinations in their beast forms, using the same machines designed for pets. Although the equipment is identical, the stark differences in vital signs between orcs and pets allow for easy differentiation during scans. This is why the Empire mandates that pets undergo health checks before registration, not only to ensure their well-being, but also to prevent reckless males from disguising themselves as pets to approach females or infiltrate others' homes. The Crown Prince, blissfully unaware of the impending crisis regarding his identity exposure, remains innocently nestled in the narrator's arms in the next moment, she hands him over to the doctor. Cotton Candy suddenly becomes alert, flattening its ears against its head, clinging to the narrator's arm with its paws, unwilling to let go. What's wrong? She gently pats its paws. The little creature displays clear resistance, its eyes reflecting unease and pleading, as if fearing abandonment, mewing pitifully. Instantly, her heart softens, cooing, "It's just a health check. It will be over soon." She decides against handing cotton candy to the doctor, apologizing with a smile and pointing at the examination machine. "Do I need to place it inside?" The doctor nods, and she carefully places cotton candy inside the machine. With a few soft clicks, the machine's door slowly closes. Just as the door is about to shut completely, the narrator is momentarily dazzled, hearing the doctor exclaim, "Oh my! It escaped!" The doctor swiftly closes the examination room door. Yet he is merely an ordinary male, unable to match the speed of the SS-level Crown Prince, who is already out in the blink of an eye. The white figure darts like lightning, vanishing in an instant. The doctor hastily opens the door again, pursuing alongside the narrator while contacting security to capture this unusually swift creature. "Are you sure it truly is?" The doctor pants, carefully hinting to the narrator. Its speed is rather extraordinary. It seems unwilling to undergo the examination. The examination is a simple, painless process. Ordinary small animals merely exhibit slight nervousness, not fear to this extent. Only a reckless male orc, disguising itself as a pet, would flee in such a panic, fearing exposure. The narrator remains oblivious to the doctor's insinuations, nodding perfunctorily while anxiously scanning for cotton candy, knowing it to be timid. She regrets rushing to register it. She silently vows to take cotton candy home as soon as she finds it, postponing the examination and registration for another day. Once cotton candy feels secure in her care, it will no longer be so easily frightened. Perhaps her vows and prayers bear fruit, for as she dejectedly exits the pet registration office, intending to contact Lu Zhan for assistance, cotton candy unexpectedly appears from an unknown corner, suddenly materializing in front of her. "Cotton candy!" the narrator exclaims joyfully. The little creature seems aware of its wrongdoing, crouching at her feet, all four paws appearing quite reserved, cautiously observing her expression while mewing softly. The narrator does not hold it against cotton candy. All right, she reassures, picking it up and gently patting its back, soothingly saying, "I understand. You're afraid of the examination. That is fine. I'm also apprehensive about it. So we'll skip it for now to further comfort cotton candy." She indulges it with a snack, a small fish strip costing 10 star coins, and the Imperial Crown Prince, undeterred, relishes it with gusto. Though intended for humans, this particular fish strip contains low salt content, making it harmless in moderation. Once she has calmed cotton candy, she glances at her holographic screen. Earlier, in her panic, she almost reached out to Lu Zhan for help. Although she did not manage to send a plea, the chat box is already open, and she decides to send a message. "Narrator, I wish to visit the Imperial Military Academy to see you. Is it convenient for you?" With nothing to do at home, she figures it would be better to visit Lu Zhan, especially since today marks his first day at work. Lu Zhan is in his office, engaged in conversation with several esteemed professors, all of whom are leading scholars in the field of imperial medicine and former mentors of his. They hold him in high regard, having fervently advocated for his retention at the academy. When he chose to depart from the Central Star to serve as a military doctor, one Professor Li even fainted in exasperation. Professor Li is present now, scowling, puffing out his cheeks, and glaring at Lu Zhan with disapproval. Had it been a trivial matter, Lu Zhan would have simply acquiesced to the female, and all would have been well, even if he did not genuinely harbor affection for the female named Lin Sinwei. Regardless, the old scholars would have ensured his safety. The status of females, although elevated, does not grant them absolute freedom. Problems could be resolved, yet Lu Zhan departed without a word. Professor Li huffed. What suddenly compels you to return to the Central Star? Have you finally come to your senses? Are you willing to follow that female now? Upon hearing this, another professor chuckled. You are mistaken. Young Lu has found true love, and it is for love that he has requested a transfer back to the Central Star. Several professors who had seen the video from the Emerald Pavilion chuckled conspiratorially. Liu Zhan maintains his composure, neither denying nor confirming, tacitly accepting this interpretation. Professor Li, unaware of the happenings at the Emerald Pavilion, is astonished by his demeanor. True love. Did you not once claim to be devoted to your research, intending to remain single for life? This was a statement Lu Zhan had made to dismiss him years ago, because at that time he advised Lu Zhan to abandon his struggles and accept Lin Xinwei. Over the years, he had believed that Lu Zhan was truly a staunch advocate of solitude, never anticipating that he had been deceived. What makes your true love better than that little female for back then? Higher spiritual power? Professor Li shook his head, saying, No, that female, surnamed Lin, possesses A-class spiritual power, so it cannot be higher. This moment. The room full of elderly professors perked up their ears. Although they were all serious researchers, their curiosity about the romantic affairs of the younger generation was undeniable. Lu Zhan chuckled softly and shook his head, unwilling to use Nian Tu as a topic of conversation. Yet a hint of uncontainable tenderness seeped through his usually frosty demeanor. Just then, a message from Nian Tu chimed in. Previously, to display research data, Lu Zhan had projected his light brain onto a screen visible to all. Everyone in the room saw Nian Tu's message, and a sudden silence fell over them. She came to visit on her first day of work? Wow, your little female seems rather clingy. Professor Li adjusted his glasses. Intrigued, Lu Zhan felt an indescribable joy swelling within him as he lowered his head to reply to Nian Tu. I will come and pick you up. Nian Tu replied, No need to pick me up. I'm already on my way, accompanied by a picture on a large screen. Nian Tu's freshly taken selfie appeared, with the little female seemingly seated on a public shuttle, radiating youthful vigor and joy, her smile bright enough to almost burst through the screen. The elderly professors were instantly captivated. Wasn't she the daughter they had always yearned for? Lu Zhan, feeling a flush creeping to his ears, coughed lightly and reminded Nian Tu to be cautious before rising to prepare to greet her at the school gate. However, several professors also stood up, particularly Professor Li, who was at the forefront, intending to accompany him to meet Nian Tu's day. Lu Zhan sighed in exasperation, attempting to dissuade them from this absurd notion. Meanwhile, Nian Tu had already arrived ahead of him. The public shuttle she had taken did not stop at the main entrance of the school, but rather at the south gate. Although outsiders were generally not permitted to enter the military academy, exceptions were made for females. After a simple iris scan, she was granted access, moving smoothly along the route guided by her light brain. With her destination set for the medical school, although she was uncertain of Lu Zhan's exact location, she was confident in the general direction. The navigation directed her through a training ground, which she initially assumed would be an open area. However, as she approached, she realized there seemed to be an event taking place, with a crowd gathered, consisting mostly of tall, strapping young military cadets, exuding a palpable aura of youthful vigor. Not wishing to join the spectacle, she intended to take a detour, but inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure in the center of the arena. It was that black mamba. What was his name? Xie. He was also a military cadet. Chapter 38. The vigorous blood of youth in the center of the training ground. An arena had risen, seemingly hosting a competition that was currently at its most intense, the sounds of clashing weapons echoing ominously. Nian Tu looked towards Xie from afar. The young male's expression was cold, a swift flick of his wrist sending his long sword piercing forward. His opponent was no novice either, throwing a punch at Xie, narrowly avoiding the sword's edge. Yet, Xie stood his ground, unaffected by the incoming blow, as if he had completely anticipated his opponent's movements, raising his sword to block the path. The duel was astonishingly swift, leaving Nian Tu dazzled and unable to comprehend their fierce engagement. However, she could discern that Xie had the upper hand. He resembled a weapon forged solely for battle, starkly different from the frail figure she had first encountered. Unable to resist, she paused and gently tapped the shoulder of a nearby cadet, quietly inquiring about the nature of the competition. What? Buddy, speak up. I can't hear da. The cadet she had questioned turned to her, and upon recognizing her, leaped a full meter in shock. emitting a loud exclamation. Female. Female. His voice trembled, breaking slightly in an instant. The arena erupted into chaos that was as if a drop of water had splashed into boiling oil, igniting the entire training ground. A female? Where? Where? Don't crowd me. I see her. She is so cute. Who is she looking for? Which brother is so impressive? Please teach us. Be sensible and keep your distance. Don't scare her. As Nian Tu walked through, she had not encountered many people, momentarily forgetting that she was in a military academy, surrounded by spirited young males. The hormone-fueled youths were far from the gentlemanly demeanor of mature males. Nian Tu felt like a small rabbit trapped in a den of wolves, confronted by a pack of ravenous beasts, feeling utterly helpless and vulnerable. She regretted her hasty decision and wished for another chance to stay outside the school gate and wait for Lu Zhan to come for her. Little Bai poked its head out from her clothing, radiating hostility and agitation, growling threateningly at the crowd. Nian Tu had never heard such a fierce sound from it, resembling more the roar of a large predator. The military cadets were already intoxicated by the beauty of the female. Moreover, they did not recognize the presence of the royal prince. Thus, they disregarded Little Bai's threat, their eyes only fixated on the adorable young female. In the entire empire, females were an exceedingly rare species, and this rarity was magnified within the military academy. The exaggerated gender ratio meant that many males would never receive the affection of a female throughout their lives. And as they aged, they gradually accepted this reality. However, the young males in the military academy were filled with vigor, at the peak of their courtship desires. Nian Tu felt the almost frenzied yearning of these cadets for females. The males were unwilling to leave, even attempting to get closer to her. Despite maintaining a certain distance out of politeness, the pressure was so intense that Nian Tu felt as though she could scarcely breathe. Surrounded, she found it impossible to escape. The competition in the arena had concluded, yet no one diverted their attention. Only Nian Tu's gaze wandered, eventually landing on Cherished, who had been drawn to the commotion. Having just won the match, he was breathing heavily, wiping the sweat from his face with his clothing, revealing a glimpse of his toned abdomen. Upon locking eyes with Nian Tu, his pupils dilated in shock. Freezing for several seconds, before he hurriedly adjusted his clothing, a flush creeping from his cheeks down to his neck. Why was she here? Did she recognize him? Had she seen him fighting like a beast? Would she think him crude? Would she be frightened? From love comes worry. From love comes fear. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, countless thoughts raced through Cherishd's mind as he pondered Nian Tu's feelings. Feeling increasingly anxious and desperate. However, Nian Tu's eyes lit up as if grasping a lifeline, waving her hand and calling out, Cherished. All gazes turned towards the young male in the arena. Surprise, envy, jealousy. Cherished was the center of attention. Even though he had just triumphed in the school's cold weapon combat final and claimed victory, it paled in comparison to being called out by a beautiful female in public. This for real. How could it be him? Those who knew him were scratching their heads in confusion, utterly perplexed as to what this little female saw in him. Cherished was not well liked in his class. The reason being a previous conflict with a classmate from a minor noble family, whose father was a viscount. Even in an imperial military academy, there were those who sought to elevate themselves by belittling others. The minor noble held disdain for Cherished, and his sycophants naturally treated Cherished poorly. Coupled with Cherishd's introverted nature, living a solitary life, often bearing injuries, how could such a male attract the attention of a female? Indeed, he was formidable, but females did not choose mates based solely on a male's combat prowess. It was entirely reasonable for anyone to win a female's favor. Yet for such fortune to fall upon Cherished felt utterly incredulous. Cherished immediately leaped down from the arena. Under the scrutiny of countless curious gazes, he pushed through the crowd to approach Nian Tu's day. He seemed not to relish the spotlight, nor did he dare to take liberties with Nian Tu's day. The young male, just as taciturn as when they first met, drew closer, and Nian Tu could distinctly sense his unease. "Where do you want to go?" he asked hoarsely, carefully inquiring, and upon receiving no response, tentatively suggested, "Shall I show you around the school?" In a corner where Nian Tu could not see, he was so nervous that sweat was seeping between his fingers. Nian Tu was eager to escape the awkward situation and nodded vigorously. She gently patted Little Bai, who was on the verge of exploding, soothing it softly, "Just hold on a bit longer." Before she could finish, an oblivious figure collided with her. A shadow suddenly loomed before her. And Nian Tu looked up in confusion. It was a stranger, the very noble classmate who had a grudge against Siegili, his father being a viscount. Nian Tu did not recognize him and was unaware of his animosity towards Siegili. She appraised him briefly. From his attire, it was clear he was also a military cadet, but despite the serious uniform, a hint of frivolity lingered in his expression. "Good day, Your Excellency," he introduced himself. "I am Chiu Su." As he spoke, he brazenly leaned in, attempting to greet Nian Tu with a kiss on the cheek. To use such a gesture on an unfamiliar female was undoubtedly a form of flirtation. Nian Tu was taken aback. She frowned and hurriedly tried to evade him, but it seemed she could not escape. In the blink of an eye, a glimmer of cold light flashed. In Chapter 39. Her loyal follower, the moment Xiao Meng lunged with his claws, Siegili acted simultaneously, executing a swift maneuver that sent Chiu Su crashing to the ground. Fortunately, Siegili's intervention was timely. Nian Tu did not see the details. But the outstanding dynamic vision of the surrounding males was sufficient to capture the entire instant. The white creature had been ferocious enough to aim directly for the throat, moving with a speed that was astonishing. The military academy's students questioned themselves, none confident they could evade such an attack, resulting in beads of sweat trickling down their backs, their gazes towards the white creature now laden with trepidation. What is this creature? What breed is it? Its speed is simply too fast. It can't be. It must be a beastman. I believe it is indeed a beastman, definitely no less than Class S. Had Siegili not acted simultaneously, allowing the claw's attack to miss, it is likely that Chiu Su would have been drenched in blood on the spot. Of course, at this moment, his own condition was not much better. Overwhelmed by Siegili in public, he fell heavily to the ground, utterly powerless to retaliate. Struggling to rise using all fours, he hung his head low, unable to face anyone, nearly consumed by shame and anger. This humiliation was one he had now experienced for the second time at the hands of Siegili. The reason he had harbored resentment towards Siegili was precisely because Siegili had refused to feign defeat during a one-on-one assessment in a certain class. Publicly trampling upon his dignity, Chiu Su gritted his teeth in fury. Even though this time Siegili had technically saved him, he felt no gratitude whatsoever. The combination of old grudges and new grievances fueled his rage as he glared at Siegili, suddenly letting out a cold sneer. "Look at how you protect her. You truly resemble a dog. She's merely a civilian female without any mental power. Only a lowly pauper like you would act as a sycophant for such a female." Though uttered in a fit of anger, these words reflected Chiu Su's genuine thoughts about Nian Tu deep within Siegili's arch-rival. Chiu Su had certainly not missed the good news of Siegili's public breakdown, and thus he had taken note of Nian Tu's day, even if he conceded that Nian Tu possessed a degree of charm. A cute female without mental power was not within the selection criteria of noble males. The disparity between males and females in the empire was undeniable, yet the upper echelons of society were never short of females. As a powerful aristocrat, Chiu Su was destined to possess a wife with high-level mental abilities. And no matter how formidable Siegili was, he was only worthy of a female devoid of mental power. At last, Chiu Su found a sense of superiority over Siegili and vented his emotions freely. He cast a disdainful glance at Siegili before turning to survey Nian Tu with lascivious eyes. "Why not abandon him and spend time with me? I can offer you so much more." Even though he only intended to toy with Nian Tu, never planning to make her his partner, the advantages he could provide far surpassed those of Siegili. What could this lowly male offer you? A stone whizzed through the air, striking his shoulder and causing him to stagger. Letting out a cry of pain, he angrily turned to see who the inconsiderate person was, only to find it was Professor Lee. The curse that had risen to his lips was swallowed back, and he awkwardly greeted the professor. The old professor was not swayed by his greeting, shooting him a glare. The professors had not been successfully deterred by Lu Zhan, and a group of them came marching to escort Nian Tu, only to collide with the unfolding scene, their faces now twisted in fury, more lines of anger creasing their brows. "Which student is this? Truly brings shame to our Imperial Military Academy." A hush fell over the crowd as Lu Zhan quickly approached Nian Tu's day. He knelt on one knee, reaching out to tidy the disheveled skirt of the flustered young female, pressing his forehead gently against her hand in an act of contrition. "I am late." Upon witnessing this scene, Chiu Su felt as if his voice had been strangled, rendered utterly silent. Recalling his prior words, his face gradually drained of color. Why was Lu Zhan here? Ah, He had forgotten that Lu Zhan was also Nian Tu's male companion. Therefore, all the insults he had hurled at Xie Jili could just as easily ricochet back to Lu Zhan. After all, Lu Zhan, like Xie Jili, was deemed a lowly male in Xiao Su's eyes, even hailing from a garbage planet, thus more despicable than Xie Jili. Xiao Su could not help but tremble and feared he dared to provoke Xie Jili, but he would never dare to confront Lu Zhan directly. Lu Zhan was a notorious figure at the Imperial Military Academy. Once bullied due to his lowly status, he was unlike Xie Jili, who would tolerate such treatment. The most notorious brawl in the Academy's history had erupted from Lu Zhan's actions. A scholarly medical student, with sleeves rolled up, transformed into an embodiment of violence, his white coat stained with blood, as he sent several noble scions to the emergency room. Despite being a medical student, he had a knack for controlling his strength to avoid fatalities or criminal charges, merely garnering a reprimand due to the uproar caused. Maintaining a terrifying calm amidst extreme violence was Lu Zhan's most unnerving trait. The old professors accompanying Lu Zhan evidently recalled their former pupil's brutal exploits, and one by one, they hurriedly restrained him, preventing him from shifting from calm to aggression in an instant. While student altercations were not a significant issue, faculty members assaulting students was a grave matter. Lu Zhan had just begun his career. There was no need for him to sacrifice his bright future over such a person. Old Professor Li sternly declared, "I will speak with the dean of their academy," demanding a thorough review of the student's moral character. Such a student will undoubtedly receive the punishment they deserve. Upon hearing this, the training ground erupted in a cacophony of voices. The majority of students wholeheartedly supported this initiative. Xiao Su epitomized the arrogant scion of the imperial nobility, relying solely on his ancestral privilege. He was brazenly insolent, basking in undeserved privileges while feeling entitled. Listen to the nonsense he spews. What are the commoners? So what if they lack mental power? To attack a classmate based on status is one thing, but to dare mock a female is a flagrant disregard for the laws of the empire. You will have today off and report back to work tomorrow, declared old Professor Li, the current dean of the medical school, with a wave of his hand granting Lu Zhan leave. As he turned to Nian Tu, a kind smile broke through the creases of his aged face, and he advised Lu Zhan, "Make sure to accompany your little female well, and don't let her feel upset. I hope she does not carry a negative impression of the Imperial Military Academy due to today's events." Several old professors proactively requested to befriend Nian Tu, even politely lining up, cautious not to overwhelm her. Nian Tu was taken aback by the attention. Meanwhile, Xiao Su was engulfed in sheer terror. The reason he had dared to offend Nian Tu was because she hailed from a common background and lacked mental power. He did not believe any influential figures would support her. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that these esteemed professors held Nian Tu in high regard, seemingly ready to stand by her side. These old men were the pillars of the empire's medical field. Let alone the Qiu family. Even the royal family would treat them with utmost respect. Xiao Su shrank back, wishing to diminish his presence. Chapter 40. Darkness descends. How did things escalate to this extent? Xiao Su pondered in confusion. He had initially only intended to mock Xie Jili. He turned his resentful gaze towards Xie Jili, but was rather startled by the latter's response. The lean male hung his head low, enveloped in a palpable aura of tension, his brow furrowed in an expression of utmost gloom. He appeared like a volcano on the verge of erupting. Under Xie Jili's impassive stare, Xiao Su began to sweat profusely. He felt as though Xie Jili was regarding him as if he were a corpse. In a state of panic, he opened his mouth, wanting to scream for help. Yet, in the next moment, Xie Jili reverted to his usual demeanor, the previous ferocity seeming like a mere illusion, leaving Xiao Su in a daze. On the way home, Nian Tu received a message from Xie Jili. It contained only 2 words: "I'm sorry." The events that had transpired seemed to render the usually taciturn male even more withdrawn. Nian Tu could sense his overwhelming distress even through the screen. Nian Tu replied, "You did nothing wrong. Why apologize? I should be thanking you for protecting me." She sent a cute bunny emoji. "It's a pity we didn't get to explore the campus today. Next time, you must take me around." Xie Jili read the brief messages repeatedly, his heart racing. Next time? Would there even be a next time? On his terminal, a message popped up from an account with the avatar of a black bear. "Brother Bear, tonight at 9 p.m. in the Black Zone C, Boss Jiao wants to see you." "Brother Bear, aren't you not planning to associate with Boss Jiao? Why the sudden change of heart? Spill the beans. What are you thinking? Brother Bear, you need to think this through. Once you board this ship, there's no turning back. Jili let the notifications flash by without responding, but he closed his eyes. Took a deep breath, then opened them again, his previously calm gaze now sharp and piercing. He replied to Brother Bear. I made up my mind. Point, one of the notorious underworld leaders of the Black Zone. Codenamed Jiao, had expressed interest in him on multiple occasions, but he had consistently declined. Now, however, he had changed his mind. Jili looked out the window, coldly gazing in the direction of the palace, surrounding the palace. The most valuable land housed the residences of various nobles, including the Qiu family. From aristocrats like Qiu Su, he could detect a stench of decay and corruption. Jili, though naturally patient, could not tolerate such filth tainting Nian Tu in the slightest. Compared to the previous veiled bullying he had faced, Qiu Su's recent actions, while not excessively outrageous, had genuinely crossed his bottom line. Brother Bear continued to inquire. Why? Jili responded calmly. Use violence to counter violence. Evil to counter evil. Having already sunk into the mire, he was indifferent to becoming even dirtier. Although his sullied state rendered him unworthy of approaching Nian Tu, he could wield power to protect her. It was uncertain whether the Imperial Military Academy controlled public opinion for its own image or if the Qiu family was acting behind the scenes, despite the multitude of spectators witnessing the commotion in the training grounds. It failed to create ripples on the Star Network. Days later, however, pictures of Qiu Su receiving treatment in the hospital began circulating online. The once arrogant male now lay in a medical pod, his body covered in bandages, clearly having suffered a severe beating. Nian Tu, having breakfast that morning, nearly choked upon seeing the image, her eyes widening as she raised her light brain to show Lu Zhan. It seemed that a loose tongue could easily invite trouble, she lamented, unaware that the instigator was right before her. Lu Zhan smiled and nodded, concealing his achievements and name. Not only was Nian Tu oblivious to the true culprit, but Qiu Su, having been beaten, also could not discern his assailant's identity. Lu Zhan operated with precision, leaving no trace behind, while Qiu Su, having made numerous enemies, compiled a lengthy list of suspects, ultimately deciding to vent his anger on Jili. This choice stemmed not only from their recent conflict, but also because Jili was perceived as the most vulnerable among them, a penniless student without any backing, easily manipulated. Father, you must teach him a lesson on my behalf. Qiu Su gritted his teeth, reporting to his father. Recently, Qiu Ming, the Viscount, had grown impatient with his son. Despite Qiu Su's handsome appearance, resembling him closely and having always been his favorite, the recent public disgrace he caused and his audacity to insult a female had led to school scrutiny over his moral conduct, resulting in suspension and considerable trouble for Qiu Ming. With a hint of irritation in his expression, Qiu Ming soothed Qiu Su, assuring him that he would give Jili a taste of consequences. Ultimately, it was Jili's lack of discernment that brought shame upon his son in front of others. As Qiu Ming perused the information on Jili, his gaze paused momentarily, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Underground fighting. Given that Jili participated in underground matches, it would be as easy as drinking water to end his life. Initially, he intended merely to break a limb to teach a lesson, but now it seemed a permanent solution was more fitting. Qiu Ming sent a message to his secret contact. The other party answered promptly, readily agreeing to his request to eliminate someone. However, upon hearing Jili's name, the line fell silent, followed by a significant refusal. The person you mentioned could have been killed before, but not now. Why not kill a common male who has severed ties with his mother? Qiu Ming wondered, unless a powerful figure was protecting him. Hastily, he conducted further investigations and discovered that Jili had not attended school for several days, and even his father, currently in a regulatory agency, had been released under reasonable pretexts. This indicated that Jili had likely joined the ranks of a formidable individual. This powerful figure's influence surpassed that of the Qiu family, and it seemed Jili had garnered their favor, rendering any attempts on his life futile. Qiu Ming's expression grew grave. He had initially thought of Jili as an easy target, but realized the latter had silently slipped into the shadows, potentially plotting against the Qiu family in the future, a sharp blade hanging overhead, poised to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Qiu Su remained oblivious to his father's troubled demeanor, incessantly pressing him about when he would deal with Jili. Anger surged within Qiu Ming, directed at his son for the chaos he had caused. If not for Qiu Su's incessant troublemaking and enmity, they would not be in this predicament. Father, Qiu Su urged. Seeking his father's support, only to be met with a sudden slap that sent him reeling to the ground in disbelief. From today, you will stay home, reflect on your actions, and go nowhere, Xiaoming coldly declared before leaving. The photos circulating on the Star Network needed to be retracted. The Chiu family could not afford such disgrace. As netizens scrolled through the Star Network, they suddenly noticed that Chiu Su's entries had vanished, and the photos were inaccessible. Withdrawn again. Money is truly wonderful. This is hilarious. Everyone has seen it anyway. I save the images, brothers. Message me for a free share of the photos of young Master Chiu getting beaten. Suddenly, someone remarked, by the way, I heard that the student who clashed with young Master Chiu hasn't been attending school lately. Is that true? I'm from the Imperial Military Academy, and I can confirm he hasn't shown up. Does the Chiu family dare to do this? These nobles are becoming increasingly unruly. Nian Tu, scrolling through these posts, felt a twinge of concern and hurriedly inquired of Xie Jili, haven't you been to school recently? The message sent out seemed to vanish into the void, receiving no reply. Miwu, the small creature at her feet, circled around her, seeking her attention. Nian Tu set aside her light brain, bent down to pick up the small creature, absent-mindedly scratching its chin, wondering if it wanted to play in the yard. She grabbed the little ball she had bought for it and opened the door, only to be engulfed in darkness. It had been a long time since she had experienced dizziness. The sudden sensation overwhelmed her, causing her to collapse to the ground, clutching her head. Miwu, the small creature cried anxiously. Nian Tu struggled to muster a reassuring smile, hoping to convey that everything was fine, merely a common symptom before the awakening of her mental powers. However, before her comforting smile could form, her consciousness swiftly faded away. Her eyelids grew heavy, and her mental energy surged chaotically. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, she vaguely perceived a thick black mist seemingly emerging from the small creature, reminiscent of what she had seen on the male beastmen. Chapter 41. Holding her tight cotton candy is not a beastman. How could it possess black mist? Without time to ponder, Nian Tu succumbed to unconsciousness. The light brain detected its owner's abnormal state and immediately alerted her emergency contacts, Liu Zhan, in the laboratory. Received the alarm, and his expression shifted dramatically. He hastily thrust the reacting experimental agent into Professor Li's hands, neglecting to file a leave request, and rushed out. Hey, Professor Li called after him, but was unable to stop him, shaking his head in disapproval. This rascal. Well, it must be an urgent matter. I 1T count this as I'm skipping work. The villa was equipped with a constant temperature system, and the floor was not cold. Yet the delicate and frail female lay on the hard ground, evoking a sense of sorrow and pity. The small creature circled around the unconscious Nian Tu, sniffing anxiously, its cries tinged with desperation that in the past. Nian Tu would have gently stroked its head and soothed it. But now, despite its mournful calls, Nian Tu remained silent, her steady breathing the only sign of life. The small creature gently patted Nian Tu with its paw, licking her face repeatedly, nudging her with its furry head. Nian Tu lay motionless, unresponsive to its desperate attempts to awaken her, as the small creature's cries grew hoarse without yielding a response. Its round eyes slowly filled with tears, and it curled up despondently, in mere moments. Its physique rapidly expanded, transforming into a magnificent white tiger with piercing eyes, radiating an aura of silent authority. If Nian Tu had been awake to witness this scene, she would have thought it was a dream. The white tiger, possessing a massive frame and an imposing demeanor, moved with a grace reminiscent of its youthful days in Nian Tu's embrace, cautiously using its paws to nudge her. It gently tried to grasp her clothing with its mouth, attempting to move her to a bed. She ought to be resting in a soft, comfortable place, not on this hard floor. The female's delicate skin and the tiger's sharp teeth made it cautious, fearing harm would come to her. But in an unguarded moment, it accidentally tore a piece of her clothing. After several attempts from different angles, it still could not succeed. The young prince was nearly brought to tears in his frustration. After many failed attempts to rouse Nian Tu, the white tiger let out a sorrowful roar and suddenly turned to dash out of the house. It glanced back repeatedly, its tiger eyes filled with sorrow, as if trying to imprint her image in its heart. Finally, gritting its teeth in determination, it raced toward the palace, driven by an instinct that told it that there it could find someone to rescue its master. Upon waking, Nian Tu found herself facing a familiar yet strange figure. Still groggy, she instinctively leaned in to embrace him, murmuring, "You're back. Seeing the man, she clung to stiffen momentarily, but soon wrapped her in his arms, asking with concern if she felt unwell. His deep, magnetic voice jolted Nian Tu awake. That it was not Cien. She wanted to leap away from him, but found herself held tightly, unable to move, stammering, "Uncle Faley, why are you here?" It was entirely Cien and Faley's resemblance that momentarily confused her. Yet, why was Uncle Faley holding her so tightly? The man's deep-set brow and profound gaze exuded a calm and composed aura, his large hand encircling her waist, allowing her to feel the warmth and strength of his grip. The presence and pressure of an individual could be so overwhelming that a mere video could not capture even a fraction of it. Faley's mere presence radiated the authority of a superior. Even as he tried to appear harmless, Nian Tu felt a powerful impact, her legs trembling slightly. "Do not move." Felix restrained her struggles, then realized his tone was overly harsh. He softened his voice and explained, "Your mental fluctuations are temporarily unstable. It will be best for you to rest a little longer." Faced with Nian Tu's bewildered gaze, Lu Zhan emerged from the study, holding several medical examination reports, which he handed to her. "During your unconsciousness, I had you examined 3 times, and the results were consistently similar, indicating accuracy." The examination report clearly displayed that Nian Tu's mental fluctuations had risen again, now reaching a genuine S level. This was indeed an S level. It had been many years since the Empire had seen such a high psychic ability in a female. Moreover, Nian Tu had not yet fully awakened. When she truly did, her level would undoubtedly be even higher, potentially an SS level. The audacious hypothesis had indeed transformed into reality. At the moment he received the report, Lu Zhan was in shock for a long time. He messaged Xiang, questioning himself. "Do you have confidence in protecting an SS level female? Not merely an A level, nor an S level, but an SS level that had never appeared in the Empire's history. Nian Tu would be an unparalleled treasure for the entire Empire, and any effort made to protect her would be justified, no matter the extent. Even if Xiang and Lu Zhan vowed to safeguard her with their lives, it would still not suffice." Thus, Felix received the message and appeared here as he gently stroked Nian Tu's hair, which was as soft as he had imagined, making his heart feel unexpectedly tender. Kneeling before her, he gazed up at Nian Tu and earnestly reiterated, "I wish to be your guardian, to protect and care for you. Will you grant me this opportunity?" The scene resembled a proposal. Nian Tu cleared her throat, sitting up straight with tension. The sensation of conversing face-to-face was entirely different from messaging. Confronted with Felix's humble overture, she found herself unable to utter a refusal and gently nodded. Felix took her hand and leaned down to kiss the back of it. The angle of his posture conveyed a strong sense of submission, and his demeanor was genuinely reverent. In that moment, Nian Tu felt a peculiar sensation, as if Felix had fallen under her spell. She hastily shook her head, dismissing such absurd thoughts. And no matter who fell for her, Felix could never love her. To ease the awkwardness, Nian Tu scanned the surroundings and asked, "Where's Cotton Candy?" Since awakening, she had not seen the little creature. The tiny being, who had always clung to her from dawn till dusk, had not yet bounded over to meow at her. The fleeting glimpse of dark mist she had seen on the little one before her fainting was dismissed as an illusion. Forgotten, she inquired of Lu Zhan. "Have you seen Cotton Candy?" Lu Zhan hesitated, unsure how to inform her. When he returned, the villa's front door had been open, and he had not spotted the little creature. If he bluntly stated it had run away, Nian Tu would surely be heartbroken. Chapter 42. Blurred memories. Even if Lu Zhan remained silent, such an evident truth could not be concealed. Nian Tu bent down to pick up the solitary ball. The toy remained, yet the little one was gone. Where could it have gone? Would it return? Did it feel that life beside her was less enjoyable than the outside world, prompting it to flee? Tears brimmed in Nian Tu's eyes as she tightly clutched the small ball. The 2 males were at a loss for how to comfort her, and Felix, in particular, felt utterly helpless, having no prior experience in soothing females. Lu Zhan acted slightly quicker than Felix, wrapping his arms around Nian Tu's shoulders. Holding her close, he had always suspected that the little creature was not a good one, and indeed, it had caused Nian Tu distress. He silently cursed the creature, gently taking the ball from Nian Tu's hands and cautiously asked, "Would you like to ride a wolf?" It was merely a pet, and he could fulfill that role as well. Before Nian Tu could nod or shake her head, he transformed into a snow wolf, wagging his tail and lowering his body before her. Nian Tu's unshed tears were instantly stifled as she stared at the snow wolf. The large white wolf endeavored to please her, and she had no doubt that if she expressed a desire for a puppy, the snow wolf would endure the embarrassment of barking and play the part of a little dog. The juxtaposition of Lu Zhan and the snow wolf filled Nian Tu with an odd, aching sensation that a person so conscious of his image would go to such lengths to cheer her up. Unable to resist, Nian Tu embraced the snow wolf tightly, inhaling deeply. "Ah Zhan, thank you." The snow wolf nuzzled her affectionately, carrying her on its back, gripping the ball in its mouth, and heading to the courtyard to play a game of fetch. Felix observed the scene with a serious expression, having learned from Lu Zhan that maintaining one's pride was trivial before the beloved female. Nothing mattered more than bringing a smile to her face. The marshal discreetly committed this lesson to memory. The snow wolf displayed remarkable agility, playing with the ball in countless ways, successfully coaxing Nian Tu into laughter, lifting her spirits significantly. She realized that Cotton Candy was a little creature she had found. Perhaps it was not a stray, but rather a wild one. The outside world might offer more freedom to the little wild one, and its days of roaming could be more joyful than being confined at home as a pet. Perhaps one day, it would return to visit her. Outside the palace, in the royal garden, tourists were taking photos, posing with smiles, when they suddenly caught a glimpse of a white shadow rushing past the lens. What was that? One tourist rubbed his eyes. Just as he doubted whether it was an issue with his vision, the white shadow had already dashed into the palace. It was familiar with the palace's layout. Swiftly making its way to the vicinity of the crown prince's chamber, the palace guard spotted the white tiger and exclaimed, "Your Highness." The tone of his voice shifted dramatically as the white tiger charged towards him with a low growl. The guard trembled, falling to the ground, tightly shutting his eyes, his mind filled with thoughts of impending doom. 1 second, 2 seconds, a long moment passed, but the anticipated pain did not come, though the white tiger radiated aggression. It restrained itself from causing harm. It was preoccupied with thoughts of Nian Tu. It needed to summon someone to save her. The guard was evidently not the individual the white tiger subconsciously trusted. It swiftly bypassed him, racing deeper into the emperor's chamber, only to be surrounded by several guards at the entrance, who bravely attempted to block its path. Even between father and son, a crown prince in a state of loss of control could not approach His Majesty the Emperor. A male in such a state lacked reason, which was perilous. The commotion at the entrance attracted the emperor's attention, who was both surprised and delighted. Kong Lin. This child had actually returned home on its own. The white tiger's eyes brightened, wanting to rush over and tug at his sleeve to lead him to rescue Nian Tu. However, lacking the ability to speak, its actions appeared aggressive to the onlookers. "Apologies, my disrespect." The head guard fell helpless and could only offer an apology before firing a tranquilizer. Upon hearing the sound of the projectile whistling through the air, the white tiger could have easily evaded it. But its mind was solely focused on saving her, causing it to react a moment too late and be struck by the tranquilizer. Save her. Help her. The white tiger let out an angry and unwilling roar that shook the heavens, but could not withstand the effects of the powerful tranquilizer. In the moment its eyelids closed, a large tear fell. The crown prince had been away from home for many days and had suddenly returned to the palace today. The news reached the empress, who hurried over, gazing at the sleeping white tiger with her hands covering her mouth in excitement. "Kong Lin, good child, you have finally come home." The white tiger was isolated, only able to observe from a distance to prevent any harm. The empress carefully examined the white tiger from head to toe, assuring herself that it had not lost weight and bore no injuries, clearly having fared well outside, which brought her great relief. "How long until Kong Lin awakens?" the empress inquired. The royal physician respectfully responded, "About 2 hours. This potent tranquilizer could render an ordinary person unconscious for 2 days. However, in the case of the formidable white tiger, it would only last for 2 hours." Yet contrary to the physician's expectations, Kong Lin struggled to awaken after just 1 hour. The white tiger slowly opened its eyes, revealing a moment of confusion. It shook its head vigorously, standing up and inspecting itself. Beast form, its memories halted several days prior in the crown prince's chamber, and with a moment's reflection, it grasped the current situation. It appeared that it had lost control. Everything that transpired during that uncontrolled period remained a blur. Only a vague feeling lingered. Straining to remember, a sense of profound loss washed over the crown prince, and he let out a low, anguished growl, feeling that he had forgotten something incredibly important. The white tiger's pained roars caught the attention of the guards. The crown prince had awakened. Soon, medical personnel and the emperor and empress rushed over. Kong Lin surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the emperor and empress. He quickly composed himself, burying all emotions, and nodded in greeting. Father, mother. Kong Lin, you have recovered? The empress and emperor exchanged glances, both overjoyed. Males typically took about a week to recover from their first loss of control. However, according to the empire's records, once a white tiger lost control, it could last significantly longer than ordinary beastmen, often for at least a month. They had even prepared for the worst-case scenario, anticipating that even if they found Kong Lin, he might be unable to attend the court ball due to prolonged loss of control. The ball had been organized to select a bride for the crown prince, and if he did not appear, those with ulterior motives could easily speculate on what had happened to him, inevitably causing national unrest. Yet now, Kong Lin not only returned, but had also recovered from a state of loss of control. As Kong Lin transformed back into human form and tidied his attire, his white hair and blue eyes made him extraordinarily handsome, returning to the elegant and noble crown prince he once was. He glanced at the time displayed above and said apologetically, I am sorry for the trouble I have caused you, father and mother. Speaking of that, the emperor was filled with grievances, puffing his cheeks and glaring. Indeed, all the palace guards were dispatched to search for you, yet they could not find you. After days of searching, the white tiger remained elusive, causing his father great distress. Tan Konglin's eyes flickered with a hint of realization. Did I leave the palace after losing control? Upon receiving confirmation, he slowly pressed his hand against his chest, feeling the rapid beating of his heart. Deep within the hazy recesses of his memory, there seemed to be a gentle embrace radiating a sweet fragrance that held him close. Chapter 43. Irreplaceable even in the absence of memory. Despite not recalling who she was, Tan Konglin was utterly convinced of the existence of such a person. That feeling lingered around him, deeply etched in his heart. I will not attend the court ball, Tan Konglin said. Lowering his gaze, I found a female I admire. The emperor, bewildered, asked, Since when? Why have I never heard of this before? During these days of losing control. I encountered her, Tan Konglin stated solemnly. Though I cannot recall her appearance, I know she is the one for me. This was absurd, the emperor thought, astonished. It was well known that a male's memories would fade during moments of lost control, only to return as consciousness regained clarity. How could he be certain that such a female truly existed and was not merely a figment of Tan Konglin's imagination? If she did not exist, would he simply wait in vain? Furthermore, even if this female were indeed real, there remained a serious issue. Tan Konglin was a rare SS-class male, and the empire currently lacked an S-class female who could match him. To this end, the royal family had prepared for the worst-case scenario, utilizing their privileges to arrange a marriage between Tan Konglin and an A-class female, although the calming effect of an A-class female would be minimal. Increasing the frequency of such interactions, having one A-class female focused solely on soothing him, might somewhat delay his descent into chaos. If the female Tan Konglin admired were of A-class mental strength, it would be a perfect match. If not, the emperor questioned, if her mental strength is below A-class, will you still insist on being with her? That would be akin to choosing self-destruction, as the most suitable heir to the empire. Tan Konglin had always been responsible and prioritized the greater good. He should not make such an irresponsible decision. Faced with his father's inquiry, Tan Konglin clenched his fists and fell silent, the air thick with tension. After a long pause, the empress broke the silence with a smile, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Perhaps the female Konglin likes is indeed in A-class. In any case, they should find her first. The empress asked Tan Konglin, what remains of your impression of her? Can you recall her height or hair color? Regrettably, Tan Konglin could not remember any of these details. This proved to be a dilemma. The empress furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling a previous fake news report about a widowed female raising her child alone. The report had been completely deleted, but the empress felt that the little white creature in the accompanying image bore a striking resemblance to Tan Konglin. Could the female he admired be that little one cradled in the picture? Previously, when the empress had sent someone to contact the editor of that news piece, no additional information had been uncovered. This time, she decided to take matters into her own hands, directly contacting the owner of the news agency and stating her identity. The response was immediately respectful. What can I do for you? Your Highness? However, when the empress inquired about the fake news report, the owner appeared troubled. All backups have been completely erased. There are truly no other photos. Although there were no photos, public flight records existed. If one were to investigate with determination, the identity of that female could certainly be uncovered. Yet, Ten Konglin stopped the Empress. Do not pursue this any further, mother. Without a legitimate reason, even the royal family cannot conduct such an extensive investigation into an innocent female. Then did this mean giving up? The Empress hesitated, deciding to let him contemplate this matter himself. Give up? Certainly not. Ten Konglin lowered his gaze to conceal his thoughts. After concluding the communication with the Empress, the owner of a news agency quickly contacted Marshal Ryan. The reason that fake news had been swiftly deleted was that Marshal Faley had warned the agency and sternly ordered them to refrain from disclosing any information about that female. However, this time, the inquiry came from no ordinary source, but rather the esteemed Empress. The owner was drenched in sweat as he promptly reported the situation to Marshal Faley, sighing deeply and wiping the perspiration from his forehead. Had he known such a high-profile individual would take interest, he would never have allowed that fake news to be published. What was the true identity of the female cradling the child? It was evident that she was someone significant, capable of drawing the attention of two prominent figures. The owner of the news agency could only smile wryly, pondering the absurdity of a person of such stature traveling by public transport. Did the Empress have an interest in the young one? No, perhaps it was that little creature. Faley contemplated, tapping his fingers on the table, before knocking on Nian Tu's bedroom door. The little female seemed to have just finished bathing. Her hair damp and steaming, her face resembling that of a blushing peach as she peeked out from the room. Uncle Faley? The same term of uncle from Xiong sounded cold and rigid. But from the little female, it held a different charm. Faley narrowed his eyes, suddenly finding uncle to be a rather pleasant form of address. I heard that you found her, he asked Nian Tuesday. Though Nian Tu had come to terms with the departure of Cotton Candy, she could not help but feel a pang of sadness. Pouting as she nodded, I found her in the yard. Once the topic of Cotton Candy arose, her desire to share overwhelmed her, and she recounted her experiences of the past few days with Faley. He listened quietly, showing no sign of impatience, yet his heart was filled with growing intrigue. Based on his speculations, there were numerous royal secrets, and it was not impossible for a tiger to transform through some covert means. That little creature might be a royal member, most likely the crown prince, which would explain the Empress's direct inquiry. However, the character described by Nian Tu was clearly different from that of the crown prince. The crown prince was composed and dignified, while this little one was clingy, playful, and even cried. Faley furrowed his brow. Was he overthinking this? Carefully, he inquired about the little white creature's physical features. What does it look like? It has long white fur and beautiful blue eyes. Nian Tu demonstrated, forming a king shape with her hand on her forehead. There's a black king mark, just like a little tiger. Do not worry about finding it. When it misses me, it will surely come back, Nian Tu expressed with confidence. Upon hearing that the little white creature had blue eyes and a king mark on its forehead, Faley felt his suspicions confirmed. He refrained from shattering Nian Tu's belief, not daring to disclose that the little one might indeed be a special male beastman. If it were to leave, it might never return. The crown prince, after regaining control, would likely have no memory of this experience and would forget her entirely. Chapter 44. Impossible weighing his words, Faley suggested. Would you like a new little one? Or perhaps a puppy? I can get one for you. Nian Tu shook her head in refusal. Cotton Candy is irreplaceable that I do not want to substitute. Then how about taking a stroll to lift your spirits? Faley offered, racking his brain to cheer her up. Although the following days were not holidays, he could take leave as a renowned model of hard work in the Empire. Marshal Faley had accumulated several decades' worth of unused vacation days. Calculating his accrued leave, Faley envisioned a future with Nian Tu and found himself thinking that perhaps it would not be enough at that moment. The Marshal entirely forgot his previous disdain for his nephew's infatuation. His heart brimming with anticipation to I own a low-development primitive planet, rich in natural beauty and diverse wildlife. I have developed a hot spring in the snowy mountains there, which is perfect for vacationing. He had researched Nian Tu's preferences as expected. Nian Tu's interest was piqued, her eyes shining brighter with every word. After a moment of restraint, she could not help but nod in agreement. Today, an inexplicable sense of joy permeated the military headquarters. Subordinates, unsure if it was merely an illusion, felt that Marshal had hurriedly left and returned in an unusually good mood. Even when minor issues arose with documents they submitted, he did not respond with the usual fury. The last time the marshal had been in such high spirits seemed to coincide with when Nian Tu had brought him steamed buns. What could have caused this change? Daring subordinates whispered and speculated about their superior. However, their jaws dropped when they learned that Fei Li had taken 3 days off under the pretext of a date. The marshal? On a date? With whom? Which female was so extraordinary as to captivate the notoriously cold-hearted marshal? If this news were to spread, countless females would surely have their hearts shattered. Even with the male-to-female ratio being so skewed, many females had openly expressed their admiration for Fei Li, with some even claiming they would devote their lives to him. Yet, the marshal had remained unmoved. Everyone believed he would remain single for life. Yet he suddenly had a date. If this were to leak, it would undoubtedly become the most explosive news in the entire empire this year. Who could have won over the notoriously unfeeling Marshal Fei Li? As subordinates engaged in their conjectures, they found themselves unable to identify any suspicious candidates. The marshal had always maintained a respectable distance from females, never forming close connections. Could it be Nian Tu? Some audacious individuals speculated that Nian Tu had previously gifted the marshal with steamed buns. Impossible. How could that be? Stop guessing. Everyone shook their heads in unison. In their minds, the marshal would undoubtedly choose a high-ranking noble female of equal status. Although Nian Tu was beautiful and charming, her pairing with Major General Xiang was already a stretch, let alone with the esteemed marshal of the empire. With that single reminder, all the gossiping employees promptly straightened up, adopting expressionless faces as they pretended to focus on their documents. Fei Li passed by them, having left the military headquarters early, evidently heading off to a rendezvous. His subordinates caught a glimpse of the marshal's cheerful demeanor and were consumed by curiosity, but if they had been bolder, they might have even considered following him to uncover the truth. Not only were the subordinates curious, but friends who learned of this matter also sought Fei Li for answers, and even the emperor himself inquired if he had indeed found a beloved female. Beloved female. Fei Li glanced at the messages from his friends before looking at Nian Tu's day. They were currently aboard a spaceship, heading to a primitive planet far from the central star, where the scenery was rather mundane. Yet, Nian Tu squatted in her seat, peering out the window with curiosity, her soft, cherubic face pressed against the porthole, the magnificent cosmic nebula reflecting in her eyes, exuding an air of innocent joy. Fei Li found it difficult to divert his gaze from her. When Nian Tu finally regained her senses, she noticed Fei Li seemingly taking her picture. Without hesitation, she posed, winking and smiling, deliberately showcasing the blue iris flower necklace around her neck, a gift from Fei Li. However, it appeared that Fei Li had not noticed. As he remained unresponsive, Nian Tu felt a flicker of doubt, but quickly dismissed it. "Uncle, let me see." She leaned over to check how the photo turned out, only to discover that Fei Li seemed intent on sharing it on his personal space on the Star Network. Her face flushed crimson. "Please don't send that out." Fei Li was the marshal of the empire, a figure of immense public interest. If he were to post her picture, she shuddered at the thought of the uproar it would cause. She hurriedly intervened. Fei Li, seemingly oblivious to her intense reaction, effortlessly grasped both of her wrists with his large hand, restraining her. With such a disparity in size and strength, Nian Tu felt like a small rabbit caught by a hunter, compelled to sit still. While merely sitting would have been acceptable, Fei Li unexpectedly pulled her into his embrace, placing her on his lap. A surge of shyness and warmth rushed over her. The man's embrace was broad and warm, and all thoughts of the photo vanished from her mind, replaced by the sensation of the solid thighs she was seated upon as she endeavored to ignore the sensation of his muscles, only to repeatedly fail. Just as she felt herself nearly ablaze, Fei Li finally released her. Apologies, he had instinctively acted in a manner befitting his usual authoritative role, only realizing afterward that it was inappropriate. Nian Tu's delicate skin bore no pain, yet clear marks were visible on her wrists, further deepening Fei Li's guilt. "Next time, you could just slap me directly," he suggested with a tinge of remorse. Should he inadvertently commit such a faux pas again, he hoped Nian Tu would not hesitate to remind him bluntly. Nian Tu quickly scrambled off his lap, striving to appear composed, shaking her head nonchalantly. "It's fine. You didn't do it on purpose." The photo, she redirected the conversation, urging him not to share it. Although the picture turned out quite well, it should not be shared carelessly. What about only sharing with friends? Fei Li inquired, seeking her approval. They were both sensible individuals who would not disseminate the photo beyond their circle. Even without formal registration, he was already recognized as Nian Tu's guardian, though typically rational. He found himself harboring a desire to boast. Only friends can see? Nian Tu perked up, intrigued by this feature, as long as it wasn't broadcasted across the Star Network for all to know. She was not overly concerned and reluctantly agreed to Fei Li's request that I in the palace. Upon seeing the photo posted by Fei Li, the emperor scrutinized it multiple times, exclaiming in astonishment, "This lion has truly fallen in love?" This was the empire's notorious battle and workaholic, and the female in the picture possessed a rare purity, captivating all who beheld her. The emperor gazed longer, recognizing her resemblance and confirming her identity. She was Nian Tu, the female who had previously calmed the out-of-control Black Mamba in a widely circulated video, which had drawn the royal family's attention. Royal researchers and doctors reported to the emperor that Nian Tu might possess immense potential and could awaken an S-class psychic ability in the future. This was also the reason she was specifically invited to the court ball for selecting a consort for the crown prince. Although her records currently indicated she had no psychic ability, it was not out of the realm of possibility for her to awaken a second time. Recalling this, and upon viewing the photo once more, the emperor sensed a different flavor. Fei Li, like the crown prince, was also an SS-class male, and this typically cold-hearted marshal, known for his disdain toward females, had now embarked on a romantic journey with Nian Tu. It seemed Nian Tu was indeed something special. Should she truly awaken an S-class psychic ability, she will be the most suitable female for the crown prince. The thought of Fei Li having gotten there first made the emperor anxious for his son. The emperor summoned Tan Konglin, urging him to abandon his unrealistic infatuations. Since you no longer recall what the female looked like, you might as well forget her entirely. Take a look at this female, named Nian Tu. Do you find her appealing? The emperor presented Nian Tu's photo before Tan Konglin. Chapter 45. A surge of desire confronted with a photo of a female, Tan Konglin turned his head away, silently rejecting it. His father and mother frequently presented him with various noble females, asking for his preferences that if he expressed interest, they would hastily arrange a meeting. Previously, Tan Konglin had shown no interest in courtship, merely respecting his parents by glancing at the photos and politely stating that the females were not his ideal type. However, this time he didn't even look, directly refusing his father, for he already had a beloved female. He would remain wholly loyal to her, not casting a glance at any other. The emperor patiently continued to persuade him. This female is different. She may awaken an S-class psychic ability. Before she does, it would be best for you to meet her and win her heart. Sorry, father, Tan Konglin replied calmly. I already have a female I love. I will not betray her. Whether an A-class female or an S-class female, none could compare to the warm, soft embrace of the one he dreamed of. The emperor frowned. You have never even been together. How could you speak of betrayal during a state of loss of control? A male was no different from a beast, incapable of engaging in romantic relations with a female. Even if Tan Konglin had genuinely developed feelings for a female during such a state, they would certainly not have been together. Meet Nian Tu. You will like her, the emperor recommended again. Such a beautiful female, and it is said she possesses an excellent character. Even the cold-hearted Fei Li has been set ablaze by her charm. No, Tan Konglin firmly countered. I will not like her that moment. The crown prince could not have imagined that his words would soon come back to haunt him. Yes, he remained steadfastly devoted to the female of his dreams. The one he yearned for was currently embracing joy, snuggling with a small snow fox in one arm and a large snow leopard in the other. Nian Tu blissfully soaked in a hot spring amidst the snow-capped mountains, her eyes squinting in delight. The mist of the spring soon coated her eyelashes with a layer of frost, prompting the little snow fox to try and lick it away, only to be playfully caught by her, tumbling around in merriment. Seemingly envious of the snow fox's affection, the snow leopard wagged its tail back and forth, deliberately sweeping it across Nian Tu's face to garner her attention, enticing her to reach out and grab it. The fluffy tail tickled her nose, and she couldn't help but burst into giggles that a plump rabbit happened to pass by, boldly darting into Nian Tu's embrace despite the two predators. Nian Tu gently patted the rabbit's rear, letting it hop away. Seeing her so joyful softened Fei Li's typically stern expression that if you like them, you can take them home, he suggested. Nian Tu shook her head, releasing her hold. Both the snow fox and the snow leopard were pure wild creatures. Their home lay within the vast wilderness, not confined to a small yard. The mountains rolled endlessly, blanketed in white. The snow fox darted into the forest, vanishing in an instant, only to return shortly, bringing a string of berries. Peering curiously as it offered them to Nian Tuesday, she smiled brightly, praising, "So good," as she accepted the bright red berries. Not to be outdone, the snow leopard dashed into the woods, soon returning with a catch. Panting heavily, and dropped its prize, a freshly hunted prey, before Nian Tu with a thud. Nian Tu was startled, then unable to stifle her laughter as she affectionately ruffled its fluffy head. "Gur," the snow leopard growled, seeming both pleased and urging her on that it not only shared its food but also generously allowed Nian Tu to eat first, which almost defied animal instincts. Nian Tu, not in need of the meal and lacking the habit of consuming wild game, found it hard to refuse the heartfelt gesture of the fluffy creature. "Uncle," she looked to Fei Li for help. Fei Li promptly took over the snow leopard's offering of the mountain goat. On account of Nian Tu, although the snow leopard watched his every move with vigilance, it did not prevent him from touching its prey. With his back turned to Nian Tu, Fei Li's towering figure shielded her view. Sparing her the sight of blood, he worked swiftly, skinning and dismantling, reserving the most tender piece of meat for Nian Tu, while returning the rest to the snow leopard, inquiring, "How would you like to eat it?" Despite being a rudimentary and scarcely developed planet, this place was consistently guarded by the marshal's personal guards, and the hot springs in the snow-capped mountains were developed like a luxurious resort, with all basic living facilities readily available. Even though everyone typically consumed nutritional supplements, there were automatic cooking devices. Nian Tu, however, did not fully trust the automatic cooking device, fearing it might spoil the snow leopard's offering. "Let's have barbecued meat," she declared, rising from the hot spring in a splash, droplets of water clinging to her long, straight legs. The sight of her snow-white figure dazzled Fei Li, causing his throat to constrict. Oblivious to her effect on him, Nian Tu dried her body, changed into her clothes in an instant, and drew closer to Fei Li, asking, "Uncle, where is the kitchen?" A faint fragrance emanated from her, subtly stirring the instincts of the male. In the prime of his youth, Fei Li found it difficult to resist the allure of her casual smiles and expressions, igniting within him a burgeoning desire, for the first time in his life. He felt acutely aware of his own primal masculinity and the overwhelming urge to mate. Meeting her pure, bright gaze, he struggled to suppress the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind, maintaining a facade of steadiness and reliability. Only his hoarse voice betrayed him. "Follow me." Fresh slices of lamb marinated and placed upon a sizzling grill, emitting a mouth-watering aroma. Nian Tu, who usually found barbecued meat greasy, was unable to resist the enticing scent and eagerly squatted on a chair, waiting for Fei Li to serve her while snapping a few photos. Coincidentally, she had taken several pictures during her time in the hot spring and selected her favorites to share on her personal space on the Star Network, mirroring Fei Li's style by setting the visibility to friends only. Nian Tu, out having fun with Uncle. Image, image, image. The snowy peaks, wild little creatures, a focused Fei Li barbecuing, and a selfie of Nian Tuesday. Her friends list was sparse, comprising only a few individuals. The photos were sent quietly, and to her surprise, they garnered an enthusiastic response, even from the esteemed professors at the Imperial Military Academy, who showered her with likes. "Are those wild animals?" "Be careful," Professor Li warned, unaware of Nian Tu's affinity with animals. Even though he knew the marshal would never let the young female come to harm, he couldn't help but express his concern in the comments. Several other professors inquired about her well-being, and Nian Tu awkwardly expressed her gratitude. The only one who remained silent was Xie Jili. He seemed to have vanished entirely. Nian Tu furrowed her brow. The messages she had sent earlier had gone unanswered, prompting her to send another inquiry to Xie Jili. "Are you okay?" Silence ensued. With no reply on the other end of the chat, Xie Jili stared at Nian Tu's message, his fingers trembling slightly, his heart in turmoil that he had left Central Star, no longer a student of the Imperial Military Academy, but a space pirate. The territory of space pirates, akin to the black market, was equipped with advanced counter-surveillance technology. Even if he replied to Nian Tu's message, the Empire would not be able to trace the signal back to him. Yet he hesitated to respond. He should no longer be connected to Nian Tuesday. She would soon learn of his status as an Imperial fugitive, even becoming a notorious space pirate. Would she be disappointed in him then? Xie Jili cautiously opened the photos Nian Tu had shared. How wonderful she appeared, so happy. His gaze fell upon her selfie, and the young male's pupils trembled violently. Eye in the photo. Sunlight bathed the young female in golden light, making her breathtakingly beautiful, a hint of blue at her neck resembling rippling spring waters. This was the necklace he had given her, Chapter 46. The leader, his heart raced violently. Siad stared at the photo in a daze. Unable to calm the turmoil within, he knew the gift he had given her was not of great value. Unworthy of her. Yet he felt immense gratitude that she accepted it. He had never dared to dream that she would actually wear the necklace. "Is this your female?" A gentle voice suddenly echoed. The chaotic lower deck fell into an oppressive silence. Everyone bowed respectfully, afraid to meet the gaze of the newcomer, leader. This mission saw Jiao personally involved. They felt privileged to share a ship with him. Why had he descended from the upper deck? Jiao's presence was elusive, appearing behind Siad in an instant, curiously observing the photo on his light brain. Siad straightened his back, swiftly evading Jiao's scrutiny. The confrontation was so quick that the crew members were startled, realizing there was another person present. Despite possessing an undeniably handsome face, he managed to maintain an air of invisibility, indicating his strength far surpassed theirs and his adeptness at concealment. When had such a figure emerged in their pirate crew? A momentary glance filled with wariness was cast towards Siad. "This is my newly appointed deputy," Jiao chuckled lightly, introducing Siad to the others. "You may call him Black Mamba. In the pirate crew, hierarchy was of little consequence. Only capability mattered. Siad repeated victories in the black market demonstrated his prowess. Moreover, as a top student in the command department of the Imperial Military Academy, his abilities extended beyond mere appearances. Jiao had a knack for assessing talent, believing Siad would surprise him. The wary gazes of the crew members transformed into envy, reverence, and flattery. Siad maintained a stoic expression, slightly bowing his head to Jiao. "Did you come to find me for something?" As a notorious and fearsome space pirate leader, Jiao possessed a face of striking beauty, clad in soft, luxurious robes reminiscent of an opulent noble. However, Siad was acutely aware that Jiao's infamous reputation was not unfounded. Beneath his seemingly gentle facade lay a volatile temperament. Anyone daring to slight him would meet a gruesome end. Out of caution, Siad wished to avoid discussing Nian Tu with Jiao. However, Jiao interpreted Siad evasion as something else. "That female, she does not favor you." Jiao scrutinized Siad with a slight smile. "You are quite handsome. Why would she not like you? Is it because your beast form is a snake? Or because you are impoverished and powerless?" His words dripped with a seductive nasal tone, slow and gentle, rendering Siad nearly devoid of merit. Snake-like beastmen were often the most despised by females, feared for their ferocity, coldness, and toxicity. As another serpent beastman, Jiao feigned camaraderie, gently patting Siad shoulder. "Females are afraid of our serpent forms, but it is of little consequence. You may adopt a false identity with power and wealth. A high-ranking official or a wealthy merchant would suffice. She would willingly be your female. After all, females are inherently merciless and greedy." That a flicker of disdain passed through Jiao's eyes. "If you truly desire her, you may invite her to visit us," he suggested lightly. The implication of how that invitation might unfold and whether she could leave unscathed was all too evident. Siad coldly refused. Jiao regarded his wary expression without anger, his smile remaining enigmatic. He had encountered many males like Siad, conditioned by the Empire to view females as treasures that he believed that once Siad awakened, he would understand that females were a greedy lot, indulging in pleasure, not worthy of sincere affection. Genuine feelings would only lead to devastation. Jiao's gaze shifted contemptuously to Siad light brain, focusing on Nian Tu's photo. He wanted to see what sort of female could elicit such devotion from Siad. His eyes lingered on Nian Tu's exquisite face, his expression neutral, but when his gaze fell upon the necklace adorning her neck, it froze. A female, when did she begin to wear such a cheap necklace? The material was passable, yet the rough craftsmanship suggested a price not exceeding 100,000 star coins, glaringly out of place against her fair, delicate skin. Females typically sought the finest in attire and adornments. Accepting a gift of such low value was already a considerable favor, let alone wearing it. In the photo, the young female confidently showcased the necklace around her neck. It was too incredulous. Jiao felt a wave of absurdity wash over him. If the necklace was not worthy of affection, then only one possibility remained. This young female held a deep affection for the male who gifted it to her. "Did you give her this necklace?" It was not difficult to deduce, for few males like Siad, who were financially strained yet fortunate enough to interact with a female, existed. Siad remained silent, but did not deny it. Jiao's expression gradually darkened, his gaze lowering slightly, and one could discern his thoughts, but merely standing nearby sent chills through the air. When he raised his gaze again, he reverted to his gentle and warm demeanor, turning to Li while assigning Xie a task. After Jiao departed, the cabin remained quiet for a long while before it buzzed back to life, continuing its raucous chatter. Someone attempted to ingratiate themselves with Xie, only to be halted by a pair of hands resembling large fans. Brother Xiong shielded Xie from numerous disturbances and squeezed himself beside him. "What task has the big Jiao assigned you?" Xie lowered his gaze and replied, "To blow up the munitions depot." Brother Xiong clicked his tongue. Right from the start, they have you tackling something substantial. The explosion of a munitions depot would create a significant uproar. And once accomplished, the Empire would certainly investigate that. It remained uncertain whether Jiao intended to confront the Empire or simply wished to detonate and flee. And for the love of all that is holy, do not look at pictures of female creatures in front of Big Jiao again, nor speak of them. Brother Xiong whispered, "I heard Big Jiao particularly despises females." Pertaining to Nian Tu, even though Xie had little interest in the gossip surrounding their leader, he frowned at Brother Xiong, signaling him to elaborate. "Well, I don't know much. I just heard it might have something to do with Big Jiao, as Brother Xiong spoke. He recalled that Xie mother was also quite exceptional. He hesitated, cautiously glancing at Xie expression. Seeing no sign of anger, he continued, "In any case, he has no compassion for females. If you discuss them in his presence, he might very well become enraged." Big Jiao's volatility was already alarming. Had it been another pirate leader, they would have long since abducted a female for solace. Yet his apparent aversion to females rendered him disinterested in any physical contact, relying instead on injections to cope. Such substances merely quench thirst for a moment, failing to genuinely substitute the emotional comfort provided by females, leading to an even more severe loss of control afterward. Big Jiao's unpredictable temperament was intrinsically linked to his instability. "You need not worry too much," Brother Xiong assured Xie confidently. "Big Jiao has little interest in females. He was likely just asking casually, and wouldn't regard Nian Tu as significant." Chapter 47. Special significance. The temperature in the snowy mountains was frigid, yet the atmosphere felt soothing and warm. After a satisfying meal, Nian Tu took a brief nap. Upon waking, she sensed someone gently touching her face. The person's fingertips were rough and calloused, yet their touch was so light that it scarcely registered. Her eyelashes fluttered, and as she opened her eyes, she murmured, "Uncle Faley." The man's hand paused momentarily before he discreetly withdrew it. "You reawake? We have already left the snowy mountains." During Nian Tu's slumber, Faley had received urgent news. A munitions depot belonging to the Empire had been bombed, suspected to be the work of interstellar pirates. An intelligence indicated that the pirate leader, Jiao, might be present there. If it were merely the explosion of a munitions depot, the situation, though serious, would not warrant the marshal's personal involvement. However, the appearance of Jiao himself justified Faley's immediate attention. After all, Jiao was not only cunning in tactics and skilled at concealing his whereabouts, but he also possessed SS-level strength, having previously inflicted severe damage on multiple S-level generals of the Empire. This malignant threat must be eradicated. The planned 3-day excursion was abruptly interrupted, and Faley could only apologize to Nian Tu, promising to take her out again next time, were it any other female. She might have thrown a tantrum. Yet, Nian Tu merely rubbed her eyes and smiled sweetly. "It's fine, Uncle, that I've already enjoyed soaking in the hot springs and playing with the animals in the snowy mountains." Before departing the planet, the aircraft carried Nian Tu high above the landscape, traversing oceans, deserts, and grasslands. On the grasslands, herds of cattle and sheep migrated in droves. Wild horses galloped, stirring up clouds of dust. "Lions." Nian Tu suddenly pointed at a pride of lions. Her eyes sparkled as she turned to Faley. "Uncle, you must be a lion too, right? Since Xiong and you look so alike, wouldn't you resemble each other even more in beast form?" Faced with the eager gaze of the young female, Faley reluctantly nodded. He would certainly do his utmost to fulfill Nian Tu's request. The aircraft descended, and with Nian Tu's excited exclamation, a robust black-maned lion emerged on the grassland. Nian Tu's mouth fell open in astonishment. The black-maned lion was young and powerful, with deep amber eyes and muscular contours that exuded wildness. The grassland's winds tousling his mane. It was as if he was destined to be the supreme ruler of this domain. Nian Tu gazed at the lion, momentarily seeing a different phyla in his human form. Fei always presented himself as a stern elder, yet in his lion form, he radiated a vibrant passion characteristic of youthful males. Overflowing with hormones, his dominance, amplified in beast form, contrasted sharply with Xiang, who seemed far more playful and juvenile. While Nian Tu could easily frolic with Xiang, she felt a twinge of hesitation in the presence of Fei. The black-maned lion let out a deep, powerful roar in an instant. Herbivores quaked in fear, scattering in all directions, while even predator species, like leopards, took heed and concealed themselves. They had never encountered such an intimidating roar from a lion before. The other animals were perplexed. When had such a formidable lion appeared in their territory? The original inhabitants of the territory, namely the pride Nian Tu had pointed out, were equally baffled. The lionesses guarded their cubs vigilantly, while the pride's two male lions, both in their prime, approached the source of the sound and scent. Upon seeing Fei, the two brothers hesitated, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. The contrast was striking. Nian Tu clearly realized just how colossal the male beastmen were. Even combined, the two male lions were dwarfed by Fei's height and strength. Not only did Fei's physical prowess overshadow their own, but the aura he exuded was also extraordinarily imposing. A mere calm glance from him was laden with authority. The atmosphere grew tense, and Nian Tu gently tugged at Fei's mane, whispering, "Let us leave. Uncled in the lexicon of lions, retreat without a fight was inconceivable." Even though the two wild lions were clearly no match for Fei, they would defend their cubs and positions within the pride, charging at him for a desperate battle. Nian Tu wished to avoid witnessing such a confrontation. The sensation of the young female tugging at his mane was oddly delightful. The black-maned lion nudged Nian Tu with his snout and gently licked the nape of her neck, seemingly displeased with the bothersome necklace, emitting a low, threatening growl that intensified the anxiety of the two male lions. The damp, prickling sensation at the back of her neck sent a shiver down Nian Tu's spine. The nape of the neck held special significance for beast kind, while elders might carry their young. This was typically limited to mothers carrying their unweaned cubs. More often, it was the males who would grasp the nape of a female's neck, signaling courtship or dominance. Nian Tu vaguely sensed something amiss. Yet in the next moment, Fei transformed back into his human form, scooping her up and leaping onto the aircraft. Interrupting her train of thought, she opened her mouth in surprise. Unable to articulate, Tu sent Fei the name, photo, and other personal information of Cherished, feeling a slight sense of relief. Fei promised to investigate the matter promptly. Initially, she assumed this prompt would take at least 2 or 3 days. However, she was taken aback by how swiftly the news arrived. Upon reaching the bomb munitions depot, a small amount of reparable surveillance footage remained at the scene. Fei scrutinized it, focusing on a male figure clad in a magnificent robe, analyzing every movement in the last 2 seconds of the video. A shadowy figure suddenly appeared beside the male, seemingly reporting something that caught his attention. The individual wore a hood, obscuring their face, yet Fei immediately sensed familiarity in their stature and demeanor. After a careful comparison, he confirmed that this was indeed the young male Cherished that Year 2 had asked him to locate. The missing military academy student had apparently turned into a space pirate. It seemed he had garnered the leader's favor, able to converse with the male, suggesting he had long been entangled with criminal elements. This outlaw was, astonishingly, a friend of Year 2. A cold sweat broke out on Fei as he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The naive young female was utterly unguarded, unaware of the true nature of the individual she befriended. Should Cherished harbor malicious intentions and lure her away, she might not even have time to call for help. Fei promptly opened Year 2's chat window, ready to send a cautionary message, but paused abruptly. He turned to his aide. The aide inquired. Fei, recalling correctly, asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you're married?" The aide's face flushed. Yes. Not only was he married, but his relationship with his wife was renowned for its warmth. Thus, Fei sought his counsel. "If your wife were to err, would you educate her?" The aide was taken aback. "Educate?" He shook his head vehemently. No, no, no. How could he dare to educate his own wife? No male in the entire empire would be audacious enough to do so. Seeing his extreme reaction, Fei felt fortunate he had not hastily messaged Year 2's day. He realized there was much he still needed to learn about relationships. Humbly, he continued, "Then, if she befriended undesirable companions, how should one advise her?" The aide pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly enlightened, asked, "Are they male friends?" Upon seeing Fei nod, his expression shifted to one of understanding. It seemed the marshal was facing a rival. It was common for a wife to be lured by outside males. Forceful admonishments could backfire. The aide lowered his voice. What we need to do is devise new ways to capture her attention. This made sense. Faley contemplated how to captivate Year Two's focus more effectively. However, this alone could not guarantee that external threats would not ensnare her again. For females, danger lurked everywhere. Faley gently tapped the table. His expression resolute. Eliminate all threats against his female was the duty of a male. Continue the pursuit. He quickly delineated the target direction, speaking with calm determination. Unlike other insignificant space pirates, Jiao was a mad and cunning individual. Previous large-scale imperial crackdowns had failed to capture him. Yet, Faley, sharp and seasoned, could see through the smokescreen, pinpointing the whereabouts of this band of pirates from scant clues. With the marshal's leadership, the imperial army was emboldened, while the pirates were in a state of panic. Leader, they are closing in. As the pirates arrived at their stronghold, they realized the imperial forces were approaching. Even anticipating the Empire's fury after the munitions depot explosion, they never expected the pursuit to be so swift. Who was leading the imperial army? The sharp instincts and formidable judgment of this figure were terrifying. Jiao's gentle smile faded somewhat, his raised eyes concealing a hint of curiosity. He sighed softly, wondering if the fearsome lion had personally come to hunt them down. The Imperial Marshal Faley Ryan was not to be trifled with. To be pursued by the Marshal was an honor, a fitting end, even if one could not escape entirely. Despite the grim situation, Jiao seemed to retain a sense of humor before his expression gradually chilled. They abandoned their stronghold and prepared to depart immediately. Escape from the Marshal's personal pursuit was undoubtedly a daunting task. Merely abandoning one stronghold seemed insufficient. Jiao decisively commanded, "Everyone, prepare to abandon ship at any moment." Before fleeing, Jiao ordered the pirates to discard the weapons recently acquired from the Imperial Munitions Depot and to obliterate the entire planet housing their stronghold. In an instant, the planet was engulfed in flames. "Is this a provocation?" Faley's aide slammed a fist on the table, glaring at the burning planet with indignation. Faley's eyes were icy. The chase continued, the distance narrowing. The Imperial army could now see the spaceship carrying the pirates in flight. The Imperial forces were eager for battle, prepared to engage. However, before combat commenced, the pirates, seemingly cornered, chose to abandon ship. The massive spaceship disintegrated in the cosmos, scattering into a chaotic cloud, while countless desperate individuals maneuvered small vessels to flee in every direction. "Shall we pursue, Marshal?" the aide inquired urgently. Faley narrowed his eyes, shaking his head in judgment. No, they had abandoned an entire planet and a sophisticated starship, a desperate act of survival, incurring losses that likely exceeded the Empire's destroyed munitions depot. Although the losses were substantial, it was undeniable that this was an effective escape strategy. The pirates had dispersed too widely, making it impossible to pinpoint Jiao's exact location. Sending a squad to pursue separately might unearth Jiao. But the soldiers were no match for him. Not only would they likely fail, but they could also suffer unnecessary casualties. Capture a few alive for interrogation. The abandoned pirate vessels transformed into countless fragments, among which were personal belongings of some pirates, discarded or accidentally left behind during their escape. Some soldiers were tasked with salvaging debris and reporting valuable items. Faley casually picked up a discarded light brain belonging to a pirate. He skillfully operated it, successfully decrypting the contents. With a beep, a photo of a female appeared on the screen. Faley's pupils constricted. Year Two. In the image, the young female gazed innocently at the camera, resembling a delicate little rabbit. Chapter 49. I will wait for you. She was the last person who should be entangled with space pirates. Yet, at the moment before the pirate's flight, he was looking at her photo. Was it mere admiration or something more lascivious? Faley's expression darkened. And one understood males better than other males when it came to shamelessness. The mere thought of how Year Two's photo might be treated by other males ignited his fury. He confirmed the ownership of the light brain. Indeed, it belonged to that male named Jili. What a coincidence that he had stumbled upon this individual's light brain. Faley closed his eyes, slowly exhaling his frustration. The light brain in his possession not only provided irrefutable evidence confirming Jili's identity as a pirate, allowing the Empire to issue a warrant for his arrest, but it also severed Jili's only link to Year Two's excellent. "What is wrong, Marshal? Have you made a discovery?" Asked his aide, approaching, Faley tucked the light brain away into his spatial button, shaking his head. Instruct the various legions to explore the destroyed pirate strongholds separately, and remind them to exercise caution, he commanded, glancing toward the obliterated planet. Based on his analysis, Jiao Wu Ti have unnecessarily destroyed the planet. There might be something of significance there. Most likely, it was not something good. Sure enough, half an hour later, a legion reported discovering a section of ruins to the northeast, suspected to be some kind of abandoned illegal laboratory. Containing numerous corpses, various animal bones, human bones, and even a female skeleton that could be easily identified. The evidence was irrefutable. Even after its destruction, it was evident that inhumane human experiments had previously occurred there. A soldier could not restrain himself from cursing. Space pirates were utterly inhuman. How depraved they were to even persecute females. They must be captured. They must be tried and executed. Females were tightly protected on advanced planets. Yet they could still be abducted for experimental purposes. Clearly, these pirates had infiltrated deep within the Empire, far beyond what the Empire had imagined. The scene before him resembled a hell on Earth, causing Faley's brow to furrow deeply. Judging by the remains, numerous females had met their demise, indicating that the research conducted here was likely related to illegal projects concerning females. Jiao was a madman. His logic incomprehensible to ordinary people. Moreover, he was said to despise females, harboring malevolent feelings toward them, making him fully capable of such atrocities. Given the horrific circumstances, Faley had no choice but to remain on site for a few more days. Personally overseeing the excavation and inspection efforts, the pirates had suffered minor losses, but most had successfully evaded the Imperial army, regrouping at another stronghold. Xionggu scanned the surroundings, finally locating Siajili. The slender male wore a blank expression, yet appeared somewhat dazed, clutching a yellow fuzzy coat tightly. Amidst the crowd of dusty faces, this vivid color stood out alarmingly, making Siajili appear as a living target. Why are you still carrying that piece of clothing at this time? Xionggu exclaimed that it was astonishing that Siajili had not been captured by the Imperial army. Even if he was reluctant to abandon it, he should at least have stowed it in his spatial button. Siajili remained silent, his head buried in the coat, shoulders trembling as he took a deep breath in the chaos. The light brain had been knocked away, severing his only means of contacting Year Tuesday. From the day he chose to become an interstellar pirate, he understood that he could no longer meet Nian Tu, nor dare to respond to her messages. All he desired was to glimpse her life through the screen, to ascertain whether she was faring well. Yet now, he found himself bereft of even that privilege. The only remnant of Nian Tu he possessed was this piece of clothing. Siajili's expression was one of melancholy. What's wrong? You've returned from the brink of death, yet still wear such a gloomy countenance. Jiao's stunning visage unexpectedly appeared before him, her voice laced with curiosity, after sizing up Siajili. Jiao raised an eyebrow. Has your light brain gone missing? Unable to contact your beloved female, faced with Siajili's silence, Jiao gently patted his shoulder, softly coaxing. If you miss her so dearly, you could quietly go meet her and invite her out for some fun. Siajili calmly declined. I will not see her again. His light brain was lost, likely fallen into the hands of the Imperial military. Should they decrypt it, they would uncover his connection with Nian Tuesday. Out of concern for the female, the Imperial authorities would approach Nian Tu, informing her that the male she knew was a fugitive, a villain to be wary of. Indeed, the Imperial authorities did come to Nian Tu. But it was several days later. Their visit was not regarding Siajili, but rather concerning the matter of her guardian. Faley was still on a business trip, and the month's deadline was rapidly approaching. The system detected that Nian Tu lacked a guardian and automatically assigned her a new one. That the municipal office contacted her, requesting her presence to meet the new guardian and complete the registration. Early in the morning, Nian Tu, rubbing the sleep from her eyes, received this notification, startling her fully awake. She had been matched with a guardian. She simply had not registered yet. Nian Tu messaged Faley. What should I do? Uncle, the system has automatically assigned me a guardian. Nian Tu added, the municipal office is here to see me, that I need to go meet them. She reassured him, don't worry, Uncle, I will wait for you. Having already made an agreement with Faley, she would not go back on her word. She intended to explain her situation to the guardian assigned by the system, and then refused to accept him, awaiting Faley's return. However, Faley, caught up in his work, did not see Nian Tu's messages in time. In recent days, there had finally been progress in uncovering the illegal experiments. Faley looked down at the report on his desk, which boldly stated, Advanced Female Artificial Cultivation Program. This laboratory focused on researching advanced females, with all the victims being Class A psychics. The aim of the experiment seemed to be the artificial cultivation of Class S psychic females. Considering that Jiao was suspected to be a Class SS male, Faley began to comprehend why he was so frenzied. Class A females could not resolve the issues of Class SS males' uncontrollable behavior. And the Empire had yet to witness the birth of any Class S females. Faley frowned as he continued to peruse the documents, according to some records that had not been completely destroyed. This laboratory had previously succeeded in artificially cultivating several females. However, none of these females had successfully awakened their psychic powers and were riddled with various flaws, the most severe being a short lifespan. With an expected survival of only a few decades, these unfortunate, deemed defective, synthetic females were ordered for destruction. Whether they were directly killed or turned into playthings for space pirates remains unknown. To acquire advanced females. The interstellar pirates could sink to such depths. When the day comes that Nian Tu awakens, her situation will be exceedingly perilous. With a heavy heart, Faley opened his light brain, preparing to message Nian Tu. But first saw several messages from her, his expression changing. He had been so busy these past few days that he completely forgot the date. The system had already matched Nian Tu with a guardian. She had gone to meet him in a high-end restaurant. Nian Tu sat upright, facing a young noble male. The nobleman displayed elegant manners and spoke respectfully, yet a hint of condescension lingered in his words. Lady Nian Tu, I regret to inform you that I cannot proceed with the registration. I seek to bond with a female of Class B psychic ability or above, and you possess no psychic power. He left the rest unsaid. But his meaning was clear. The nobleman chuckled lightly. Though he himself was merely a Class D male, with family backing him, he could choose a more exceptional female to improve the genetics of the next generation. A female like Nian Tu, who had failed to awaken her psychic powers, was entirely out of consideration. It was merely the Empire's guardian system that had matched them together that I hope you will apply to the municipal office for a reassignment. As compensation, I can offer you 1 billion star coins. The nobleman raised his chin confidently. Or perhaps you desire some other form of compensation. I will do my utmost to satisfy you. Nian Tu opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. 1 billion star coins. Before her journey to this world, that would have been an unfathomable sum, something she could never dream of obtaining in a lifetime. However, for now, it wasn't entirely out of reach. You need not offer me any compensation, she replied sincerely to the nobleman. Regardless of whether she was now somewhat affluent, even if she were still impoverished, she would never be so brazen as to demand compensation. In her view, the Empire's forced matching was utterly unreasonable. Two strangers were expected to register and decide to live together without any prior acquaintance, which felt excessively hasty. The matchmaking processes on Earth had significant chances of failure. It was nonsensical that in the cosmos, one must adhere to such pairings. It was entirely reasonable for two individuals to refuse a match if they were unsatisfied with one another. The nobleman had done nothing wrong and owed her no compensation. The nobleman, however, found it hard to believe that Nian Tu was so easygoing, scrutinizing her with suspicion. Do you desire real estate? A villa? A manor? Or perhaps gems? Mines? Shops? Or even a planet? He suspected Nian Tu had ulterior motives. Otherwise, it could be that she was attracted to him and wished to forego material compensation to be with him. Considering this possibility, the nobleman straightened in his seat, realizing the situation had become rather complicated. I could court you until you grow weary of me, he said after a long pause, conceding, setting aside the psychic power deficiency. Nian Tu was an exceptionally beautiful female, and being with her would surely be a delightful experience. He was willing to dedicate some time, energy, and even his body to her, but he would never consider forming a partnership. Nian Tu, perplexed, touched her nose. She struggled to follow the nobleman's train of thought. How did the conversation veer towards romance? Moreover, his tone suggested that it was she who was eager to pursue a relationship with him. Noticing Nian Tu's prolonged silence, the nobleman continued. After our romantic involvement concludes, I will also transfer the 1 billion star coins to your account as a severance fee. It seemed he believed she would have no grievances left. Nian Tu, she cleared her throat, attempting to appear more sincere. I have no intention of forcing you into a romantic relationship, nor do I require your financial compensation. We can apply to the municipal office to dissolve the match right now. With no conditions necessary to as she spoke, she stood up, scanned her pupil to settle the bill, and headed towards the exit. The nobleman, momentarily taken aback, hurried after her. Have you become upset? It's not that I don't like you, but my family forbids it. Throughout their journey to the municipal office, the nobleman continued to explain to Nian Tu why he could not marry her. Nian Tu felt overwhelmed and deeply regretted sharing the same vessel with him. Had she known, she would have opted for public transport instead. Once this matter was resolved, she resolved to obtain a driving license and buy her own vehicle. Nian Tu held her breath until they arrived at the municipal office. Quickly disembarking and rushing towards the staff, I wish to apply for a dissolution of the match. Ah, very well. May I ask the reason? The staff looked at Nian Tu, then at the nobleman trailing behind her. Is there something about this male that you find unsatisfactory? If the dissolution were due to any shortcomings of the male, it would leave a blemish on his record, affecting future matching opportunities. The nobleman nervously glanced at Nian Tu, fearful she might voice a disparaging remark about him. This was why he had been so eager to appease her. Nian Tu decisively shook her head. There is nothing unsatisfactory to I. In truth, there were some grievances. The nobleman's inexplicable self-confidence and incessant chatter were bothersome. However, those were not the primary reasons for dissolving the match, and she had no inclination to speak ill of others. So she merely grumbled internally. The nobleman exhaled deeply, relieved. Nian Tu explained to the staff, I've already found a third guardian. I just haven't had the chance to register yet. Then, when do you expect to complete the registration? Nian Tu hesitated. I'm not quite sure. He is currently on a business trip. In Nian Tu's understanding, it was perfectly normal for military leaders to be away for years on missions. Faley had only told her he would return after a while. And that while could very well mean years. Nian Tu pondered, stroking her chin. The staff observed her serious expression, falling silent for a moment. They suspected that there was no such guardian on a business trip and that the young female was fabricating a story to preserve her dignity. Given the identities of both the applicants for dissolution, it was more likely that this nobleman was reluctant to be her guardian due to her ordinary background and lack of psychic power. The nobleman shared the staff's suspicions. Thinking Nian Tu was merely spinning tales, he regarded her with a complex expression, finding her stubbornness endearing. He is merely an ordinary civilian, yet he steadfastly refuses any compensation for his possessions. She is fond of him, but declines to engage in a romance that cannot culminate in marriage. Despite not having found a guardian, she insists on claiming that she hasn't agreed upon one. What male's work could possibly hold such significance? To the extent of postponing registration with a young female for a business trip? The nobleman chuckled softly, shaking his head, unless it were one of those few individuals of high rank. Yet, such dignitaries would hardly take an interest in a civilian female lacking mental prowess. If you cannot provide a specific registration date, I fear we shall have to continue searching for a new guardian for you. The staff, mindful of Nian Tu's emotions, did not expose her deceit, but swiftly processed the termination of her match and intended to apply for a new one on her behalf. Nian Tu anxiously interjected. Wait, let me ask him when he will return. While internally lamenting the inhumanity of the Empire's guardianship system, she fumbled to open her holographic communicator. The gazes of the staff and the nobleman inevitably converged upon her screen. Could it be that such a male truly existed? No way. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Yin, a familiar voice made her turn in surprise. Uncle Faley, you're back? She exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards the man. Her feet leaving the ground as he embraced her. The tall figure, clad in a stern military uniform, despite appearing worn, could not conceal the aura of authority. He held the young female with a familiar tenderness. A tough man with a gentle heart. The municipal hall fell into silence. The nobleman stood in stunned disbelief, staring at the newcomer. Marshal, Your Excellency. Chapter 51. Devotion. Faley's visage is renowned throughout the Empire. The marshal appearing in municipal hall? In that instant, all eyes were drawn to him. It is well known that the marshal is indifferent to beauty, showing no interest in the romantic entanglements between males and females. Regardless of the female's allure, he maintained an icy demeanor, keeping them at arm's length. But now, the marshal was actually holding a female. Who is she? Faley remained composed, while Nian Tu felt increasingly uneasy under the scrutinizing gazes. Burying her face in his chest, the rare display of affection from the young female prompted Faley to hold her a little tighter. Overwhelmed by shock, the onlookers could scarcely utter a sound. The nobleman closest to them felt the greatest impact, his mind blank, struggling to comprehend. After a long pause, he finally regained his ability to speak, awkwardly greeting Fei. "Good day, Your Excellency." Though noble, his entire lineage paled in comparison to the marshal. After all, nobility is but a title, while the marshal wields real power and occupies a position of true authority. The marshal, elevated above, is an entity with which such a minor noble rarely interacts. The confidence he had previously exuded vanished, leaving him somewhat stifled in Fei's presence. Fei acknowledged him with a nod, passing by with Nian Tu in his arms, approaching the staff. "Please assist us with the registration." The staff gasped in surprise. "Why, yes. May I ask if you were the primary partner? What could this young female's background be to have gained the marshal's companionship? In terms of males who could overshadow him, there were hardly any. He must surely be her primary partner. No." Nian Tu awkwardly lifted her head, hastily denying it. "Not the primary partner? The marshal is not her primary partner." The staff gaped at Nian Tu in astonishment. Fei turned slightly to shield her from view, cradling her protectively. "This is not a partnership registration. It is a guardianship registration. I am her third guardian. So, it is a guardian." The staff blushed crimson, realizing their oversight, yet found it even more perplexing that a guardian is akin to a fiancé, an awkward existence between being recognized and unrecognized. Judging by the marshal's demeanor, it was evident he harbored feelings for the young female. Why then had he not become her official partner? Was it possible she was unwilling? The staff regarded Nian Tu with an increased sense of reverence. What manner of individual is she to elicit such devotion from the marshal as to accompany her in the capacity of a guardian? Nian Tu helplessly closed her eyes. This was the very reason for her earlier hesitation in agreeing to Fei. Bearing such a prominent guardian was indeed an overwhelming burden. The registration process was straightforward. Both parties scanned their irises to confirm their identities. And soon the guardian information was recorded in the system. The delight evident in Fei's expression was unmistakable, for anyone could see he was genuinely pleased. The nobleman observed the entire process, feeling utterly confounded. Just an ordinary civilian female, without mental prowess, even if she were somewhat attractive, did not seem worthy of the marshal's unwavering devotion that if he liked her, a casual romance would suffice. What need was there to bind themselves through registration? Nian Tu completed the registration under immense pressure. Before she could leave the municipal hall, she received a video communication invitation from Coleman. To decline outright seemed impolite, so she hesitated briefly before accepting. "Your Excellency Nian Tu," Coleman greeted with his characteristic gentility, placing a hand over his heart as he bowed. "I had previously arranged a custom-make address for you. May I inquire if you are available today?" Though Coleman's fame did not rival that of Fei, he was nonetheless well known among the aristocracy. Noblemen had sought Coleman's bespoke services on numerous occasions, but were consistently turned away. Yet now, what had she heard? Coleman wished to create a dress for Nian Tu. Moreover, she was not the one seeking him out. He was reaching out to her, inviting her. Nian Tu instinctively glanced at Fei, who nodded in encouragement. "Very well, I have time. Shall I come to your studio?" "I shall come to fetch you," Coleman immediately replied, but his gaze drifted to the background behind Nian Tu, pausing. "You are at the municipal hall?" Nian Tu nodded. "I am here to register with my guardian." That a trace of complex envy flickered in Coleman's eyes. Which male was so fortunate as to be Nian Tu's guardian? Were it not for the Empire's laws prohibiting married males without blood ties from becoming guardians of unmarried females, Coleman would have been inclined to step forward himself. He vowed he was different from those with ulterior motives. He merely wished to care for Nian Tu as a guardian, akin to how one would care for a beloved daughter. Feeling regret for not having the opportunity to be Nian Tu's guardian, Coleman sighed inwardly. Fei slightly turned his head, appearing in the video to subtly assert his claim, addressing Coleman. "There is no need for you to come. I will accompany Yin, Coleman." Upon seeing Fei, he was briefly taken aback but nodded in agreement. That a few words confirmed the arrangement, and Fei led Nian Tu away, leaving the municipal hall in a state of shock. The nobleman stood there, dumbfounded, unable to regain his composure. Not only had the marshal become a guardian, but Coleman had also taken the initiative to invite her for a custom dress. One could hardly overstate the royal treatment. Could it be that Nian Tu possesses a remarkable identity? He felt a pang of regret, a dawning realization of what he might have missed. After a long moment of contemplation, the nobleman shook his head and steeled himself. Regardless, she is but a civilian female without mental prowess. What was lost is lost, and it is no great matter. With thoughts of the upcoming royal ball, he resolved to attend, despite being merely a D-class male. ostensibly unqualified for such an event. Nevertheless, his family had discreetly arranged for him to obtain an invitation. The nobleman felt a surge of optimism as he envisioned the future. The ball, intended to select a consort for the prince, would host the empire's most esteemed females. Surely, he would find a suitable A-class female to become his partner. He awaited the royal ball with eager anticipation. Yet the prince, the most significant figure at the ball, was adamantly opposed to attending. As the days drew closer, Tan Conglin remained resolute in his refusal to participate, his stance unwavering. The emperor and empress took turns persuading him, but to no avail. They resorted to issuing firm commands. While other females might be dismissed, he must meet that young female named Nian Tu's parental orders were not to be defied. Tan Conglin could not help but feel a twinge of annoyance at the mention of Nian Tu's. Chapter 52. Pet. Not only did the emperor and empress repeatedly encourage him, but even his royal brothers subtly urged Tan Conglin to attend the ball. I've seen a photograph of Nian Tu. She is an exceptionally adorable young female, far cuter than any I've dated before. The second prince leaned closer to Tan Conglin, his tone teasing. Brother, are you truly not at all curious? Tan Conglin replied coldly. No. He tossed a thick stack of documents at the second prince. Review this by the end of the day and submit a 5,000-word report. Brother, the palace echoed with the second prince's lament. Ever since the crown prince's return from his long absence, the palace had been filled with the wails of the other princes. Tan Conglin had almost taken it upon himself to guide his younger brothers through the intricacies of governance, seemingly eager to share his power with them. What should have been a fierce struggle for power had become easily attainable, yet the other princes showed little interest. I truly do not wish to learn all this. Brother, the third prince groaned, dark circles under his eyes. With you here, these affairs need not concern us. The royal relationships in this generation are exceptionally harmonious. Tan Conglin is the universally acknowledged heir, and the other princes harbor no ambitions for power. The second prince merely wishes to indulge in romantic escapades with beautiful females, while the third prince prefers to remain secluded in his quarters, avoiding unnecessary social interactions. As for the fourth prince, he is the most obedient, dutifully following whatever his elder brother commands, though he is evidently not suited for governance. Tan Conglin rubbed his temples in frustration. At this rate, when would he ever be able to relinquish the burdens of responsibility? Only when his younger brothers can stand on their own and a new qualified heir emerges for the empire can he, as the crown prince, step back into the shadows, compared to living in the gilded cage of the palace. Compelled to marry a female he does not favor, he would much prefer to lose control and become a wild beast. The instincts of a creature would guide him to his beloved female. He simply wishes to stay by her side, even if it means being a mere pet. These state affairs do not inherently belong to me. You are also the children of our father and mother and should learn to alleviate their burdens. Tan Conglin calmly rejected the third prince's request for a break, tapping his fingers on the table, urging him to continue working diligently. After all, yesterday's tasks remain unfinished and should ideally be completed today. The third prince slumped in his chair, pallid and defeated. Those who do not feel the whip upon their backs can never truly understand its sting. At long last, the other princes have come to appreciate just how busy Tan Conglin is each day. The emperor has entrusted most affairs to him, and with such immense pressure, it is a wonder he remains composed. Father is being unreasonable. The second prince mused, as the eldest son, favored most by the emperor and empress. Tan Conglin has endured rigorous training since childhood, his shoulders burdened by layer upon layer of responsibility. Though he always presents a calm and resilient facade, he is not immune to being overwhelmed. Now, knowing that he has a beloved, their parents still insist he meet and marry a female he dislikes. The second prince finally comprehended his brother's sentiments, patting his shoulder gallantly. When the ball comes, I will ensure Nian Tu does not disturb you. Rest assured. Tan Conglin nodded appreciatively. So, in return, could you possibly reduce my workload by half? The second prince inquired tentatively. As he observed Tan Conglin's expression grow increasingly frosty. The second prince retreated to his seat, coughing. I was only joking. As the date of the court ball approaches, the entire Central Star becomes more lively than usual. The business of bespoke gowns flourishes. With orders surging, many flock to request Coleman to design dresses for them. However, Coleman has declined all requests, focusing solely on crafting a gown for Nian Tu's. Finally, on the day of the ball, the gown is completed. It should not have taken so long, but in the face of Nian Tu, Coleman strives for perfection. After countless adjustments to the details, he finally feels a sense of satisfaction. Isn't it a bit too extravagant? Nian Tu asked softly after donning the gown and perfecting her look in the mirror. Liu Zhan, Fei Li, and even Xiang took time off to accompany her to the ball. The three males were momentarily entranced. Their gazes fixed upon Nian Tu, unable to tear themselves away. The moonlight-colored gown shimmered as if alive, its hem swaying gently, accentuating her already delicate figure, her waist so slender it could be encompassed by a single hand. It was not ostentatious, yet breathtakingly beautiful. The makeup artist sighed. You truly do not need an elaborate makeup to enhance your beauty. Just a light foundation already renders you captivating beyond measure. Coleman gazed at Nian Tu with the affection of an artist admiring his finest creation, genuinely praising her. You will be the most radiant presence at the ball. Nian Tu's cheeks flushed with bashfulness as she lowered her head. The court ball is not held in the palace, but rather arranged at a royal estate. Sprawling with lakes and forests at 8T the venue, the atmosphere is alive with laughter and chatter. As Coleman predicted, Nian Tu instantly became the focal point upon her entrance. Who is that? Whispers circulated. Most did not recognize Nian Tu but knew Fei Li. The ever-serious marshal, who was uncharacteristically following the petite female closely, embodying a protective presence. The aura of Nian Tu was ethereal, setting her apart from ordinary society. Which noble family does she belong to? I've never seen her before. Amidst the murmurs, the second prince caught sight of Nian Tu, suddenly invigorated, feeling a delightful shiver. So adorable. Is that not Nian Tu? His eyes sparkled as he softly exclaimed, turning to the fourth prince. Where is elder brother? He said he would appear later, likely resting in the top-floor lounge. The fourth prince replied uncertainly. However, Tin Konglin was not in the lounge. He had transformed into his beast form. Seeking solitude in a secluded grove, the massive white tiger, hidden beneath the trees, rested peacefully, indifferent to the revelry of the ball. Suddenly, its furry ears perked up, and the white tiger opened its eyes, alert to the sounds around it. Had the emperor and empress sent someone to find him? The white tiger silently rose, preparing to revert to human form when it heard the second prince's joyous voice, easing its vigilance in a swift movement. The tiger shrank and transformed into the small white form, diving into the low shrubs. The air here was pleasant, with few people around and some wild animals nearby. The second prince, radiating charm, began to introduce Nian Tu to the royal estate. He had put forth great effort to engage Nian Tu in conversation, successfully luring her away from the three watchful guardians. Though motivated by personal desire, he did not forget his promise to his elder brother. To keep Nian Tu away from Tin Konglin, he led her outside for a stroll, a perfect opportunity to foster their bond. The second prince was elated. Yet, Nian Tu turned her gaze towards a nearby thicket. Was it her longing for cotton candy that played tricks on her eyes? It seemed she spotted a familiar silhouette amidst the bushes. Chapter 53. Heartlessness gazing longingly at the small female with dark hair and fair skin beside the second prince. Xiaobai froze, momentarily forgetting to conceal itself. Cotton candy? Nian Tu squinted, her eyes widening with delight as she called out, Cotton candy, what? The second prince was bewildered, but the next moment he watched in shock as a familiar white figure sprang from the bushes, bounding towards them. The second prince nearly choked in disbelief. Elder brother? Wasn't he in the lounge? How did he end up here? To call the crown prince cotton candy was utterly outrageous. The second prince was silently fuming. But suddenly his eyes widened in alarm as he saw Nian Tu crouch down, reaching out to embrace Xiao by No, a cold sweat broke out on the second prince as he swiftly pulled Nian Tu back. Let me take you to play with other little animals. This one looks fierce and might scratch you. Do not touch it. Females should never casually touch males in their beast forms. That would be far too intimate. If Nian Tu wished to touch his beast form, he would be more than willing. But considering elder brother's aversion to Nian Tu, should she touch him, it might lead to great complications. The second prince was determined to protect his brother's virtue. It surely won't scratch me, Nian Tu insisted confidently. The emblem on its forehead is a mark of authenticity. Only cotton candy resembles a small tiger. This must be cotton candy. After so many days apart, she had missed him dearly, never expecting he would come to the royal estate. And no wonder he hadn't returned to see her. Perhaps he was living comfortably here. A twinge of sorrow washed over Nian Tu as she gazed at Xiaobai, feeling a sense of betrayal. Heartless little rascal, she chided playfully, though she was not truly angry. extending her arms wide. "Come here quickly. Let me pet you, and I shall forgive you." Xiaobai hesitated, its azure eyes fixated on Nian Tu without blinking. Is it really her? The memories it had lost began to resurface, a familiar sensation washing over it. As it drew closer, it caught a whiff of the sweet scent that had haunted its dreams. The blue eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition. That it is her. No. The crown prince dashed forward, almost transforming into a white blur. Leaping into the arms of his beloved female, this astonishing scene left the second prince utterly speechless. He stood there, mouth agape, feeling as if he were witnessing an illusion. Wasn't he, the crown prince, uninterested in Nian Tu? Elder brother. As the two became entwined, the second prince found himself at a loss. Unable to move or leave, feeling like a mere bystander, he stared, astonished, as his elder brother, seemingly transformed into an ordinary kitten, mewed with a high-pitched voice. Delighting Nian Tuesday, the second prince thought to himself, "I never knew elder brother had such a talent. Today has certainly opened my eyes." Tan Konglin, oblivious to the second princess' presence, curled up like a genuine kitten in Nian Tu's soft embrace, blissfully wagging his tail, until Nian Tu lifted him, burying her face in his fluffy belly. The crown prince suddenly stiffened. Every hair on his body seemed to blush pink. And Xiaobai trembled, nearly unable to contain his meows. "What's wrong?" Nian Tu noticed something amiss. "What is it?" She held him tightly, carefully examining his little face that in her excitement, she had failed to notice before. But now, up close, she was startled to discover that Xiaobai was enveloped in a menacing black mist. Nian Tu's eyes widened in alarm. In an instant, those long-forgotten memories surged forth. The last time she had fainted due to a fluctuation in her mental energy. She seemed to have seen a dark mist enveloping Xiao, but she had dismissed it at the time. Now, with her consciousness restored, the scene before her was impossible to ignore. You. She fixed her gaze on Xiao. Could he be an orc? Before she could voice her inquiry, a sudden dizziness struck her, and she staggered back a step, raising a hand to support her forehead. That Zhao's pupils constricted sharply as he anxiously tugged at her arm. As Yin Tu's body began to slump, the second prince was startled and hastily reached out to catch her. Before he could grasp her sleeve, a pair of distinctly bony hands had already encircled Yin Tuesday. With a furrowed brow, Yin Tu struggled to lift her eyelids. In the fleeting moment before her consciousness faded, she seemed to glimpse the figure of a stranger, a man of striking stature, broad shoulders. And even without seeing his face clearly, she could sense his extraordinary handsomeness. "What now, brother?" The second prince stood dazed at a loss. How could this perfectly normal female faint so suddenly? Tin Konglin frowned, cautiously testing the temperature of the person in his arms. It felt normal. The delicate female nestled within his embrace felt almost weightless, evoking a sense of tenderness within him. "I will take her to see a doctor," he asserted, brushing aside the second prince's outstretched hand. Refusing his interference, "You should return to the ball." Accustomed to following his elder brother's orders, the second prince nodded without hesitation and turned back toward the ballroom. It wasn't until he was intercepted by Fei Li that he suddenly realized something was amiss. "Your Highness, where is Yin Tu?" Fei Li's tone remained respectful, yet it carried an undercurrent of impending storm. Yin Tu had been taken out by the second prince, but had not returned with him. Despite the royal estate's stringent security, the disappearance of the female meant they, as guardians, had to seek an explanation from the second prince. Faced with the formidable pressure from the marshal, the second prince trembled in helplessness. Unable to withstand the pressure or concoct an excuse, he resorted to betraying his elder brother, spilling the truth. Yin Tu fainted suddenly, and my brother happened to be present, so he took her to find a doctor. The three guardians exchanged grave glances that a sudden fainting spell likely indicated that Yin Tu's mental energy had fluctuated again. Why did it have to happen at this moment? Maintaining his composure, Fei Li continued to interrogate the second prince. Did they go to the lounge or the medical room? The second prince shook his head in ignorance. Recalling his elder brother's unexpected closeness to Yin Tu, a sense of panic surged within him. His brother wouldn't have taken Yin Tu to his own quarters. Would he? A solitary female and a male together in one room. He could only hope his brother would not act foolishly. In the serene lounge, Yin Tu briefly lost consciousness but soon awakened. The doctor had yet to arrive, and she opened her eyes, her gaze unfocused. Beneath her was a soft, large bed, her limbs sinking into the mattress. After some time, she managed to sit up, only to find the familiar Xiao nestled not far from the foot of the bed, quietly watching over her. Their eyes met, and Xiao quickly approached, gently pressing his forehead against hers to check her temperature. Instinctively, Nian Tu reached out to stroke Xiao's soft fur, but her hand hesitated mid-air before withdrawing. She subtly shifted back a bit, gazing at the innocent-looking Xiao for a long while before finally summoning the courage to ask, "You are an orc, aren't you?" Chapter 54. Do not favor one over another. Xiao's eyes visibly darted away for a moment. The air hung in silence for a protracted period. Finally, Xiao leaped off the bed, transforming back into human form. Nian Tu's heart raced violently. Before her stood a man with piercing blue eyes, his gaze elegant and profound. Though she could not recognize the royal attire he wore, she distinctly sensed an overwhelming aura of nobility emanating from him. It was as if a prince from her childhood fairy tales had stepped into reality. The man knelt on one knee, his tone sincere. "I am deeply sorry. It was never my intention to deceive you." His gaze betrayed an undeniable affection. Although he had lost his memory during the chaotic period, he had always longed for her. He didn't even need to ask. He was certain that the female in his heart was she. Nian Tu suddenly comprehended so. He had lost control before, which explained why she had mistakenly thought he was just an ordinary Xiao. A flood of memories from their days together rushed back to her. She had held Xiao in her arms all day, shared meals, bathed him, and even kissed his little face, paws, and belly. Just moments ago, she had buried her face in his belly. Nian Tu's ears flushed crimson and grew increasingly warm, her mouth opening in embarrassment, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, the man continued to gaze at her with those affectionate blue eyes, his admiration unmasked. Nian Tu felt so awkward she wished she could sink into the ground. She had never imagined that her beloved little pet was actually an orc, and moreover, such a strikingly handsome one. The thing she had done to Xiao now felt like harassment, and now, the supposed victim was looking at her with longing, as if wanting her to take responsibility. Yet all she had ever wanted was to cuddle him. The trope of a pet turning into a lover was one she adored in novels and comics, but faced with the reality of it, it felt entirely different. In the spacious lounge, only the two of them remained, the silence palpable enough to hear each other's breathing. Nian Tu was already not good at rejecting others, and now, faced with those familiar blue eyes, she found it even harder to speak. The image of Zhao's teary eyes lingered in her mind. She feared that if she spoke, she might provoke the man before her into tears. But what if he suddenly confessed his feelings? She couldn't possibly agree. All this time, she had only liked Xiao. Nian Tu's fingers curled tightly, her gaze flitting about until she spotted a figure approaching, almost as if seeing a savior, a Zhan, having been unable to ascertain Nian Tu's whereabouts from the second prince. Fei Li, Xiang, and Lu Zhan began their separate searches. Fei Li headed to the crown prince's quarters, Xiang went to the medical room, and Lu Zhan rushed to the lounge. With hundreds of lounges in the estate, Lu Zhan was fortunate enough to find Nian Tu after only searching a few. Following her voice, he turned to see the scene unfolding, and his head buzzed as he hurried over to interpose himself between the two. Their gazes collided coldly, the two males seemingly at odds, instantly igniting a sense of rivalry. Only then did Lu Zhan recognize the face of Tan Konglin. So, it was the crown prince. Yet, even the crown prince should not take advantage of someone's misfortune to be alone with a female. Moreover, he appeared to have ulterior motives regarding Nian Tu. Lu Zhan's gaze hardened, and without acknowledging Tan Konglin, he walked directly to Nian Tu, bending down to pick up her shoes and meticulously putting them on her before lifting her into his arms and coldly stating, "I take my leave." Nian Tu felt herself lighten and hurriedly wrapped her arms around Lu Zhan's neck, anxiously waving goodbye to the man. Tan Konglin could only watch as they departed, the sound of Nian Tu's voice fading away. "Put me down. I can walk on my own." A few breathless royal physicians arrived belatedly, finding the crown prince alone and inquiring in confusion, "Your Highness, where is the patient?" Tan Konglin concealed the sadness in his eyes, his expression gradually regaining composure as he raised a hand to dismiss them. "It's all right now." It wasn't until they had walked a good distance that Nian Tu realized she had forgotten to ask the man's name. Although the notion of a pet turning human was somewhat alarming, the joy of reuniting with her beloved Xiao was undeniable. After all, he was such an adorable little creature, even knowing he was an orc. She could not resist his charm. If not a pet, then being friends would suffice. Lu Zhan keenly sensed Nian Tu's distraction. Was it because of the crown prince? His gaze darkened as he halted, lowering his head to take Nian Tu's soft hand, May I have the honor of dancing the first dance with you? Dear Nian Tu. His words were tender, yet flirtatious, and the term dear as it rolled off his tongue carried an irresistible allure. Nian Tu's attention was immediately drawn back to the male before her. Her ears flushed with a light crimson as she placed her hand on Lu Zhan's solid shoulder, silently accepting his invitation. Under the dazzling lights, numerous youthful figures twirled and swayed in the dance hall. Nian Tu seamlessly blended into the crowd, believing herself to be inconspicuous. Little did she know, countless gazes were drawn to her flowing skirt. The males were entranced, unable to look away. Who is she? I must invite her to dance next. I need to ask for her contact information. Not only the males, but also the females were unable to take their eyes off Nian Tu's day. That dress, was it not a creation of Master Coleman? Coleman's design style was incredibly distinct, easily recognizable yet difficult to imitate. Clothed in such exquisite attire, the already beautiful female shone even brighter. Not only was her dress crafted by Coleman, but her dance steps were also taught by him, blending elegance with her own unique lightness, captivating all who beheld her. She swayed from the edge of the dance floor to the center. Nian Tu began to find her rhythm when, unexpectedly, a pair of large hands encircled her waist. In the next moment, she was spun around and found herself in another broad embrace. Xiang? Nian Tu exclaimed in surprise, only relaxing once she saw his face. She certainly did not mind dancing with Xiang, but she had yet to finish her dance with Lu Zhan. Nian Tu turned to glance at Lu Zhan, who indeed did not appear pleased. How about we dance again after this next one? As Nian Tu and Xiang conspired, she attempted to persuade him to return her to Lu Zhan. Yet, Xiang raised a hand to caress her face, his amber eyes brimming with a profound possessiveness. Nian, do not be partial. Your first dance cannot be solely with him. The scenario of two males vying for one female, only to switch partners mid-performance, was not uncommon, yet remained a spectacle that all delighted in. Feli appeared alongside the Emperor and Empress, the former smiling as he observed the scene, casting a teasing glance at Feli with an enigmatic smirk. Quipping, the vibrancy of youth. Feli nodded with a calm demeanor, embodying the graciousness of an elder. Though his hands, concealed behind his back, were clenched into fists, he would not contest with Xiang, but the next dance with Nian Tu was imperative for him. Beside the Empress stood a young female in a red dress, intimately linked to the Empress's arm, her niece, Duan Qianqian. With bashful and timid eyes, she covertly gazed at Feli, having admired the marshal for years. Though she had never received a response, her affection for him remained undiminished. The allure of the unattainable always captivated her, and the males who fawned over her failed to pique her interest. Although she had reluctantly accepted a few side suitors, they soon bored her, and her thoughts returned to Feli. Though not an unmarried female, she had leveraged her connection to the Empress to infiltrate this ball upon hearing Feli might attend. Watching Xiang and Nian Tu entwine on the dance floor stirred something within Duan Qianqian. She imagined their faces replaced with her own beside Feli. With a flirtatious gaze, she addressed him, "Marshal, do you not intend to invite me for a dance?" The Empress quickly reached out to pull Duan Qianqian back, but to no avail. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the air, the atmosphere thick with tension. The Emperor and Empress exchanged glances, utterly unprepared for Duan Qianqian's sudden outburst. Ahem. The Empress coughed lightly, desperately signaling her niece to retract her statement, hoping it would be forgotten. In the past, the Empress might have facilitated her niece's pursuit. However, with Feli now in a relationship, and his female companion present at the ball, Duan Qianqian's ill-timed advances were nothing short of self-degradation. The Emperor turned to Feli, redirecting the conversation towards state matters, hoping to allow the incident to fade away. Yet, Duan Qianqian remained unsatisfied. She moved closer, attempting to grasp Feli's hand, urging sweetly, "Marshal, was it too much to ask for a mere dance?" With her status and beauty, she had never faced such outright rejection from any male before. Males were inherently drawn to females. Feli remained unmarried. She could not believe he possessed no desires for females. Feli evaded Duan Qianqian's outstretched hand, politely yet firmly declining. "I apologize, but I have some matters to attend to. There are many fine males here. I wish you luck in finding an appropriate partner." Before Duan Qianqian could persist, the Empress swiftly pulled her aside, whispering, "Enough. The marshal already has someone he favors. He will not invite you to dance." "What?" Duan Qianqian exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face. She raised an eyebrow in surprise, pouting, "But he is not married. I still have a chance. She had no qualms about stealing him from another female, after all. Feli was a singular treasure worth the competition. Moreover, she firmly believed that Feli could not genuinely favor another female. His indifference seemed etched into his very being. Who could possibly melt such an ancient iceberg? In her view, Feli could never fall for any female. He must have fabricated excuses to deter suitors. However, since the Empress had intervened, Duan Qianqian reluctantly chose a male who caught her eye to dance with. Yet, as they danced, her gaze remained fixated on Feli's towering figure, refusing to waver. The soft lighting, swirling like smoke, filled the air with the scent of perfume and the rich aroma of wine. As the soothing music approached its conclusion, Duan Qianqian switched partners again, searching for Feli's presence, only to be struck by surprise. Feli had entered the dance floor, like a droplet of water in a hot pan. His arrival sparked an immediate uproar, like a courtship ball. Most were preoccupied with showcasing their charms, oblivious to others' movements. Yet the appearance of Marshal Feli was nothing short of miraculous. Was he truly going to dance? Countless eager eyes turned towards Feli, eager to discern his intentions. As Feli approached Xiang and Nian Tu, some sighed and shook their heads, confirming their suspicions. Feli had no intention of dancing with a female, but rather sought his nephew, Xiang. Yet as the crowd prepared to shift their gaze in search of their own partners, they witnessed Feli exchange a few words with Xiang before turning to his partner. Bowing graciously to invite the petite female to dance, gasps rippled through the crowd. No uncle would invite a younger female to dance at such an event, especially one meant for courtship. Feli and his nephew Xiang were vying for the same female. A revelation destined to dominate the media for at least 2 months. Duan Qianqian's expression darkened, her eyes fixed on the petite female. Could she be the one Feli favored? Indeed, she possessed a lovely visage, a slender waist and delicate arms, appealing to males, but could Feli, with his cold demeanor, truly be drawn to such a female? Xiang remained beside Nian Tu, not retreating. The two strikingly similar males, each tall and distinguished, yet exuding different auras, encircled Nian Tu, amplifying her allure. Duan Qianqian could not help but frown at the males beside her. The more she looked, the more she felt they paled in comparison to Feli and Xiang. She dismissively pushed them away, exclaiming, "Step aside." Coincidentally, a noble male previously paired with Nian Tu by the monitoring system was among them. Having endeavored to approach her, he was now unceremoniously expelled. Dejected, he retreated, lifting his gaze to the focal point of the crowd. Nian Tu? Eyes wide with disbelief, he could hardly comprehend how she, lacking spiritual power, could attend a court ball reserved for A-grade females. However, considering Feli's esteemed status, it was reasonable for Nian Tu to leverage his influence to gain entry. The noble male sighed. Despite the ball's progression, he had yet to garner a female's affection, while Nian Tu basked in the spotlight. Just then, Nian Tu twirled gracefully, catching sight of the noble male. Recognizing his familiar visage, she offered him a distant smile, a gesture of acknowledgement. The noble male's heart raced, and he silently lowered his head, his previous sense of superiority evaporating, replaced by an inkling of inferiority. Feli raised his hand to adjust Nian Tu's face, wishing her to focus solely on him and disregard the other males. Though undeniably domineering, Nian Tu found no disdain in his actions. She looked up at Feli, displaying her charming dimples as she smiled back at him. Feli's deep amber eyes glimmered with enchantment. He held Nian Tu's hand tightly, reluctant to release her even as the dance concluded, disregarding Lu Zhan and Xiang's displeasure, continuing to monopolize her presence. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, he inquired softly, "Who are you searching for, Nian Nian?" He noticed she seemed to be glancing about, not towards Lu Zhan or Xiang. Nian Tu, caught off guard, admitted sheepishly, "I was thinking about His Highness the Crown Prince." She had not forgotten the reason she received an invitation to this court ball. It was because the SS-grade Crown Prince was on the verge of losing control, and she might awaken S-grade spiritual power to save him. However, despite the Emperor, Empress, and other princes being present, the Crown Prince had yet to make an appearance. The disdainful voice interrupted her thoughts. "You think you deserve to even mention the Crown Prince?" Nian Tu stiffened, turning towards the sound. A female in a red gown stood there, arms crossed, eyebrow arched in her direction. Not only did Duan Qianqian find it absurd, but others were also incredulous. The dancers paused in their movements. Quietly observing this farce, Duan Qianqian cast a cold glance at Nian Tu. Lacking even spiritual power, Yet having such lofty aspirations, she had just investigated Nian Tu and discovered that she was merely an unawakened female without any spiritual prowess. Who could fathom how such inferior stock had managed to infiltrate the royal ball? Such a spiritually deficient individual had caught the attention of high-quality males. Xiong, Lu Zhan, all were paragons among S-class males. Not to mention Marshal Feili. Was she not satisfied to be associated with the esteemed Marshal? Did she dare to entertain thoughts of seducing the crown prince? Duan Qianqian stifled a laugh behind her hand, oblivious to whether she was worthy of such ambitions. The once harmonious atmosphere of the ball became palpably tense. Guests exchanged glances, ceasing their dancing and murmuring among themselves. Why would a female without spiritual power be allowed to attend the ball? Someone almost asked for her contact information, but thankfully they had not yet spoken. So beautiful. What a pity. Someone immediately began searching on their light brain, eager to uncover the truth behind Duan Qianqian's claims. Indeed, Nian Tu's personal information confirmed her lack of awakened spiritual power. This revelation spurred further gossip among the crowd. How could the marshal be involved with a female devoid of spiritual power? Surely, it was merely a fleeting dalliance, not a serious partnership. Such pure demeanor. Who could have guessed she was an ambitious female? Amidst the clamor, Duan Qianqian appeared to have triumphed, her gaze fixed triumphantly on Nian Tu. Anticipating her humiliation amidst the gossip, the queen, anxious, rose and strode towards them, determined to pull her troublemaking niece away. Had she known this would unfold, she would never have allowed Duan Qianqian to attend the ball. In the midst of the uproar, Feili's expression darkened, gripping Nian Tu's hand tightly. His usually steady voice turned icy as he directed his words at Duan Qianqian. Apologize to my wife at once. Otherwise, I shall challenge your partner to a duel. Males are forbidden from attacking females. However, to protect their partners, they may challenge the other S-partner to a duel. This is one of the Empire's oldest traditions, where males wager their lives to uphold their wives' dignity. Although it appeared to be a challenge directed at the male, it was in essence a slap in the face to the female behind him. Should the male lose the duel, the female would forever be shamed. Duan Qianqian trembled in shock, staring at Feili. Such impulsive protectiveness, devoid of mercy, was this truly the cold-blooded marshal? You, she stammered, unable to articulate her disbelief. Having suffered a tremendous blow, onlookers were left speechless, unable to continue their malicious speculations that the marshal merely sought a fleeting romance. This was evidently far more serious. He was undeniably devoted to her. Nian Tu's eyes widened in disbelief. Did her ears deceive her? Her uncle had referred to her as wife. The sensation of their joined hands became increasingly pronounced, warmth flooding her palm, her ears tinged with crimson. Could it be the uncle she had always regarded as a mentor viewed her as a potential partner? The surrounding murmurs faded into oblivion as her mind was consumed by Feili's declaration of wife. Suddenly, a hushed gasp broke the tension. The crown prince has arrived. With that exclamation, a man approached with elegant strides, his perfect physique encased in a crisp uniform, his long legs particularly striking, with white hair and blue eyes. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an undeniable aura of authority and charm. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, he navigated through the throngs and made a beeline for Nian Tu in that moment. Breaths were collectively held, some unable to bear witness to the unfolding scene. Though this little female's attempts to entice the crown prince were audacious, being publicly rejected would surely lead to tears. In the ensuing silence, the crown prince removed his gloves and produced a round, charming pearl earring for his chest pocket, speaking softly to Nian Tu. Your belonging was left with me. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Duan Qianqian's triumphant smile faltered, frozen on her face. An item so intimately worn, now in another S possession, signified an unusual closeness. What was the crown prince doing? Was he defending Nian Tu? Had all these males been enchanted by her? The emperor and empress exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend how Tan Konglin, who had previously avoided Nian Tu, was now displaying such solicitude. Nian Tu instinctively touched her ear, realizing that one earring was indeed missing. It must have fallen off during her unconsciousness. As she accepted the pearl earring from a man, her gaze fell upon his familiar visage. Cotton-candied, the crown prince? In the wake of her overwhelming shock, she found herself momentarily speechless. If memory served, royal males were supposed to transform into tigers. Why then did the crown prince take the form of an adorable little white creature? Countless memories flooded her mind. the distinct royal mark upon the little white creature's forehead, the rose-scented dream, and the feeling of being pinned down by large animals in her sleep. Her complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, an oscillation of emotions. She had been so close to the truth, yet had chosen to ignore it time and again. In the present moment, Tan Konglin finally discerned the name of his beloved female. It was indeed Nian Tuesday, reflecting on the rejection and aversion he had displayed over the past few days. A swirl of complexity and regret filled his heart, making him wish he could return to days prior and awaken that stubborn self. If only he had relented sooner. Would they not have met earlier? Of course, it was not too late even now. Fate had ultimately guided them to reunite once more. Tan Konglin's deep voice resonated with tenderness. To be so connected with you is an honor. Nian Tu cleared her throat. It seemed they shared quite the connection. May I invite you to dance? She asked, in the presence of the onlookers. The crown prince assumed the most sincere posture, extending an invitation to the young female. This was not merely a dance of courtship. It was in truth the crown prince's selection ball. His personal invitation to Nian Tu to dance carried a weighty implication. Duan Qianqian's expression soured entirely, her voice sharp. I object. How could a female lacking spiritual power be worthy of becoming the crown princess? Chapter 57. Submission to her among the females present, who is not endowed with A-class spiritual power. Only you. A worthless being devoid of such gifts, Duan Qianqian scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Nian Tuesday. The threshold for the royal selection ball was quite high. All invited females were A-class, including Duan Qianqian herself. As an A-class female, she had always held a sense of superiority regarding her spiritual prowess, and now, faced with Nian Tu's deficiency, her self-importance swelled. Duan Qianqian turned to the queen, seeking support. Aunt, how can she, a female without spiritual power, be considered as a potential crown princess? The crown prince is an SS-class male. The queen intended to defend Nian Tu, but before she could speak, Duan Qianqian, in her resounding heels, strode purposefully towards Nian Tuesday Qianqian. The queen admonished, but it was too late. Duan Qianqian unleashed her spiritual power against Nian Tu. To project spiritual power outward was a technique mastered by only a select few A-class females. While typically fleeting and limited in range, it served primarily as an attack against other females and was a symbol of female strength. The lower the spiritual power of the attacked female, the harder it was to resist. The consequences could range from dizziness to severe injury or unconsciousness, often leaving no room for healing. Nian Tu gazed blankly at the approaching figure in the red dress, sensing disdain and malice radiating from that face. She was unfamiliar with spiritual attacks, merely feeling a subtle disturbance in her mind, a momentary blur that quickly sharpened her focus. The it was as though a dormant, powerful force within her was awakening, provoked by the external assault, causing an uncontrollable backlash. Duan Qianqian shrieked in agony, clutching her head in pain as she collapsed to the ground. A sharp pain pierced her soul. A novel agony intertwined with fear, an experience the pampered high-class female had never endured. Her red gown was in disarray as she curled up on the floor, rolling in despair. Within mere seconds, her eyes rolled back, and she fell into a complete unconsciousness. In the grand ballroom, no one paid attention to the debacle of Duan Qianqian. The females were all dizzy, as if subjected to a powerful suppression from a higher level, devoid of any ability to resist or even conceive of rebellion. The males felt the sensation more acutely. Protect her. Follow her. Submit to her. Countless thoughts surged in an instant, like a divinity descending. It branded the souls of the faithful with a scorching imprint. Many males could not help but kneel, reverently gazing at that figure. Centered around Nian Tu, a vast wave of spiritual energy surged forth, rapidly expanding outward, 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, until the entire royal estate, the city, and all the males of the central star abruptly halted their tasks, instinctively clutching their hearts as an innate urge to protect this power ignited within them, a compulsion to defend it with their lives. This is that in several opulent mansions, renowned magnates of the empire rose in unison, their spirits shaken. Could it be that an S-class female was awakening? No such intense fluctuations. It seems exceed the S level. As the source of all commotion, Nian Tu appears ensnared in a splendid illusion, the world around her subtly transformed, her mind resonating with a cacophony of disordered sounds. Among the assembly of males, Tan Konglin and Fei Li are closest to Nian Tu, and thus bear the brunt of the impact. Their eyes redden, bodies trembling. Fei Li, possessing stronger composure, manages to maintain his calm, while Tan Konglin delivers a heavy blow to himself, struggling to command his own tranquility. Quick, take her to the sacred place. The female, whose mental power has begun its awakening, must be conveyed to the sacred place to receive the blessings of the divine tree. Fei Li carefully cradles the unconscious Nian Tu, summoning Xiang and Lu Zhan to accompany him. Tan Konglin, bearing the responsibility of the imperial crown prince, must remain to maintain order at the scene, yet his heart is tethered to Nian Tu, as though it departs with her. The sacred place lies not far from the northeastern direction of the palace, within a deep canyon, akin to a reclining dragon, retaining an ancient air of mystery amidst the towering buildings and cold, metallic machinery of the central star. The perimeter of the sacred place is heavily guarded. Aside from the awakening female, no one is permitted entry. Even Fei Li, the marshal, is halted. "Marshal, please hold." The soldier on guard salutes Fei Li, requesting that he place the female in the transport device. The device will automatically convey the awakening female deep into the sacred place. Meanwhile, the males, despite their deep concerns, must remain outside, dutifully praying for the safety of their females during the awakening. After Nian Tu's departure, the palace ball is suspended. Duan Xianxian, gravely injured, falls into unconsciousness and is rushed for emergency aid. Few express sympathy for her, as her fate is merely the result of her bullying met with an iron wall. Self-inflicted suffering. Had Nian Tu truly been a female devoid of mental power, it would be her in the hospital now. The guests at the scene, regaining their senses, begin to speculate about Nian Tu's day. Such potent mental power, unparalleled throughout the empire. It is no wonder that both the marshal and the crown prince have become her devoted followers, among the noble males who have been matched with Nian Tu by the monitoring system. The expressions of those in the crowd grow increasingly grim as they overhear the speculation regarding whether Nian Tu will awaken with S-level or SS-level mental power. He finally realizes the magnitude of his oversight. Had he known, alas, the royal family, while maintaining order, swiftly works to seal the information. Yet the star network erupts with excitement. The residents of the central star are particularly agitated. I just felt the mental fluctuations during the female's awakening. It was so intense. I felt it too. The sensation was overwhelming. I couldn't help but kneel. An ever-growing number of males from the central star expressed their sensations, the volume of posts and comments swelling to an absurd degree, prompting the crowd to realize something is amiss. So many people felt it. What is the extent of the influence? Many males claiming to have sensed it provide their approximate locations, igniting a frenzy on the star network. Isn't this range too vast? Every male in the central star felt it. Is this for real? You central star folks aren't colluding to deceive us, are you? If you're going to lie, at least make it plausible. Who would believe something so outrageous? I don't believe it. Neither do I. Despite the fervent pledges of the central star residents asserting their truthfulness, those outside the central star remain skeptical. An A-level female's awakening can influence the vicinity of a building. An S-level female's awakening affects an entire city. How could the commotion of a female's awakening possibly resonate across an entire planet? Absolutely impossible. Chapter 58. Come to me. The star network buzzes with heated debate and contention. Deep within the sacred place, Nian Tu is transported beneath the divine tree, suddenly perceiving that all noise has ceased. As if the world has been muted, her entire being gradually relaxes, enveloped in an unparalleled tranquility. Her curled limbs unfurl slowly as the chaotic storm within her consciousness begins to subside. Time passes, though she cannot discern how long. Tick-tock, a droplet of dew falls upon her eyelid. Nian Tu's eyelashes flutter, and she slowly opens her eyes. Raising her hand to wipe away the cool dew, she blinks, her mind feeling clearer than ever before. Awakening has succeeded. Lifting her gaze, Nian Tu beholds the legendary divine tree, her eyes widening in awe. Over eons, landscapes have transformed. The sacred place has shifted from mountains to marshes, to plains, to canyons. Life has ebbed and flowed around it. Yet the divine tree stands eternal, its ancient bark etched with the passage of time, towering and majestic, its pinnacle hidden from view. The canopy obscures the sun, casting dappled shadows beneath, where other unconscious females lie in the transport device. Though their postures appear slightly disheveled, their expressions remain serene, as if the divine tree truly guards them, bestowing blessings to aid their awakening. Nian Tu is awestruck by this fantastical scene, gradually rising to her feet and surveying her surroundings. When suddenly she notices the supple, elongated branches of the divine tree moving of their own accord, gently brushing against her shoulder. In that moment, Nian Tu is taken aback. In the depths of her being, she perceives an ancient voice. Indistinguishable by age or gender, she strangely comprehends its meaning. The divine tree is calling to her. Come, child, come to me. The voice calls to her incessantly, urging her forward. It is an urgent beckoning. Yet it does not seem to harbor any malice. After a moment of hesitation, Nian Tu steadies herself and steps toward the divine tree. Sensing her approach, the branches appear to dance joyfully, carefully brushing her hair, limbs, and face with a gentle touch, imbued with affection. The divine tree's delight feels genuine, dispelling the prior solemnity, revealing a playful charm. Nian Tu has never envisioned a tree could possess such vibrant emotions. For reasons unknown, she feels an innate connection to the tree, her wariness dissipating as she tentatively reaches out to touch the sturdy trunk. Is it you who called me? The divine tree sways gently, its leaves rustling melodiously. Nian Tu inexplicably understands. It is me. Several branches entwine to form a swing, inviting Nian Tu to sit. Remarkably, she senses an endearing warmth emanating from the tree. She feels both honored and surprised. Thank you. Hesitatingly, she takes a seat, and the divine tree begins to sway leisurely in this intimate proximity. The sense of connection intensifies, and Nian Tu experiences a peculiar feeling of being intertwined with the colossal tree, as if their essences are linked. Unable to resist, she presses a hand to her heart, where a rhythmic pulse resonates, seemingly in harmony with the divine tree. And, why child, the divine tree calls softly. Branches surge from all directions, enveloping Nian Tu in a protective embrace, akin to a swaddled infant, or a safe, warm cradle. A faint, refreshing fragrance surrounds her, invoking a sense of familiarity and comfort. The divine tree emits a gentle glow, and in an instant, Nian Tu perceives a newfound weight within her soul. Within the ocean of consciousness, something stirs, struggling to take root and sprout, overcoming countless challenges to break through the surface. Pop! A tender sprout suddenly emerges from the crown of Nian Tu's head. Vibrant green and teeming with life, as though a little sprite. Nian Tu. She feels a tremor, raising her hand to touch the top of her head, yet finds nothing. Just as she retracts her hand, she discovers the sprout has appeared in her palm. Nian Tu gasps in astonishment. Has she become a plant person? Yet, upon closer inspection, the sprout seems not to be a tangible entity, but rather an ethereal presence, akin to the dark mist enveloping the male beastmen, visible only to her and intangible to the touch. With a mere thought, the sprout vanishes, returning to the depths of her consciousness as, oh, that's how it is. Nian Tu exhales deeply, a sense of understanding dawning upon her. She feels a greater mastery over her mental power. What was once nebulous now appears to have taken form, solidifying into a trembling sapling within her consciousness. This sapling represents her spiritual essence. Very well, the divine tree resonates with joy, seemingly delighted for her. Nian Tu gazes up at the divine tree, momentarily entranced. Whether it is an illusion or not, she perceives a striking resemblance between her spiritual essence and the divine tree before her, as if it embodies the tree in its youth, coupled with the divine tree's affectionate address towards her and this wondrous sense of kinship. Could there exist a special bond between her and the divine tree? Yet, she is merely a traveler from another realm, not a native of this world. She is simply an ordinary person from Earth. Nian Tu is perplexed, her delicate brows furrowing in contemplation. Sensing her confusion, the divine tree gently taps her forehead with a branch. The cool touch sends a shiver down her spine, compelling her to close her eyes. In that instant, a tapestry of visions unfurls in her mind, revealing ethereal fragments of the divine tree's past memories. In a haze, Nian Tu observes ancient times when beastmen prayed devoutly to the divine tree, surrounding it in song and dance. The divine tree, nourished by the faith of the beastmen, grew ever stronger, providing them protection, a guardian spirit. However, as time passed, faith waned, and the beastmen no longer relied on the divine, leading to the gradual diminishment of the divine tree's power. The memories stretch interminably, saturated with a subtle sorrow, until the scene shifts, transforming despair into the joy of life, as the divine tree nurtures a seed. After being meticulously nurtured for countless years, the seeds that had yet to sprout suddenly transformed one day into a human infant, plump, fair-skinned, and irresistibly adorable. The divine tree wove a cradle from its branches, and the child slept soundly within, her cherubic face adorned with a sweet smile. Nian Tu gazed at this scene, her heart racing with an overwhelming shock. This child looks exactly like me when I was little. The resemblance was uncanny. Hair color I color from forehead to eyebrows, nose to mouth. Even that small mole beneath her, I was identical. Nian Tu abruptly opened her eyes and turned to the divine tree. Her expression filled with confusion. Is that me? Chapter 59. Eager flattery. Nian Tu could hardly believe it. Uncertain and dazed, the divine tree rustled its leaves reassuringly, confirming her suspicions with clarity. Yes, it is you. You are my child, created by me, the most perfect female beastman. She was the first life the deity had attempted to create in solitude, modeled after her own followers. The divine tree felt regret for not being able to raise this life personally. You fell into the turbulence of time and space, journeying far away, but I knew you were alive. I searched for a long time, and finally found you. Soft branches embraced Nian Tu tightly, as if holding a treasured possession lost and found. Nian Tu stood frozen, overwhelmed by the impact of this revelation, struggling to process it. After 20 years as an ordinary person on Earth, despite having endured disdain and oppression at home, she never imagined that she was not biologically related to anyone. In fact, she wasn't even human. Given this, her awakening of spiritual power was no longer surprising. Outside the sacred ground, Fei Li, Xiang, and Lu Zhan waited from dawn until dusk, growing increasingly anxious. 1 hour, 2 hours, 6 hours passed. And while other females successfully awakened and were transported out, Nian Tu remained unaccounted for. Could something have gone wrong during her awakening? The three of them applied multiple times to enter the sacred ground to search for Nian Tu, but their requests were denied, and they could no longer restrain themselves. Step aside. The irritable Xiang charged forward, breaking through the guard's blockade. He was willing to face any consequences, even imprisonment, but he had to see Nian Tu. Xiang, a clear call halted him in his tracks. All eyes, including the guards, turned towards the teleportation device. The petite figure of the young female finally appeared there. The moment the guards laid eyes on Nian Tu, their minds short-circuited. Thoughts of submission and protection surged uncontrollably from within them. That a few young soldiers walked towards Nian Tu in a daze, some bowing their heads, others kneeling, all showing utmost reverence and eager flattery. How do you feel? Please have some nutrient solution. Is there anything I can assist you with? Feel free to command me. I am at your service. That I also, even having deeply experienced the high status and popularity of females since her arrival. Nian Tu had never witnessed such a spectacle. The unfamiliar males truly seemed enchanted by her, surrounding her like stars around the moon. Other females who emerged from the sacred ground did not receive such treatment. Fei Li frowned and cleared his throat twice, casting a warning glance at the audacious group. The commanding presence of the marshal was overwhelming, and the guards felt the pressure of being at the top of the food chain, causing them to snap back to reality. Apologies, did not mean to. They stammered in a flurry of apologies. After regaining their composure, they realized they must have gone mad to fawn over the marshal's female. This was not only a provocation to the marshal, but also an insult to the female. The soldiers were drenched in sweat, fearing they might displease Nian Tu. It's all right, you may continue your duties, Nian Tu said lightly, not holding any grudge against them. Yet, her simple statement sent them into another daze, instinctively standing at attention as if obeying a supreme military command. Nian Tu found their behavior peculiar. But before she could ponder it further, she felt a sudden warmth as Xiang enveloped her in his strong embrace. The towering male, all muscle, completely enveloped the petite Nian Tuesday. Reflexively, she pushed against his chest, the solid sensation causing her fingers to retract awkwardly. Yin Yin, Xiang breathed heavily, revealing an unprecedented vulnerability. I was truly scared. Every minute waiting outside the sacred ground was agonizing, and the thought of something happening to you made my heart nearly stop. Nian Tu's initially resistant hands suddenly froze, She had forgotten how long she had lingered beside the divine tree. After finally reuniting with the lost child, the branches clung to her, reluctant to let her go. And she had to repeatedly promise to visit the divine tree often before being released. It was clear that this poor lion had been deeply frightened. Nian Tu imagined the lion's pitiful face. And her heart softened. She reached out to touzle Xiang's golden hair. The beautiful young female nestled against the male, soothingly stroking his head. Onlookers. The scene was breathtaking, but for Lu Zhan and Fei Li, two rivals, it was filled with bitterness. Unable to resist, Lu Zhan stepped forward, grabbing Xiang by the collar and forcibly pulling him away from Nian Tu's. All right, it's time to go to the spiritual power testing center. This is not the moment for romance. We have serious matters to attend to. Every female who successfully awakened their spiritual power needed to visit the Empire's spiritual power testing center to assess their level and update their personal records in the system. This was a necessary procedure. With Xiang pulled away, Lu Zhan immediately took his place, grasping Nian Tu's hand and softly sighing, "I'm relieved that you're all right." Nian Tu couldn't help but smile, leaning in closer to him in comfort. Now it was Xiang who felt the pangs of jealousy, but the one who felt it most acutely was undoubtedly Fei Li. Both young males had received Nian Tu's comfort. While he had nothing, for a moment, Nian Tu caught sight of Fei Li's longing gaze but hesitated to approach, pretending not to see. She had been deeply touched by Uncle Fei Li's support at the ball. But his abrupt declaration of wife had genuinely startled her. She had always considered Uncle Fei Li as an elder. Nian Tu's evasion left Fei Li's expression dimmed, a dull ache forming in his heart. In the decades of his life, he had never experienced such a torturous feeling of jealousy. He was at a loss as to why Nian Tu seemed to dislike him. Was it his overly assertive personality? Was it his cold tone? Or had his previous speculations and offenses during the video call with Xiang been too excessive, leading her to condemn him in her heart? Fei Li shut his eyes, pondering the various accusations he could be guilty of. Already planning to seek Nian Tu's forgiveness, he sincerely regretted his past indifference and prejudice. Maintaining a semblance of composure, Fei Li hoarsely urged, "Let us go." The journey from the sacred ground to the spiritual power testing center by small aircraft took merely 10 minutes. Upon arriving, Fei Li's well-known visage instantly drew attention, and a vacuum of space formed around him, with passers-by sneaking glances but hesitating to disturb him. The marshal, what was he doing at the spiritual power testing center? Everything that transpired at the ball had been kept under wraps, and the crowd was unaware of the events that unfolded there. With a sense of intrigue, they watched as Nian Tu emerged from the aircraft, exclaiming in awe, "What a beautiful female!" For reasons unknown, despite her seemingly gentle and soft demeanor, she inspired an almost uncontrollable desire for submission. Had it not been for Marshal Fei Li vigilantly guarding her side, it was likely that many males would have already knelt before her, begging for her favor. Although news of the court ball was concealed from the general public, it could not escape the attention of the Empire's influential figures. The moment Nian Tu appeared, numerous eyes hidden in the shadows fixated on her, eagerly awaiting the results of her assessment. How high would her spiritual power be? S level? Or perhaps the SS level? An SS level female had never existed in the history of the Empire. Until the results were officially announced, few dared to believe that a miracle could occur. Even Fei Li did not dare to fully trust that Nian Tu could awaken SS level spiritual power. He softly reassured her, "Do not feel pressured. Regardless of the outcome, you are a unique treasure." Chapter 60. Breaking records. Gazing into Fei Li's calm and earnest eyes, Nian Tu found herself momentarily taken aback. Despite being treated so distinctly, Uncle Fei Li was not angry. She paused, then smiled softly, assuring him that she felt no anxiety or psychological pressure as she stepped towards the spiritual power testing room. Typically, only females were allowed in the testing room, while males were prohibited from accompanying them. However, if the marshal decided to exercise his privileges, the staff could not refuse him outright. Nian Tu gently halted Fei Li's follow, insisting, "Uncle, you don't need to accompany me. I can manage on my own." They drew closer to the testing room. The atmosphere grew increasingly still. The staff responsible for the testing were bustling about, but as Nian Tu approached, they all lifted their heads, their eyes trembling. Nian Tu touched her nose, the peculiar sensation from earlier resurfacing. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but since her awakening, the male's attitudes towards her had become noticeably more fervent. It seemed as though she had acquired an enhanced aura of irresistible charm, capable of rendering those around her into devoted servants. "Please put on the detector. You need assistance?" The staff member was eager to help. Nian Tu quickly shook her head. No, thank you. The staff member sighed in disappointment. The detection equipment consisted of two parts, a large main unit and a petite helmet. After donning the helmet, Nian Tu experienced a brief moment of darkness, only to find herself confronted by a familiar game reminiscent of Gold Miner. Though not identical to the classic game, it shared the same premise of controlling a swinging claw to collect items, earning points for each shiny treasure grasped. The claw was not operated by keyboard, but by mental energy. This method of testing took Nian Tu by surprise. She had anticipated a more straightforward process akin to a physical examination, where one simply closes their eyes and awaits the results. Although it was more complex than she had envisioned, the presence of a game made it rather enjoyable. Curiously, she began to play in the other detection rooms. Other females were visibly struggling, their bodies tense, and soon they were drenched in sweat. Within moments, several females succumbed, removing their helmets and slumping in exhaustion. Their faces contorted in pain, their bodies rendered weak and nearly lifeless. This was the manifestation of their mental energy being pushed to its limits. The device displayed their scores. 1, 3, 2, 5. Rated as a level. After some time, more females collapsed, scoring 9, 6, 6. Rated as D level. Though the game appeared ordinary, it was specifically designed to test the limits of female mental energy. Every action, from sensing the hook's direction to locking onto targets, demanded mental strength, with casting and dragging requiring substantial energy, thus presenting considerable difficulty. Consequently, most females concluded their tests swiftly, resulting in low average scores, 5 or below for E level, 5 to 10 for D level, 10-20 for C level, 20-50 for B level, and 50 to 100 for A level. Achieving over 100 points signified S-level mental energy. Since the implementation of this detection device, the highest score recorded in the Empire was merely 116. Unaware of the low average scores, Nian Tu found herself comfortably seated, yet growing somewhat bored. The manipulation of the claw was effortless for her, and she experienced no challenge in grasping items. This game was significantly easier than Gold Miner, and although it started off engaging, it soon felt exceedingly tedious. However, recognizing that this was ostensibly a game, yet fundamentally a serious evaluation, Nian Tu remained diligent, treating it as a task and earnestly accumulating points. The speed at which her score increased was astonishing. The staff member overseeing Nian Tu adjusted their glasses, astonished. You've already surpassed 50 points. Could it be that you will exceed 100? Colleagues gathered, shaking their heads in disbelief. No, I think that's impossible. 100 points is far too challenging. Let us not get our hopes up. Just wait, the rate should decline soon. Achieving over 50 points would already be remarkable. As the game progressed, scoring became increasingly challenging. Even if the game's difficulty remained unchanged, the depletion of mental energy would inevitably lead to fatigue, slowing the accumulation of points. Yet, after a full 10 minutes, Nian Tu remained seated, undeterred. The staff members gasped in astonishment. 80.90, 100. Her score exceeded 100. S-level. My goodness, she is indeed S-level. It had been years since the Empire had seen an S-level female. The rarity of S-level far surpassed that of A-level. While royal court balls might host many A-level females, only this one existed within the entire Empire as an S-level. The staff remained transfixed, their eyes glued to the numbers on the device. It continued to rise. By the beast god. 116, 117. The record had been shattered. The score's growth rate showed no signs of slowing, continuing to climb steadily. Gasps of awe drew in more staff, all gathering near the machine. Holding their breath, fixated on the instrument. Good heavens. Many hearts raced in unison, witnessing the score soar. 200. Suddenly, a tremendous cheer erupted around them. 200 points. What could this possibly mean? A look of disbelief washed over the crowd, their faces alight with excitement and joy. A few with weaker constitutions even fainted from exhilaration. An SS-level female. The Empire had birthed an SS-level female. This was an unprecedented occurrence, and they were fortunate enough to witness it live. The staff member responsible for Nian Tu's testing was flushed with excitement, babbling incoherently, hands clasped to his chest. He marveled at his fortune, rising to gaze at Nian Tu, preparing to welcome this esteemed female who would undoubtedly be recorded in history. 1 second, 2 seconds, a moment passed. Yet the slender female did not remove the helmet as anticipated. She remained poised, seemingly at ease with the situation. The staff member wore a look of bewilderment. as his excitement subsided. He turned hastily to the instrument. Others followed suit. The score was still rising. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken, they hurriedly checked for any possible malfunctions in the machine.ss level was the limit of their understanding. Yet the numbers on the device clearly continued to escalate, even in an unrelenting fashion. After thoroughly inspecting every potential issue, they finally confirmed that the machine was functioning correctly, staring blankly at the device. They watched as the score continued to climbing, until it reached 299, when the machine suddenly emitted a sharp alarm sound. The device malfunctioned. This machine had been overwhelmed by mental energy exceeding its detection capacity. Chapter 61. Blazing radiance. The testing personnel collectively inhaled sharply. Prior to this, the highest recorded score for mental energy testing was merely 116, while the machine's upper limit approached 300. Who could have imagined? This machine had been surpassed beyond its threshold, rendering it inoperative? Inside the testing room, Nian Tu was fully engrossed in the game when darkness suddenly enveloped her, akin to the moment during childhood when the power was abruptly cut while playing on the computer. She gasped in surprise, nearly tumbling from her chair. Just as she removed the helmet, a cacophony erupted from the communication device with the staff, as if a group was in a frenzy, shouting. What was happening? On the other end, several staff members were engaged in a heated argument. Most insisted that the machine had malfunctioned. Although they had found no issues earlier, how could a female's mental energy possibly exceed the detection capacity? It was inconceivable for any female to possess such formidable mental energy. There had to be a fault somewhere. The machine should be repaired. I too believe the machine is faulty. The data must be discarded. I said, how could there possibly be an SS-level female in this world? Alas, let us conduct a retest. Convinced it was a machine error, they deemed the previous excitement a futile endeavor. Only the staff member assigned to Nian Tu's testing insisted otherwise. I do not believe the data is erroneous. But his voice was too feeble to sway the multitude of colleagues. The uproar attracted the attention of Faley, who was accompanied by the highest-ranking administrator of the testing center. What is happening? The administrator inquired. The staff, faces flushed and tongues tied, appeared emotionally agitated, still unable to regain their composure. The machine, it malfunctioned. A machine malfunction. Why the agitation? Faley frowned at the staff member overseeing Nian Tu's testing. What is going on? You explain. Fortunate to be personally questioned by the marshal, the staff member eagerly recounted the rapid increase in Nian Tu's score from surpassing 100 to exceeding 200, ultimately leading to the machine's breakdown. Detailing every aspect that I believe the data is accurate and should not be discarded, he asserted, summoning his courage. Upon hearing that Nian Tu's mental energy might exceed the machine's capacity, the administrator was utterly stunned. He remained silent for a full half-minute before regaining his composure, quietly conferring with Faley. The machine's breakdown necessitated a retest. Otherwise, it would not satisfy the public. However, if Nian Tu's mental energy truly surpassed the machine's capacity, even a new device would yield no results. Even if a retest was required, a different method should be employed. Retrieve the holy crystal, the administrator instructed his subordinates. The resonance with the holy crystal is the oldest method of mental energy testing in the Empire. The so-called holy crystal is a special gem extracted from sacred grounds, capable of resonating with a female's mental energy, causing the otherwise dim crystal to radiate light. The brighter the glow, the higher the female's mental energy. Before the Empire's technological advancements, the detection of mental prowess relied on a particular crystal, which unfortunately lacked the capacity to quantitatively assess the mental strength of females, leading to imprecise ratings. Consequently, it was gradually phased out with the advent of more sophisticated detection instruments. Today, the detection center was compelled to retrieve the long-forgotten holy crystal. The moment Nian Tu witnessed the machine malfunction, she sensed impending doom as anticipated. Upon learning that a retest was necessary, she felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Must she endure that tedious game once more? Faley, in a soothing manner, reassured her that using the holy crystal for testing would eliminate any issues. What is the holy crystal? Before Nian Tu could voice her question, she beheld the magnificent crystal, her mouth agape in astonishment. It was a colossal orb, towering even above her. Its surface was smooth and crystal clear, seemingly devoid of any impurities or blemishes. Could this truly be a natural creation? Observing her captivated gaze, Faley conjectured that she was enamored and remarked, I possess another holy crystal in my private collection. I shall retrieve it for you when we return this proclamation. The staff members were left utterly speechless, their jaws dropping in disbelief as they gazed at Feli. Was this truly Marshal Feli? When did the esteemed Marshal begin courting favor with females so shamelessly, to casually offer such a priceless treasure? Nian Tu hastily shook her head in refusal. Such a valuable item deserved to be preserved in Feli's private collection. Could they commence the testing now? She redirected her attention to the staff. Attempting to shift the topic, the staff snapped back to reality and nodded vigorously. With curiosity in her heart, Nian Tu approached the holy crystal as she drew near, even before she reached out to touch it. A powerful mental wave began to resonate with the crystal, causing it to illuminate as if ripples were forming in a tranquil pool of water. A hazy radiance gradually spread from its core, enveloping the surroundings. The staff held their breath, quietly documenting the scene, unwilling to intrude. Typically, ordinary females could only elicit a faint response from the holy crystal, producing a dim glow akin to that of a firefly, which would quickly fade away. Only S-class females could provoke a significant luminescence from the crystal. Historical records of the Empire recount an S-class female with unparalleled mental strength, who caused the holy crystal to shine like a beacon, stunning the entire Empire at that time. Now, under the watchful gaze of many witnesses and with professional equipment recording, Nian Tu raised her hand and gently caressed the holy crystal in an instant. The entire room was aglow. It was as if the sun had descended upon the earth. A searing, blinding light erupted from within the crystal. Across every corner of the central star, countless individuals looked up, witnessing the mental prowess detection center illuminate with an unknown brilliance, transforming into a lighthouse. The light was resplendent and intense, as if it could pierce through any gloom and illuminate every shadowy corner. Caught off guard, everyone was moved to tears, dizzy and unable to gaze directly at the dazzling brilliance. Yet, at the epicenter of the radiance, Nian Tu felt no discomfort. Instead, she sensed a warmth enveloping her. Her mental essence involuntarily emerged from her palm, taking the form of two tender leaves that swayed with exuberance. The light of the holy crystal intensified in response. Nian Tu playfully manipulated her mental essence, causing the crystal's glow to flicker in tandem with the little sapling's movements. After a while, still awaiting further instructions from the staff, Nian Tu could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Has the testing concluded?" Turning around, she was taken aback to find a multitude of individuals kneeling in unison behind her. Even Feli could not withstand the overwhelming aura, kneeling on one knee and bowing his noble head. Nian Tu stood in stunned silence. The star network buzzed with excitement. "Did you see that? Such bright light." "Of course I saw it. The direction seems to be, the Mental Prowess Detection Center. What on earth is happening at the detection center?" After a flurry of discussions, someone suddenly spammed the chat in a frenzy. The Mental Prowess Detection Center has issued an official statement. Heavens, an SSS-class female. Chapter 62. Are you looking at her? After centuries without an S-class female, the Empire has awakened an SSS-class female. The news was so astonishing that it was nearly beyond belief. The initial reaction of everyone was disbelief. However, the Mental Prowess Detection Center not only released an official announcement, but also shared a video of the awakening, showcasing the entire process of the SSS-class female's emergence. As the brilliance of the holy crystal radiated, the Empire trembled with excitement. The star network was filled with jubilant cheers. SSS-class. Am I truly not dreaming? The beast god has manifested. I'm so thrilled. I could weep. What does it mean to be SSS-class? It's beyond imagination. An A-class female was already the pinnacle of what ordinary people could conceive, while an S-class female was akin to a deity, let alone an SSS-class. Some recalled the overwhelming mental wave that had resonated throughout the central star. They quickly connected it to the news of the SSS-class female's awakening. Apologies to the brothers of Central Star. I shouldn't have doubted you. I was wrong. But who could have anticipated that a female was truly awakening? I couldn't believe it before. See, we weren't lying. How fortunate I am to have experienced the wave of the SSS-class female's awakening. To the one in front, I advise you to retract that statement. I am envious. Why am I not living on Central Star? The Star Network was abuzz. Within the Mental Prowess Detection Center, each staff member wore a dazed expression. Everything that transpired today felt like a dream. Did a female truly awaken with SSS-class mental prowess? They wouldn't have dared to dream of something so extravagant. Nian Tu was perplexed as to why the awakening of SSS-class mental prowess could incite such fervor. Even with the awakening of such advanced abilities, she felt no different from before, aside from having one more sapling in her sea of consciousness. She remained an ordinary person. The revelation of possessing SSS-class mental prowess was less surprising to her than learning from the divine tree that she was, in fact, a beastman capable of living for 500 years. Observing the staff's erratic demeanor, akin to a group of wandering spirits, Nian Tu felt a hint of concern and cleared her throat. "Ah, what can we do for you?" Instantly, a throng of individuals snapped to attention, rushing forth to await her command. "Is your throat uncomfortable? We have hot water. I will contact a doctor for you." Nian Tu instinctively took a few steps back. Fortunately, Feli intervened in time, restraining the fervent males. The marshal's commanding presence effectively stabilized the situation. "Has the mental prowess data been recorded?" "It has been entered into the system," the staff replied, looking down. Since the information was logged and all procedures were complete, they could now take their leave. Without hesitation, Nian Tu swiftly took Feli's hand and made her escape. Xiang and Lu Zhan were still awaiting her outside. It was now late at night. The hall of the Mental Prowess Detection Center was brightly lit, with numerous males waiting for their respective females. A curly-haired female emerged from the testing room. Her demeanor radiant and steps light, clearly having received favorable results. Her males immediately gathered around to congratulate her. However, the curly-haired female rolled her eyes dismissively, pushing them away with disdain. "Stay away from me. I've just been tested and found to possess B-class mental prowess. Assess whether you are worthy of me." Previously, she had believed her mental prowess was lacking, so she begrudgingly accepted these sycophants. Now that she realized there were better options available, she promptly severed ties with her past. And no matter how her males pleaded or begged, the curly-haired female paid them no heed, swiftly turning away. The onlookers regarded her males with pity. What a sorry lot, discarded so callously. Not long after, another female exited the testing room, her gray eyes clouded with gloom, exuding an air of dissatisfaction. Her males cautiously inquired about her results. "Get away!" The gray-eyed female slapped one of them, splashing hot water all over him. The surrounding individuals merely glanced and then turned away, unfazed by the spectacle. Such occurrences were commonplace, in contrast to those with excellent testing results. The majority of females who received disappointing outcomes vented their frustrations on their males. Males had grown accustomed to being the emotional dumping ground for females, silently bearing the brunt of their ire. Even after being slapped and drenched in scalding water, they did not tend to their own injuries, but rather continued to apologize and placate their furious counterparts. "Lu Zhan, Xiang." A melodious voice rang out suddenly. The entire hall turned toward the sound to see yet another young female emerging from the testing room. Her ebony hair and fair skin captivating all with her clear, lake-like eyes that held an irresistible allure. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the young female joyfully lifted her skirt and dashed toward her males. With open arms, she leaped into their embrace. Her beautiful face radiated warmth and joy, an infectious spirit that seemed to melt the atmosphere around her. Many were left slack-jawed, struggling to comprehend the sight before them. The Empire possessed such a female? In their minds, females were typically akin to the previously encountered curly-haired and gray-eyed ones. In an instant, envy, jealousy, and a myriad of emotions swirled within the hall, questioning why such a fortunate individual could be blessed with a female so delightful. The male, drenched in hot water by the gray-eyed female, could not help but glance at Nian Tu, then lowered his gaze to his own reflection, a flicker of despondency crossing his eyes. This fleeting moment of sorrow did not escape the notice of the gray-eyed female, who immediately erupted in fury. "Are you looking at her? Are you gazing at another female? Do you think my mental strength is lacking, prompting you to seek another mate? What makes her superior to me?" She sneered, pointing at Nian Tu's. Look at her obsequious manner towards the males. One can easily deduce her mental prowess cannot be that impressive. Any female with a high mental strength would be aloof, waiting for the males to grovel at their feet. Those who act coy and flirtatious with males surely have disappointing test results. Her voice trailed off as she finally recognized the male following Nian Tu's. The marshal, the gray-eyed female, was momentarily stunned, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. How could she possibly be associated with the marshal? Who on earth is this female? In the hall, Some individuals were engrossed in scrolling the starnet, repeatedly watching the officially released video of the SSS-level female awakening. Each time they witnessed the radiant glow of the sacred crystal, they trembled with excitement. Hearing the commotion, they glanced over and instantly recognized Nian Tu's beautiful visage. Identical to that in the official video, a wave of gasps surged through the hall that, "Oh my goodness, it's her!" Felix swiftly enveloped Nian Tu in his arms, hastily leading her away to prevent further chaos. Lu Zhan and Xiang took up the rear, blocking the onlookers from following. Even though they could not get close to Nian Tu, the crowd's astonished gazes remained fixed upon her, SSS-level female, messenger of the beast god. She must be the messenger of the beast god. The beast god has not forsaken us. The uproar was deafening, and those who had previously been unaware of Nian Tu's identity were now astounded to learn she was indeed the SSS-level female. This revelation was completely at odds with their expectations. In their imaginations, an SSS female should be exalted, a divine being far beyond the reach of mere mortals, while ordinary females regarded males as lowly slaves. This unique SSS-level female was expected to be even more temperamental and difficult to serve. Yet, regardless of how cantankerous an SSS-level female might be, countless males would willingly submit to her whims. Speak up. Are you a fan of Marshal or a fan of Nian Tu? Why not go home and ask your father if his pursuit of your mother was merely for her emotional solace? What nonsense. The Marshal need not respond. Allow me to answer for him. Get lost. The malicious questioner was swiftly reprimanded by the crowd, leaving in shame as they deleted their query. The spectators, triumphant and satisfied, were about to disperse when they were taken aback to find Marshal Faley had updated his status, seemingly addressing the doubts surrounding him. When I fell for her, she had yet to awaken. My pursuit of her is unrelated to her psychic abilities, such a romantic declaration, uttered by Marshal Faley himself. The onlookers were utterly astonished, dropping their snacks in disbelief. If spoken by another male, such words would likely be lies. Sweet nothings meant to placate a female. Yet this was Marshal Faley. Known for his disdain for falsehoods, the notoriously cold-hearted commander had evidently developed genuine feelings, a revelation more shocking than his claim to be Nian Tu's admirer. I thought the Marshal had long since severed all ties to love. Truly. How absurd. Amidst the collective astonishment, Nian Tu's fans regained their composure first. Actually, there's a shred of reason in this. After all, it is Nian Tu. If I had the chance to be close to such a charming female, I too would fall for her without a second thought. Count me in. When they first met Nian Tu, she bore no aura of an SSS-level female, yet her intense personal charm was irresistible. Her psychic abilities merely embellish her allure. Even without them, admirers flocked to her. Now that she had awakened as an SSS-level female, more prominent figures would undoubtedly vie for her attention, as she was the only remedy for the high-ranking males. Besides Marshal Faley, several other SS-level male elites in the Empire must be itching to make their moves. Someone quietly lamented, "The Marshal is indeed fortunate." While the others are just now learning the news, the Marshal has already secured his position as Nian Tu's guardian. He is leagues ahead, by the way. The royal family is hosting a court ball today for the Crown Prince to select a consort. I wonder if the Crown Prince has found a suitable bride, yet that if he has, he might regret it. The news of the court ball's cancellation remained under wraps, with most unaware, still believing the Crown Prince was dancing with other females at the event, eliciting sighs of sympathy. Only a few attendees knew the truth. In the lavish yet sterile hospital, Duan Qianqian lay unconscious on a hospital bed, her family by her side. Such a grave injustice. Duan Qianqian's mother, who had always cherished her only daughter, looked at her pale face, heart aching. She raised her voice angrily, chastising her partner and sons. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and make those who harmed Qianqian pay." A group of males, heads bowed, stood there in silence, too intimidated to retort. After a long pause, Duan Qianqian's father hesitantly spoke, "But the other party is also a female, and even an SS-level female. That was a unique treasure of the Empire. How could they easily resort to violence? Moreover, they were not in the right. Had Qianqian not attacked first, she wouldn't have been hurt in retaliation. This was not the first time Duan Qianqian had used her psychic powers to assault other females. Previously, she had targeted easy victims, her abilities enough to overpower them. Those ordinary females, even when injured, dared not speak out, and the matter was swiftly suppressed by the influential family behind Duan Qianqian. Until this time, she thought she was still dealing with something soft, only to hit a hard wall. Ha. I care not who she is. Duan Qianqian's mother sneered coldly. Qianqian struck first. How is it her fault if she got hurt? We may not win in court, but that won't stop you from finding a chance to teach her a lesson. A mere female. No matter how high her psychic abilities, they could not shield her from violence and force. They could even arrange for a few disabled, ugly low-tier males to add to her suffering. But her guardian was Fei Ryan. Duan Qianqian's father thwarted his wife's frenzied thoughts, hurriedly showing her the updates on StarNet. Not only was he a guardian, but a pursuer. This cold, unfeeling lion had even developed genuine emotions. The colder a person, the more fiercely they guard their soft spots. This lion was not to be trifled with. Even they, as powerful nobles, felt a twinge of fear before him. The males present broke into a cold sweat. They had no desire to provoke Fei Ryan into a confrontation. Duan Qianqian's mother was left speechless. Fei Ryan, her expression twisted with turmoil, she managed to squeeze out, "What is there to fear? Our support is the queen, the entire royal family. Qianqian is the queen's niece. Surely the queen would stand by her." With the royal family's banner raised, Duan Qianqian's mother grew increasingly emboldened. Yet Duan Qianqian's brother looked troubled. Having attended the court ball, he was more aware of the events that transpired than his mother. "The crown prince has feelings for Nian Tu. The royal family will not assist us," he murmured softly. "What nonsense are you spouting? The crown prince likes Nian Tu." Duan Qianqian's mother exploded in disbelief. The crown prince had remained in the palace for so long, avoiding public events. It was common knowledge. And before her awakening, Nian Tu was merely an ordinary female without psychic powers, even if she had been fortunate enough to be invited to the court ball. It was just a first meeting with the crown prince. Love at first sight could never occur in the crown prince's case. How could Nian Tu ever catch the crown prince's eye? Chapter 65. A suitable match, however. Before she could finish her thought, the latest trending news on StarNet popped up, crystal clear on the holographic screen in the vast hospital room. Everyone's expression froze in shock. The crown prince, what was he doing? As if to challenge Marshal Fei, the crown prince himself appeared on StarNet. While he did not post an update, he personally liked the comment, the distinctive white tiger emblem, exclusive to royal family members, instantly drew everyone's attention. The crown prince? Was that a slip of the finger? Knowing that an SS-level male would not make such a mistake, the spectacle before them was hard to fathom. The comment the crown prince liked read, "The crown prince and Nian Tu seem quite compatible." What had seemed a casual remark went from inconsequential to significant with the crown princess endorsement. The crown prince was not the type to frivolously associate himself with a female. His active acknowledgement of their compatibility could only mean the crown prince had intentions toward Nian Tuesday, but did they even have any interactions? The onlookers grew increasingly perplexed. It was not until half a minute later that the royal family confirmed Nian Tu's safe awakening, lifting the news embargo. Freed from the royal family's constraints, the frustrated court ball attendees flooded StarNet, eager to share everything that had transpired at the ball. The public, previously unaware, was met with a barrage of shocking revelations. Nian Tu had been invited to the court ball. The crown prince had even produced Nian Tu's pearl earrings and invited her to dance. And some females had provocatively attacked Nian Tu with their psychic abilities. Who dared to act so recklessly? Moreover, was it not too malicious? It should be noted that before her awakening, Nian Tu was merely an ordinary female. An attack from an A-level psychic could easily lead to her mental collapse, leaving her unable to recover. Thankfully, the wicked brought their own downfall, reaping the consequences of their actions that a wave of ridicule swept across StarNet. Amidst the uproar, other females and their families, previously victimized by Duan Qianqian psychic attacks, also stepped forward to voice their grievances. This only added fuel to the fire. In a matter of moments, Duan Qianqian and her family became the empire's most despised parasites. That Xiao Su was quite arrogant, but Duan Qianqian is even more so. These nobles are insufferable. Isn't it gratifying to oppress others? Disgusting. Psychic powers are a blessing from the beast god, not a weapon against the innocent. Wait, that the royal family has issued another announcement. Hooray! The royal family vows to investigate thoroughly. Good, good, good. The hospital room fell silent. The expressions of everyone turned as grim as Duan Qianqian's on the hospital bed. Their arrogant demeanor was extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Duan Qianqian's mother sank despondently into a chair, her fire sputtering out, unable to voice another word. She never expected the royal family to show them such ruthlessness. After all, it seemed the crown prince truly had feelings for Nian Tuesday compared to the crown prince. what were they worth? With their plans for revenge against Nian Tu quashed, their immediate concern was how to protect Duan Qianqian and their family. While Duan Qianqian was rendered silent, on the other side, the noble male who had been matched with Nian Tu by the guardian system was in turmoil at home. He had eagerly attended the court ball. But upon returning, he locked himself in his room without uttering a word. Initially, his family thought nothing of it, assuming he was merely disheartened from failing to win over a female at the ball. Until the SSS-class female awakened and her identity was revealed, her father rushed to the door of the room and shouted, "Valen, come out. We need to talk. This female, named Nian Tu, was she not your previous match?" The father recalled the day of the match when Valen frowned and mentioned he had matched with a civilian female without mental power named Nian Tuesday. Such an ordinary female was clearly outside their family selection criteria. And he dismissed it with a wave of his hand, suggesting a bit of money to send her off. Valen obediently complied, and his father was quite pleased with it. Until now, Nian Tu's name had spread like wildfire across the star network. An SSS-class female. Valen's father's pupils constricted, staring intently at that name, checking again and again, only to confirm that she was indeed the same female who had once been matched with Valen. The originally powerless civilian female had suddenly become the most exalted being in the entire empire. What had they missed? "Valen, come out." His father pounded on the door. "Did you leave her contact information that day? Hurry and contact her. Didn't you say she had a good impression of you? Didn't T refuse her too thoroughly? Did you? Now, go and agree to be with her. Immediately." There was no response from the room. His father stood at the door, refusing to leave, and after a while he began to apply both soft and hard tactics. "The family needs you now, Valen. You should be more sensible that you've always been an obedient child. I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Come out, Valen." The door swung open, and the noble male Valen appeared before his father. Exuding an aura of despondency, his father bombarded him with a series of questions. "Did you see her at the ball today? Did you dance? What did you talk about?" "No." Valen interrupted his father's interrogation loudly. "What do you mean, no?" His father, confused, furrowed his brow. Valen hung his head, feeling utterly defeated. Not only did they not chat or dance, but he also hadn't left Nian Tu's contact information. His father's expression soured. And after a long, heavy silence, he gradually softened, putting on an act of concern and persuasion. "It's all right. You two are destined to be together, and she has feelings for you. Listen to me. Go find her, try to win her over. An opportunity to become partners with an SSS-class female is rare. You must seize it that if you succeed, you will stand on equal footing with the marshal and the crown prince, those high-ranking elites. And if you can win Nian Tu's affection and have her bear your family's offspring," Valen's father became increasingly agitated, his breath quickening. "But I refused to be her guardian that day. She must be angry with me," Valen said, feeling conflicted. This day, he still believed Nian Tu must have feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she, although clearly upset, still say in front of the staff at the municipal hall that she had no dissatisfaction with him? If there was no dissatisfaction, it must mean satisfaction. Valen recalled Nian Tu's beautiful face, unable to suppress a smile that in truth, he was quite satisfied with her, except for her lack of mental power, which was a drawback. But now that flaw had vanished, transforming into an advantage. It seemed he and Nian Tu truly had a connection. Nian Tu had even smiled at him during the ball. At that time, she had been dancing with Marshal Fei Li. Yet she had smiled at him, indicating that he must hold more importance in her heart than the marshal. The aura of despondency gradually faded, and confidence surged within the noble male, revitalizing his spirit. His father reassured him, "It's fine to be angry. Females need to be coaxed. Just comfort her a bit. Nian Tu should be residing at the marshal's residence. I will send someone to keep an eye on the situation there. When she appears, you must seize the opportunity to meet her. Although this approach carries significant risk, it is worth taking a chance." "I will, father," Valen replied confidently. Chapter 66. Complete amnesia. The desire for the SSS-class female prompted Valen's father to immediately take action, arranging for spies to lurk near the marshal's estate. Unfortunately, the marshal's estate was too vast, making it impossible for outsiders to access the core area, as the empire's marshal, even without a penchant for luxury. Fei Li's estate was still incomparably more lavish than Xiang's modest villa, rivaling even the royal estates in its grandeur. Nian Tu had arrived late last night, unable to observe it in detail. It wasn't until the next morning, when she awoke and gazed out of the window, that she couldn't help but exclaim in a No wonder Fei Li had so casually suggested bringing her favorite animals home while they were at the hot springs in the snowy mountains. With such a large estate, keeping any animals was entirely feasible. Even if the climate were unsuitable, one could use supernatural abilities to simulate the environment through technological means. Mountains, grasslands, lakes, and streams, all were present, resembling a miniature world. The estate was filled with small animals deemed harmless by the security system, and as soon as Nian Tu appeared, many little creatures gravitated toward her. While she had always had a charm with animals, it had never been so pronounced. It seemed that with the awakening of her mental power, she had transformed into a fine vintage wine, its fragrance bursting forth, expanding her influence multifold. With so many small animals, it was easy to become overwhelmed, unsure which one to pamper first. Nian Tu hesitated for a long time, just as she was about to bend down to pet a small rabbit when a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the estate. The security system had been triggered. Almost instantly, Fei Li's figure appeared beside Nian Tu, moving so swiftly that he left only an afterimage. Nian Tu felt a blur before she was enveloped in his embrace, her heart racing uncontrollably. This was her first clear glimpse of the male's formidable strength. His speed surpassed any human limitations she had previously understood. Realizing that a strong arm was tightly wrapped around her waist, her ears flushed crimson. The echo of Fei Li calling her wife at the court ball reverberated in her mind, causing her to squirm uncomfortably. "Don't move," Fei Li said, lightly squeezing her waist. Instantly, Nian Tu stiffened, her breath quickening. "Oh, Fei Li." Her excited reaction clearly suggested she despised his proximity. Recalling the differential treatment she had received yesterday at the sacred site, Fei Li's eyes darkened for a moment. "I will apologize to you later and accept your judgment, but for now, please endure being near me." Even if Nian Tu despised him, he would not let her leave his side until the crisis was averted. Xiang and Lu Zhan headed to investigate the source of the alarm. Before long, the two appeared before Nian Tu, carrying a pitiful little creature. The creature was a black and white bear cub, its fur marred by several wounds as if struck by lightning. Making soft whimpering sounds as it struggled toward Nian Tu's eyes widened in shock. Her heart nearly shattered. Such a tiny bear! She instinctively reached out to take the bear from Xiang, but was stopped. "Don't touch it. It's a beastman." That it was precisely because it was a beastman that the security system had been triggered, leading to such a pitiful fate. The reason Xiang and Lu Zhan hadn't coldly expelled him or sent him to prison was that he was merely a cub, seemingly not over 6 years old. Nian Tu furrowed her brow. Why would a cub wander here alone? Where were its family? Fei Li glanced at the message on his communicator and replied, "Its family is outside." The bear cub hadn't gotten lost. Rather, its family had brought it out, and in a moment of carelessness, it had wandered into the estate. Its family had watched in dismay as it disappeared, unable to enter due to the security measures. Nian Tu breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment's hesitation, she opened her arms towards Xiang and insisted, "Let me hold him." "He is still small. It's fine." The whimpering bear cub was simply too pitiful. Even if it was a beast man, it was far from being at an age to be wary of. There was no need for such avoidance. Unable to refuse Nian Tu, Xiang reluctantly handed the bear cub over to her. Once the cub was in Nian Tu's arms, it immediately relaxed. If its numerous painful wounds no longer hurt, it lifted its round little face to look at her, in her previous life. This would have been a national treasure. Nian Tu never imagined she would one day hold a national treasure. Unable to resist, she playfully rubbed its fluffy ears. The bear cub's family, anxiously pacing outside the estate, caught sight of Nian Tu from a distance and froze. It was as if a divine female had descended. The petite female's graceful silhouette emerged in the light. In her arms, the bear cub behaved like a doll, obediently holding a small apple, lifting it to Nian Tu's mouth, unwilling to eat it itself. Such a well-behaved cub, could it truly be their mischievous little one? The bear cub's father was nearly in tears. He lowered himself to kneel before Nian Tu, but was stopped by her. "Hurry and take him to the hospital for treatment," Nian Tu urged. Although these were just superficial injuries, they pained her to see. The bear cub's father, however, did not seem overly concerned. He examined the cub and said, "It's fine. They're just surface wounds. Males are tough. He doesn't need to go to the hospital. We can treat him at home with a medical pod." "How can that be?" Nian Tu exclaimed in shock. Yet looking around, neither Fei Li, Xiang, nor the professional Lu Zhan opposed this. Nian Tu was momentarily speechless. Males were indeed that tough to such an extent. And this was merely a cub under 6 years old. In a corner outside the estate, a pair of keen eyes were fixated on this scene. Fei's gaze sharpened as he lifted his head to look. The observer swiftly concealed himself behind a grand tree, his body drenched in a cold sweat from the tension. The alertness exhibited was truly terrifying. Employed by Valen's father, this top-tier stalker was seasoned in clandestine activities such as tracking and assassination, leaving nothing to chance. Yet just moments ago, he was convinced that Marshal Fei had indeed noticed him. The air was thick with anxiety as the stalker hurriedly contacted his employer. The target had appeared on the outskirts of the estate, accompanied by her guardian, including Marshal Fei. The timing was less than ideal. Yet considering Fei's heightened awareness, another opportunity seemed unlikely. Like his father's urging, Valen adjusted his attire, radiating confidence as he casually strolled past the estate and paused briefly before Nian Tu's day. Her gaze instinctively flickered toward him, momentarily hesitating. He seemed somewhat familiar. It was him, that rather annoying matchmaker. What was his name again? The recollection eluded her. Nian Tu quickly averted her eyes, but Valen, noticing her lack of engagement, felt a surge of impatience and stepped forward. Before he could even graze the hem of Nian Tu's garment, a resounding crash echoed. Valen found himself restrained, face pressed into the ground, his mouth filled with dirt, releasing a terrified scream. Nian Tu was startled, retreating a step. In the brief instant of her surprise, Fei and Xiang exchanged glances, with Xiang swiftly subduing the sneaky intruder. Valen's meticulously crafted appearance was in disarray. He felt a sharp pain radiating from his once proud visage. Every joint in agony. He paid no heed to Nian Tu's presence. Wailing in humiliation, Fei's expression hardened as he scrutinized Valen from above. Rarely did anyone possess the audacity to encroach upon his territory. Where your accomplices, bring them forward. Valen trembled, stammering, accomplices? I said a villain. He merely wished to meet Nian Tu. Fei shot a glance at Xiang, who tightened his grip, prompting Valen to emit another desperate wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Unmoved, Fei coldly remarked, the one hiding behind the tree earlier. Your accomplice? He is undoubtedly superior to you in both acuity and vigilance. You are not on the same level. The hidden individual possessed at least S-rank prowess, while Valen appeared to be a feeble wastrel, likely a noble. Nobles should not have the audacity to provoke him. Thus, that was he attempting to approach Nian Tu. Fei's gaze darkened as he recalled the system's initial match for Nian Tu, his sense of danger intensifying. His animosity towards this male grew stronger. Valen, stung by Fei's words, felt his face redden with indignation. I am a noble. How dare you equate me with that money-driven, disreputable fellow? The marshal must be envious of my connection with Nian Tu. His gaze fell upon the hem of Nian Tu's garment, as if grasping at a lifeline. Nian Tu, please make this brute release me. His desperate cry only served to further infuriate Xiang, who landed a punch on Valen. Xiang, Nian Tu interjected. Her intervention softened the blow, but it still landed squarely on Valen's face, producing a dull thud. Valen howled in pain, sensing several teeth loosen, yet his eyes sparkled with hope. He knew Nian Tu would come to his rescue. Surely, she would support him against this brutish adversary. In Valen's eager gaze, Nian Tu reached out, her delicate fingers lightly resting on Xiang's muscular arm. Valen was taken aback. He watched as Nian Tu gripped that robust arm and gently swayed it, her tone laced with concern, advising him not to act impulsively and to leave the villain to the security bureau. Having lived on Earth for 20 years, Nian Tu subconsciously rejected all forms of violence, fearing that a private brawl could lead Xiang to incarceration. However, such altercations among males were hardly governed by imperial law. Moreover, given that Valen was lurking suspiciously outside Fei's estate, his intentions were clear, warranting reprimand. Yet, Xiang did not contest Nian Tu's wishes. The golden-haired young male, in the presence of his beloved female, acquiesced like a well-behaved puppy. Nodding, all right, I shall take him to the security bureau. Once there, this audacious man who dared to scheme against an SS-rank female would face the severest interrogation. Valen, bewildered by the unfolding events, struggled to comprehend as he saw Nian Tu seemingly turn to depart. No, Nian Tu, I came to find you. I came to propose. My father has approved our union. Please don't send me to the security bureau. I am not a villain. Each frantic utterance struck the guardian's nerves like a tempest. Xiang clenched his fists, yearning to strike Valen again. However, having just promised Nian Tu to remain calm, he restrained his rage. Liu Zhan's gaze was frigid, and Fei Li's aura grew ever more oppressive, as if a storm were brewing. Nian Tu remained silent, trapped in prolonged contemplation. She comprehended every word uttered by the noble male, yet the collective meaning eluded her grasp. Were they not acquainted? This was only their third meeting, and yet he spoke of proposals? Though they had been matched by the guardian system, that connection had long been severed, and they had scarcely exchanged words. She couldn't even recall his name. After much deliberation, Nian Tu managed a strained response. I do not like you. Do not read too much into it. Her words, however, were drowned out by Valen's vehement interruption. I don't believe it. Are you upset with me for refusing to be your guardian that day? I regret it. Had I known you would awaken SS-level psychic abilities, I would never have declined. My guardian is Uncle Fei Li. Nian Tu could no longer endure. Even if you hadn't suggested ending our match, I would have refused you. You are simply not my type. Silence enveloped the space. The expressions of the three guardians shifted subtly, each revealing a hint of delight. Until today, Nian Tu had never vocalized her feelings to them. Yet now, with her declaration, did it imply that they were indeed her preferred type? Otherwise, they would never have had the chance to become her guardians, accompanying her. Fei Li's previously suppressed emotions surged forth. A profound sense of satisfaction washing over him, gradually diminishing his ire. Conversely, Valen felt as though struck by lightning. His confidence shattered. He stood in stunned silence for a full 2 minutes, unable to articulate a single word. How could it be that how could Nian Tu not like him? At home, Valen's father paced anxiously in the courtyard, his hands clasped behind his back. Time had elapsed, and Valen had yet to provide any news. Was he engaged in conversation with that young female? Flirtation? What stage had their discussion reached? Had they set a date for marriage? Yet, even if they were enjoying themselves, he should at least send a message to report his progress. After much waiting, Valen's father, though impatient, was filled with hope. Suddenly, the butler rushed in, exclaiming, Sir, it's bad news. What a clumsy fool, Valen's father admonished, his brows furrowing. Their family was to become entwined with an SSS-level female. A moment of great public scrutiny, and such disrespect could not be tolerated. It seemed the butler would have to be replaced. Unaware of the impending unemployment crisis, the butler wiped the sweat from his brow. It's bad. Young master has been taken to the security bureau. What nonsense are you spouting? Valen's father thundered. Yet the next instant, a notification from the security bureau appeared on his holoscreen, sternly informing him of Valen's apprehension for loitering near the marshal's estate and making nonsensical claims of plotting against an SSS-level female. As Valen's father, he was summoned to the security bureau. What? What is happening? Why didn't the observer inform me? Without time for further contemplation, he urged the butler, Hurry, to the security bureau. We must retrieve Valen. It wasn't that he was overly concerned for his son. It was simply that matters had escalated to the security bureau, should Valen divulge his plan to hire someone to stalk. Not only would the family's reputation be tarnished, but his own dignity would be in shambles. Before Valen could be formally charged, the family hastily dispatched someone to negotiate with Fei Li, given their status. They weren't even worthy of direct negotiations, so Liu Zhan represented them instead. Behind his golden-rimmed glasses, his gaze was a sly mix of amusement and scrutiny, making the opposing negotiators sweat profusely. May I speak with Lady Nian Tu? Valen's father, not yet resigned, awkwardly inquired, rubbing his hands together. Before the security personnel could intervene, the family representatives swiftly pulled him aside, covering his mouth firmly. Be quiet. This father-son duo has lost their minds. And now the entire family is entangled in this mess. Do you think you're worthy of even dreaming of an SSS-level female? She is a unique treasure of the Empire. The entire Empire is not the only one captivated by the SSS-class female. Even the shadowy forces lurking in the dark and the interstellar pirates have caught the scent of blood and are drawn in like ravenous hyenas, beyond the reach of imperial surveillance. Colossal starships drift amidst the vast cosmos, bound for the blood-red sands of the infamous territory of the interstellar pirate Jiao. The exterior of the starship is disguised as an ordinary imperial passenger vessel. Yet within, the essence of piracy permeates every corner, suffused with blood, sweat, violence, and the cacophony of wild cries. The pirates, predominantly energetic and destructive miscreants, find themselves idle without missions, their pent-up aggression leading to internal skirmishes almost daily. swiftly quelled by the upper management through brutal repression, including corporal punishment or confinement. Yet even when half-dead from beatings, they remain unrepentant. However, from last night to today, not a single brawl has erupted. The emergence of the SSS-class female has not only shaken the Empire, but has also ensnared the pirates in a web of rapt attention. The pursuit of females is an instinctual drive for males, and the higher the class, the more intensely it is desired. Countless lustful gazes fixate on the photograph of the young female, replaying the scant footage available. An SSS-class female. How exquisite! Unlike the imperial males who cherish and protect females, the more pure and exalted the prince, with his silvery hair and azure eyes, raised his hand to his chest, gracefully bowing to Nian Tu's. He then took her hand and gently placed a kiss upon her fingertips, as if nothing had transpired, and courteously greeted her. "Good day, Lady Nian Tu," upon encountering the human form of Tan Konglin for the second time. Nian Tu could not help but feel slightly dazed. Such a dignified man, exuding an air of elegance and nobility, was undeniably a young monarch capable of commanding the heavens. How could he transform into such a petulant creature? Reflecting on it, it seemed that during the period of his loss of control, he possessed two distinct personas, leaving her uncertain as to which truly represented his character, with the image of a cotton candy creature serving as a buffer. Nian Tu quickly relaxed, despite their lack of familiarity in his human form. The elite females were the center of attention in the Empire, particularly on this second day following her awakening, when rumors and discussions were rampant. Countless eyes were fixated on her, and they would undoubtedly not miss the sensational news of her rendezvous with the Crown Prince. "Oh, you mind if our photographs are circulated on the Star Network?" Tan Konglin inquired, sensing the atmosphere. In truth, many royal engagements remain confidential, and even if photographed, they could be intercepted and suppressed online. However, Tan Konglin did not wish to keep today's outing under wraps. It ultimately depended on Nian Tu's wishes. Having resigned herself to the situation, she replied indifferently, "I don't mind." Upon hearing this, Tan Konglin felt a surge of joy, yet he feigned restraint, saying, "But this may lead the public to believe we are in a romantic relationship. Haven't you already inadvertently liked the comment?" Nian Tu glanced at him, suggesting they were likely already perceived that way. The prince's subtle scheme was promptly uncovered, causing his ears to flush a rosy hue. After a moment, he softly retorted, "It was not an accident." As evening descended, the sky was adorned with hues of purple and red, draping the earth in a translucent veil. The crown prince, steady and dependable, flawlessly orchestrated their date, even the lunch exceeding Nian Tu's expectations. By the end of the day, she felt a wave of delight, entirely forgetting the unpleasant encounter with the aristocratic male from earlier. The final destination chosen by Tan Konglin was a quaint villa in Shaun. Although he had since relocated to a larger, more opulent residence, this villa held a special place in Nian Tu's heart as her first safe haven in this world. The place where she had spent the most time. She gazed out the window of the aircraft. Familiar sights came into view, prompting her to turn in surprise towards Tan Konglin, only to find him transformed again into the small white creature, his ears twitching as he playfully wagged his tail. "Shall we go inside?" Unable to resist, Nian Tu reached out to stroke him, but quickly retracted her hand. "Can you enter?" The small white creature nodded confidently. The villa's system recognized Nian Tu's biological information, allowing her access with a mere scan of her eyes. Meanwhile, the prince skillfully evaded the stringent security checks, slipping through the door. Within the courtyard, Nian Tu explored every nook and cranny, while the small creature followed closely behind, occasionally emitting soft, endearing sounds in that moment, nostalgia washed over her, and her affection for the small creature swelled. She even felt an impulse to disregard her status and keep him by her side. Despite not having regained her memories of the tumultuous time, Tan Konglin felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. His nose twitched instinctively, leading him toward the thicket behind the swing. "Cotton candy," Nian Tu instinctively called out. As she hurried to catch up, her eyes widened in astonishment at the hidden treasures within the bushes. Chapter 70. No. Nian Tu believed she was intimately familiar with every corner of this courtyard, having spent countless hours there and once scoured every inch in search of the cotton candy. Yet she was utterly unaware that so many items lay concealed beneath the foliage. Spotting a familiar branch, she momentarily lost herself in confusion. It was the very stick she had crafted upon their first meeting. She had thought it lost forever, only to discover it had been preserved safely among the bushes. Not only the stick, but many other items too, from a feather she had used to coax him to a piece of her clothing. Her gaze fell upon the fabric that seemed so recognizable, and a flicker of surprise crossed Nian Tu's eyes. This soft, lightweight garment had once been her favorite, worn frequently until it had mysteriously vanished. Her astonishment, it had been pilfered by the little thief. When had this occurred without her noticing? The crown prince was equally startled by the sight before him. He caught a glimpse of the small garment, but quickly averted his gaze, lowering his fluffy head in shame. Overwhelmed by guilt, he stammered apologies. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. During the time of his loss of control, the male beast had lacked human rationality and understanding of privacy. That garment must have been imbued with Nian Tu's scent, providing him a sense of comfort and affection, prompting him to hide it away. As this realization struck him, Tan Conlin could almost sense the lingering sweet fragrance from the clothing, his ears turning crimson as he wished he could burrow into the ground. Nian Tu, unable to suppress a smile at his mortified expression, decided not to hold it against him. After all, at that time, he had been merely an innocent creature, and the little one could hardly be blamed. Bending down, she picked up the garment, giving it a shake before tucking it away. In doing so, she effectively confiscated the most treasured item from the cotton candies trove, leaving only trivial odds and ends behind. As she sifted through, she even discovered a wilted rose, the very one he had brought to her from outside the window, which she had once worn in her hair, though the petals were dried. They remained intact, clearly cherished by the little one. A warmth surged within her chest, softening her expression as she gazed at the rose, recalling that wondrous dream in which the cotton candy transformed into a majestic white tiger. Upon waking, she had felt a profound sense of loss, wishing that if only the cotton candy could indeed become a tiger, how delightful it would be to touch. In retrospect, she seemed to recall several nights where she felt a heavy weight upon her during sleep. Likely the little one having transformed into a tiger, resting atop her. Nian Tu narrowed her eyes, studying the small creature. Sensing her gaze lingering on the royal mark upon his forehead, Tan Conlin appeared to have an epiphany. In the next moment, a gust of wind swept through. Nian Tu blinked rapidly, watching as the small creature suddenly grew in size, transforming into a magnificent white tiger, in stark contrast to the soft little being. The white tiger now stood taller than Nian Tu, its snowy fur concealing a formidable physique. Every muscle appeared meticulously sculpted, radiating an unmatched strength. In that instant, the phrase king of beasts resonated in her mind. The white tiger before her was unlike any she had ever seen on Earth, its form flawless and ethereal. Its deep blue eyes, icy and piercing, regarded her with an air of dominance, as if it had locked onto its prey. Frozen in place, Nian Tu felt her heart race as she stared at the imposing creature. After a prolonged moment of eye contact, the white tiger softened its demeanor, lowering its head to gently nuzzle against her. A low growl emanated from its throat, reverberating through her chest. Yet if one listened closely, they would detect a deep-seated joy within. Unable to resist, Nian Tu reached out to caress its heavy head, offering reassurance. You need not seek my approval. I too can provide you comfort. Were it not for the need for emotional solace, why would the esteemed crown prince deign to seek her affection, whether transforming into a belle or a tiger? He was eager to please her. Upon hearing her mention emotional solace, the white tiger trembled violently. Its eyes revealed disbelief, and had it not been for its fur, Nian Tu would have witnessed an entirely crimson creature. She was willing to mate with him. The prince felt himself nearing a boiling point, his rationality evaporating into thin air. Naturally, he yearned for such intimacy, yet it felt too premature to know he could not remain unnamed and unacknowledged. He would rather forego emotional solace temporarily, ensuring they first registered as official partners. Could he be the primary consort? If not, that was also acceptable, as long as Nian Tu lavished him with affection. He could settle for being the secondary consort. The crown prince wrestled with his thoughts, his long tail twisting in knots. Seeing him in such a state, Nian Tu assumed her thoughts had been laid bare. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, and no need to be shy. Come now, I can offer you some comfort. She beckoned to the great white tiger. The prince emitted a shocked roar, retreating in haste. No, not yet. I am still unacknowledged. And moreover, his first time. It absolutely could not occur here. This was not even his territory. It belonged to that lion. He was merely an intruder. The thought of his first experience being so hastily surrendered terrified him. Yet, Nian Tu would not be deterred, seizing him with determination. The prince appeared to be ensnared by the grip of fate, hesitant to move for fear of harming his beloved female companion, but he trembled incessantly, as if confronted by a forceful seizure. Closing his eyes, he endured and ultimately relinquished his struggle, whispering to himself, "At least let me revert to my human form." Revert to human form? Nian Tu was bewildered by his words and shook her head in surprise. There is no need to transform. It is much more convenient this way. Under the quivering gaze of the white tiger, she lowered her eyes to the thick black mist curling around him. With a gentle flick of her hand, visible only to her, the black mist swiftly dissipated as if confronted by a mortal enemy. The once arrogant black mist scattered like frightened birds, utterly defeated. Instantly, the white tiger shuddered, his spirit lifted, feeling an indescribable sense of relief. Gradually calming down, Tan Konglin realized he had misunderstood something. Yet there was no time for embarrassment or shame as he looked up at Nian Tu in astonishment. What was this? A form of mental soothing. Wasn't mental soothing supposed to involve mating? Why, then, did the effects manifest so profoundly after only a brief touch? Without needing a physical examination, he was certain his level of instability had plummeted to an astonishing figure. Not only was Tan Konglin astounded, but Nian Tu herself was taken aback. This was her first attempt to wield her mental powers since awakening. When she dispersed the black mist, she had summoned her mental entity into her palm. As expected, the results were remarkable. The efficiency vastly improved compared to before her awakening. However, it seemed as though the black mist was consumed, absorbed by her mental entity. That black mist was clearly no benign substance. Would it harm the sapling? A thin sheen of nervous sweat broke upon Nian Tu's forehead as she hurried to inspect the mental entity she had returned to her consciousness sea. To her astonishment, the sapling swayed with vitality within the consciousness sea, its two tender green leaves dancing cheerfully. It hadn't wilted at all. In fact, she sensed it might have even grown slightly larger, though the change was too subtle to discern with the naked eye. Perhaps she could try again next time. After returning home, she could experiment with the guardian there. While pondering this, she suddenly heard Tan Konglin inquire if the mental soothing had concluded. Nian Tu snapped back to reality and replied uncertainly, "It should have. I did it this way before." Although her method differed from that of other females, it had previously proven effective in reducing the instability of Xian and Xiejili. She had initially thought that mating was necessary for mental soothing. Yet it had ended so simply that in that moment, Tan Konglin found himself torn between disappointment and relief, his emotions complex. Yet he keenly detected a subtle implication in Nian Tu's words. She had never utilized the conventional method of mental soothing. The tiger's eyes brightened, and his ears perked up in delight. He had previously thought himself a latecomer, unable to compete with the three guardians who were already far ahead. Now, it seemed those three were not as far ahead as he had believed. Not only had he not officially earned the title of partner, but he also had yet to serve Nian Tu physically. Nian Tu, oblivious to the sudden joy of the white tiger, speculated it was due to the decline in his instability. Regardless, the adorable tiger, with his twitching ears, was simply too endearing. She couldn't resist opening her light brain to record this rare scene as a video, despite the magnified form and the regained rationality of the white tiger. He remained fundamentally the same as the fluffy creature of yore, an expert in charm. His fluffy tail playfully wrapped around Nian Tu's wrist, coaxing a smile to her lips. "Are you tired? Shall I take you to rest?" Tan Konglin suggested, carefully nudging closer to her. Nian Tu shook her head, indicating it was unnecessary. Before her awakening, she had indeed expended considerable effort to dispel the black mist, but now, it was effortless. Tan Konglin was utterly astonished. Any other female would be utterly fatigued after a session of mental soothing, a weariness stemming not from physical exertion, but from the depletion of mental energy. Yet Nian Tu seemed to require no rest. Appearing genuinely unstrained, truly, she was an SSS grade female. After lingering beside her for a while, confirming her well-being, the white tiger turned to search the yard. Before long, Nian Tu received another blooming rose, identical to the previous one. Clearly handpicked and perfectly plump, exuding vibrant beauty. Her heart stirred as she looked up at the white tiger who had plucked the rose for her. It was as if past scenes replayed before her eyes. The only difference was that the once innocent creature now bore a gaze filled with overwhelming tenderness. Meeting Tan Konglin's gentle eyes, Nian Tu suddenly felt the rose was somewhat scorching. a burden she hesitated to accept. Perhaps she should refrain from accepting it. After all, the one presenting the flower was no longer the fluffy creature, but the rational prince. The meaning of this gesture was no longer so simple. Unexpectedly, as she began to voice her thoughts, she saw tears welling in the white tiger's eyes, his gaze turning red. Nian Tu gasped. He was crying indeed. He was crying. Memories flooded back to that helpless morning when she first witnessed the tears rolling down the feline's face. At that time, she had thought the frightened creature was weeping out of fear of Lu Zhan's beast form. But in retrospect, it was clear he had been upset at seeing her caress Lu Zhan. Who would have imagined that the esteemed imperial prince could exhibit such vulnerability? What had merely been a contest for affection had led to such tears over a trivial matter. How would he react if she were to refuse him now? Nian Tu felt lost, her heart racing. She hurriedly amended her statement, suggesting, "Perhaps I won't wear it this time. I should just keep it safe, lest it withers like the last one." She would accept it. She would surely accept it. You need not force yourself. The prince remained dejected. The pitiful expression of the big white tiger, with its tear-filled eyes, made Nian Tu's heart ache. Without a second thought, she embraced the large white tiger, offering comfort and affection. Even on their return journey, Nian Tu continued to console the white tiger, riding on his back, gently stroking his head. This tender scene was, unsurprisingly, captured by passers-by and broadcast as a major headline across the Star Network. Nian Tu is on a date with the prince. Eyewitness account. Initially, those who stumbled upon the post were indifferent, intending to mock the poster for their slow internet speed, as the date had already lasted a day. And everyone was well aware. However, upon clicking into the post and seeing the accompanying images, everyone was astounded. Wow! Progressing so quickly. Already riding on his beast form? Truly deserving of the prince. Only partners can ride in beast form. Ah, are we about to have a princess consort? To outsiders, it seemed that Nian Tu had decisively claimed these males for herself, leaving only the question of who would be the rightful partner and who would be favored more. Let us place bets on who registers first. Unbeknownst to her, the online community was in an uproar due to her personal appearance. Lord Nian Tu? Oh my God, she's really here. Is she angry? Those who speak recklessly should be quiet. Stop meddling in the emotional lives of females. Dare to mock Xiang and Lu Zhan. They are S-class males. What are you but trash? There are only a few SS-class in the Empire. An S-class is already exceptional. They are leagues above you, forever supporting Lord Nian Tu. Indeed, Lord Nian Tu is not the type to be fickle, starting and abandoning relationships. Sigh jealousy. Xiang and Lu Zhan are so fortunate. Why is it not me who is so blessed? Every expression and movement of the esteemed female captivated the emotions of the entire empire, causing the displeased remarks about Nian Tu to be swiftly drowned in a tide of condemnation. The original posters trembled in fear, quickly deleting their comments and repeatedly apologizing beneath Nian Tu's post. A gentle knock resonated at Nian Tu's door, and Lu Zhan's voice emerged. "Have you fallen asleep, Yin?" His tone held a multitude of complex emotions. Upon opening the door, Nian Tu found Xiang and Lu Zhan waiting outside. Lu Zhan's typically composed face was now brimming with emotion, while the more impulsive Xiang was visibly emotional, his eyes red, stammering, "Thank you, Yin, for not despising me." The tempest online was evident to them. They were indifferent to the ridicule of outsiders. Their only concern was Nian Tu's feelings, even knowing that Nian Tu did not place great importance on genetic rankings. They still felt a pang of inadequacy, questioning if they were truly worthy to stand by her side. Nian Tu momentarily froze, helplessly pressing her lips together. Then, in the face of Lu Zhan and Xiang's incredulous gazes, she unexpectedly rose onto her toes and embraced them both. The significant difference in height made the embrace slightly awkward, yet the two males were wholly immersed in the moment, vowing to etch this memory into their hearts forever. They were willing to offer everything for Nian Tu to not overthink it. Nian Tu gently reassured, "Come, let me provide you with some mental comfort." It was a perfect opportunity to test whether her spiritual essence would indeed grow. Mental comfort? At her words, Xiang and Lu Zhan were momentarily taken aback, their heartbeats quickening, involuntarily stirred with excitement. Young males are particularly susceptible to such provocations, especially in a moment as poignant as this. Nian Tu's words perceived as an intention to indulge them. After a while of emotional turmoil, they finally realized that Nian Tu's method of mental comfort was distinct from that of other females. It was not mating. Xiang's face flushed crimson as he concealed his unease at Lu Zhan. Recovering first, transformed into a snow wolf, lying at Nian Tu's feet, his gray-blue eyes fixed on her, unwilling to budge even a fraction. Not far away. In the shadow of the corridor, Feli stood, intently observing the scene. The atmosphere between the petite female and the two young males was extraordinarily intimate. She appeared so relaxed in their presence, affectionately stroking the fur of the snow wolf and lion, occasionally engaging in soft conversation as if they had much to share. An unprecedented wave of emotion surged within the marshal's soul. Longing, jealousy, anxiety, these words, once foreign to him, now encircled him, leaving him breathless. He understood that in Nian Tu's heart, he was far inferior to Xiang and Lu Zhan, a fact entirely reasonable. Yet today, he had seen the photos and videos circulating online. Nian Tu had been so intimate with the crown prince, even riding on the back of the white tiger, constantly caressing it. Such treatment was something he had never experienced. Feli's gaze dimmed. Nian Tu remained oblivious to Feli's proximity after thoroughly petting the two fluffy creatures. She felt refreshed and joyfully returned to her room to check on her progress. As expected, the sapling had grown a bit more, an impressive accumulation. Once resembling a mere sprout, the two tender leaves now measured the size of her thumb. It seemed that frequent use of her mental energy not only posed no harm to her spiritual essence, but also made it stronger. Nian Tu's eyes brightened. This was a positive cycle. In a world where the male-to-female ratio had reached an astonishing 1:80. Countless males lived their entire lives without receiving a female's mental comfort, ultimately devolving into mindless beasts, suffering a premature demise. If she had the capacity to comfort more individuals, Nian Tu was deep in thought. Another knock echoed on her door. Was it Lu Zhan again? Or Xiang? Upon opening the door, she was startled to find Feli, impeccably dressed, standing before her. Steadying herself, Nian Tu eagerly asked, "Uncle, do you require mental comfort?" No sooner had she spoken than the man suddenly knelt before her, humbly declaring, "I have come to seek your forgiveness." Nian Tu's pupils constricted, the esteemed marshal of the empire, kneeling before her, not merely on one knee, but in a profoundly humble manner, as if casting aside all dignity to plead for her pardon. The last time she witnessed such a display was with Xiang. She wondered if this familial apology style was inherited, leaving her both anxious and perplexed. Seek forgiveness? Why would he seek her forgiveness? He had done nothing wrong. Under Nian Tu's bewildered gaze, Feli bowed his head, meticulously recounting his transgressions. First, I held prejudice against you and made many absurd remarks in the video with Xiang. Second, I made repeated physical contact without inquiring about your consent, which was highly disrespectful. Third, I falsely claimed in public that you were my mate. The fourth is, stop. Nian Tu swiftly covered his mouth, urgently calling for silence. Their gazes locked, the air thickening with tension. Nian Tu rarely viewed anyone from such a superior angle, especially not a man who was usually so domineering at this moment. She even had her hand over Feli's mouth, and he made no attempt to resist, merely gazing up at her, his eyes filled with her reflection. In an instant, an unprecedented sensation of dominance surged within her. Nian Tu's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 73. I want to see him. After a pause, Nian Tu slowly released her hand from his mouth, taking a deep breath. Before she could speak, Xiang's excited voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Yin, the health report is out. My control level has dropped to 6. Upon seeing the scene in the room, his voice faltered. What are you doing? Despite the threatening gaze of his uncle, Xiang did not retreat. Instead, he quickly moved to stand beside Nian Tu. Feli had no choice but to rise. The two strikingly similar, tall males faced off, their gazes colliding with palpable tension. Feli's earlier declaration of mate had not only astonished Nian Tu, but had equally shocked Xiang. However, at that moment, his mind was solely focused on the awakening Nian Tu, leaving him no bandwidth to contend with his uncle. It was only last night, after Nian Tu fell asleep, that he finally discussed the matter with his uncle. The conversation had been far from amicable, culminating in a fierce altercation. Xiang vividly remembered his uncle's fervent assurances that he would never vie for Nian Tu's affection, that he had no interest in her, and that he would not take away his little female. Yet Feli had not only openly confessed his feelings, but had also proclaimed it online. The premonitions that had once troubled Xiang had now materialized, filling him with rage. After a restless night, he had reluctantly come to terms with the reality. However, witnessing his uncle and Nian Tu alone together now stirred a deep sense of bitterness within him. Their unique statuses intensified the rivalry between uncle and nephew. Even Nian Tu, typically oblivious, sensed the palpable jealousy in the air. She instinctively recoiled like a startled quail. After a moment of internal conflict, she shifted towards Xiang, grasping his sleeve and whispering, "Let me see your health report." Nian Tu's slight inclination towards Xiang, albeit subtle, immediately eased his expression. Fei Li stood silently. Sidelined, he watched as Nian Tu and Xiang engaged in hushed conversation, their eyes lighting up as they shared laughter. He felt utterly excluded from this harmonious atmosphere. Before parting, Xiang even gently embraced Nian Tu, whispering, "Good night." And then, with a provocative glance at Fei Li, he added, "Come on, uncle, it's getting late. Don't disturb Yin Yan's rest." Fei Li's heavy gaze weighed on Nian Tu, prompting her to softly advise, "Uncle, good night. You should rest early too. I'll provide you with mental comfort tomorrow." The repeated address of uncle finally conveyed a subtle nuance to Fei Li. It felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him chilled to the bone in a daze. Nian Tu's previous calls of uncle echoed through his mind. Could it be that Yin had always regarded him merely as an uncle? Upon reflection, it seemed that after he had carelessly referred to her as mate, she had treated him with indifference. Uncle. The words of Xiang resurfaced in his mind. "She only sees you as an elder." A potent mix of shock and resentment surged through Fei Li, his eyes brimming with an unprecedented intensity of emotion. His breathing quickened, and the previously stable control he maintained began to spiral out of control. Shaking his head vigorously to clear his thoughts, Fei Li turned and hastily exited Nian Tu's line of sight. Once out of her view, he immediately retrieved a shock collar from his spatial button, resolutely fastening it around his neck. This electrical device could render an ordinary male completely immobile. However, for Fei Li, it was not sufficient to restrain his actions. It merely brought forth enough pain to temporarily restore his sanity. In the stillness of the night, the regulatory bureau was graced by an unexpected visitor. Director Wen Sun personally arrived to greet him. "Marshal, what brings you here?" Fei Li replied with a calm demeanor. "My instability has escalated too rapidly, and I am on the brink of losing control. I require a period of supervision here." The director was taken aback. Is this a jest? It was common knowledge that Marshal Fei Li was inherently devoid of emotional fluctuations. As long as he was not on the battlefield, his instability increased at a languid pace. Why, then, was he suddenly on the verge of losing control today? Furthermore, the esteemed marshal was a supreme source of emotional reassurance. Why would he need to subject himself to their oversight? Fei Li cast his gaze downward. Offering no further explanation, he had informed Xiang and Lu Zhan of his arrival at the regulatory bureau, but had refrained from telling Nian Tuesday until he could stabilize his mindset and manage his emotions. He dared not face her, fearing that the mere sight of her would trigger an uncontrollable episode with dire consequences. Even without meeting her, the thought of Nian Tu alone caused a palpable shift in his demeanor, his aura becoming restless. The staff at the bureau sensed the gravity of the situation and hastily escorted the marshal into a specially designated room for stringent supervision. That night, Nian Tu slept uneasily and awoke early, an unsettling feeling gnawing at her. She activated her light brain, rubbing her eyes as she checked the messages from Tan Kong Lin. His instability level had decreased to 10, and he wished to meet her again to express his gratitude. Nian Tu replied tersely, "No need for thanks." Sitting on her bed, she rubbed her forehead, her mind drifting back to the events of the previous night. She had provided emotional reassurance to both Xiang and Lu Zhan, yielding notable results. However, before she could reassure Uncle Fei Li, he had suddenly knelt before her to apologize. She had intended to comfort him today, only to discover that he had left the estate late last night. According to Xiang, Uncle Fei Li had taken an impromptu business trip and might not return for some time. But why had he left so soon after just returning from a trip? Could there be danger lurking? During breakfast, Nian Tu could not suppress her concern and inquired of Xiang how long Uncle Fei Li might be gone, lamenting her inability to comfort him. Xiang was also flustered by Fei Li's abrupt instability and was momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Lu Zhan intervened, stating, at least a month, he hoped the marshal would promptly regain his composure. Otherwise, a month, 2 months, a year, or even 2 years could very well transpire. The cause of the marshal's sudden emotional collapse eluded them. Despite Lu Zhan's inquiries the previous night, he had received no answers, only witnessing the marshal's heightened agitation. Lu Zhan felt puzzled, while Xiang was equally baffled. In the past, they had quarreled and even fought with Uncle Fei Li countless times. Yet his emotional steadiness had always been unwavering, with his instability levels rarely rising. Last night, he had merely provoked him slightly, relying on Nian Tu's affection, and yet Uncle Faley had lost control. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, far heavier than usual. Although Xiang and Lu Zhan had resolved to keep Nian Tu in the dark, she sensed something was amiss. Nian Tu silently consumed a nutrient supplement and turned her gaze toward the window. The previous day had been bright and sunny, yet today, a gentle rain fell, casting a somber pallor over the sky. The rain ceased around 1 in the afternoon, and Lu Zhan suggested it would be better to go outside afterward. Assuming Nian Tu desired a change of scenery, slowly retracting her gaze, Nian Tu's eyes swept over Lu Zhan's flawless visage before landing on the distracted Xiang. Suddenly, she voiced, "No need to hide it from me. Take me to see Uncle Faley." In an instant, she caught a fleeting glimpse of panic on Xiang's face, affirming her suspicions. Something had undoubtedly happened to her uncle. Reflecting back, it seemed that during Xiang's own moment of instability, she had been deceived by these two. When Xiang had been out of control, Lu Zhan had falsely claimed he had returned to the base. So, what was happening with Uncle Faley this time? Nian Tu was momentarily disinterested in settling scores with these two deceivers and abruptly stood. "Where is Uncle? I want to see him." Chapter 74. The impending sacrifice. Like her gentle nature, Nian Tu typically spoke in soft tones, rarely exhibiting such assertiveness. In that instant, both Xiang and Lu Zhan were taken aback, their spirits shaken. Was this the mental dominance of an SSS grade female? Higher-ranking females could impose mental pressure on lower-ranking males, though often with minimal effect. Yet, Nian Tu's mental suppression resonated like a supreme command, piercing the soul. With just a single phrase, she delivered a profound impact upon them, leaving no room for resistance. They could only desire to comply with her wishes. Half an hour later, Nian Tu was granted her wish to see Faley. Through the transparent observation window, she beheld not the mature and composed man she was accustomed to, but rather a pitiful black-maned lion. The lion lay motionless in the corner, its once mighty form now devoid of the regal aura of the king of the savannah. "What has happened to Uncle?" Nian Tu's eyes glistened, her nose tinged with a sniffle. Unlike the lively and restless demeanor exhibited by Xiang and Xiajili during their moments of instability, Faley was eerily quiet. Were it not for the rise and fall of his massive frame with each breath, one might have thought him lifeless. Xiang could not suppress a furrowed brow, perplexed by the marshal's condition. The director of the regulatory bureau, wiped the sweat from his brow, at a loss for words. "In truth, the marshal has been agitated since last night. However, after your arrival, he inexplicably fell silent. Since the previous night, that once rampant lion's roars had reverberated throughout the bureau, causing the other confined, unstable males to shrink back in fear, trembling in their corners. Even now, those unfortunate souls had yet to regain their composure, appearing utterly dejected. And now, the instigator of it all, the marshal, had inexplicably succumbed to a similar state." Nian Tu gazed intently at the overly quiet black-maned lion, worry gnawing at her. "I can bail Uncle out, right?" Of course, the director nodded vigorously, still perplexed as to why Marshal Faley would undertake such a course of action when an SSS-grade female was willing to provide him emotional reassurance. The bail process was swiftly completed, but administering a sedative to the marshal proved to be a monumental challenge. Although Nian Tu felt it unnecessary to inject a sedative, the director was adamant about ensuring the absolute safety of the esteemed SSS-grade female. Left with no choice, Nian Tu acquiesced. Yet, despite the black-maned lion's apparent lethargy, his vigilance remained acute. Faced with such overwhelming strength disparity, the staff failed repeatedly in their attempts. Xiang and Lu Zhan's efforts also ended in failure. "Let me give a try," Nian Tu said, unable to watch any longer. Upon hearing her words, the staff exchanged skeptical glances. "Did we hear that correctly? Nian Tu wishes to personally administer the sedative to the marshal?" The staff hesitated, cautiously advising her that she was not a professional and should refrain from attempting it. They could not fathom why Nian Tu had suddenly proposed such an outlandish idea. Nian Tu had never undergone professional training and was confronting the unparalleled challenge of the marshal. How could this possibly succeed? Is the injection gun dangerous? Nian Tu inquired, puzzled. "Not dangerous," the staff replied, shaking their heads. "It's not dangerous, but it's unnecessary. The female simply needs to sit back, relax, and enjoy a drink. There's no need for her to engage in futile efforts. Since it's not dangerous, Then let me try, Nian Tu insisted. The staff exchanged glances, bewildered. This isn't a game. No female can accomplish this task. Not even an SSS grade 1. If you fail, will you not be angry? The marshal is incredibly fast. You won't be able to hit him. Please, amidst a chorus of caution, Nian Tu's voice grew firmer. I want to try. Her words struck like a hammer upon their souls, causing the nearest staff member to stand rigid. In that moment, silence enveloped the room, and no one dared to voice dissent. Someone tremulously offered her the injection gun. Nian Tu silently prepared the syringe, taking aim at Fei through the partition. Her movements were unprofessional, her aim slightly askew. Treating Fei in such a manner tugged painfully at her heart, and she urged herself to hurry, hoping to bring her uncle home soon. Suddenly, the black-maned lion lifted his head, fixating his gaze in her direction. Observers could not help but sigh in dismay. Oh no. Before she even made a move, she had already aroused the marshal's vigilance. It was likely to end in failure once more, yet they had not held much hope to begin with. Sigh. Under the watchful eyes of many, Nian Tu's eyelashes fluttered as she pulled the trigger. The black-maned lion stood like a towering mountain, unyielding. Nian Tu's gaze could not track the trajectory of the syringe. She only sensed that she might have hit it, her vision brightening. Onlookers saw more clearly, astonished as they witnessed the impossible unfold before them. The black-maned lion, with a serene expression, did not flinch. Instead, he leaned slightly forward, allowing the sedative, originally misaligned, to accurately penetrate his body. Was this truly an unstable male? The crowd was left in disbelief. However, the results of the physical examination soon emerged, revealing an alarming, out-of-control value of 89. Marshal Fei was indeed in a dire state of turmoil. It was imperative to swiftly reduce this out-of-control value. The director of the Regulatory Bureau anxiously gazed at Nian Tu, speaking with earnest urgency. Lord Nian Tu, everything depends on you. The Empire cannot afford to lose Marshal Fei. Nian Tu focused on the dense black mist surrounding the lion, instinctively aware that the out-of-control value must be significantly high. Yet she was unprepared for it to reach as high as 89, that if it rose any further, it would breach the critical threshold of 90, that according to the Empire's assessments, a male with an out-of-control value of 90 would descend into madness. Time was of the essence. Nian Tu immediately summoned her mental essence to everyone else. The black mist and the small sapling were invisible. They could only observe Nian Tu gently caressing the lion's dark mane. As the aura surrounding the beast shifted towards tranquility, observers felt an inexplicable sense of clarity, their chaotic thoughts gradually settling into calmness. Mere minutes later, Nian Tu raised her head, suggesting, "Let us check on Uncle Fei once more." The out-of-control value should have decreased. The director of the Regulatory Bureau was left speechless. Are you serious? The surrounding staff were equally astonished, believing the mental soothing had barely begun, only to realize it had concluded so abruptly. Nian Tu appeared utterly composed, not a bead of sweat upon her brow, as if she hadn't exerted an ounce of effort. Even though SSS-class females possessed unique abilities to soothe without mating, it still required some exertion. How could she appear so effortlessly relaxed? Doubt lingered among the staff as they placed the slumbering lion back into the examination device, all eyes fixated upon the machine, awaiting the results. Could such hasty mental soothing truly lower the marshal's out-of-control value to below 80? Chapter 75. Guardianship. The spacious room was filled with people, yet silence reigned, broken only by the sound of breathing. The breaths quickened as the examination results were revealed. Among the front row stood seasoned researchers from the Regulatory Bureau, one elderly male with graying hair and trembling hands adjusting his glasses to decipher the small print on the report. Professor Song, what happened? Why did he suddenly faint? Amidst the chaos, the director of the Regulatory Bureau personally assisted the elderly professor, moving him to a flat surface to rest momentarily. Screams echoed in their ears. 18? How is that possible? Is the machine broken? So low. How much? Say it again. 18. Had the other staff members not retained their composure, several might have fainted in excitement like Professor Song, and out-of-control value of 18. Males typically only achieved such low values during their youth. While mental soothing could reduce a male's out-of-control value, it usually required repeated sessions to achieve even a slight decrease. Yet, with a mere flick of her hand, Nian Tu had brought the marshal's out-of-control value to an unprecedented LOW. It felt surreal. Is this real? Let us check again. Lu Zhan interjected. No need. The result is valid. After Nian Tu's mental soothing last night, Xian's out-of-control value had dropped to 6, while Fei Li's had plummeted to 3. The moment Lu Zhan glimpsed the examination report, a shiver coursed through him, a single-digit out-of-control value. Was this the power of an SSS-class female? Despite Lu Zhan's words, the staff insisted on using another machine for verification. Upon receiving the second result, they were finally convinced. Under the scrutiny of countless eager eyes, Nian Tu inquired, "How long until Uncle Fei Li awakens?" "About 2 hours," someone promptly provided an answer. Yes, she stepped outside. A gentle drizzle had transformed into a refreshing calm. It was still not yet 1 in the afternoon, and the rain had ceased. Upon successfully bringing Uncle Fei Li home, Nian Tu disregarded Xian and Lu Zhan's objections, choosing to remain by the side of the slumbering black-maned lion. This marked her first foray into Fei Li's bedroom. True to Fei Li's persona, it was cold and austere, devoid of any unnecessary furniture or decorations. As she surveyed the room, her gaze was drawn to a solitary splash of color near the bedside. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to find her own photograph, taken during a trip to the snowy mountains, where Fei Li had personally captured a few moments, each elegantly framed and meticulously arranged on the bedside table. The photographs seemed out of place within the room's atmosphere, yet they occupied the most visible and accessible spot for the owner. Nian Tu was at a loss for words, her heart awash with emotions as she gently rubbed the lion's ear. The slumbering creature offered no response, lying quietly beside her, akin to a guardian deity. In his presence, Nian Tu's taut nerves began to unwind, and she felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over her. After a moment of contemplation, she leaned against the lion and gradually closed her eyes, surrendering to sleep. Even if just for a little while, she could not ascertain how long she had slumbered when a shrill alarm abruptly roused her from her dreams. Startled, she bolted upright, her head colliding with the solid muscle of the lion, eliciting an involuntary cry of pain. It felt as though a massive weight loomed above her. Upon sensing her distress, the imposing figure immediately stepped back, lowering its head to scrutinize her, its gaze fixating on the reddened mark upon her forehead, emitting a low growl of discontent. "Uncle Fei Li?" Nian Tu exclaimed in astonishment. Before her stood the same black-maned lion, now shielding her with his massive frame. Yet his amber eyes reflected a primal ferocity devoid of any rationality, observing her every move as though he were an unrestrained beast. Had he lost control again? Just moments ago, his out-of-control value had decreased. It should not have escalated again so soon. What was happening? The alarm quickly summoned Xian and Lu Zhan, who rushed into Fei Li's room, their blood running cold at the sight before them. Nian. The bed was in disarray, pillows strewn across the floor, the small female trapped beneath the black-maned lion, her form barely visible, seemingly immobilized. In the distance, they faintly heard Nian Tu cry out in pain. Was she hurt? She must be terrified. The unwelcome intrusion seemed to further incite the black-maned lion, who turned to emit a furious roar, warning the intruders. In an instant, all creatures within the estate cowered in fear, fleeing from the dominance of the apex predator. Even Xian and Lu Zhan could distinctly feel the weight of his presence, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Fei Li truly embodied the title of the Empire's most fearsome war god. He was like a weapon forged for battle. Once unleashed, his destructive capacity was incalculable. Even if he never intended to harm Nian Tu, he could inadvertently cause her injury. Under the horrified gaze of the two men, a pair of delicate hands suddenly reached out from beneath the lion's bulk, tugging at the thick mane. "Uncle, be quiet." The tugging undoubtedly caused discomfort, yet the black-maned lion did not lash out in anger nor shake her off. Instead, he bent down to closely observe her expression. Nian Tu met his cautious gaze, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. The out-of-control Fei Li that was far more timid than the wild Xian she had encountered previously. When Xian had lost control, the golden-maned lion had dared to rest his head upon her chest, playfully tackling her and licking her. Yet this black-maned lion, seemingly fierce, dared not even brush against her clothing, fearful of harming her, instead opting to hover protectively above her. Moreover, he had crafted a crude nest for her. The pillow was too firm, so he discarded it. The blanket was soft enough, and the black-maned lion contentedly curled it into a warm little sanctuary. claiming it as his territory, safeguarding his precious treasure with vigilance. Xian could not help but take a step forward. In an instant, the black-maned lion emitted a warning roar, perceiving Xian as an intruder. Had he not needed to remain by Nian Tu's side, he would have charged at him to drive him away. Nian Tu quickly raised her hands to embrace the lion, soothing him. Nesting, protecting, Fei Li's behavior in his out-of-control state transcended the typical patterns of a lion. Breaking the bounds of his instincts, such actions in a state of turmoil often reveal a male's truest nature. Nian Tu took a deep breath. Uncle Fei Li seemed genuinely fond of her, soft and fragrant. The small female drew closer, causing the black-maned lion to freeze, his massive body tensing as he dared not move. Nian Tu summoned her mental essence, and the black mist enveloping the lion dissipated as if confronted by a natural enemy. The amber gaze of the beast gradually regained its clarity, consciousness returning, and as he beheld the scene before him, Fei Li was engulfed in despair. What had he done? He had imprisoned Nian Tu beneath him. What a grave offense! Had he irrevocably forfeited the chance to be accepted by her? Chapter 76. A kiss falls. Fei Li had spent nearly half his life navigating perilous battlefields, yet he had never experienced such profound panic. The worst-case scenario had indeed come to pass. He had explicitly instructed Xian and Lu Zhan to keep his loss of control from Nian Tuesday, yet, upon awakening, he found her lying beside him. Deep in slumber, seemingly unguarded against him. Beholding her serene visage, Fei Li's heart melted, and he could not help but lean closer, yet his tumultuous thoughts proved difficult to quell at a certain moment. He even envisioned the future of Nian Tu and Xiang as partners. Would he have to bear the burden of being an elder, witnessing their affectionate exchanges right before him? His emotions swiftly spiraled into despair once more. Behaviors that spiraled out of control were beyond his governance. Transforming back into human form, disregarding Xiang and Lu Zhan still present, Fei Li heavily knelt upon the ground. He was willing to accept any punishment, yet no matter how he expressed his remorse. The situation had become irretrievable. Females despised the brutish and domineering males. His previous actions had been nothing short of utterly rude. Fei Li dared not raise his gaze to behold Nian Tu's expression. The anticipated cold glare and reprimand did not manifest, to his astonishment. Nian Tu gently stroked his hair, assuring him, "It's all right, uncle. Everything is fine now." The more tender she was, the deeper his self-reproach grew, alongside the guilt. An indescribable pain lingered within him. Was her generosity a reflection of her considering him as an elder? Sensing a flicker of pain in Fei Li's eyes, Nian Tu, without hesitation, opened her arms to embrace him. "Calm down a bit, uncle." The delightful fragrance enveloped him, rendering Fei Li's mind momentarily blank. Her slender and fragile arms created a realm of warmth. He pressed against her soft form, paralyzed with stillness, hearing her heartbeat clearly beside his ear. Gentle yet resolute, all noise vanished, as if the world had hit pause and the tide of his emotions ceased to swell. Fei Li instinctively slowed his breathing, fearing to disrupt this dreamlike moment. Why did Nian Tu take the initiative to hug him? Was it out of pity, or was it? The typically assertive marshal found himself ensnared in unsettling self-doubt, yet could not suppress a glimmer of hope. Under Fei Li's anxious gaze, Nian Tu slightly loosened her embrace. Cradling his face with her hands, after a brief hesitation, she leaned down to place a delicate kiss upon his forehead. In that instant, Fei Li's breath caught in his throat, and words were needed for confirmation. A pure kiss, devoid of any sensual implication, spoke volumes. That by serendipity, he had gained the coveted entry he sought. That a glimmer of light broke through the shadows, as if he had been granted amnesty. His blood surged with exhilaration, his eyes sparkling with joy, his chest rising and falling violently. "You should rest for a while. Sleep now, uncle," Nian Tu urged. "Since last night, you have lost control twice in succession. You must be exhausted. Males typically do not experience such rapid emotional upheaval in such a short span." Fei Li's situation was indeed exceptional. For decades, he had been known for his ruthlessness, yet now, his emotions surged more violently than anyone else's. Nian Tu couldn't help but worry. At this rate, will you still be able to work normally in the future? Even if she did not fully comprehend, she knew the internal power dynamics of the empire were far from harmonious. For Fei Li, to attain the rank of marshal was no easy feat. With countless eyes scrutinizing him, should he acquire a reputation for frequent loss of control, it would be difficult not to be exploited. Fei Li, however, shook his head and chuckled softly. Don't worry. His voice was hoarse as he grasped Nian Tu's hand. Pressing it against his chest, his amber eyes swirling with intense emotions that were hard to contain. The vigorous heartbeat pulsed through his palm, resonating in Nian Tu's chest. Nian, I only lose control for you. The exhilarating emotion rendered Fei Li unable to close his eyes. Even with the remnants of a sedative coursing through him, sleep eluded him. Under Nian Tu's watchful gaze, he managed to rest for a mere afternoon. But by evening, he rose, invigorated, his gaze ever fixed upon her. Had he not feared annoying Nian Tu, he would have nearly trailed her every step. Since you're free, accompany me outside. Uncle, Nian Tu suggested. All right, Fei Li readily agreed. His enthusiasm palpable. Where do you wish to go? Shopping, an auction house, a jewelry exhibition, the newly opened restaurant in Central Star, to the sacred land. I wish to visit the divine tree, Nian Tu revealed, activating her light brain to show him the permit she had just acquired for entry into the sacred land. The revelation took Fei Li aback, and he stammered, You believe in the beast god? It seemed he still did not know enough about Nian Tu, having missed such crucial information. Nian Tu touched her nose. Though feeling somewhat guilty, she did not deny his conjecture that it was not that she believed in the beast god. Rather, she was a child of the beast god herself. This identity was akin to that of a traveler. A secret to be kept, buried deep in her heart and untold to anyone. Just a little longer, she wasn't yet prepared mentally. Reflecting on the photograph displayed at Fei Li's bedside, Nian Tu suddenly felt inspired. Uncle, where did you have those photos custom made? How long was the wait? She inquired as they boarded the flying vehicle. The elegance of the frame made it clear it was not a mass-produced item. Fei Li's ears flushed red, thinking she was teasing him, and remained silent for a while. Hurry and tell me. I want to customize a few of my own photos, Nian Tu urged. Why are you planning to gift them? Fei Li lowered his gaze. Well, Nian Tu contemplated, when I next visit the divine tree, I want to present it with a gift. She could not remain by the divine tree's side always. So she intended for the photos to serve as a substitute, providing some comfort to it. Fei Li was taken aback. For the divine tree, surely it would not accept a gift from you. Although perplexed by the young female's whimsical ideas, he felt relieved as long as they were not intended for other males. He acquiesced to her wishes and took her to the shop. As an esteemed female of high rank, Nian Tu attracted attention wherever she went, causing even the formidable marshal of the empire to play the role of mere accompaniment. Fei Li willingly embraced his role as her protector, ever vigilant against any potential dangers surrounding her. They proceeded without incident until they reached the shop's entrance. Just before they stepped inside, a loud crash echoed from within, followed by the sharp sound of shattering glass. Fei Li immediately turned his attention. Alert! An argument ensued. A lavishly dressed female had hurled a frame to the ground, pointing an accusing finger at a couple across from her, shouting, What does this mean? A token of love. Garcia, do you even remember who your partner is? Nian Tu's attention was drawn to the commotion. Her curiosity piqued. It appeared that a male had strayed, caught red-handed by his wife. The male named Garcia, exposed for his infidelity in front of the public, bore a look of utter humiliation. Yet he clung to the female in his arms, defiantly confronting his wife. Stop this. Don't you feel ashamed? We were merely a marriage arranged by our families, completely unsuitable for one another. I genuinely have feelings for Man. Why can't you let me go? Shut your mouth, the elegantly dressed female gritted her teeth. Truly have feelings? You merely seek her emotional solace. The onlookers cast scornful glances at Garcia, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. For a long while, he could not muster a retort, and the third party, Man, discreetly pinched him at the waist, causing him to shiver in a sudden moment of surrender. Garcia closed his eyes and shouted, Yes, Man is an A-class female, far superior to your D-class mental capacity. Your emotional solace is utterly useless to me. Do you want me to turn into a wild beast? As he spoke, he grew increasingly brazen. Males inherently desired to partner with females of higher mental ranks. Even the esteemed marshal was not exempt. He had pretended to be single for all these years merely because he found the lower-ranked females unappealing. Look, the moment an SSS-class female appeared, he immediately took action. Garcia exclaimed, emboldened by his own rhetoric, unaware that the marshal himself stood at the entrance, absorbing every word. Among the gathered crowd, someone recognized Fei Li's silhouette and gasped. Hastily refuting Garcia, Don't spout nonsense. The marshal himself clarified that he liked Nian Tu when she wasn't even an SSS-class. Indeed, that was true love, unrelated to mental capacity. True love? Garcia scoffed. That is the infamous cold-blooded marshal, who hardly displays any emotions. How could he genuinely like a female? Anyone can utter sweet words. As he spoke, he turned to mock the naive onlooker, only to be met with a pair of piercing amber eyes, rendering him akin to a deer caught in headlights. Marshal, Chapter 77. Heavy blow. His trembling gaze averted slightly. Garcia felt as if he might faint. Nian Tu, an S-class female. She is here. Those words he had just spoken. Had they all been overheard? Nothing could be more humiliating than being caught speaking ill behind someone's back, especially when those individuals were ones he could not provoke. In the ensuing silence, Garcia's wife, the elegantly dressed female, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Speak up! Garcia, why don't you continue? How dare you use the Marshal's name to glorify yourself? Have you even looked in the mirror? You say you want to let me go? If you had just proposed a divorce openly, I wouldn't have troubled you. But you chose to stray. Regardless of the reason, a male who strays is destined to face disdain. Whispers of condemnation surrounded Garcia, his face flushed with shame, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Faley coldly interjected, "Your false statements constitute defamation, and I will pursue legal action against you." Nian Tu could not bear to witness Faley being slandered. She gently clasped his arm, offering silent support that spoke volumes. In an instant, Faley found himself enveloped by envious gazes, while the disheveled Garcia appeared even more like a rat scurrying in a gutter. His wife seized the moment, declaring, "I will sue you." Garcia, just wait for the news from the Female Protection Association. Garcia's face drained of color as he instinctively loosened his grip on the female in his embrace. "Don't do this, for the sake of our families." They were united through a family alliance, each supported by their respective clans, whose elders shared amicable relations. If not for familial pressure, he would never have wed a wife with merely D-level psychic abilities. Post-marriage, he resorted to infidelity for effective emotional solace. The female, named Man, shot him a fierce glare before directing her ire towards the female across from her. "This is infuriating. It was never my intention to steal Garcia away. I merely wanted to have some fun with him, but he's just a male, nothing particularly special. Once I'm bored, I would naturally return him." The unexpected scene unfolding in public had utterly humiliated her, clenching her fists in silent fury. She resolved, "If you make me lose face, I shall ensure you do not fare well either." Overwhelmed by rage, she abruptly released Garcia and advanced towards the opposing female, launching a psychic attack. The elegantly clad female, possessing only D-level psychic abilities, stood no chance against an A-level assault. In an instant, she felt as if her head had been struck by a heavy blow, staggering backward and collapsing against the counter. Within mere seconds, the regal female's expression became vacant, blood streaming from her nose. What began as an ordinary quarrel had escalated into a catastrophe. The shop erupted in chaos. "Heavens! Quick! Someone help her! Doctor! Is there a doctor around? Where is the medical pod? The medical pod cannot treat psychic injuries. Hurry, get her to the hospital." Nian Tu stood in shock, witnessing the unfolding drama. Ignoring Faley's attempts to restrain her, she rushed forward, deftly supporting the injured female's body just before she hit the ground. The moment her hands made contact, Nian Tu glimpsed an unfamiliar ocean of consciousness. What was once an orderly little world now trembled, on the brink of annihilation. This was the female's ocean of consciousness? There were no formed psychic entities within, only a faint, wavering psychic fluctuation that was rapidly diminishing. Darkness surged from all directions, threatening to engulf this small world entirely. Time was of the essence, without a moment to ponder. Nian Tu instinctively commanded her psychic entity to breach this collapsing ocean of consciousness. At a tender sapling sprouted, its soft leaves quivering as if it were a stabilizing force, momentarily calming the chaos. In the depths of darkness, the sapling suddenly radiated a brilliant light, akin to a lighthouse dispelling the fog. Nian Tu was astonished. IT truly worked. Sensing a glimmer of hope, she continued to channel her psychic energy. The sapling trembled and shed countless specks of light, mending the fissures in this fractured world as it passed. More and more people crowded into the shop, yet none dared approach due to Faley's watchful presence. They could only observe Nian Tu from a distance with admiration. They could not fathom what Nian Tu had done. They could only see the legendary SSS-level female embracing the injured one, emanating potent psychic waves as the injured female's complexion gradually improved. The onlookers were transfixed by the scene. The immense psychic energy radiated outward, enveloping the crowd, who found themselves immersed in a sensation of tranquility, as if they had undergone a profound emotional healing experience. Medical staff, members of the Female Protection Association, and security personnel arrived hastily but hesitated to intrude. The injured female's condition was visibly improving. Even if she were to be rushed to the hospital, the results would likely not be as immediate. They held their breath, meticulously recording every detail. As seconds ticked by, the collapsing ocean of consciousness was restored to a semblance of stability. The faint psychic fluctuations regained a relatively active frequency, swirling around the sapling as if drawn to it. The injured female's features softened, the anger from their earlier altercation dissipating, leaving her calm and serene as she nestled against Nian Tu, her breathing becoming rhythmic. Nian Tu exhaled in relief, gently withdrawing. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a sea of onlookers, leaving her momentarily bewildered. When had so many people gathered? Realizing she had maintained her embrace of the injured female for too long, her arm grew numb, and her waist ached. Nian Tu stumbled forward, only to find herself caught in the broad, warm embrace of Fei, who lifted her effortlessly while tenderly massaging her overworked at once. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, marveling at the softer side of the marshal. After a moment of shock, the medical personnel sprang into action, carefully placing the injured female onto a stretcher. An A-level female psychic attack was undoubtedly catastrophic for a D-level female. Man, the instigator of the assault, and the male named Garcia, had been apprehended, awaiting interrogation and judgment. Yet, regardless of the penalties they faced, the damage inflicted upon the unfortunate female could never be undone. It is widely known that psychic injuries in females are irreversible. Hospitals can only treat superficial symptoms, failing to provide a cure. Even though the victim appeared to be improving, she would likely remain in a coma for an extended period and may suffer lasting repercussions. The crowd murmured in sympathy. Amidst their lamentations, just as the stretcher was about to be taken away, the injured female suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 78. Stay with me. Her eyelids fluttered open. Blinking slowly, and her gaze swept over the crowd, landing squarely on Nian Tu.my lady. The almost inaudible voice was barely perceptible, yet it was still caught by the attentive medical staff. One person turned in surprise. And soon, others followed suit, collectively staring at her. She is awake? How is that possible so soon? Ordinary onlookers were astonished, but the professional medical personnel were in disbelief. Blood trickled from her nose, indicating the severity of her injuries. Based on previous similar cases, they had presumed she might never awaken normally and could remain bedridden for life. Yet the scene before them shattered their expectations. Countless shocked gazes fell upon Nian Tu's day. What had she done? The results exceeded their wildest imaginations. Even the Empire's most advanced medical equipment could not facilitate such a swift recovery from psychic attack, let alone allow the injured female to speak. Could it be that even her psychic injuries had been healed? No, that was impossible. The damage inflicted was irreversible. Nian Tu heard the female's call and gently patted Fei's hand, signaling him to set her down. She stepped forward towards the injured female, her expression filled with concern. Their eyes met, and the female shakily reached out, grasping Nian Tu's sleeve as if overwhelmed by profound trust and dependence. Being close to Nian Tu granted her a sense of security, and she clung to her, unwilling to let go. Can you not stay with me? Nian Tu was taken aback. She could not bear to refuse. Turning to Fei, she exchanged a glance before nodding in agreement. Before leaving, Nian Tu sent the necessary photos to the shop staff. However, the owner personally pursued her, insisting on waiving her bill, unwilling to accept a gift without merit. Nian Tu refused. After some back and forth, Fei intervened, and they settled on a 20 discount. With this modest concession, the shop owner not only gained the opportunity to converse with an SSS-level female, but also received her gratitude, earning the envy of the onlookers. Even after Nian Tu departed, many lingered outside the shop, reluctant to disperse. Security personnel worked diligently to restore order, and only after considerable time did things return to normal. Nian Tu remained by the side of the injured female as they headed to the hospital for a checkup. After exchanging a few casual words, she finally learned the female's name, Xiying. You are the daughter of Shi Zhongjing? Fei Li inquired. Xiying weakly nodded. She hailed from a prestigious family. Her father was a cabinet member within the empire, wielding significant influence, whereas Garcia's lineage was comparatively modest, with his family engaged in commerce. Nevertheless, their mothers shared a close bond, as the families had been connected for generations. The two had been betrothed since childhood, and for a time after their marriage. Harmony prevailed. Even though Xiying's psychic ability was only D-level, Garcia had never shown disdain, and Xiying cherished their childhood affection, favoring him above all her partners. That was until she discovered his infidelity. The facade was shattered, revealing Garcia's true, unsightly nature. He was unwilling to relinquish the benefits of their family union, while simultaneously seeking the emotional solace of a higher-tier female. The Xiying's gaze fell, and she sighed deeply. I only possessed the level psychic ability, and now, with this injury, it is likely my psychic power has been utterly destroyed, rendering me a useless being. Do you not think so? Nian Tu interrupted. In truth, once the ocean of consciousness had been restored, the psychic fluctuations within Xiying's consciousness should have returned to normal, indicating her psychic ability had not been lost. However, before the examination results were revealed, Nian Tu refrained from making any hasty conclusions, lest she instill hope only to let her down. Gently stroking her hair, Nian Tu reassured her, your life holds value beyond mere mental prowess, and this level male may indeed be formidable. Yet the empire would falter without the billions of E-level males. In every field, one can find successful figures of E and D levels. Even in the military, known for its vigorous codes and competitive spirit. This holds true. One of Fei Li's aides possesses only a D-level genetic rating. This is true for males, and equally so for females. The females of the empire are shielded too tightly, which in itself becomes a form of constraint. Not engaging in production or pursuing employment, while some may envision such a life, not every female desires to be idle for centuries. They ought to have the right to choose alternative lifestyles. Nian Tu inquired of Xiying, what do you enjoy doing? Pursue what you love. Do not be consumed by your mental abilities. Whether it be studying, working, starting a business, or exploring the world, any endeavor is worthwhile. Mental prowess is innate and beyond one's control. Instead of wallowing in self-pity, it is preferable to immerse oneself in other domains where one might discover their true talents. With tears welling in her eyes, Xiying rested her head on Nian Tu's lap, inhaling deeply before softly admitting, actually, I aspire to be a mech designer. In her school years, she had harbored interest in this field and had devoted time to it. Yet, her mother had told her that such pursuits were not meant for females. The Empire had never seen a female mech designer, and her father and brothers had vehemently opposed the idea, fearing she would exhaust herself without achieving anything. Over time, she relinquished this seemingly absurd dream. If only she could continue to pursue what she loved. Xiying's eyes gradually brightened, and after tossing and turning in bed for a while, she became increasingly animated. Suddenly propping herself up, she eagerly looked at Nian Tu, declaring, once I've honed my skills, I will be sure to design a mech for you first. Nian Tu felt as though a grand dream had descended upon her, leaving her momentarily dazed as she pointed at herself in disbelief. Me? Xiying nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Your position is perilous. Relying solely on others for protection is insufficient. I will design a mech for your escape. In the event of an abduction. You will have the means to pilot the mech away. The kidnappers would never anticipate that a female could be equipped with a mech, leaving them utterly unprepared. Nian Tu couldn't help but smile through her exasperation. She recognized that Xiying was not cursing her, but genuinely concerned for her well-being. Although she felt that such a function might not be necessary, she nodded and reassured her, there is no rush. Focus on regaining your health first. Xiying obediently reclined back onto the hospital bed, replying, all right. Despite her current condition, she seemed to exhibit no discomfort. Yet having endured such a ruthless mental assault, it was certain she had sustained significant harm. This kind of psychological injury is irreversible, and the Empire has yet to achieve any successful cures. One could only hope there would be no lingering repercussions. Just then, several excited doctors burst into the room, exclaiming, a miracle has occurred. Lady Xiying, your condition is not serious. No, not only is it not serious, but the examination results are entirely normal. You are cleared for discharge. The doctor's words fell on Xiying's ears without imparting any semblance of reality. Her gaze hesitantly landed on the test report in the doctor's hands, utterly bewildered. Are you joking? Yet, The doctors bore no intention of jesting. After delivering the explosive news, they gazed at Nian Tu with reverence and excitement. From the moment of the mental attack, it was widely believed that irreversible harm would befall the female, one that could not be effectively treated. Yet, Xiang had clearly sustained injuries and was now completely restored to normal. There was no doubt that this was Nian Tu's doing. Up to this point, the Empire had exhausted every medical resource without achieving what Nian Tu had, effective treatment that led to complete recovery. The doctor's excitement was genuine, and Xiang finally began to feel a sense of reality. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she stammered, "Then, what about my mental prowess?" "The mental prowess was not destroyed. It has not even diminished," the doctor reassured, handing her the report. The data was clear, and the reading on the mental wave fluctuation was decidedly not zero. The values remained around D-level. In the vast hospital room, silence enveloped them, broken only by Xiang's rapid breaths. After a prolonged moment, she let out a jubilant scream and tightly embraced Nian Tu, tears flowing uncontrollably. Thank you. Thank you." She had never dared to hope that her mental prowess could be preserved. Although a D-level rating was not particularly high, she cherished it dearly. There were other companions at home awaiting her mental comfort. If she truly became incapacitated, would they betray her one by one? Just as Garcia had, Xiang dared not contemplate the depths of such despair. Unexpectedly, a turning point had arrived. The heavy burden weighing on her heart finally lifted. She was immensely grateful for Nian Tu's presence and willingness to assist her. Nian Tu smiled warmly, feeling a profound sense of relief. She turned to the doctors and said, "If there are other females who have suffered from mental attacks in need of my help, I will not hesitate to assist." As the child of the divine tree, revered as the guardians of the beastmen, she was willing to share the mission of protection alongside the divine tree. Setting aside this identity, from the moment she traversed into this world, she had been met with kindness. This world had treated her well, and she wished to reciprocate by doing something for it and for these beastmen. Upon hearing her words, the doctors were overjoyed, scarcely believing their ears that is this true. "Thank you, Lady Nian Tu." They inhaled deeply, moved by her sincerity. Even with such a unique healing ability, Nian Tu was under no obligation to assist anyone. Yet, she had voluntarily offered to help more females. May the beast god bless us. Even those doctors who did not believe in the beast god could not help but murmur their gratitude for the gift of such a kind SSS-level female to the Empire. "May the beast god bless," Xiang echoed sincerely, gripping Nian Tu's hand tightly. Nian Tu could feel her hand trembling incessantly. Given the gravity of the situation, Xiang's parents had already rushed to the hospital, and her other partners, aside from Garcia, were gathered outside the ward. As the commotion inside the room reached them, everyone strained to listen, their expressions shifting from shock to elation. "Xiang is all right? Is it true? She can be discharged?" Her mental prowess is unharmed. Even as they completed the discharge procedure smoothly, they remained in a daze, overwhelmed by a surreal sense of disbelief. Xiang's father was the first to regain his composure, tears streaming down his face. Without pausing to exchange pleasantries with Fei Li, he focused solely on Nian Tu, bowing deeply. "If there is anything you require of me in the future, please do not hesitate to command me." As long as it fell within legal bounds, he was willing to do anything for Nian Tu. Nian Tu barely had time to shake her head before Xiang's mother seized her hands. "Lady Nian Tu, you must come to our home as a guest." Faced with the earnest invitation from her elders, Nian Tu found it difficult to decline, ultimately nodding stiffly. "Just call me by my name. There is no need for honorifics." Xiang's mother beamed but insisted, "That is not acceptable. You are Xiang's benefactor, and therefore my benefactor as well. We must prepare a proper feast to honor our guest. No half-heartedness will do. To demonstrate sincerity, Xiang's father offered to cook personally. "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" he inquired of Nian Tu. Nian Tu shook her head. Yet Fei Li suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Offal, shellfish, matsutake, green peppers, cilantro, wood ear mushrooms, and cabbage. Those you do not favor. Celery can be used sparingly, but too much is unpalatable. You only enjoy lamb when roasted. Other preparations do not suit your taste, correct?" Nian Tu's ears flushed red. Before her journey to this world, no one had ever cared about her culinary preferences, and, at times, she was not even given enough to eat. Thus, she was not picky and could eat anything. Yet there were indeed certain items she disliked, which she had merely swallowed down. But how on earth did Fei Li know this? She had never mentioned it before. Before Nian Tu could voice her curiosity, Fei Li rose and addressed Xie Ying's father. "May I borrow your kitchen?" Xie Ying's father was taken aback, unable to close his mouth. "What do you wish to cook? I can handle it." It was unheard of for a guest to take over the kitchen, especially someone like Marshal Fei Li, who seemed unlikely to have ever cooked for himself, having lived on nutrient solutions for many years. Despite 1,000 thoughts swirling in his mind, Xie Ying's father ultimately conceded 2 dishes for Fei Li to prepare. As they busied themselves in the kitchen, he couldn't resist stealing glances at Fei Li's activities. The preparation was impressively swift truly. Marshal Fei Li's knife skills were impeccable. The ingredients were well assembled, yet he had never seen such a combination before. Many spices. Are those even considered seasonings? Why must the ingredients be boiled first and then removed? My goodness, how can sugar be added to meat dishes? Xie Ying's father grew increasingly dizzy at the sight. He could scarcely imagine what the final product would look like when Fei Li was done. Regretting his consent for Fei Li to enter the kitchen, he soon found himself captivated by an unfamiliar, yet enticing aroma wafting from the pot. The rich, crimson sauce bubbled gently, enveloping tender morsels of meat that appeared to have absorbed the flavors completely. Just a glance was enough to make one salivate. In contrast, the contents of another pot seemed far more subdued, featuring golden corn and ribs simmering together in a milky broth. Although it looked appealing and smelled delightful, the notion of meat infused with sugar was hard to digest. The ribs, boiled in such an excessive amount of water to create a soup, represented an unorthodox culinary approach. Xie Ying's father shook his head with a sigh. At that moment, he turned around to discover that his wife and daughter had been lured into the kitchen by the enticing fragrance, their eager gazes fixed on Fei Li's pot. Xie Ying's mother subtly signaled to her partner, suggesting he take notes that Xie Ying's father thought. What is there to learn from this? Besides, it is clearly too late to steal any secrets now that the dishes are done. Nian Tu had long caught a whiff of the delicious aroma. But when the 2 dishes were finally presented at the table, she could not help but gaze at Fei Li in astonishment. Braised pork and rib corn soup. These 2 dishes were only recounted in a recipe she had once shared at home, and neither Xiang nor Lu Zhan had the chance to prepare them for her. Fei Li was not particularly responsible for cooking, merely lending a hand occasionally, as he was often busy, sometimes absent even during meals. So, when had he secretly mastered this skill? Judging by their presentation, it was evident he had dedicated considerable effort to practice. Even a prodigy could not possibly achieve such results on their first attempt. Having accomplished all this quietly, Fei Li showed no intention of seeking praise or boasting about his culinary skills. His only concern was whether the dishes would suit Nian Tu's palate, fearing she might go hungry otherwise. From what he understood of her, Nian Tu had endured hunger in the past, becoming accustomed to the sensation. Only when faced with food that appealed to her would she eat heartily. Yet, suitable meals were scarce. Her interest in most imperial dishes was lackluster, and she would stop after a few bites, seemingly only excited about the things she personally created, which she could enjoy more fully. Indeed, these dishes exceeded the flavors of the imperial cuisine and were on an entirely different level. As the meal commenced, Nian Tu, out of politeness, began with the dishes prepared by Xie Ying's father, while Xie Ying and her mother could no longer resist the allure of the aroma and instinctively reached for Fei Li's creations. Had it not been for the consideration that these dishes were prepared by the marshal for Nian Tu, they might have lost control and devoured everything, especially Xie Ying, who was greedily eyeing the food. Never before had she shown such disdain for her father's cooking. Taking a piece of the tender braised pork into her mouth, she found it melted away instantly, with the sweetness of sugar and spices harmonizing perfectly rather than clashing as she had imagined. The rib soup, seemingly unremarkable, surprisingly lacked any fishy odor. The fresh scent of corn blended with the rich meat flavor, accented by a few mushrooms, creating a delightful sweetness with every sip. No one would have expected that Marshal Fei Li possessed such exceptional culinary talent. Meanwhile, the males at the table suppressed their cravings, feeling a strong sense of competition that a top-tier SS male like the Marshal was excelling in culinary arts as well. They had no excuse not to strive for improvement. In an instant, all the males perked up, attentively ensuring their females were well served during the meal. Nian Tu preferred communal dining at home, but at this moment, she could only go with the flow. Allowing Fei Li to serve her with great care, deboning the ribs, shelling shrimp and crab, removing corn kernels, and cooling the hot soup. Only after the females had finished their meals did it become the male's turn. Xie Ying's father could no longer contain his curiosity. He had to taste the sugar-infused meat to see what it was like. Surely it would be peculiar. 1 bite in, Shi Ying's father's eyes widened in disbelief. Momentarily stunned, by the time he regained his composure, it was too late. The braised pork had been nearly devoured by the others, leaving him with only a meager portion on the plate, with no time to express his grievances. He swiftly scooped the remaining morsel onto his plate to ensure he had something to eat, and then hurriedly joined the fray for the soup. The dining table of the Shi family had never witnessed such a lively commotion. Though it bordered on impolite, no one reprimanded them. Shi Ying and her mother smiled brightly at the scene, relishing the rare moment of seeing Shi Ying's father let his guard down, in such a warm, familial atmosphere. Nian Tu couldn't help but recall her past misfortunes, feeling increasingly aggrieved by the comparison. However, at this moment, thoughts of her previous life, unworthy of being called a home, faded from her mind, replaced by images of Xiang and Lu Zhan competing for food. With Uncle Fei joining in, a smile crept onto Nian Tu's face. Noticing her expression, Shi Ying leaned closer and whispered, "When do you plan to become partners with the marshal?" Nian Tu was taken aback. Shi Ying continued to pry, "Can you tell me in secret who you wish to choose as your primary partner?" Nian Tu remained silent. After a prolonged pause, Shi Ying seemed to come to a realization. Nodding in understanding, there was no rush as an SS-level female. Nian Tu would undoubtedly attract many males in the future, far more than the few present. Once other males enter the competition, she might find herself drawn to one of them. But I still support Marshal Fei. Shi Ying thought to herself, having become a loyal fan after today's meal, that a primary partner should indeed be a mature and steady male, capable of serving as a reliable protector while possessing exceptional culinary skills. Moreover, given the marshal's distant demeanor towards other females, he would likely never betray Nian Tu's lost in thought. Shi Ying suddenly recalled Garcia, and her smile froze. Garcia, that despicable man. She must witness him pay for his actions. At the Security Bureau, the hours passed as Garcia and Man had each undergone questioning and were temporarily detained, awaiting transfer to court for further trial. Garcia sat hunched in a cramped room. His mind a tangled mess. The arrogance he had displayed during his argument with Shi Ying completely vanished. He never anticipated things would escalate to this point, even if he had erred in his infidelity. If Shi Ying had not relentlessly pursued the matter, provoking Man, it would not have come to this. Now, it was a situation where everyone was worse off. Garcia brooded over his grievances against Shi Ying. He hoped desperately that someone from home would come to his rescue. Even if he could not be released immediately, he at least wanted to consult a lawyer to ease his anxiety. However, from dawn until dusk, no one came to see him. Only the Security Bureau staff delivering a meager dinner. Garcia's heart grew colder by the moment. Suddenly, the Security Bureau officer opened his cell door and motioned for him to come out. Stating that someone had requested to meet with him, Garcia's excitement surged. Who could it be? His father? Perhaps the lawyer he had hired. Before he could finish his thought, he was met with an unexpected figure. "Shi Ying, you should be in the hospital." After the incident, he had been hastily taken away. He had no idea that Shi Ying had awakened shortly after and believed she would remain unconscious for an extended period due to her injuries. Seeing Garcia's shocked expression and changing demeanor, Shi Ying smiled with delight, choosing not to answer his question as she sat there with crossed arms, relishing the sight of a fallen adversary. Garcia was quickly incensed. "Are you mocking me?" "Of course." Shi Ying raised an eyebrow. "I submitted a wealth of evidence regarding your infidelity, and while gathering that, I stumbled upon some of your other little secrets." Garcia's eyes widened in horror. She continued leisurely. "For instance, you obtained your graduation qualification through cheating, you secretly participated in illegal auctions, and you even assaulted an employee at a restaurant, burying the incident with money." With each revelation, Garcia's mental defenses crumbled, sweat pouring down his brow as he stared in disbelief. You. Though these charges seemed minor on their own, accumulating them could become unbearable for him. Garcia felt a mix of shock and rage. And after a moment, he burst into laughter. "What are you so proud of? I don't know what will happen with Man and me, but you are definitely finished. Right now, you probably lack even D-level mental strength. Even if you miraculously awaken, your life will be filled with suffering." Garcia believed he had struck at Shi Ying's most vulnerable point. Eagerly anticipating her anguish, he fixed his gaze on her face. Yet she merely regarded him with mocking eyes. After several moments of escalating frustration, which attracted a stern warning from the Security Bureau personnel, Shi Ying finally spoke. "I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I am quite well, as you can see, perfectly unharmed. My mental strength is also intact. Not only has it not been destroyed, but is not diminished at all. Such nonsense. Garcia laughed louder. Even if you insist. I could never believe something so outrageous. A medical examination report was suddenly slammed onto the table before Garcia, silencing him. The air grew heavy with tension as he hastily scanned the report, his expression transforming to one of utter disbelief. After watching several times, I confirmed that my eyes were not deceiving me. His chest heaved violently. How could this be? How could this possibly be? The Empire is incapable of healing mental injuries. Where did you fabricate this report? Fabricate. Xing scoffed disdainfully. Oh, you think I am like you, someone who enjoys falsifying things to enhance their own reputation? This is not a forgery. She retrieved the report, standing tall and looking down at Garcia. It was Lord Nian Tu who saved me. She healed all my mental injuries. I am now better than ever, and without you, I will only thrive further. As for the truth of my words, you will soon find out, Xing mused, stroking her chin in feigned contemplation. That I recall that inmates are shown the news daily. You will see on the broadcast. Garcia was left speechless. Nian Tu? An SSS-level female? He shook his head in disbelief, repeatedly muttering, "Impossible, impossible. How could mental injuries be completely healed? She is merely a female with slightly stronger psychic abilities, not a deity." Catching the nuances in Garcia's words, Xing huffed. Even if she is not a god, Lord Nian Tu must certainly be a messenger of the beast god. Although Xing was not a theist, she was not a staunch atheist either. After today's events, she began to genuinely believe in the existence of the beast god. Nian Tu appeared as though she were a divine messenger, rescuing both males and females. Not just Xing, many within the Empire began to harbor similar sentiments. On the Star Network, everyone was fixated on today's events. What transpired in public could not escape the scrutiny of the Star Network's judgment that a male's infidelity and a female's mental assault combined were enough to draw significant attention. However, in the face of the shock brought by an SSS-level female, the incident itself seemed trivial. As the footage circulated online, viewers witnessed Nian Tu rush forward without hesitation to embrace the injured female, causing some emotional individuals to well up with tears. Lord Nian Tu actually rushed in. In such a situation, there was no time to think. Her instinct was to save, truly kind-hearted. A treasure of a female. This is not her first time saving someone. She previously intervened during the out-of-control Black Mamba incident. Indeed, in All Strangers, the video continued to play, showing the injured female visibly improving in Nian Tu's embrace. She even opened her eyes before being taken to the hospital, leaving everyone astonished. What is happening? She woke up so quickly. She was clearly bleeding. She must be seriously injured. Is this real footage? No alterations. After thorough examination, there seemed to be no signs of editing. I heard Xing has already been discharged. What? Discharged? It has been less than half a day. Upon hearing the news of Ying's discharge, disbelief washed over everyone. But soon, someone shared a video as proof that in the video, Xing appeared radiant, linking arms with Nian Tu as they left the hospital on a flying vehicle. Shortly after, the hospital released a statement confirming Ying's full recovery, stable psychic fluctuations, and no decline in her psychic abilities. The announcement also stated that Nian Tu was willing to treat other females with mental injuries, encouraging those in need to register at the hospital for assistance. In an instant, the Star Network was abuzz with shock. An SSS-level female possesses such abilities? Complete healing. A miracle. I believe this qualifies as a divine miracle. Oh my. Does this mean other females with mental injuries can be saved too? I have already registered my mother. She has been in a coma for many years. Could she finally awaken? Thank you, Lord Nian Tu, messenger of the beast god. She truly resembles the legendary messenger of the beast god. Now that you mention it, it does seem so. Right, I thought so long ago. Me too. Count me in. As the mention of the beast god's messenger spread, it resonated profoundly with the crowd. When a series of astonishing revelations bombarded them, people naturally began to associate these events with the divine. Nian Tu embodied all their fantasies of the beast god's messenger, with her exceptional and powerful psychic abilities, as well as her pure and compassionate nature. While most were merely expressing their amazement, a small portion felt a genuine stirring within them, leading to true faith. Those who already believed in the beast god found their faith solidified. Some devout followers could not resist making their way to the sacred grounds. Even if they were not permitted within, they wished to pray at the periphery, closest to the divine tree. After bidding farewell to the Shi family, Nian Tu arrived at the sacred grounds by evening. Upon descending from the flying vehicle, she was taken aback to find the area teeming with people, and even the guards maintaining order had increased in number. Despite the crowd, the atmosphere was far from chaotic. Nearly everyone maintained a solemn demeanor, either bowing or kneeling in pious prayer towards the divine tree. Upon seeing Nian Tu's presence, their eyes sparkled with a unique light, and they bowed to her as well. Nian Tu pondered, "Why are they bowing to me?" Before she could contemplate further, she suddenly felt an extraordinary summons. It was the divine tree calling her. Nian.com. Nian Tu froze momentarily. She was still outside the sacred grounds. How could she hear its call from such a distance? The voice of the divine tree seemed joyous, continuously beckoning her. Nian. Nian Tu was increasingly astonished. The last time they met, the divine tree had not affectionately called her by her nickname, nor had it exhibited such lively tonal variations. Upon entering the sacred grounds and gazing up at the towering tree, Nian Tu's eyes widened with a more profound realization. Although it appeared unchanged on the surface, she could sense that the divine tree's power had indeed grown stronger. Chapter 82. Amulet. Nian Tu quickly approached the divine tree. The last time they met, its power had been significantly waning, nearly becoming an ordinary tree, making communication difficult. However, now, its strength seemed to have recovered considerably. With its robust trunk and canopy casting shadows, a faint aura enveloped it from top to bottom. "I have arrived," Nian Tu sighed, embracing the divine tree, feeling waves of joy emanating from it. Blinking, she summoned her spiritual entity. As soon as the sapling appeared, it eagerly approached the divine tree, curling a tender leaf like a finger and poking the tree's sturdy trunk. Although the spiritual entity was intangible, the divine tree, being extraordinary, could certainly feel the sapling's touch. In an instant, all the branches rustled in unison, and the divine tree laughed. "Has my spiritual entity grown a little?" Nian Tu inquired of the divine tree. Not only had it grown after absorbing the black mist, but today, after saving Xiying, the sapling had also expanded a bit. The divine tree affectionately stroked the sapling. "Indeed, it has grown. You grow, and it will grow." The divine tree's tone was gentle and reassuring. Nian Tu was its child, carrying a part of its divine essence. As she protected more beastmen, the divine essence would gradually merge with her. The future extent of this growth would depend on her own fortitude. Suddenly, the divine tree extended one of its softest branches to touch Nian Tu's heart. As her collar opened slightly, she was caught off guard. The icy touch sent shivers down her spine, and she reflexively grasped the branch. A faint crack echoed. Looking down, she was astonished to find that the branch had broken off, detaching from the trunk and landing in her hand. Nian Tu gasped in shock. The divine tree's power had evidently strengthened, so how could its branches become so fragile? She hadn't pulled with much force, yet it had snapped. "Oh, not fear." Nian, the divine tree, sensed her panic and reassured her. "This is a gift for you to..." If in response to the divine tree's words, the branch began to move on its own, gently wrapping around Nian Tu's wrist and affectionately nudging her. Before her astonished gaze, it suddenly shrank in size, transforming from a long branch to a palm-sized mark, which was then imprinted on her heart. The divine tree declared with satisfaction, "It will protect you. Deities do not interfere in the lives and deaths of individuals. Yet they may show favoritism towards their own offspring. Should Nian Tu ever face a life-threatening moment, the divine tree could shield her from harm." This was the protective amulet it bestowed upon her. Nian Tu was utterly astonished and could not help but touch her heart. Looking up at the divine tree, she felt a pang of worry. "You have just regained some strength. It would be unwise to waste it." After the branch was given away, the divine tree's power noticeably diminished, nearly returning to the level it had been at during their last meeting. "Please, take it back," she urged, frowning at the divine tree. But the divine tree was unwilling to comply. "This part of the power has always originated from you." It encouraged Nian Tu to relax, extending several branches to lift her higher. Suddenly, her feet left the ground, and Nian Tu clung to the branch, involuntarily closing her eyes and gasping. "There is no need to be afraid," the divine tree assured her, holding her securely. Trusting in the divine tree, Nian Tu quickly calmed her mind and bravely opened her eyes. Elevating her perspective, she gazed down upon the vast expanse of land. Around the sacred site, she observed a steady stream of individuals departing, while a continuous influx surged forth. Year after year, You have bestowed upon me a plethora of faith. As the divine tree tightly embraces the passing years, the once-forgotten deity has, like a withered tree in spring, welcomed new disciples. I in the blood-red sea of stardust. The setting sun cast a golden hue upon the window, panes belonging to the esteemed leader. Zhao narrowed her eyes, her elongated fingers gently tapping the table, fixated on the photograph displayed on the screen before her, a shadow of melancholy flickering in her gaze. The image had been captured outside the holy ground. The canyon's winds howled, tousling her hair, as a petite female, her skin luminescent, prepared to leap from the craft, resembling a celestial being descending to earth. Surrounding her were fervent followers, bowing in reverence. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Zhao raised her hand, her defined fingers caressing the photograph, brushing against the face of the year, a cryptic chuckle escaping her lips. Beast God's messenger, she murmured, savoring the phrase that it was indeed a fitting title for an SSS-class female. Alas, the beast god is but a figment of imagination. This delicate creature is merely an experiment fortunate enough to have survived. She is no true messenger of the beast god. With a casual flick, Zhao powered down the holographic display and leaned back in her chair, gently closing her eyes. Moments later, faint sounds reached her ears. Slowly opening her eyes, she turned her head to meet the gaze of a figure not far away. A smile gracing her lips. You have arrived, Black Mamba. Siajili, clad in black tactical attire, appeared weary, still bearing the remnants of battle. He nodded calmly. I was informed you wished to see me. Having been urged to hurry after the mission, he had come without taking the time to recuperate. Zhao gestured to a chair. Please sit. How did the mission fare? Were there any complications? She inquired. Your next task is to reunite with your little female. What do you think? Before she could finish her words, Siajili's hand instinctively moved towards his weapon. His expression remained tranquil, yet a chilling intent flickered in his eyes. Though he could not overpower the SSS-class Zhao, he believed he had a reasonable chance of taking her down with him. Do not be so tense, Zhao said with a smile. I harbor no ill will. I merely wish to assist you. Your forthcoming assignments will primarily be in the Central Star System. Complete them for me, and during your leisure, you may secretly guard your little female. Siajili remained vigilant. He certainly wished to protect the year. Yet could Zhao truly be so benevolent? Her countenance revealed no hint of duplicity, her smile unwavering. You need not report her whereabouts to me. Rest assured, I have no interest in her. I will not contest for her affections. Of course, should you desire, you may bring her here to live with you. I can assure you that on my territory, she will belong solely to you. There will be no need for patience. You shall not compete with anyone for a favor. Zhao's voice dripped with temptation. For a fleeting moment, Siajili's gaze faltered, but he quickly steadied himself. He would not act against the will of the year for his own desires. Observing the fleeting change in his expression, Zhao raised an eyebrow. There was no rush. Even the most resolute of wills could falter in the face of emotion. At a distance, one could maintain composure. But proximity would ignite jealousy and greed as he watched other males vying for the affections of his beloved female. In such a state of turmoil, he might make reckless decisions. Zhao stoked the flames further, her voice low and persuasive. In truth, taking her away from the Empire may not be a bad thing. Her circumstances within the Empire are precarious. A Class S female is akin to a delectable cake. Tantalizing and sought after by many. As she spoke, Zhao tossed a stack of intelligence documents before Siajili, revealing that the parasites within the Empire were stirring restlessly. Siajili grasped the documents, his demeanor growing colder as he clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 83. Loyal supporters. That night, countless souls lay awake, unable to find rest. Siajili clutched his yellow fleece coat, remaining seated throughout the night. Across the Empire, females who had previously endured mental assaults found themselves sleepless, their once dim futures now illuminated by the prospect of recovery, igniting a fervor that kept them wide-eyed. An overwhelming number of treatment applications flooded the hospital system. The staff responsible for organizing the list suddenly paused upon recognizing a familiar name. Duan Xianxian. Was this not the female who had attacked Lady Nian but was subsequently punished? How could she still have the audacity to apply for treatment from Lady Nian? A flicker of disdain crossed the staff's eyes. The hospital's mandate was to heal, even for the most nefarious of criminals. Yet, Nian was not a physician. Her acts of salvation stemmed solely from compassion. Duan Xianxian did not deserve Nian's aid. The staff reported upwards, and the application was swiftly denied. With the list finalized, the hospital refrained from contacting Nian, considering she had just treated Xia Ying and would surely need several days of rest. After waiting a whole morning without news, Nian decided to visit the hospital herself. The staff were astonished upon her arrival. "What brings you here?" Nian was equally surprised. "Are there no females in need of my treatment?" The doctors exchanged glances. There were indeed females in need of assistance, and once notifications were sent out, applications had poured in. Although the total number of effective females was not large, their urgency was palpable, each eager for treatment. However, given that Nian had just treated Xiang, she would certainly need a few days to recuperate. Could it be that she intended to exert herself again today? Even SSS-class mental prowess could not withstand such exhaustion. After all, she had collapsed into the marshal's arms just yesterday. Surely she had overextended herself. "Are you certain you can begin treatment now? Please do not overexert yourself." The chorus of advice left Nian bewildered. "I am capable. I do not require further rest." Seeing her unwavering determination, the doctors turned to her guardian for assistance. Accompanying Nian today was Lu Zhan. He understood her condition and nodded slightly to the doctors, assuring them that she was in excellent shape. With his endorsement, the doctors reluctantly acquiesced. The first female awaiting treatment could hardly believe her ears when she learned that the process could commence immediately. "So soon?" she exclaimed, leaping from her bed, only to be struck by dizziness and stumble back to be careful. Nian swiftly caught her arm. Steadying the female, Nian softly advised, "Relax." With that, she entered the female's consciousness, concerned for Nian. A group of doctors surrounded her, anxious that she might falter during the treatment. Should any complications arise, they would be ready to intervene. In the next moment, an overwhelming wave of mental energy surged forth from Nian, invigorating all in its wake. The treated female closed her eyes, gradually leaning against Nian, freed from her dizzying agony, a serene smile gracing her features. With experience from treating Xiang, Nian found herself more adept this time, as the collapse of this female's consciousness was far less severe. Approximately half an hour later, the consciousness was nearly restored. Nian released her hand and nodded to the doctors. "It is done." The room fell silent. The doctors, momentarily stunned, took a while to comprehend her words. Done meant the treatment was over. Was it successful? They hurriedly offered Nian tea and water, urging her to rest, before swiftly attending to the female's physical examination. Nian took a sip of hot water, stretched her arms, and shook her head. "No need for rest. I am not fatigued. Let us proceed to the next." Upon glancing at the list, she noted that over 100 females awaited treatment, and time was of the essence. Next, after a long pause, someone boldly asked, "Do you mean to say that you still have the energy to treat a second female today?" Nian hesitated, sensing that the doctors might have misjudged the treatment as difficulty. Unsure of how to clarify, she nodded. "I believe I can." "Well then, if you feel any fatigue, please stop immediately." Nian cast a glance at the lively sapling and felt confident that she would not tire easily. As the treatment for the second female concluded, the results of the first female's examination came to light. Nian heard an elated scream as the female rushed towards her. "Wonderful! My mental energy has truly returned. Lady Nian, from this day forth, I shall be your loyal supporter. Whatever you desire, do not hesitate to ask. If you fancy my partner, feel free to indulge." "Stop! Stop!" Nian interjected, halting her nonsensical chatter. Such indulgences were not to her taste. Struggling to extricate herself from the female's grasp, Nian nodded to the doctors, indicating that they could commence treatment for the next female, despite the disbelief of the doctors, as the third and fourth female patients were successfully treated. They were left utterly stunned and numb. Under the awestruck gaze of the physicians, Nian Tu approached the fifth female patient. This particular individual had been devoid of mental strength even before her injuries, and her condition was dire. She had been intermittently unconscious for decades, her health deteriorating steadily. Nian Tu cradled her, lifting her hand to caress the patient's forehead, when suddenly a commotion erupted from outside the ward. "Why won't you treat my daughter?" I followed the procedure and submitted my application. "Bring Nian Tu out here. I want to speak with her directly." Hearing her name, Nian Tu furrowed her brow and turned to the door. The instigator was a middle-aged female, a stranger to her. However, Lu Zhan narrowed his eyes, recognizing the woman as Duan Qianshan's mother. For a while, the Duan family had been relatively calm, but once news of Nian Tu's ability to treat mentally damaged females broke, they could no longer remain still. Their application for treatment had been denied, which was intolerable for them. Qian is still unconscious. It's all Nian Tu's fault. She harmed my daughter. Why shouldn't Qian receive treatment? Security arrived swiftly but found themselves somewhat at a loss. If the troublemaker had been male, they could have dealt with it immediately. But with a female, they often had to resort to soothing measures. Before they could even attempt to calm her, the first female patient whom Nian Tu had just treated surged forward like a gust of wind, grabbing Qian's mother by the collar. "Shut your mouth. Stop slandering Lady Nian Tu." The security personnel dared not strike her, but she warned, "Believe me, I will." Caught off guard, Qian's mother stood frozen. Regaining her composure, her anger flared, and she raised her hand to slap the impudent young woman before her. "How dare you hit me?" Just as her hand was lifted, another female intervened, and soon two more joined, their demeanor fierce. All were females recently rescued by Nian Tuesday. Grateful for Nian Tu's assistance, they would not allow her to be bullied. "This old hag thinks she can act high and mighty just because she's a female. Aren't we all females here?" Facing the incredulous and furious gaze of Qian's mother, the first female couldn't help but laugh. "What do you think? Not only do I dare to hit you, but we all dare to do it together. Everyone knows how Qian got hurt. Stop pretending to be the victim. You should be thankful she hasn't woken up. Otherwise, she'd be in a female prison right now." At this, a chorus of agreement echoed around them. Qian's mother surveyed her surroundings, gritting her teeth, and suddenly collapsed to the ground, wailing loudly, "My Qian. I sent Nian Tu a benevolent person? Why can't she forgive Qian? I beg her, I plead with her." The speed at which her demeanor shifted astonished everyone present, leaving them speechless. Such a shameless display rendered even the other females powerless against her. Just as they were about to drag her away, a shout rang out. "The Crown Prince is here. The Queen is here too." Not only did the Crown Prince arrive, but he was also followed by a formidable royal guard. The false sobbing of Qian's mother ceased abruptly, her eyes flashing with shock and fear. The royal guard swiftly took control of the scene, with the Queen personally overseeing the situation. Any troublemakers, regardless of gender, would be subdued with utmost efficiency. Everything transpired so rapidly that Nian Tu scarcely had time to react before it seemed to conclude. She blinked, informed the female in her arms to wait a moment, and stepped out of the ward to greet the Queen with a nod. Upon meeting the gentle gaze of Tan Kong Lin, whose azure eyes offered her a reassuring smile, she felt a sense of calm wash over her. Nian Tu then turned her attention to Qian's mother, now restrained, her brow furrowing. The harm inflicted upon Qian was not intentional. Yet while she possessed a gentle temperament, she was not without her own limits. Regardless of the circumstances, Qian's actions would bear consequences. Once she awakens, apologizes to me personally, and faces legal repercussions, I will treat her, Nian Tu declared. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Lady Nian Tu is too kind-hearted. She is even willing to treat such a person. If it were me, I would absolutely refuse. Qian is undeserving. Lu Zhan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Nian Tu, shielding her from the venomous glare of Qian's mother. With a slight movement of his ear, he caught security personnel murmuring, "We need to review the surveillance footage to understand what happened. How could she have gotten in when we clear the area?" Instantly, Lu Zhan's gaze sharpened, and he scanned the vicinity as a male from a desolate planet. He had witnessed true darkness and possessed an acute combat instinct. His discerning eyes swept over every hospital staff member present, as if he could perceive all. Locking onto a target, he lunged at a male nurse with the swiftness of a predator, executing his movements with precision and decisiveness. After neutralizing one, he immediately turned to confront another, delivering a lethal strike that incapacitated the second assailant. The remaining echo, those individuals indeed hailed from the underworld. Qian's mother exhaled deeply, relinquishing her struggle and commencing her confession. She candidly recounted how she became entangled with the forces of the underworld, detailing her motives and objectives. "However, I am entirely unaware of anything regarding the sedative. Investigate as you wish," she asserted. Her words bore truth, easily discernible by the seasoned interrogators. Given this, it was highly probable that there were other masterminds behind the assailants. Likely male, harboring intentions to possess an SSS-grade female and intending to administer the sedative to her. The gravity of the situation compelled the interrogators to remain vigilant, taking turns to confront the assailants. After repeated questioning, they only obtained a single response. Of course, the boss wants to meet Nian Tuesday otherwise, with a meager bounty provided by the Duan family, who would take the job. As for the identity of the boss, the assailants obstinately refused to divulge. Isid Jiao, Adam, Griffin, Black Fox. The names of several interstellar pirates circulated, the interrogators fixating on the assailants, scrutinizing every flicker of their expressions. Astonishingly, the assailants exhibited no discernible reaction to these names. They had already been apprehended by the Empire. Even if the interstellar pirates had far-reaching influence, they could not intervene further. Why were they so reticent? Could it be that the mastermind was someone high-ranking within the Empire? The personnel from the Security Bureau exchanged glances, their expressions grave. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Lu Zhan completed his surgery swiftly, regaining his usual composure. His gaze met that of the Crown Prince. Both averted their eyes coldly, their attention drawn instead to Nian Tu, who slept fitfully, trembling intermittently even in Tan Konglin's embrace. Zhan, she murmured softly. Lu Zhan gently stroked her back a few times, soothing her, given the magnitude of the events. It was imprudent to linger in the hospital. Now that Lu Zhan had finished his surgery, he was able to take Nian Tu home. Your hand is inconvenient. Allow me to escort you, Tan Konglin said, holding Nian Tu firmly as he rose to lead the way. Their appearance attracted countless gazes. The news of Nian Tu's assault had been suppressed within the hospital, leaving the outside world oblivious. Passers-by observed the trio with shining eyes, gossiping about their romantic entanglements. Noting Tan Konglin's attentive care for Nian Tu and his gentle demeanor towards Lu Zhan, they couldn't help but exclaim, the Crown Prince truly exudes the aura of a rightful consort. No wonder he is the Crown Prince. Such poise is unattainable for other males. The configuration of 2 males and 1 female was commonplace throughout the Empire. Most often, the 2 males were evenly matched. Yet, the commanding aura emanating from the Crown Prince was overwhelming, especially with a petite female nestled in his arms. Anyone who beheld them would inevitably perceive him as the principal partner. The surrounding clamor disturbed Nian Tu's already shallow slumber, and she emitted another indistinct murmur. Lu Zhan glanced at Tan Konglin, silently indicating, let me hold Nian. It was merely a shoulder injury, not enough to hinder him from cradling Nian Tuesday. Upon hearing her murmur his name in her dreams, the onlookers' whispers shifted. It seems Lady Nian Tu still favors Lu Zhan. They speculated. He certainly possesses some skill. During the live broadcast, Lady Nian Tu showed a clear preference for him. Could he possibly be the first male she has ever favored? It appeared that females held a particular affection for their first male, a sentiment that was distinct. The whispers reached Tan Konglin's ears, and he lowered his gaze to conceal the turmoil within, maintaining a facade of warmth and magnanimity, seemingly unfazed by the gossip. Nevertheless, he did not relinquish his hold, steadfast in keeping Nian Tu in his embrace. Before returning home, Nian Tu suddenly awoke, her body trembling with panic. Tan Konglin immediately tightened his hold around her, softly reassuring her, it's all right, don't be afraid, we are almost home. Lu Zhan pointed toward the marshal's estate ahead, urging her to relax. Fei Li and Xiang had already rushed home upon hearing the news and were anxiously awaiting at the entrance. After examining Nian Tu from head to toe, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. Confirming her safety, Fei Li cast an admiring glance at Lu Zhan. Today's events were largely attributed to Lu Zhan's keen insight, which had thwarted the danger before it could escalate. Otherwise, even if those individuals had failed to capture her, they would still have inflicted harm upon Nian Tuesday. How is your injury? Xiang inquired with concern. Before Lu Zhan could respond, Nian Tu's gaze was already fixed on him, her eyes pleading, I want to see your injury. Lu Zhan helplessly took her hand, soothing her, Nian, my injury is not severe, don't worry. Such an injury was trivial in his eyes. Years ago, while navigating the treacherous landscape of garbage planets, he had faced death multiple times and had managed to survive. Now, it was merely a shoulder injury, hardly worth Nian Tu's concern. Despite his reluctance to reveal the unsightly wound, he ultimately acquiesced to her insistence and removed his shirt in her presence. His well-built physique, lean yet muscular, captivated Nian Tu's attention. However, she had no time for admiration or shyness as she leaned in to inspect Lu Zhan's shoulder. The bleeding had ceased, and the injury was dressed with medical bandages to aid healing. Yet, even through the bandages, Nian Tu could discern the severity of the injury. It had penetrated to the bone. For my protection, Lu Zhan has sustained such wounds, regardless of whether before her transmigration or after. This was the first time Nian Tu had witnessed such a grave injury. Tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Liu Zhan hastily donned his shirt, assuring her that within half a month, the wound would heal. Although he presented a facade of ease, the injury did not impede his daily life. Nonetheless, Nian Tu clung to him like a devoted shadow, eagerly offering to tend to his needs. Liu Zhan could not permit Nian Tu to wait on him, so he resigned himself to lying down on the bed. "Come rest with me for a while, Nian." After a moment's contemplation, he felt inviting Nian Tu to share his bed was somewhat improper and was about to apologize. However, Nian Tu had already nestled beside him, whispering, "Sleep now. I will keep you company." As she spoke, she gently patted him, as if lulling him to sleep. With that soft hand patting him, Liu Zhan found it impossible to feel drowsy. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. Conversely, Nian Tu, due to the sedative's calming effects not yet having fully dissipated, soon slowed her breathing and fell asleep. In her slumber, she unconsciously crawled onto Liu Zhan's body, snuggling closely against him. In that moment, Liu Zhan truly understood the meaning of suffering intertwined with joy. He struggled to regulate his heavy breathing, enduring the delightful torment brought about by his beloved female drawing near. Outside the room, Tan Konglin waited patiently, yet Nian Tu did not emerge from Liu Zhan's bedroom. Chapter 86. An Embrace. The door to Liu Zhan's bedroom remained tightly shut, muffling any sounds from within. What could Nian Tu be doing in there? Countless speculations flooded Tan Konglin's mind as he recalled the whispers of the bystanders. Nian Tuesday favored Liu Zhan more. Today, Liu Zhan had been injured for her sake. It was only natural that she would show him preferential treatment. However, to Tan Konglin, Liu Zhan's minor injury was hardly significant, certainly not worthy of Nian Tu's apparent fixation, which seemed to eclipse any regard for him. Throughout this ordeal, the crown prince had been sidelined. This was not the first time Liu Zhan had taken Nian Tu away from him. It had also occurred at the palace ball. Tan Konglin's hand trembled slightly around his cup, hot water splashing onto his skin, yet he appeared oblivious, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. For an entire afternoon, Nian Tu remained asleep in Liu Zhan's bedroom. Liu Zhan greedily savored this rare happiness. Unable to tear his gaze away from Nian Tu's cherubic sleeping face, as evening approached, Nian Tu rubbed her eyes and slowly sat up, feeling a firm, resilient sensation beneath her, as if she were perched atop solid muscle. Startled, she shivered and hastily moved away, her cheeks flushing crimson as embarrassment swept over her. "Oh no, did I hurt your injury?" she stammered, reaching to adjust his collar and inspect Liu Zhan's wound. "I hope I didn't make it worse." Liu Zhan's gaze darkened as he shifted his shoulder, assuring her, "It's fine." He rose to head towards the bathroom, and Nian Tu instinctively followed, only to realize his intent, halting in her tracks as her ears reddened further, nearly bleeding with embarrassment. Clearly, she was ill-suited for caregiving. She could be of no assistance in such matters. Seizing the opportunity while Liu Zhan attended to his personal needs, Nian Tu swiftly escaped from his room. Xiang and Fei Li were already preparing dinner when they noticed Nian Tu emerging from Liu Zhan's bedroom, her face flushed and hair tousled. Fei Li paused mid-action, while Xiang wore an expression of astonishment. Struggling to suppress his envy, he refrained from questioning what Nian Tu and Liu Zhan had done, instead asking her opinion on dinner. "Nian, is there anything you would like to eat tonight?" "Anything is fine," Nian Tu replied hastily, nodding as she rushed to the pantry, retrieving a can of beverage and gulping it down to alleviate her embarrassment and dryness. Observing her quick movements, which seemed no different from her usual self, both males relaxed their expressions. It appeared that nothing untoward had occurred. Had the crown prince already departed? As she calmed down and surveyed her surroundings, Nian Tu realized she had been so engrossed in Liu Zhan's company that she had forgotten to bid farewell to Tan Konglin. He had also assisted her greatly today, tirelessly attending to her needs, yet she had neglected him. Nian Tu activated her light brain. Her chat history with Tan Konglin still lingered from that morning, where he mentioned the stability level had dropped to 10, expressing a desire to take her out again to personally convey his gratitude. She was preoccupied with Uncle Fei Li and merely replied with a vague, "No need to thank me." Realizing her apparent coldness, Nian Tu quickly sent a cute rabbit emoji, attempting to remedy the situation. "Nian Tu, this time, it's my turn to thank you." "Nian Tu, do you have anything you like? Could you tell me?" She wanted to prepare a token of gratitude for Tan Konglin. However, after sending the message, there was no response for quite some time. Feeling a bit anxious, Nian Tu slowly returned to her bedroom, sighed, and sat on the edge of her bed. The image of the little white cat with tearful eyes vaguely resurfaced in her mind, prompting her to lie back and bury herself into the soft mattress. Rolling back and forth, O replied, "Is he angry? Or perhaps busy?" After a moment of turmoil, her gaze suddenly caught a glimpse of white outside the window, causing her to freeze. Was she imagining things? She quickly turned and rushed to the window, only to be taken aback that it was already evening. Although it was not yet time to rest, the sky and central star darkened early, and the world outside was enveloped in darkness. The little white cat, marked with a crown-shaped spot on its forehead, sat by the window, appearing small, pitiful, and helpless against the vast blackness behind it. Meeting Nian Tu's gaze, it raised a paw and gently tapped on the window. Silent and droopy, only gazing at her with its watery blue eyes in that instant, Nian Tu's memories were pulled back to that night when the tearful little cat had run away but returned to curl up outside her window, looking forlorn. Just like before, Nian Tu hurriedly opened the window and pulled the little white cat inside. Coming back to her senses, she found herself both amused and bewildered. "What are you doing outside my window?" Was the little cat, who had lost control, truly unaware of its actions? She couldn't help but question whether it had genuinely forgotten everything that happened during that chaotic period. Nian Tu examined the little white cat closely, her gaze probing. The prince looked at her innocently with his round eyes, as if asking, "Why do you say that?" He truly had no recollection of the events during the chaotic period. "Was I like that when I was with you?" He softly inquired. Even though he couldn't remember, Tan Konglin was certain that during that time, he must have been very happy. The soft, warm embrace of the little female was etched deep in his soul, making him yearn for it endlessly. "Did you often hold me then? Just like this?" The little white cat nestled into Nian Tu's arms. Discarding his human rationality and dignity, he acted as if he were merely her pet. The adorable little cat willingly sought her embrace, and Nian Tu struggled to stabilize her emotions, managing to refrain from reaching out to pet him. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to push him away. That would be too cruel. After a moment, Nian Tu couldn't help but express, "Actually, I was very sad when you left. The new little ball I bought for you hasn't even been played with. And then you disappeared." She spoke. She turned and rummaged through a drawer for the little ball, waving it in front of the little white cat. From her tone, the little white cat could clearly sense her fondness and reluctance, causing him to perk up his ears in delight. However, upon noticing that the little ball bore signs of use, he froze, faced with the little white cat's incredulous gaze. Nian Tu awkwardly defended herself. "Ajan played with it once. He wanted to cheer me up. Again, it was Lu Zhan." Again, the little white cat was infuriated, his tail flicking restlessly if it weren't for the presence of Nian Tu. His sharp claws would have been unsheathed. "I'll buy you a new one." Nian Tu quickly soothed. The illustrious prince of the empire could hardly be placated by merely a new little ball. As soon as Nian Tu uttered these words, she felt a twinge of guilt. Just as she was about to say something to remedy the situation, she saw the little white cat nodding. Could the pattern be different from this one? He didn't dislike the current pattern, but wanted to distinguish it from the old ball. Nian Tu was pleasantly surprised by how easily he could be appeased and readily agreed. The immature prince was even more adorable than the previously silent cotton candy, making Nian Tu's heart flutter. Unable to resist, she finally reached out to stroke the soft little head. Once she started, she found it hard to stop. Gradually losing herself in the delightful texture of the fluffy fur, her hand movements became more indulgent. The little white cat tilted his face up, closing his eyes in perfect compliance. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted the tender moment between the two. Lu Zhan's voice came from outside. "Nian, it's time to eat." If awakening from a dream, Nian Tu quickly withdrew her hand, feeling embarrassed as she cleared her throat. "I'm sorry." Tan Konglin, who had intended to entice her, of course, would not blame her for the rudeness. He merely felt disappointed and irritated that their moment had been interrupted. Though reluctant, the little white cat had no choice but to revert to his human form, restoring his composed appearance. When the door opened, Lu Zhan was taken aback to find Tan Konglin in Nian Tu's room, and his expression shifted instantly. "Your Highness," Lu Zhan's voice was as cold as ice. Warning, it would be best not to enter a female's bedroom without invitation, since they were neither blood relatives nor legitimate partners or guardians. It was quite rude for a solitary male to remain in Nian Tu's room. The usually dignified and courteous prince of the empire had made such an error. Tan Conglin bowed his head and apologized to Nian Tu's day. It was my fault. I will go to the safety bureau to receive 20 lashes. This was the punishment according to imperial law for harassment of females. Nian Tu's eyes widened in shock. No, don't. Lashes? Surely it wouldn't come to that. Tan Conglin hadn't done anything inappropriate. In fact, it was she who had been unable to resist the urge to indulge in petting the little white cat. It was I who invited you in. You did nothing wrong. Nian Tu grasped Tan Conglin's hand, urging him to stay for dinner. Under Lu Zhan's frosty gaze, Tan Conglin leaned down and kissed the back of Nian Tu's hand. Grateful for her forgiveness, it is my honor to dine with you. The dinner was plentiful, and adding a set of utensils for the prince was effortless. Nian Tu sat at the head of the table. Flanked by the guests, Tan Conglin and the esteemed Filai, Lu Zhan and Xiang sat a bit farther away. Dining at home rather than outside, Nian Tu was accustomed to everyone eating together and did not require their service. However, Tan Conglin, unfamiliar with her habits, instinctively took on the role of serving her. Before Nian Tu could speak to stop him, Lu Zhan stood up, walked behind her, and took the half-filled drink from Tan Conglin's hands, stating, "No need to trouble His Highness. I can handle this Nian Tu's longest-standing guardian." Lu Zhan understood her needs well, attending to her with a familiarity that left little room for others to intervene. He meticulously prepared a piece of fish, cutting it into small portions and drizzling just the right amount of sauce over it. Nian Tu's preference for eating fish, after enjoying a piece of sweet and sour ribs. He paired it with some stir-fried mushrooms, catering to Nian Tu's taste for vegetables. When Nian Tu wished for soup, Lu Zhan would present it to her without her needing to ask. Tan Conglin observed silently for a moment before speaking up. "You have an injury on your shoulder. It might be inconvenient. Let me take over it. It's just a minor injury." Lu Zhan dismissed any notion of inconvenience. However, Nian Tu took his words to heart, resolutely refusing to let him continue serving, even wanting to feed him instead. Reluctantly returning to his seat, Lu Zhan could only watch as Tan Conglin took his place. The prince had a remarkable ability to learn and had already memorized every detail within the short span of time. Nian Tu felt a bit embarrassed. "You don't have to do this, but I owe you my care during that chaotic time. Now, let me take care of you," Tan Conglin said gently. Mentioning the cotton candy made Nian Tu's expression soften. The prince's beast form remained a secret throughout the empire, but everyone at the table knew that the little white cat Nian Tu had cherished was, in fact, Tan Conglin. Remembering how much Nian Tu had adored that creature. Even Fei Li began to feel restless. Lu Zhan and Xiang appeared increasingly tense. The atmosphere at the dining table grew charged with tension. Yet, Tan Conglin seized the opportunity to invite Nian Tu, saying, "May I invite you to the palace tomorrow? My father and mother would very much like to thank you in person." Under the guise of elder respect, Nian Tu found it difficult to refuse. Just as she was about to agree, she suddenly heard Lu Zhan emit a low groan. Her attention immediately shifted to him. Zhan, what's wrong? Is your wound hurting?" she asked anxiously. Lu Zhan moved his shoulder and shook his head, but an air of fragility enveloped him. Seeing him like this, Nian Tu couldn't help but envision a pitiful, wilted snow wolf. Without a second thought, she apologetically declined Tan Conglin's invitation, saying, "I'll visit the palace another day," if the palace invited her as a guest. Her guardians would certainly accompany her. However, given Lu Zhan's current condition, she was not at ease leaving him alone at home. Until he recovered, she intended to stay by his side and help him recuperate. Just a hint of weakness on her part successfully garnered Lu Zhan's affection, and a flicker of joy appeared in his eyes. Tan Conglin's forehead nearly bulged with veins, but he maintained a stoic expression, nodding in agreement. "Very well. I will ensure that the royal physician continues to treat Lu Zhan." Making certain he recovers swiftly, he was eager to see how long a mere injury could sustain Lu Zhan's hold on Nian Tu's affection. The two exchanged glances, tension palpable in the air. Nian Tu was completely oblivious to the subtle tension between them, believing that Tan Conglin was genuinely concerned for Lu Zhan and that their interaction was harmonious. Dinner lasted an eternity, with Nian Tu focused solely on her meal, while the several males engaged in a relentless exchange of verbal sparring. After the meal, as they bid farewell to Tan Conglin, Nian Tu received a message from Xiying. Xiying, "My lord Nian Tu, are you all right? Were you scared today? Xiying, may I come to see you? Xiying, I prepared some sweet soup. Drinking it will lift your spirits, and I'll bring it over." Although news of the attack on Nian Tu was shrouded in secrecy, it could not be concealed from someone of Xiying's father's high stature. Soon the doorbell rang, and Xiying arrived with her father. She presented Nian Tu with a meticulously prepared sweet soup, showering her with concern. With such an incident occurring, Xiying worried about whether Nian Tu would continue her treatments for the females in need. Nian Tu nodded affirmatively. The treatments must indeed continue, but she decided to remain at the estate for the time being. The females needing treatment could come to the manor, where Uncle Feili would prepare a small building for her as a temporary workspace. Xiying was profoundly moved. How could such a kind-hearted Nian Tu be targeted by someone? I will design a mech for you as soon as possible, Xiying declared with unwavering determination. Nian Tu smiled softly, not holding much expectation, yet still encouraged her with it in the study. Xiying's father and Feili sat across from each other. On the table lay a stack of intelligence reports. Some individuals in the cabinet have been rather restless lately. Xiying's father began. The attack on Nian Tu today was not merely orchestrated by the Duan family. There are likely other forces at play among these individuals. In the past, he might have remained a bystander, unwilling to interfere in such matters, but now, Nian Tu was Xiying's benefactor. He would not allow anyone to harm her. Chapter 88. Clinging to him upon receiving the news. Xiying's father rushed to alert her. Feili perused the intelligence reports, filled with blatant ambition, revealing an insatiable desire for Nian Tu's day. These restless individuals sought to compel Nian Tu to provide emotional solace to the noble males, and even aimed to conduct research on her. With this scant information, we cannot convict them, Xiying's father said coldly. I will do everything in my power to gather more incriminating evidence. He added gravely, I fear them not for their overt actions, but for their clandestine schemes like today's attack. You must ensure Nian Tu's safety as for the overt threats, he pledged. I will work diligently to prevent any proposals detrimental to Nian Tu from passing. Feili nodded and stated, I have taken an extended leave. For the foreseeable future, he would remain by Nian Tu's side. Should any ill-intentioned individuals dare to approach her again, they would face the wrath of the Empire's war god. Not just Feili. Xiang's transfer request had also been approved. A dedicated protection detail was now required for the S-class females, and Xiang had secured that position. From now on, he would be Nian Tu's personal bodyguard, no longer needing to travel back and forth, nor endure the separation from her. Upon hearing this news, Nian Tu's eyes sparkled with delight as Xiang spun her around in his embrace. For her, there was no greater joy than being surrounded by the important people in her life. Yet, a fleeting thought made her uneasy. She asked Xiang if this would impact his future. She was thrilled that Xiang could remain on Central Star. But he was the youngest major in the Empire. With a promising future ahead, Akati seemed a waste for someone of his caliber to serve as her bodyguard. How could it? Xiang replied with a smile. Shaking his head, I fought tooth and nail for this opportunity. Many sought the privilege of being the personal bodyguard of an S-class female, and the competition was fierce, concerned that Nian Tu might struggle to sleep after the scare she had received. Xiang stood vigil outside her door throughout the night. The attack seemed not to have left a severe shadow on Nian Tu. She only appeared briefly subdued during the day, but after a night's rest, she regained her vitality. The only lingering effect was her inability to tolerate Lu Zhan being out of her sight for too long. Even while treating the females, she insisted that he remain by her side. Inseparable from her, the females receiving treatment were similarly accompanied by their partners, but none displayed the same level of attachment as Nian Tu and Lu Zhan. Nian, take a break, Lu Zhan said, offering her some sliced fruit after she had treated 3 patients in succession, gently arranging the few strands of hair that had fallen out of place. Nian Tu obediently nestled against him, feeling the warmth radiating from his body, providing her a sense of security. After finishing the fruit, Lu Zhan wiped her mouth and gave her a soothing massage on her arms, waist, and calves to relieve the tension from maintaining a single position during treatments. Nian Tu snuggled against him, carefully avoiding his injured shoulder. Don't apply too much pressure, she cautioned, fearing that he might inadvertently aggravate his wound. Lu Zhan, misunderstanding her concern for his pressure, immediately lightened his touch. However, his gentleness was so delicate that it tickled her, prompting a soft chuckle from Nian Tu's. The males present were left speechless. They had never witnessed such a scene before. Initially apprehensive about being in the marshal's residence, they were momentarily taken aback and forgot their tension. In truth, Lu Zhan was equally astonished. Though Nian Tu had always been gentle with him, she had never shown such intimacy. Following his injury, she had transformed into a sweet, clingy companion. Previously, when they strolled in the royal garden and he offered to massage her, Nian Tu had unhesitatingly declined. And now that had she finally accepted him, Lu Zhan's heart raced. If he were to confess his feelings and propose a partnership, would Nian Tu agree? After much contemplation and hesitation, he refrained from speaking that he was not a timid person. He was decisive in his actions. Yet, faced with Nian Tu, he was cautious, fearful of misstepping amidst his swirling thoughts. A cool, sweet sensation unexpectedly brushed against Lu Zhan's lips. Startled, he looked up to find Nian Tu feeding him a piece of pear, one of the few fruits he enjoyed. Nian Tu winked at him, and he recognized this was no mere coincidence. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhan felt a surge of warmth welling up within him, spreading through his limbs. Nian Tu had noticed his preferences and had even remembered them. No female had ever gone to such lengths for a male. The others present were unaware of Lu Zhan's tastes. They were simply astonished by Nian Tu's personal act of feeding him. A female feeding a male. Though rumors circulated online about Nian Tu's gentle nature and her kindness toward her males, they had never imagined her kindness extended to such an extent. The males present were envious, and even the females began to feel a subtle shift. If another female had acted this way, they would have mocked her. Why show such deference to a male? Males were inherently subservient to females. How could anyone treat a servant as an equal? Yet, before Nian Tu, they found themselves unable to voice any scorn. Her actions were so natural that they felt there was nothing inappropriate about it. Gradually influenced, they began to treat their own males more kindly, unconsciously reducing the frequency of their sharp commands. Tang, he was one of the males accompanying his wife to receive treatment from Nian Tu's day. Everyone in the company was aware of this, and upon his return to work, his colleagues could not resist inquiring, so, how did it go? Was the treatment successful? Is the marshal's estate as grand as they say? Did you meet Lord Nian Tu? Is she truly as gentle as they say? Tang Yi's face lit up with a dreamy expression as he nodded repeatedly. The treatment was a resounding success, and his family was overjoyed. His wife was especially thrilled. Since befriending Lord Nian Tu, she had frequently visited her, and her demeanor had grown increasingly serene. For several days, she had not lost her temper with him, and even smiled at him. Throughout their relationship, Tang Yi had never witnessed such tenderness from his wife that it was utterly astonishing. Tang Yi's blossoming joy did not go unnoticed by his colleagues, who expressed their astonishment. Whether out of genuine concern or jealousy, someone warned him. Now that your wife's mental strength is recovered, she lose interest in you. You be abandoned. Will you? If she starts scolding you again, just endure S and E-class male. Tang Yi knew that had his wife not been injured, she would never have looked his way, let alone become his partner. Stung by the truth, he lowered his head in embarrassment, though he quickly rallied his spirits. That happened, he assured, my wife is treating me very well now. She even promised to come to the company today and go home with me. His colleagues, puzzled by his newfound confidence, shook their heads and sighed. After all, his wife was a C-class female, and now that her mental strength had returned, how could she not look down on him? Even if she didn't sever their bond, she would surely not treat him kindly. Chapter 89. Turning over a new leaf bathed in sympathetic glances, Tang Yi couldn't help but retort. My wife is very gentle now, treating me exceptionally well. Before he could finish, laughter erupted around him. All right, enough of that, someone said, patting Tang Yi's shoulder comfortingly. His protest was dismissed as mere stubbornness. The crowd refrained from probing his sore spots, cheerfully diverting the conversation back to work. Tang Yi, feeling a mix of frustration and despondency, slumped back at his workstation. His mood dampened throughout the day. His demeanor only reinforced his colleagues' belief that he was not faring well. Merely putting on a brave face, the day drew to a close. An unexpected commotion erupted outside the company, spreading like wildfire throughout the office. A female. How could a female be here? Is she sitting down? Perhaps waiting for someone? Waiting for someone? Who could possibly have such influence? As they speculated, a figure suddenly dashed toward the female like a gust of wind. Upon closer inspection, the colleagues gasped in surprise. Tang Yi, is that Tang Yi's wife? Colleagues familiar with him couldn't help but lean in to eavesdrop on the unfolding scene. Why you came? Tang Yi stuttered, cautiously taking his wife's hand, feeling both honored and astonished. His wife raised an eyebrow and replied, Didn't I promise I would come to the company today? Have you clocked out? Let us hurry home. I've been out all day, and I'm absolutely exhausted. Listening to her bright and cheerful voice, witnessing her amiable demeanor, left onlookers momentarily speechless. Those who had previously refused to believe Tang, Yi were rendered dumbstruck, exchanging awkward glances. When did his wife become so pleasant? Such a gentle female is a rarity across the entire empire. This scene was not unique to this place. Many males had recently been riding high, not only because their wives' damaged mental states had been healed, but also due to the vastly improved treatment they received from their wives. Those acquainted with them were inevitably shocked. The news spread rapidly, igniting a frenzy of gossip on the Star Network. Could it be that interacting with Lady Nian Tu improves their temperament? Perhaps their mental injuries have been healed, leading to a better mood. That makes sense. But they didn't seem so gentle before their injuries. When will my wife show me a bit more tenderness? I can only hope. Outside, the sun shone brightly. Nian Tu, having completed her last treatment for a female, finally finished all her work. Feeling a weight lift off her shoulders, she reclined in her chair, stretching lazily. Accepting a cup of water from Xiang while sipping it, she opened her holographic interface to browse the Star Network. During this period, she had confined herself to the estate, treating the females. Despite this, there was still a plethora of information about her circulating online, the interest unwavering, with a steady stream of voices hoping for her appearance. Why has Lady Nian Tu been seen recently? She hasn't posted any updates. Praying for Lady Nian Tu to appear today. Just a few photos or videos would do. Please. Desperately hoping for Lady Nian Tu to host another live stream. Countless males yearned for Nian Tu's presence. Even those who knew they had no chance of becoming her partner still regarded her as their dream wife. Just seeing any news about her was enough to satisfy them. Even males with partners secretly wished for Nian Tu to make frequent appearances, hoping their own wives would be influenced and become a tad gentler. After all, many of the females who had interacted with Nian Tu and received her treatment had undergone significant personality changes. The overwhelming pleas for Nian Tu's attention flooded in. Nian, as the audience watched. They felt a profound sense of healing for both body and soul. The males, deeply immersed in the experience, could not resist transforming into their beastly forms, rolling around before the screen. The female viewers gradually became entranced, no longer perceiving the lions as brutish or terrifying. Instead, they found the idea of their masculine counterparts possessing such forms rather endearing, as if they had adopted a few exotic pets at home. After completing the grooming on one side, Year 2 leaned closer to Xiang, whispering, "Should we switch sides? Lie down." The lion's ears twitched, momentarily slow to respond. However, once he regained his composure, he immediately rose to his feet. "No, that won't do." The lion lowered his head, struggling to voice his refusal. After all, human and beast forms were inherently different. While he could tolerate being clothed in human guise, the thought of exposing himself in beast form. It was one thing to make a fool of himself in public, but what if he frightened Year 2? All right, Year 2 acquiesced, gently patting his head. Xiang nuzzled against her palm, exuding an extraordinary gentleness. Suddenly, with amber eyes narrowing, the lion turned sharply towards a nearby disturbance, his body tensing into a poised stance of readiness. "What's wrong?" Year 2 gasped, alarmed. They were at Uncle Faley's estate. Surely there would be no assailants? The audience shared her anxiety. "What is happening? Is there something over there?" That startled me. From the cover of the trees emerged a black-maned lion, who approached silently, displaying an extraordinary mastery of his own body. His massive form glided forward without a sound, each step meticulously muted. The audience gasped in awe. The marshal? Wow, I never expected to see the marshal live. And in beast form, what imposing presence. Could it be that the marshal wishes to be groomed as well? How could that be? That would utterly contradict his established persona. I can't even imagine. The viewers struggled to envision the formidable and austere Faley Marshal being groomed by Year Tuesday. While grooming undoubtedly provided comfort, this was Faley, a figure of unparalleled discipline and a workaholic in the eyes of the public. A war god, and no one could picture him indulging in such frivolities, as it was entirely at odds with his image. Moreover, the younger Golden Lion watched closely, and surely, Uncle would not genuinely lower himself to compete with his nephew. Would he? "Uncle, you've arrived?" Year 2 exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer, instantly relaxing as she opened her arms to the black-maned lion. "Come here." With permission granted, he nearly bounded over, subtly displacing the other lion. Xiang watched in disbelief as his uncle took his place. Being embraced by the petite female, the comb that had been solely his now adorned the black-maned lioness fur. For the black-maned lion, experiencing grooming for the first time was an exhilarating novelty. Year Two's gentle touch sent shivers through his body. Fortunately, the marshal maintained exceptional control over his powerful physique, his muscles tensing slightly, yet remaining still, showing no inclination to evade her ministrations. Year Two, surprise, stroked along his back, murmuring, "What a good boy." The young female, as praise, made the black-maned lion puff out his chest with pride, while the golden lion seethed with jealousy. Unable to contain himself, Xiang stepped forward, nudging Year Two with his fluffy head to regain her attention. "You haven't finished grooming me yet. One must adhere to the order of precedence." Until he was done, Uncle should not indulge in this pleasure. Year Two turned to him, "But I've finished with you." She had thoroughly groomed him, untangling every knot in his mane. The golden lion's face flushed, and he mumbled, "Well then, can we switch sides?" Chapter 91. No favoritism that's not permissible. As he observed the little female's eagerness, Fei suddenly interjected, his tone growing serious. He admonished Xiang. "Maintain some decorum, Xiang. This is a public broadcast. Revealing one's belly in such a manner was hardly appropriate." Year Two immediately grasped the realization and withdrew her hand, nodding. "All right then." The viewers expressed their discontent. "No. I want to see. Don't exclude us. What is there that the esteemed fans in my stream cannot witness? I want to see more. Though I cannot embody Major Xiang. The immersion is remarkable. Please continue." Amidst the audience's lamentations, Year Two affectionately scratched Xiang's ears, promising, "I'll groom you again when we're not live." Distracted by Xiang's interruption, she had forgotten where she had left off with the black-maned lion, and thus made a similar promise to Fei. Having grown a bit weary, she stood to stretch and took a leisurely stroll around the garden. Sharing the blooming flora with her viewers. It was the warmest season on Central Star. Most flowers were in full bloom, their scents mingling sweetly in the sunlit air. Year Two snapped off a twig and picked a few unknown blossoms, skillfully weaving them into a harmonious crown, which she placed upon the black-maned lioness' head. "Here you go, Uncle." The stern and commanding black-maned lion appeared somewhat endearing adorned with this decoration. Year Two couldn't help but laugh softly. The gentle sound of her laughter captivated the black-maned lion, who lowered his head in compliance, parading around her. The audience was left speechless. "I'm at a loss for words. Does the marshal not find this unbecoming? I stopped wearing such adornments when I was 3. Males should not wear flowers." While the floral crown was indeed exquisite and appeared elegant upon the lion's head, it was undeniably incongruous with the marshal's formidable image. Suddenly, a viewer had a realization. Wasn't the marshal rather eager when being groomed earlier? It seemed he was almost impatient. If I'm not mistaken, he shoved Xiang aside, competing for affection with his nephew. The marshal's image has collapsed. Although the audience jested about the marshal's uncharacteristic display, they all acknowledged that nothing mattered more than winning Year Two's favor. Xiang, refusing to be outdone, clung to Year Two, asserting, Year, you cannot show favoritism." Upon hearing this, the audience was taken aback, and favoritism. Females were known for their biases. Surrounded by various males, no female ever truly balanced her affections equally. Even if the males employed every tactic to win a female's heart, it did not guarantee them additional affection. Ultimately, it hinged on whom the female favored more. Is Major Xiang getting carried away? If I dare to speak like that to my partner, I would surely be reprimanded. Competing for affection is one thing, but to voice it, what audacity! He is only emboldened by Year Two's good nature. Yet even the most patient female would not indulge such insolence from the males. The audience speculated that Xiang might lose favor because of his boldness. All right, Year Two soothe. I remember that Xiang likes blue flowers. She didn't stop at crafting just one floral crown for Xiang. As Lu Zhan had recovered and returned to work, she made one for him as well, despite his absence. Tin Konglin had been busy with official duties, but occasionally transformed into his small white form to find her. So she prepared one for him too. Each of the 4 males received a floral crown, ensuring fairness, and the audience gradually refrained from disparaging the floral crowns, succumbing to envy instead. Forget what I said earlier. Males should wear flowers. Floral crowns are the finest adornments for males. The most formidable males should wear the most beautiful crowns. Can we have a lottery for some? Even one would suffice. I bet I could be the lucky one. Females want them too. Let us have a separate draw for us. Agreed. The comment section erupted with excitement. Year Two. amused by the audience's chatter. Smiled and announced, "All right, I'll host a lottery for floral crowns, but only 10 slots. Beyond that, she wouldn't be able to keep up with creating them, and the flowers in her garden could only withstand so much plucking." She didn't show favoritism. The lottery was open to all viewers. The 10 fortunate recipients, regardless of gender, couldn't resist posting pictures on the StarNet to flaunt their prizes. Countless individuals expressed their envy and jealousy, offering exorbitant sums for a chance to acquire them. Yet none were willing to part with their crowns. Unable to obtain the same floral crown, they clamored for matching combs instead. In no time, Year 2's once neglected combs were sold out, with merchants scrambling to restock only to have their supplies vanish immediately, unable to meet the demand. It's worth noting that such combs were rarely used in the interstellar age, where people had far more convenient methods of grooming themselves. The comb had become an antique, with most purchasing it for display or as a collectible. Year 2, through her own efforts, had transformed what was once a niche item into a coveted sensation throughout the empire. This sudden surge of wealth was overwhelming, and the merchants eagerly reached out to Year 2 in hopes of collaboration. By chance, Nian Tu, who rarely pays attention to unfamiliar private messages, stumbled upon a message from merchant. She was captivated by the intricately designed pattern featuring a charming little figure holding a tiny comb, flanked by 2 endearingly clumsy lions. In that fleeting moment, her heart softened, after consulting with Fei and Xiang, both of whom expressed no objections. Nian Tu agreed to grant the merchant permission to use their likenesses for advertising purposes. It was not for the meager advertising fee, but rather due to her fondness for the adorable design. Consequently, the trend of purchasing the small comb surged fervently and showed no signs of waning. On StarNet, many males excitedly posted, "My wife actually combed my fur after watching the live stream. Me too. How blissful. I am the only furry one at home, and my wife now dotes on me exclusively." The fluffy males welcomed a vernal revival, as the status of married fluffy families significantly elevated, while the unmarried ones found themselves quite popular in the mate selection market. Meanwhile, the non-furry males couldn't help but feel a tinge of imbalance. Why does Lord Nian Tu only surround herself with furry companions? Sigh, we simply don't deserve it. I've been crying for several days. There's nothing we can do. Females tend to disdain us. Lord Nian Tu shouldn't dislike us, right? She even petted a black mamba before. The mention of the black mamba jolted Nian Tu as she scrolled through news on StarNet. Previously, Uncle Fei had promised to help her find someone, but had yet to provide any updates. Since her awakening, many events had transpired, and she had become preoccupied with treating the females, momentarily forgetting to inquire with Fei. Yet, that young military cadet remained silent in her friend list, neither reaching out to her nor responding to her messages. Uncle, Nian Tu seized Fei and asked, "Have you found Siet Geely?" Chapter 92, a frantic method hearing Siet Geely's name uttered by Nian Tu. Fei paused momentarily. Since acquiring Siet Geely's light brain, he had thoroughly investigated the individual. He uncovered details about Siet Geely's family situation, his experiences competing in underground fights, and even traced the shop where he purchased that blue iris flower necklace. Along with his disputes with Chiu Su. Naturally, he also recognized that he was the Black Mamba, whom Nian Tu had once soothed. Fei's investigation revealed that Siet Geely's father had initially been detained in a regulatory bureau due to not receiving bail from the wife. Yet, Siet Geely had somehow forged documents to extricate his father. Taking his father along was a testament to his resolute betrayal of the empire. The military had already issued a warrant for Siet Geely's arrest, although it had yet to be announced across the empire. Fei refrained from sharing this with Nian Tu, knowing it would sadden her. However, since she had inquired once more, Fei contemplated for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, an urgent communication alert rang from his light brain. "Hold on, Yin." Fei's demeanor turned serious. The message was from Shi Yang's father, Shi Zhongjing, an informed cabinet member who had received some urgent intelligence. Shi Zhongjing stated, "Earlier this morning, 2 individuals were killed. It was an assassination." That he continued. One was a noble, the other a cabinet member. Evidence related to an inducement agent was found in the noble's residence. Suspected to be the mastermind behind the earlier attack on Lord Nian Tuesday, he added, "The Security Bureau is conducting a covert investigation, and I will continue to follow up." Fei promptly cross-referenced the deceased details with a previous intelligence list, confirming that both were indeed on that list and harbored ulterior motives towards Nian Tuesday now. With their necks cleanly severed, it could not be mere coincidence. Who was responsible? Fei fell into deep thought. His expression darkening, he had a nagging intuition that this matter was far from over. The news did not remain confined for long. Spreading rapidly throughout the empire, in a single night, two prominent figures had perished, igniting fervent discussions across the empire. Before the fervor could subside, the situation escalated dramatically, with several other high-ranking individuals falling victim to assassination, the assailant demonstrating remarkable efficiency and skill in evasion. Their targets seemed to be meticulously chosen. The Security Bureau had yet to identify the assassin, but the victims' profiles indicated a distinctly targeted selection. These deceased dignitaries were all tainted by years of illicit dealings, with numerous connections to the underworld. In a sudden whirlwind, trepidation swept through the ranks of the guilty nobility. Seizing the opportunity, the royal family acted swiftly, with the crown prince himself orchestrating a campaign that swiftly unearthed numerous incriminating pieces of evidence. Dismantling several intricate networks of power, the empire's vast territory still harbored hidden filth, yet a thorough cleansing had been executed in the Central Star. The empire's parasites faced mass extermination, and countless arrogant noble officials were brought to their knees. Including the Chiu family, A.S. Chiu Su returned to the Imperial Military Academy on his first day back. He was met with the devastating news of his father's arrest, surrounded by many knowing glances. He broke into a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. How could this be happening? The ordinary populace expressed immense satisfaction with the downfall of these corrupt nobility, voicing their approval of the royal family and the crown prince. Even praising the unidentified assassin who had targeted the wicked. They hailed him as a just killer, their adoration palpable as the populace reveled. The Security Bureau found themselves in disarray, with so many nobles assassinated in the Central Star and no leads on the perpetrator. It was clear that the Central Star was no longer a sanctuary, a storm brewing on the horizon. In the military office, Fei watched a video with a grave expression. It was footage of Xie Jili participating in combat competitions during his time at the Imperial Military Academy. On the table lay photographs from the assassination scenes of the dignitaries, revealing the postures of the deceased, comparing Xie Jili's fighting style and habits with the fatal wounds of the victims. Fei's expression grew increasingly solemn, his body tense that if his deductions were accurate, this individual named Xie Jili was indeed the recently active just killer. Without hesitation, Fei drafted a document, submitting it to various departments to jointly issue a nationwide manhunt for Xie Jili. Xiang, upon returning to the estate, Fei summoned his nephew, handing him a stack of documents concerning Xie Jili, urging him to remain vigilant. After thoroughly reviewing the material, Xiang hesitated. Was this all for the purpose of protecting Yin Yin? Fei nodded slightly, sharing that sentiment. Every noble who had been killed was on that initial intelligence list, all of whom harbored malicious intentions towards Nian Tu, plotting her downfall. Yet, before they could execute their plans, they had lost their own lives. The first noble to be assassinated had been confirmed as the boss mentioned by the assailants during the attack on Nian Tu at the hospital. It appeared that Xie Jili was indeed protecting Nian Tu, albeit in a twisted and frenzied manner. He had not gathered sufficient evidence, nor did he feel the need to adhere to legal protocols. He simply identified those who sought to harm Nian Tu and resorted to primal violence to eliminate the threat at its source, even though he seemed to be safeguarding Yin Yin. Fei could not afford to be lenient. Such a reckless individual posed an unstable potential danger to Yin Tuesday. Xiang nodded in understanding, assuring that he would protect Yin Yin closely and prevent Xie Jili from having any opportunity to strike. Yet, merely advising Xiang was insufficient. Fei hesitated before knocking on Yin Tu's door. Yin Yin, there are some matters regarding Xie Jili that I need to discuss with you. Yin Tu opened the door in a rush. Has uncle found Xie Jili? Where is he? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Fei. Unable to bear the thought of her distress, Fei steeled himself to deliver the news. He has betrayed the Empire and joined the space pirates. In an instant, a look of bewilderment washed over Yin Tuesday's space pirates. Though she had little understanding of them, she recognized they were certainly not the virtuous sort. She simply could not reconcile Xie Jili with the notion of being a space pirate. Yin Tu remained unconvinced, hastily skimming through the documents Fei had handed her, her body swaying unsteadily. Fei swiftly supported her, guiding her to the bed and kneeling beside her, cautiously observing her expression. He knew she would struggle to accept such a blow. To shield her emotions, The materials he presented were significantly redacted compared to what Xiang had received, containing only irrefutable evidence, without including his suspicions regarding Xie Jili's identity as the just killer. Firstly, that was merely his hypothesis, lacking substantial proof. Secondly, if Nian Tu were to learn that Xie Jili had killed so many individuals, she would likely fall into deeper despair. Fei Li gently held Nian Tu's hand, sternly advising, "From now on, you must remain vigilant of this person. Should you notice him near you, do not trust any of his deceits and inform us immediately." Nian Tu remained silent for a long while, clutching the documents tightly, repeatedly reviewing them. Suddenly, she rummaged through a drawer and pulled out the blue iris flower necklace, gripping it tightly in her hand. Previously, she had only known that Xie Jili's family life was unhappy. But after reviewing these documents, she comprehended the extent of his suffering. To secure the expensive medication for his unstable father, he had resorted to fighting in underground matches. How perilous that must have been. Was it in pursuit of more medication to save his father that he had joined the space pirates? A wave of frustration and helplessness engulfed Nian Tu's day had she known these matters sooner. She could have undoubtedly saved Xie Jili's father. In that case, Xie Jili might not have committed such a grievous error. Fei Li silently remained by Nian Tu's side, gently patting her back in an attempt to soothe her emotions. Overwhelmed by profound sorrow, she languished for many days before finally mustering a semblance of spirit. Within the regulatory bureau, numerous uncontrollable males still resided, as pitiable as Xie Jili's father. After several days, the bureau once again welcomed the esteemed presence of an SSS-class female. The director, brimming with enthusiasm, personally received Nian Tu, and soon the office was filled with exclamations of shock, reaching a pitch of disbelief. "What did you say? You intend to provide psychological comfort for the uncontrollable males within the bureau?"